This girl is the guildmaster of the Lotus Guild, and she badly wants to recruit our boy Jae-hyun because of how talented he is. But first, he has to pass the special trial. With a snap of her fingers, she summons a huge mana cube to see for herself how long he can endure inside it. Jae-hyun immediately sees the trap. This wicked girl knows that only 7% of raiders can endure it, and less than 1% can actually pass. But he's not backing down and steps inside. Yunim is certain that he won't be able to break her record of clearing the cube in 40 minutes. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun finds himself in an entire ocean of mana. He's heard that it's hard to breathe inside, but he has no trouble at all. To pass the trial, he has to find the one exit hidden among countless whirlpools. But when he closes his eyes, he senses something completely different. He detects a single crystal with such overwhelming magical power that it feels like it contains the energy of the entire mana ocean around him. Jae-hyun instantly realizes that this crystal is powering the whole cube, and if he destroys it, there will be no need to find the exit. So he grabs the crystal and crushes it. The entire cube immediately crumbles around him. Yunim and her assistant are shocked to the core when they see Jae-hyun emerge. He just passed the cube trial in less than 10 minutes, a challenge that even S-rank raiders need hours to complete. He has broken every record. Yunim has only one question. How did he do it? Jae-hyun casually tells her that he found a crystal inside and broke it. Yunim can't believe it's true and grabs our boy by the hands like he's the most precious thing in the world, because she knows that this crystal is a vessel containing all the magical power within the cube, and only someone whose inner mana vessel is larger than the entire cube could sense and destroy it. So she begs Jae-hyun to join the Lotus Guild, promising to make him the greatest mage in history. But he wasn't always a genius like that. Back then, as a child, Jae-hyun was poor and always dreamed of someday becoming like the raiders who were rich, good-looking, and famous. But when he grew up, he ended up just like everyone else, a mediocre raider desperate for even a little money to make a living. And that led him to a job offer that was an obvious trap from the very beginning. Jae-hyun meets his agent at a restaurant and he's absolutely mad to hear that he's only being hired as a meat shield. The one who suggested such a terrible job to our boy is this guy Young Wooman. Young Wooman works at the raider agency. He hooks up people like Jae-hyun with jobs who aren't officially part of any guild. When Young Wooman finally contacted our boy, Jae-hyun thought he had scored a sweet gig. Turns out, he's just getting a role of cannon fodder, standing front line in a dungeon full of undead. It's like being told you're disposable shield of meat, ready to be ditched if things get hairy. The truth is, our boy is a martial arts raider, and heroes belonging to this class tend to take longer to finish jobs and get injured more often. Unlike mages who stand at the back while hunting monsters, martial arts raiders are on the front lines and naturally prone to more injuries. And that is precisely why, in fights, mages definitely have the advantage. About 10 years ago, martial arts raiders were in high demand. However, that's no longer the case, and he regrets not becoming a mage back then when he had the chance. It all started 11 years ago when our hero was in his 3rd year of high school. He aced the Awakened Aptitude evaluation and was chosen to attend one of the prestigious Mills Academies, specialized in nurturing raiders. At that time, his aptitude result for a mage was an impressive 97%, nearly a perfect score. Even the top students of the time only managed around 92%, like Lady Seoina. His results back then were unbelievable. On the flip side, his aptitude for a martial class was just 34%, and despite that, he made a dumb move and chose to become a martial raider. He didn't choose the martial class for any noble reason. He just didn't want to become a mage. Back then, mages had a bad rep because they were seen as mere buffers, unable to handle even low-ranking monsters without martial arts raiders backing them up. But times have flipped since then. Martial arts raiders are on the decline while mages are now highly sought after. If our hero had gone for mage class 11 years ago, his life would probably be a lot better now. Even if he decides to switch classes now, raiders hit a growth plateau at age 20, so there's no room for improvement. I guess there's no point in dwelling on regrets, since nothing can change now. So upon Young Wooman's insistence, Jae-hyun decides to accept the job. The manager Young Wooman informs him that he'll see Jae-hyun at the location. Curious, the clueless boy asks why the manager will be there, assuming he'd be busy with agency work. Young Wooman doesn't disclose the details, just claims he has some business to take care of. The next day arrives, and everyone gathers outside one of the dungeon gates. There stands our hero alone, because his friend Young Wooman is running late. As he waits, he finds his fellow martial raider, Myung-ho, and the both of them start to catch up. Time passes and Young Wooman never arrives, and it's finally time for adventurers to head inside. Once inside the dungeon, the mages hang back with their wands while the martial raiders walk up in the front line. Mindless ghouls immediately appear, and an arrogant wizard starts yelling orders at the martial raiders, demanding they form up even if it means risking their lives. This is exactly why our hero despises this job. He hates being bossed around by these jerks about what he should do, but he's got no choice but to follow orders. The mages begin chanting, conjuring their elemental powers and start throwing fireballs straight at the zombies, turning the creatures into crispy critters. Jae-hyun wonders if these wizards are actually from the Meteor Guild, because that guild was just a rookie not long ago, but it appears that is not the case right now. Nonetheless, they survive the first wave, and before venturing deeper, they take a moment of respite. His old friend is glad to have snagged decent loot and asks Jae-hyun about his luck. The boy decides to check his inventory as well, but as soon as he opens his system window, it starts glitching, and he feels a sudden headache. His vision is flooded with system warnings about the Aesir system failing to connect. Our hero has never been in such a situation before and has no idea what's happening. He then starts noticing these bubbles of light appearing out of thin air, and is told by a mysterious voice in his head to follow the light. With no clear answer, the boy swallows his fear and decides to check out what it is. After following the light for a while, he ends up in a strange place, and the system window immediately informs him that the Aesir system has been disabled, and the status window can't be loaded. He tries to interact with the system, but it's unresponsive. Jae-hyun is confused because ever since he first became an awakened at 10, the Ares system has never gone down in those 17 years. You see, this system is said to be named after the gods from Norse mythology, like Odin and Thor. The system is believed to have emerged from Aesir, representing humanity's last hope and defense during the year of disaster back in 2011. During that time, a massive tree suddenly grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, towering to unimaginable heights in just 9 days, casting a shadow over the world. And that terrifying tree from back then was none other than Yggdrasil, the world tree from mythology. Once it fully sprouted on that 9th day, all hell broke loose. The world faced a catastrophic wave of monsters, with half of humanity perishing in the chaos. At the time of despair, true heroes emerged, wielding divine powers, bringing a glimmer of hope for mankind. Slowly, many people started to tap into their Aesir systems, becoming raiders to save humanity. From that point onward, Aesir has been humanity's greatest weapon against these monsters. But now our hero worries. If the Aesir system is changing, he fears things might not turn out well. Suddenly, he reaches a dead end and spots a green door right in front of him. He finds himself shocked because this must be the treasure gate. Here's a bit about the treasure gates. These are secret rooms hidden within dungeons with a very low chance of appearing, even in high-level dungeons. They typically contain special items and rare materials that can fetch millions of won, which is a local currency in this world. With his mind clouded by greed and a hope to acquire high-ranked equipment, he enters this surreal place. Before him, on a pedestal, shines a brilliantly bright item. Needless to say, he's thrilled to see the item and eagerly reaches out to pick it up. And to his utter astonishment, the system panel reveals the item to be Odin's Lost Eye, a mythical ranked artifact. This eye belonged to Odin, the strongest god of the Aesir, sacrificed for wisdom at Mimir's well. Once equipped, our hero can learn rune writing and even reverse magic to dismantle or destroy it. It's the only mythical ranked item in existence, and once it's his forever. The eye shines so brightly that Jae-hyun can't even look directly at it. Glancing at the system panel, he reads about its active skill, which is known as absolute calculation, an X-ranked skill that analyzes and destroys the structure of magic. This absolute calculation skill consumes mana depending on the rank of the magic destroyed. With complete mastery of rune magic, he can use magic at full power without casting spells. Another benefit is the ability to copy opponents' skills using a blank card. This eye is clearly a powerhouse with a range of incredible abilities that could transform Jae-hyun's abilities as a raider. However, Jae-hyun decides to sell the item because it could fetch him hundreds of millions of won as soon as it hits the market. He's relieved that he won't have to work hard or become anyone's meat shield anymore. But he considers trying it on since he's never used a mystical item before. But the system immediately warns him that once equipped, he can never part with it. The item will be stuck forever with him. He knows he can't use it effectively even if he equips it for himself, because he's already past the prime age of 20 for this kind of gear, so he decides against wearing it. After this fortunate encounter, he decides to head back to the party. Shortly after, we see the old man reassures the guild members that his friend will return, and right on cue, Jae-hyun arrives. The boy immediately apologizes to the party leader for being late and promises it won't happen again. Once they're ready to proceed, the old man gives Jae-hyun a gentle pat on the chest, telling him to perk up. But Jae-hyun assures him, saying, "I'm already good to go," and cheerfully mentions that he'll be treating them to drinks tonight. This surprises the old man, who is left scratching his head, completely unsure of what happened to Jae-hyun all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is relieved that they don't suspect him for anything. You see, inside the dungeon, where no laws apply, mentioning he found an item could be a death sentence, and even his own friends will not hesitate to snatch the item. So he's doing his best to avoid any unwanted attention. Suddenly, the ceiling starts to crack. Before the party leader can give any orders, it collapses with a crash. Jae-hyun instinctively jumps in the opposite direction but ends up crashing to the ground, possibly scratching his butt in the process. The purple mist immediately engulfs the area, and the party members start coughing violently, blood leaking from their mouths. Jae-hyun reacts immediately, covering his mouth and deciding to flee before he inhales any of the poisonous fog. He calls out to his friend, urging them to get out because the fog is deadly. As he begins to move, a shocking sight freezes Jae-hyun in place. His friend is suddenly pierced by a sword wielded by someone unseen. In his dying moments, the friend tells Jaehyun to run. The horrifying scene petrifies our hero briefly, but he snaps out of it and dashes away as fast as possible. While running, he replays the explosion and the sudden appearance of the gas in his mind. It becomes clear to him that this was an elaborate murder attempt. Once he has escaped the danger, he takes a breather while his face is sweating, and he has no fucking clue why this murder attempt is being happened. Suddenly, our hero notices someone behind him. As the figure comes into view, a fiery arrow shoots forward, not targeting Jaehyun, but crashing into the area in front of him, causing a massive explosion. The guy in the hoodie looks familiar, and Jaehyun immediately recognizes him as Jung Woo-min. As Jung gathers energy at the tip of his finger, he reminds Jaehyun that he had promised to meet him today, and here he is. Jaehyun immediately asks if this was all he was doing, if he was the one who released the poison fog and attacked the Meteor Guild. Jung smirks in response and shamelessly admits he was behind it all. The boy finds himself shocked, but he quickly calms himself down, trying to understand the situation before acting on impulses. So, he asks Jung Woo-min why he did it, to which Jung just shrugs and says his clients told him to do so. Then Jung Woo-min spills that a lot of folks have it out for the Meteor Guild because they've always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone else. Jaehyun clenches his teeth as he reveals to us about the dungeon assassination contracts. In these kinds of hit jobs, killers exploit the dungeon's close quarters to murder their targets. Apparently, the Meteor Guild's been mixed up in these shady deals as well, which is why they ended up dead. Jaehyun feels the sting of his injury from the grazed shoulder by the arrow. He's not sure he can go toe-to-toe with Jung Woo-min, because he is an A-rank magician, who's in the top 2% of geniuses in the whole country. On the other hand, our hero is just a mid-to-low-rank player. Even though he knows he's not their main target, Jaehyun's worried they might try to take him out to tie up loose ends. Of course, like any righteous protagonist, Jaehyun feels the urge to avenge his comrades, especially Myungho. But right now, he's not about to make any reckless moves. He assures Jung Woo-min that he won't spill a word about what happened to the Meteor Guild. Instead of listening, the guy in glasses launches another volley of fire chains. Jaehyun immediately takes sidesteps to dodge the attack, but his face still gets grazed by the fiery blast. He's certain that even a split-second delay would have meant his end. The crazed magician continues hurling fiery chains aimed directly at Jaehyun, who keeps running relentlessly, desperate to escape. He's baffled by why he's being targeted, considering he's just a lowly D-rank player. With each passing moment, his face bruises from the onslaught, while the relentless attacker shows no sign of stopping. Suddenly, that voice inside Jaehyun's head berates him once again, calling him a useless fool and questioning why he even exists. It seems like this man who always appears in his head to insult him is definitely his father. And after seeing his father in his head, something clicks in Jaehyun's mind, and he boldly asks if his father is behind this assassination attempt. The man with glasses pauses upon hearing Jaehyun's question, but soon bursts into faint chuckles that escalate into maniacal laughter. He confirms Jaehyun's suspicion. Jaehyun is struck silent by this confirmation, his mind flashing with images of his mother. He recalls the heart-wrenching day when he cried bitterly over his mother's lifeless body. He confronts Jung Woo-min, asking if his father ordered the assassination of his mother 5 years ago during winter. The guy with glasses grimly affirms, acknowledging that he can never understand why a father would want his own son and wife dead. Jung Woo-min shoots another arrow at Jaehyun, teasing him about his situation. He conjures up a bunch of fiery arrows, ready to blast our hero into oblivion, and before throwing down his arrows, he wishes his final goodbye. Jaehyun stays quiet for a moment, then suddenly activates Odin's eye. Jung's confident smile takes no time and turns into pure shock as he watches Jaehyun developing magical powers inside him. The magical powers just keep growing stronger without any sign of stopping, leaving the fool with glasses even more terrified. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jung decides it's time to take Jaehyun down. He throws a fiery arrow at Jaehyun, expecting him to flinch or run, but Jaehyun stands his ground. As the fire arrow gets dangerously close, it simply disintegrates into nothingness, leaving Jung Woo-min's jaw practically hitting the floor. It looks like the eye has finally been activated, confirmed by the system itself. A sassy smirk spreads across Jaehyun's face after feeling that surge of power inside his body. The system window pops up once again, mentioning the availability of a blank card. Meanwhile, Jung is losing his composure, baffled at how his magic was nullified so easily. My guy wastes no time and uses the blank card to copy Jung Woo-min's skill, known as Blitz Chain, and makes it abundantly clear that he is going to inflict a painful death over this bastard. In the next moment, he conjures up fiery arrows, while Jung Woo-min struggles to comprehend how his skill, which took him years to master, is being used by this lowly D-ranked raider. Even though he's visibly shaking in his boots, Jung Woo-min warns Jaehyun that taking him out won't be a walk in the park. The boy unleashes a barrage of fiery arrows, confidently telling Jung Woo-min they'll settle things soon. In retaliation, Glasses Guy fires off his own arrow barrage. Their powers clash, but it looks like Jaehyun might be gaining the upper hand. Jaehyun keeps up the relentless assault, driving the cocky guy to flee in the opposite direction to save his own skin. Jungwooman tries to strike back with a massive blitz chain attack, but Jaehyun swiftly activates his absolute calculation ability, disintegrating the incoming attack while sending his own arrow straight at his opponent. Desperate, Jungwooman throws up a barrier to shield himself. But Jaehyun isn't done yet. He uses his absolute calculation once more, nullifying the shield and leaving Jungwooman defenseless. The arrow strikes him directly, unable to dodge in time. As the dust settles, Jaehyun walks up to the fallen Jungwooman, who's begging for mercy like a dramatic soap opera scene. Tears are streaming down his face, but Jaehyun ain't going to cut any slack. He just lets loose with a fiery arrow that finishes off the cocky guy in one good blow. After the intense battle, Jaehyun is totally wiped out. He flops down on the ground, thinking about how he finally snagged a mythic item, only to end up facing death in such a crappy way. Death was always this scary thing he dealt with as a raider, but now that he's staring it in the face, it's a whole different feeling. He starts feeling that coldness creeping in. Then out of the blue, a system window pops up, talking about a new download. It offers him a way out. If he activates the system, then he can jump back to some past time. Knowing he's about to kick the bucket anyway, Jaehyun just says, "Yeah, sure, let's do this." With that command, the new system, known as Nornir, activates, and suddenly we find ourselves facing divine-looking ladies conversing in a foreign language that goes way over our heads. The blonde lady extends her hand, possibly grabbing our hero's hand in the process. Just as this happens, the friendly blue system windows turn deadly red, and a notification pops up stating that our hero has become a major enemy of the High Aesir. He's also gained 2 passive skills, with half of the Aesir's gods now keeping an eye on him at all times. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in his bed, looking utterly terrified as if he's seen a ghost. He scans the room, everything feeling surreal. He stares at his hand, where a red fiery blob starts to form, and the system announces that the user has successfully returned to the chosen time period. The memories of past suddenly flashes into his eyes, where he sees his dead mother, and the time when he fought Jungwooman. He also sees his mother, and rushes to hug her tightly, unwilling to let go, hoping desperately that this isn't just a dream, and in fact, this is not a dream. He was actually hugging his mom. After a while, once he is alone in his room, his chest pains sharply, jolting him back to reality. The system confirms the date as November 15th, 2020, which is the time he's been regressed back to, and his body has successfully been healed by 20%. Breathing heavily, he wonders if he's still dreaming. Looking around his familiar surroundings, he realizes he's indeed in his old home. A system notification pops up, presenting a quest titled, "A Break is the Mother of Success." His main task is simply to rest until fully recovered, with the promise of a blank card as a reward once he's restored. The boy exhales deeply, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He then reflects on how he died fighting that guy, and somehow ended up regressing 11 years back into the past thanks to this new system. 11 years is the same time when he was in his 3rd year of middle school. He checks his calendar and realizes that he has actually not been enrolled in the Mills Academy. He also finds a note from himself which is clearly telling him to choose martial arts, but he grabs his pen and immediately scratches that out. He's not going to waste this chance on the martial arts class, because this time, becoming a mage is definitely the way to go. In the next scene, we find him having dinner with his mother, struggling to hold back tears that threaten to spill from his eyes. His mother looks concerned, noticing his recent strange behavior. When she came home earlier, he had hugged her tightly, and he cried deeply. She gently asks if something is bothering him. With a forced smile, he reassures her, saying it was just a nightmare, nothing more. But those haunting memories of his dead mother are far from mere nightmares. Finally gathering his courage, he tells her there's something he wants to discuss. She encourages him to speak freely. It's clear to her that he may not want to enroll in Mills Academy. She understands the dangers and fierce competition involved in such a path. She's prepared to let him choose a regular school if he's hesitant, not wanting to impose her wishes on him. But contrary to her expectations, our boy reveals that he's considering changing his major to enroll in the magic class instead. His mother chuckles at the sudden change and quickly approves of his decision, though she's visibly startled by the abrupt switch from his earlier determination to join the martial arts major. Despite her initial surprise, she trusts her son's judgment and believes he must have a good reason for the change. With a reassuring pat on his cheek, she encourages him to pursue what makes him happy, whether it's martial arts or magic, and assures him not to worry about financial matters. She promises to support him wholeheartedly in his choice. Moved by her understanding and support, the boy starts to cry again. And amidst his emotions, memories of his father, Min Seong-oh, who is an A-rank raider, flash through his mind, reigniting his desire to become stronger to take revenge against his father. Jaehyun is getting into serious training, starting with push-ups, and he's also earned a blank card from completing his first quest. His physique is getting toned and fit, something I envy a bit myself. As long as I'm here writing recaps for you guys, I don't think I can get back on the track for a 6-pack abs grind. Jae-hyun still isn't entirely clear on what the Nornir system entails, but he's not complaining as long as it keeps functioning. His past life knowledge will let him monopolize dungeon items, and his experience as a dungeon guide will surely be useful. However, he doesn't have many skills besides his martial arts abilities. Absolute calculation and blitz chain he copied from Young Wooming. He leans back on his chair, summons his system, and checks his current stats. He's pretty sure his level has reverted to the current time and his stats have been reset. He also somehow retains all the passive skills from his previous life, with 2 new skills. The first one known as One Who is Observed by the Gods and Supreme God's Eye, both maxed out. As we know, he also has absolute calculation and blitz chain skills, but he's curious about his passive skills. He then checks the One Who is Observed by the Gods passive skill, which should assist him in rapid growth through divine blessings. This skill also helped him maintain his other passive skills during the regression, which explains why he retained all his skills without reset. Additionally, it boosts all his stats by an extra point every time he levels up. Thanks to this ability, most of the Aesir's demigods are keeping an eye on him. He then decides to explore his other skills. The Supreme God's Eye passive skill is also an exceptional skill that allows him to see through false illusions and uncover the truth. There's also an active skill called Blitz Chain, where he attacks enemies with electrified chains, sometimes causing paralysis. The mana consumption increases with the number of chains emitted. Initially, I thought they were fiery chains, and I'm pretty sure you'd agree with that too. He takes a look at his other stats. Despite all of them being at abysmal levels, he's really focused on beefing up his magic stat, which is super crucial. And he knows endurance is key too. In those marathon battles, you've got to keep going without burning out. After thinking it through, he decides to use his fresh blank card to copy a healing skill, since he's already got an offensive skill. You see, even in this year of 2020, where mages get no love, those with healing skills are still hot stuff. They're treated like royalty everywhere they go, earning respect beyond just scope of rating. So he figures as a mage with healing powers, he'll still get his due respect. But here's the catch. Finding an awakener with healing skills to copy will be like hunting for a needle in a haystack. Before he was desperate and used his blank card to fight with Young Woman. But this time around, he's not blowing it like that again, because he has no clue how many cards the system will grant him. His phone suddenly rings, and as he checks it, his eyes widen at seeing Kim Yoo-jung's name on the caller ID. Kim Yoo-jung is his childhood friend, someone he's been close to for years, and who had always shared his dream of attending Mills Academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he's determined to change this time around. He smirks as he reads her text message. Apparently, she's calling him to meet Saintess Yu Seongen at her seminar. This news fills him with happiness, as Saintess Yu Seongen is known for her magical prowess, particularly in the magic of sacrifice. Without hesitation, he stands up, grabs his hoodie, and quickly informs his mom that he'll be back soon. Once outside, he checks his phone again and lets Kim Yoo-jung know that he's on his way. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce speeds through heavy traffic. Inside, Saintess Yu Seongen sits quietly, surrounded by a busy schedule as her manager updates her on the day's events. Concerned, the manager asks if she's all right, noting she's been pushing herself lately. She reassures him she's fine, but a bit tired, reminding him that sacrifice often means giving up one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager appears visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing skills comparable to Lady Seongjun's. He fears it's only a matter of time before exhaustion takes its toll on her. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the event location. The girl seems eager, practically pulling our hero through the crowd. When they stop, the boy teases her, asking if she brought him along just because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl gets annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her like that. She falls silent, which clearly indicates she did indeed bring him for that reason. He teases her again, joking about how such a smart girl can have such a terrible sense of direction. While she's giving him a hard time, our hero is secretly grateful to his friend. If he manages to copy Yu Seongen's sacrifice ability now, it could be a total game changer for him, potentially making him one of the best connections in Korea. As the crowd settles into their seats, our eager lady and our hero are amazed at her huge following, which isn't surprising. She's the Guildmaster of Lotus. She is a top-grade healer known across the nation and worldwide. In this era, raiders aren't yet used as meat shields, but she still always puts others' safety first. Finally, she steps onto the stage and the crowd goes wild. Our hero waits eagerly for the perfect moment to copy her abilities. While he waits, he lets slip that in just 2 months, the Saintess is going to get seriously sick during a dungeon raid in Itaewon, and it's all thanks to her own healing magic, sacrifice. He figures he's the only one who could heal her if he could copy her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung's getting all hyped up, which Jae-hyun finds kinda annoying. On stage, the Saintess starts her spiel about how the world's in a mess because of Yggdrasil's tree and monsters munching on people's lives. Despite all that, she throws in some hope and tells everyone to remember the awakened who can help to save humanity, and urges one of them to become a raider as well. As her speech concludes, the fans are ecstatic, and Jaehyun acknowledges her words too, stating that since it's no easy task fighting monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He's a living example of this for us, because he also wanted to sell Odin's Eye to avoid raiding for cash. As they moved forward, she couldn't stop talking about the Saintess, while our hero kept teasing her, which really got on her nerves. He then mentions that he has already called her mom earlier to pick her up due to her poor sense of direction. She suggests he just catch a ride with her mom, but he brushes it off, saying he has other things to handle. Before leaving, he casually mentions changing his career path to focus completely on magic and hints he'll need her to teach him later. With that, he takes off without explaining why he changed his career plans, leaving her feeling disappointed and alone. The boy starts looking around and finally spots the lady's car. A smile spreads across his face as he heads towards the car, but the manager notices him approaching and tells him they're not accepting any fan visits right now. But the boy boldly states he's here to meet director Yoo Seong-eun. The manager sighs, clearly annoyed by another raider fanatic to deal with. With an irritated expression, the man cockily tells the boy to walk off and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning even the director would be bothered by his presence. The boy insists he's not here for a fan meet and greet. To convince the director, he reveals that he knows Lady Seong-eun is suffering from an untreatable disease and boldly claims he's the only one who can cure her. Naturally, the director is shocked to hear this and gets absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing. But the boy calmly reminds him not to cause a scene and gestures towards the bystanders. At that moment, the lady herself rolls down her window and directly addresses our hero, asking if he can stand by his words. He confidently says yes, assuring her he can indeed cure her disease. Although she is hesitant to let our hero get close, the lady decides to give him a chance, knowing if he's lying, he'll be exposed soon enough. His unwavering confidence, however, makes him appear even more suspicious to her. She instructs her manager to make time for the boy and arrange a quieter place where they can discuss this privately. Once they settle somewhere quieter, the lady gets straight to the point and asks how he knows about her disease. The boy apologizes but bluntly states he can't reveal that much to her, making it clear that if he has to disclose that, he won't treat her diseases. The lady chuckles at his boldness and moves on to her next question, asking how he plans to treat her. Jaehyun is honest and tells her he intends to copy her sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady is shocked to hear this, and the manager grows impatient, yelling at our hero, questioning if he understands the meaning of a skill being unique, and demands to know how he even intends to copy something which truly belongs only to the lady. Before we proceed, here's something about unique skills. They're essentially S-rank skills, the highest level, obtainable only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other skills learned through calculative formulas, unique skills have impenetrable formulas, making them impossible to copy. This monopoly keeps them exclusive to individuals or families. The boy calms everyone down, emphasizing that if he didn't know all this, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The lady immediately tells her angry manager to calm down, assuring him they won't take long to hear him out. She asks if he can actually pull off what he claims, to which the boy confidently agrees. We also learn that due to the penalty of her unique skill, sacrifice, she needs a higher or equal-ranked skill to heal herself. Ironically, she can't use her own skill on herself, because her sacrifice skill requires a sacrifice to the gods, preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed. As she glows with her magic, Jaehyun feels ecstatic and immediately copies her ability. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to register the new skill, Sacrifice, into the blank card. Confidently, the boy says yes. Once he finishes copying, he activates his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it into the palm of his hand, leaving both of them shocked at the sight. Our hero decides to proceed with negotiations before healing her. But first, let's check the stats of this skill. The first benefit is that it creates a wave of healing to heal multiple allies and removes debuffs. Secondly, when used on undead monsters, it transforms into the attack skill called Judgment of Light. Lastly, since the skill was copied using a blank card, there are no inherited penalties whatsoever. So then, the lady asks what he would want from her guild. While she outwardly states this, but inwardly she feels confident that dealing with this middle schooler will be a breeze, especially since she's the representative of the Lotus Guild. The boy gets straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady chuckles, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him grow as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirms this, explaining that it's his big dream and that he needs the resources, connections, and support that come with sponsorship to become stronger. Impressed by his determination and skills, the lady readily agrees to sponsor him, but she places a condition. As soon as our hero hears this, he's quite amazed to see that, even though she's not in a strong position to negotiate, she remains bold in her stance. The lady reveals that her disease is a personal problem and has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants is not entirely in her hands. He's asking for the support of the entire guild, which doesn't have any reason to favor him. Our hero tells her to lay out her conditions. If they make sense to him, he'll decide whether or not to shake hands with her. His mind races with all kinds of possibilities she might be plotting, but she surprises him by simply asking if he can join the Lotus Guild. The boy immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him. The lady then lists several reasons for recruiting him. Firstly, he uncovered the classified information about the representative of the Lotus Guild's disease, which only a few knew about, showcasing exceptional information-gathering abilities. Secondly, he flawlessly copied her sacrifice skill, something she's never seen before, and she's curious to see if there's anyone else like him in the world who can do the same. The boy feels awkward hearing this, knowing he can't tell her he only knew about her disease because he regressed in time, and he can only copy skills thanks to his cheat system. The lady then leans in uncomfortably close to him and states the third reason for recruiting him into the guild, which is that despite being a middle schooler, our boy didn't even flinch when facing off against the representative of the Lotus Guild, and she likes his guts he just showcased. In his past, the Lotus Guild collapsed soon after her death. Now that she's here, he's pretty sure joining the guild would level him up quickly, but he wonders how they can contract since he's a minor, and contracting with underage people is illegal. With a smile, the lady reminds him about the right of priority negotiation. It turns out our hero does know about it. The right of priority negotiation is a guild's privilege to support the growth of a raider trainee who hasn't yet reached adulthood. Once they come of age, that guild has the right to make a contract with the trainee before any other guild can. Jaehyun never thought he'd be using a perk like this, especially after getting rejected by even the crummiest guilds back in the day. The lady seems to have taken a liking to our hero, and the boy sits up from his seat, saying he'll heal her right away. Though her offer is a no-brainer, he decides to focus on the treatment first before finally accepting her terms. While he stands right over her head, the manager doesn't seem thrilled about our hero healing her. Although he no longer doubts our boy after witnessing his powers firsthand, he's still cautious, fearing our hero might use something cursed or shady, especially since even top doctors failed to cure her. Shortly after, the lady feels magically healed, sensing the changes inside her. The manager is in absolute shock and amazement. He wastes no time bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with utmost respect for ever doubting him. Our hero just shrugged it off, saying it was understandable to doubt a kid's words. But the manager kept on apologizing, feeling bad for his rude behavior earlier. Jaehyun tells the lady that everything's done, and she can move around freely now. As soon as she stands up, she walks to the window and uses her magic to light up the whole room. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes her symptoms are completely gone. She expresses her gratitude for this miracle and asks if he'll face any penalties for healing her, but we know penalties don't apply to his copied skill. My guy assures her with a smile that she can repay him when the time comes, and the lady gladly agrees. She then brings out her card and tells him to think about the offer. She promises to do her best to make sure it works out in his favor. The boy then tells them there's something he wants to ask. The next day, the manager escorts him to a low-rank dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you can guess, he's there to level up his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild makes sure they've got all the essentials ready for him, and even loans him some spare gear meant for guild members. But the manager warns him going alone into the dungeon could be risky, asking why he insists on soloing it. Jaehyun just says he wants to grind. As a safety net, the manager hands him a stone, saying it's a warp stone. If he breaks it, he'll teleport outside the dungeon gate. It's a little thanks for how he treated the lady, and the boy happily takes it. He proceeds to enter the dungeon, and as soon as he steps inside, he is sure that it's just an E-rank dungeon, not something to worry about. The manager urges him to warp out quickly if danger appears, to which he nods in assurance. Deep inside, though, he suddenly finds his mouth covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicates he's now in Helheim's Field of the Dead. The scene transitions to the director Yu Seong-in office. There we see the lady deep in thought regarding our hero. She's concerned that even in an E-rank dungeon, a newcomer clearing it alone is nearly impossible, regardless of how skilled they are. However, she can tell this kid isn't your average Joe. He didn't just pick this gate on a whim, so she grins and decides to see where he's going with this. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and after getting permission from the director, a lady enters. The director asks about the matter she requested updates on, and the other lady hands her the files, explaining it's our hero's profile. As the director flips through the pages, she's shocked to read that he aspires to be a martial artist, which makes no sense to her considering his magical capabilities. A heavy silence falls over the room as the lady who brought the reports also has no clue how someone can be so talented, but she assures the directory that the reports are accurate, unless there are not any mechanical errors. Taking a peek ourselves, we see that our guy's aptitude for magic is at 97%. Shortly after, the director calls his manager Appa and instructs him to call her immediately once our hero is out of the dungeon. She's eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself falling into the unknown realm known as the Field of the Dead, hitting his ass on the ground hard upon landing. As he looks around, he realizes he's in a graveyard and struggles to stand up, coughing harshly. Before he can make sense of his surroundings, an undead creature appears. Wasting no time, it aims its bow at our hero and shoots an arrow at him. Reacting too slowly, he ends up with a nasty cut across his face. Another monster appears, ready to strike our hero down. He's unsure if it's laced with paralysis poison, which annoys him greatly. He quickly heals himself using his fancy sacrifice skill. Suddenly, more zombies emerge, and he finds himself surrounded by black souls hovering above in the air. They immediately start attacking and shooting at him, but this time, Jaehyun grabs an arrow with his bare hands and breaks it by clenching his fist, thoroughly annoyed by their pesky attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung stares at the autograph she received from the director, and she is also feeling totally annoyed at our hero for leaving her alone, despite knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. She's getting more and more annoyed by his unpredictable moves. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he's agreeing to tag along with her. He never used to ditch her like this before, always making sure she wasn't left hanging, but this time, he left her high and dry down there alone. And now he's switching to magic class, even though he's always dreamed of martial arts. She just can't wrap her head around his sudden change because she knows he's usually thoughtful and careful, not someone who acts without a good reason. Suddenly, she starts texting him again, giving him a piece of her mind about leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jaehyun's face pales as he freaks out at the sight of ghosts right in front of him. To make matters worse, they're far more organized than your typical monster horde. He decides to rely on an item, a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. Before we delve deeper, we learn that this dungeon, Helheimr, is the realm of the dead overseen by Loki's daughter, Hel. It's one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, created after the 7 realms excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheimr, the world of fog and ice, Muspelheimr, the world of flames, Jotunheimr, the world of giants, Alfheimr, the world of elves, Svartalfheimr, the world of dark elves, Vanaheimr, the world of the Vanir gods, and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheimr, where Helheimr exists alongside it. This place is a total nightmare for newbies, but our hero's pumped to test his skills. He decides to whip out Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When he uses it on dead monsters, bam! It transforms into this epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster jumps him right away, but our hero's quick to smack it down with his wand, sending the monster flung backward. He gears up with Blitzfire and blasts the monster to smithereens, bagging 70 XP for knocking out the Death Wraith. He keeps up the momentum, chaining his blitz moves to rock the stage with his skills. Every monster he takes down brings a bigger grin to his face as the XP rolls in. Next up, he leaps at another undead who is using arrows and smacks it hard on the noggin. Boom! His wand cracks in half, but he still manages to take down the monster. His face goes pale seeing his wand broken, realizing he wasn't exactly fighting like a mage after all, and his foolishness has caused him to lose a weapon. So, he gets serious and activates his sacrifice skill. The holy judgment of light comes crashing down on the monsters, burning them to a crisp. Once those undead are turned into ashes, he racks up some valuable experience points along the way, and decides to take a breather in the settling haze. He heals himself to restore his powers, and he is relieved to have made it out alive. He's learned a valuable lesson, not to overestimate his skills. Even though divine judgment saved him this time, he might not be so lucky next time. In any case, he decides to leave the place, but he soon realizes he has no clue how to get outside. He sighs and decides to use the warp stone, but before he can, a terrifying aura of mana creeps over him from behind. When he looks back, there's nothing there. Suddenly, he senses something approaching, and in the next moment, he feels himself getting choked. He raises his busted wand and jabs it into his own thigh. Not quite sure why he's hurting himself, but he is making damn sure not to let out a single scream to draw any unwanted company. Little does he know, there's this hideous monstrosity lurking right behind him. Right on cue, the system chimes in, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has shown up, and the gap in levels between our hero and this boss is like night and day. The system practically screams at him to bolt out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the monster pounces from behind, sending the stone tumbling from his hands as he hits the nearby wall and starts coughing up blood. His HP also takes a nosedive. The system immediately tells him to use a healing item immediately, but looks like he does not have any time for that because the monster is already standing before him and immediately launches another attack. Just as he braces for the worst, the monster in front of him freezes solid, leaving him staring in disbelief, wondering what the heck just happened. That's when a woman's voice, echoes through the cavern. The woman appears divine, almost like a goddess. She commands the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informs our hero that he is destined to be the adversary. Confused, the boy has no idea who this woman could be. the lady continues, expressing her belief that he was meant to effortlessly defeat this monster as the adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken, seeing him as just an average kid with moderate mana and abilities. She questions why Loki chose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty Aesir gods. The boy struggles to remain conscious, his life slipping away from the loss of blood. He knows he can't afford to die here, not when he's been given a second chance to make things right. Seeing the determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but states that he's still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She begins to choke him, warning that his end is near. If he doesn't grow stronger quickly, she threatens to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decides to grant him another chance. She urges him to become much stronger than he is now, to defeat the Nightshade monster easily. If he succeeds, she promises him a reward, but emphasizes that he must act quickly. And then, a system pops up with the first main quest, Hell's Trials. His main goal in this mission is to take down Nightshade within 2 months. And it looks like this mysterious lady is none other than Goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he nails this mission, then the Goddess Hel will personally give him her gift, but failure means death as the penalty. As those creepy hands start dragging him into the darkness, he loses sight of everything. And as the scene shifts, we see this blonde goddess we saw during his time regression, and she still appears to be saying something to our hero in this foreign language. Suddenly he awakens in the real world. As he stands up, he realizes that his injuries have been healed completely. Checking his window stats, he sees the same quest still hovering before him, which confirms that everything he felt back then was real, and the lady he encountered was indeed Hel, the goddess who rules over Helheimer, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He's still clueless about this whole adversary thing, and he's heard something familiar already right after getting this new Nornir system. With a pile of unanswered questions looming over him, like why he regressed and what the heck this adversary stuff is, he knows one thing for sure: he's gotta level up fast. If what that goddess said holds water, the moment he stops getting stronger, he will be killed by that goddess. But hey, he chuckles to himself, at least he's got some daring tasks ahead. Still, he's got a long road ahead. He doesn't know how to fight as a mage, and he also lacks any basic spells to handle small fry. Pulling out his phone, he sees a call from the director summoning him. He tells her he'll swing by tomorrow and is ready to make the contract. The next day rolls around, and our hero steps into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he understands why they are giving him so much special treatment, because his mage aptitude is at 97% after all. Arriving at their destination, our hero brightens at the sight of the lady director, exuding confidence with her long hair and a presence that catches his eye. They exchange greetings warmly. She dives into the perks the guild is offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms they're impressive. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled? Alongside a stipend for living expenses, the guild provides him with an endless supply of B-rank items at no cost if they break. On top of that, he'll earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in the raids. These terms are usually reserved for top-notch A-grade raiders. Before signing the contract, he reveals a condition. The lady director warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains that it's only been a month since he transitioned from martial arts to magecraft, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marvels at our hero's audacity to directly confront the prestigious director without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy asks if she agrees to his condition before signing the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She chuckles at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she teasingly reminds him she's already got her eye on his potential and can't wait to see it in action. She presses him to display his talent first, if he's comfortable enough. Of course, our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is interested in him. He immediately asks what he should do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply clicks her fingers, and blue energy begins to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she tells him to endure it. The boy is absolutely baffled by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented individual should be able to manage at least this much if he's going to sign the priority negotiation contract with her Lotus Guild. You see, a mana cube is a test that B-rank and above mages use to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there's no way someone like our hero wouldn't be overwhelmed by it, as only 7% of awakened mages can endure it. The boy asks the lady if she's trying to scare him off. She reassures him that even if he fails, it won't affect their priority negotiation and they'll still form the contract. With no way out, our hero bites the bullet and steps forward. The director nods to her manager to prepare, who expresses concern about her decision since even current mage raiders struggle with the cube. The lady reaffirms that our hero isn't your average guy, so it's worth a shot. Reluctantly, the director nods and activates the cube. Once the mana cube is activated, the boy hesitates before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encourages him to step in, and finally, he gathers the courage to enter. As soon as he's inside the mana cube, the manager remains visibly anxious, seeing him as just a young kid. The lady reassures her that he can handle it, confidently expressing trust in her intuition that he won't fail. Inside, our hero feels like he's drifting in a vast ocean made of mana. Surprisingly, he can breathe normally, alleviating his earlier concerns about getting sick from prolonged exposure to thick mana, which could even lead to death during the test. He searches for a way out, recalling that the only escape from the mana cube is finding the singular door connected to the outer world among countless whirlpools. He gathers his resolve, searching for a way out within the mana cube. Suddenly he senses something unusual, an unassuming crystal tucked away, pulsating with immense magical power, as if containing the entire essence of the great ocean of mana. Meanwhile, the manager remains anxious while the lady continues to chuckle. Anxiously, the manager asks how long it typically takes. The lady mentions the fastest exit from the cube is 40 minutes, a record high. Upon hearing this, the manager bluntly states it'll either end in our hero's death or he'll set a new world record. The lady agrees, albeit confidently expecting the latter outcome. Their eyes widen as they witness the crystal starting to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabs his phone and realizes only 10 minutes have passed since our hero entered. While the spectators anticipate what's happening inside, our hero senses the immense power of the crystal and grins, thinking that breaking it might just be his ticket out. With determination, he swims towards the stone, clenches it tightly in his fist, and shatters it into pieces in a swift motion. As cracks begin to spread around him, a system notification reveals that he has acquired a passive skill called Crystal of Mana Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This kind of test typically takes an hour for an S-rank player, but our guy smashed through it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness at 36 minutes. The manager immediately walks forward, shaking our hero's hand enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The lady also joins in, but her curiosity is piqued about how he managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this because a mana cube crystal contains all the magic power within the cube, and it's incredibly rare for anyone, especially a regular awakened person, to find or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it, but shattered it, suggests that his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts into a moment of happiness and immediately vows to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene transitions back to Lady Kim Yoo-jung, who is visibly upset that Jae-hyun is still late. Our hero's mother stands beside Kim Yoo-jung, confirming that he's indeed late and not answering calls either. Suddenly, a familiar flashy Rolls-Royce grabs both ladies' attention. They're stunned to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, completely blowing them away. How could he afford something like that? Jae-hyun immediately notices the ladies and waves happily. While his mother is anxious, concerned if her son is involved in something shady, Lady Kim is livid to see him lounging around. Once they're settled in the room, the girl jumps straight to demanding answers, asking why he switched to magic class. Our hero casually explains that martial arts just wasn't cutting it for him anymore, and he already filled out all the paperwork for the magic track. She keeps pushing for more details about his decision, but he flips the script and asks why she's dropped by. He then asks if her parents are off at work, to which she nods, explaining that's why she's crashing for the night with our hero's mom's blessing. We then learn that her folks work in a monster processing plant, shipping creatures abroad, which keeps them moving. And whenever she's left alone, she tends to hang out with him, since our hero's mother is a good friend of her parents. Moving forward, the boy asks her to teach him the theories of magic now that he's in the magic class. The girl demands to know what she'll get in return. Reluctantly, the boy asks what she wants. The girl admits she doesn't have anything specific in mind at the moment. After thinking for a bit, she decides that he must grant her one wish. The boy agrees but adds a condition. Her wish must be made within a year, or it expires. The girl agrees, somewhat annoyed, while the boy privately bets that she'll likely forget about it within a year. Teasingly, the boy asks what kind of wish she might have in mind, but the girl, now visibly annoyed, tells him to shut his yapping. The lady gets so mad that while she was holding to that pillow, I thought that she is squeezing her boobs hard. Did you get the same kind of illusion, or it is just me? Let me know in the comments. As they continue their banter, their mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her, caught up in their playful pillow fight. Observing their chemistry, it wouldn't surprise me if the girl jokingly tells him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent ravens float above in the air, and a man clad in black easily dispatches the monsters with his sword. Finally, we meet our hero's father, Min Seong-oh, who receives praise from the armored man for effortlessly clearing the dungeon. The man invites Min Seong-oh to join their guild, but our hero's father declines, preferring to stay solo. The armored guy practically begs our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father starts summoning these weird chain things, and he also yaps about humans being greedy like he's giving a lecture. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the armored guy scratching his head. After this spooky encounter with this killer dad, who, let's face it, looks younger than our hero himself, We're back to the director, who's giving a lecture to Jae-hyun for his first magic class. The lady decides to dive right into sparring and challenges him to take a swing at her. The boy hesitates but realizes he has no choice. He lets out a sigh and carefully takes his stance, ensuring there are no openings. Drawing on his martial arts knowledge, he throws a punch aimed at her, expecting a reaction. The lady stands there grinning, and the impact of his blow creates such a massive disturbance that everything gets obscured in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, our hero sees his punch effortlessly caught by the lady, who handles it like it's nothing, leaving him utterly terrified. She grins confidently, and the boy quickly retreats to a safer distance. Seems he underestimated her just because she's a healer. He's now certain she's got the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she breaks down his moves, noting the martial artist's habits in his stance and attack. She points out that mages typically don't charge in like that to attack. The director then asks him if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. The boy says martial arts is all about up-close fighting with swords and stuff, while magic is more about blasting from a distance. She nods and adds that magic classes are about weakening enemies from afar, while martial arts finish them off face to face. Then she tells him to get ready because she's going to attack him to show him what mage combat is really like. She assures him she can heal him if things get messy. He's a bit nervous but ready. The lady gathers energy at her fingertip and shoots out this intense laser beam of energy. The boy quickly rolls to safety as the lady tells him it's his turn to attack. He activates his blitz chain power and unleashes lightning arrows straight at her. There's a huge explosion when the chains hit their mark, but the lady stands there without a scratch. She's surprised he has an A-rank skill but reminds him it's only good if he hits the target. Then, she counters with her own arrow aimed right at his face. He freaks out and ends up taking the arrow straight. Even though he's battered head to toe, he stays standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decides to go all out, throwing a barrage of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he immediately uses his absolute calculator skill, and the magic disintegrates, leaving the lady shocked. She can't believe he reversed her attack and neutralized it in such a short time. The lady is once again amazed and asks him if there are any more surprises he's hiding. Our hero just tells her to find out for herself, and with that challenge, the ground right in front of her starts crackling with intense energy. She takes a direct hit, but manages to deflect it with her hand, though her hand trembles from the impact. She's absolutely baffled at how he managed to cast this attack so fast. Meanwhile, he sends a barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly throws up a shield to protect herself. She's curious why he's casting magic without chanting, as casting for a mage typically requires a deliberate process. Experienced mages can reduce the chant for lower-powered spells, but each of his attacks is just as potent, making her doubt he's casting without uttering a single word. On the flip side, our hero's almost wiped out and can't muster enough mana to keep attacking, so he just blurts out that she's a monster for being so resilient. The lady strolls up to him with this smirk, saying he's an interesting kid with loads of potential, but she points out he's still green, catches him off guard, and knocks him to the ground just like that. He's clueless about how it happened, while she just chalks it up to her years of experience. Thinking about his skills, she gives him props for his melee combat game and how he can cast magic without a hitch. She's impressed by his knack for unraveling spells with that reverse calculation trick, thinking he could totally create a one-of-a-kind fighting style. She tells him she's taking him under her wing from now on, officially making herself his teacher. Apparently, he's the first lucky duck to get this kind of VIP treatment of becoming her student. The next scene shows our hero sitting melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snaps him out of his daydreaming with a disdainful aura, and he clicks his tongue, telling her he's listening. It seems she's been munching on ice cream ever since she arrived, which our hero bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not full yet, to which she replies she could eat it all day, urging him to focus on his studies. As she continues teaching him about magic, the system window reveals that his knowledge of magic has increased, and his efficiency in using magic has risen by 5%. The boy is tired of these persistent notifications. Every time he learns something new, they start to annoy him. The system feels like it's pushing him to grow constantly. It seems even Lady Kim finds it pretty strange how quickly he's picking things up. He's learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months. But the boy downplays it, saying there's nothing surprising since she herself can memorize forms just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more irritated and demands our hero to call her teacher. Her annoyance seems to stem from the fact that he's learning everything so fast, despite her being in the magic field much longer than him. She's worried he's going to surpass her sooner than later at this rate. The boy sighs and reluctantly calls her teacher, reminding her that he surely has natural talent in the field of magic, so of course he is learning faster. But let's face it, he's putting in every effort to learn magic as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to get screwed over by Goddess Hell. The lady then reminds him that when he said he was going into martial arts, she was really surprised. And she now starts yelling at him for his decision he made back then, asking why he thought of abandoning the magic field even though it was suited for him. While Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun are having their study session, Jae-hyun sees the vision of a man's face that is linked to the events that happened in his past life. Yoo-jung pulls him out of his daydreaming by asking him if he's training for the practical exam in his own time, and he affirms that a different teacher is helping him train his practical. He wonders what the vision he just saw was and is uncertain if it was just his imagination. However, he also recalls that Hell gave him 2 months to defeat the Nightshade, so he pushes the thoughts out of his mind because it's not the time to get distracted. Our boy considers other beneficial things, like his hopes that the pill he's working on becomes a big help to raiders across the world and can help him overcome this wall in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Guild Training Center, Park Sungjae, the manager, supervises some of the raiders who are training and corrects some of the mistakes they're making. When he spots the guild master, Seongan, he makes a comment to her about how the trainees aren't bad for newbies and how the average rank has almost gone up from last year. But he's surprised to notice she wasn't listening. When she realizes he was talking to her, Seongan apologizes, and the manager teases her by saying she's thinking about Jae-hyun, and she affirms his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentions that he recalls that several other raiders have tried to learn the thing that she wants to teach Jae-hyun and have all failed. However, Seongan reminds the manager that he also saw Jae-hyun's peculiar talent. It would have been believable to say that Jae-hyun was a veteran because he didn't make a single unnecessary movement. At this point, Guildmaster Seongan is certain that if another S-rank magician is to appear in the future, it will be Jae-hyun. Presently, she's still the only magician in the country who has become an S-rank. Even so, as a healer, her effectiveness in battle is a bit low. However, if Jae-hyun were to suddenly appear like a comet right now, it would shake up the whole magic world. Sometimes later, MC works on a mana enhancement pill. Like its name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who takes it, and it's an item that all magicians covet. While he's working, the mixture fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy throws away the spoon in anger. At this point, he's already used up 3 sets of the ingredients, and it seems like he'll blow up all his money if this continues. In the present of November 2020, no one knows how to make the mana enhancement pill just yet, because the pill won't be invented for another 5 years. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe was shared by a world-class alchemist. As he published the recipe, the alchemist expressed how he hopes that the pill will be of great help to numerous raiders around the world. It seems to our boy that just keeping at it like this won't work, but he gets another idea of what might have a higher chance of working, and that is finding Lee Jae-sang, since he's the one who will invent the pill in 5 years' time. Even if he ends up unable to make the pill, creating a connection with that guy won't be a loss. Since Jae-sung is presently a senior who's currently a first year at Mills Academy, he has to go to Mills Academy to meet him. While he's out, Yoo-jung comes to see Jae-hyun, and she opens the door to find a pot that seems to be possessed by some demonic power and a disgusting sink. She immediately becomes worried that something bad happened and wonders if she should call the police as she looks at the disaster all over the house. Wielding a frying pan as a weapon, she looks around the terrifying wasteland. In the past, right as the Yggdrasil appeared and monsters started pouring out, there were a few people who established themselves the quickest. One of them was a man called Lee Jae-shin, also known as Quick Blade. When the first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jae-shin appeared as if to take over his mantle as the first S-rank raider in Korea. Lee Jae-sang, the person our boy is out to meet right now, is the youngest son of Lee Jae-shin. When Jae-hyun reaches the transportation building, the attendant asks him where he would like to go, and he requests to take a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu currently lay abandoned due to the monster outbreak, and it's a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and you had to worry about your life from the moment you stepped in. Shortly after, our boy gets close to the Mills Academy in Daegu and has to walk a bit more to get to the main entrance. When he gets in, he wonders where he could find Jae-sung. Although Jae-sung was in the combat department, he wasn't very talented. The probability of Jae-sung, who dislikes fighting, making use of Milas's combat facilities is very low, so Jae-hyun decides to look around the classrooms first. As he walks forward, he notices a crowd and walks up to see what they're looking at. When he forces his way through, he's hit by Jae-sung, who's thrown back by an attack from whoever is whooping his behind. Our boy helps Jae-sung up, and the kid apologizes for hitting him. Jae-hyun, however, doesn't reply to his apology, but only locks eyes on Jae-sung's opponent, who asks him who the heck he is, and if he has any business with Jae-sung, whom he calls a stutterer. Before he can talk, the bully places a hand on our boy's back and asks him if he's the brother of the stutterer. After all, they don't look one bit alike. But Jae-hyun doesn't bother giving any response to this shithead. However, the bully clarifies that they're having an important discussion and advises him to wait outside if he doesn't want to end up in a bad situation. Before the guy can finish his statement, our boy slaps away his hand. Finally, Jae-hyun tells the kid it would be best if he went to the nurse's office and asks if he can walk. But Jae-sung just stares at him in confusion. Annoyed, the bully steps forward and grabs Jae-hyun by his collar, calling him a bastard. The angry bully demands to know if he doesn't understand when spoken to nicely and asks him if he wants to die. However, our boy mentions that this is the second time someone is grabbing his collar, and he doesn't know why people keep doing that so often lately. He remembers his lessons with Yu Jung about having a clear image in his head, then calculating the magic formula, constructing the spell, and then executing it. As he recalls Seongun, the image our boy chooses is a beam of light that shoots out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the skill called Holy Arrow has been activated. Just by pointing his finger, our boy releases a blast of the Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest and throws him backward, even knocking out spit from his mouth. As the big guy screams in pain, Jae-sung watches in shock as he realizes this stranger just cast a spell without incanting. The other onlookers also wonder what the heck just happened, and they wonder how this guy was able to cast and how he was able to fire a holy arrow that broke the arm of a prospective warrior. As the students begin to chat that it's possible that the big guy is just weaker than he seems, the big guy becomes annoyed. If this goes on, his reputation is going to be destroyed, so he pledges not to let this bastard go without leaving a dent. As he holds on to his broken arm, he generates a sword. When Jae-sung notices it, he calls out to Jae-hyun to be careful, but the angry bully swings the sword to injure Jae-hyun. As the sword closes in on Jae-hyun's face, he remembers how Master Seongun had taught him how to create a barrier by evenly wrapping mana around his body, so attacks violently bounce off. He immediately activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's huge sword bounces off like rubber until it swings out of his reach. A look of terror crosses the big guy's face, but he's unable to react quickly enough because our boy soon grabs his face and asks him if he's done with his tricks. As the bully attempts to call him a crazy bastard, Jae-hyun doesn't let the words fully come out of his mouth before he blasts a holy arrow into his face, violently knocking him backward and breaking his nose. A huge thud occurs as the bully crashes into the ground, and Jae-sang watches in awe as he wonders who this stranger is. When Jae-hyun eventually locks gazes with him, the kid shrieks in fear, but Jae-hyun only walks past him towards the unconscious bully, who's still enveloped in smoke. Jae-hyun crouches near him, and he's surprised by how good he got the guy. Soon after, our boy brings out a potion. He regrets having to use the potion he bought for this, but it can't be helped, so he pours it on the injured bully. Immediately, the bully's face completely heals up, and our boy is impressed by its effectiveness. Once that's done, he turns to Jae-sang, who's still pretty shaken up, and proposes that they get going to the nurse's office. As they head to the nurse's office, Jae-hyun stops when they reach somewhere where no one can hear them talk. Confused, Jae-sung stares at him, and he suspects that Jae-hyun came looking for him because he knows who he is. Eventually, he musters up the courage to ask Jae-hyun if his father sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jae-hyun replies that his father didn't and asks how he would know who his father is, but it's clear that Jae-sung isn't buying it. Eventually, Jae-sung asks him why he came looking for him, so our boy informs him that he has a favor to ask. When Jae-hyun mentions that he would like him to make a certain pill, Jae-sung becomes shocked and states that he doesn't know how to make things like that. Confused, Jae-hyun tells him he's good at alchemy, and when he brings out the potion he used on the bully, he asks Jae-sang if he wasn't the one who sold the potion on the black market. Shocked, the kid wonders how on earth he found out, because there's no way he could have found his information from the black market. Jae-hyun knows what's on his mind, and truthfully, he's not wrong because the black market is a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product price, recipient, and everything else happens through the Esir system, so it can only be secure. Fortunately, the black market works normally with the Nornir system that Jae-hyun possesses, which made him able to buy this potion and made things much easier. Once more, Jae-hyun asks Jae-sung if he made the potion, and Jae-sung utterly denies it. But our boy immediately tells him he's not very good at lying. Eventually, Jae-hyun tells him he completely understands why he would like to hide it, but he explains that he doesn't have much time. Jae-sung recalls how he had listed the potions on the black market, and wonders if it was a mistake to register his potions on the black market. He hadn't thought that things would become like this because he had only done this to try to earn some money. He knows that he's going to die if his father finds out, so to stop that, he bows to Jae-hyun and pleads that he keep it a secret from other people. Eventually, Jae-hyun explains that he didn't tell him this to blackmail him, but he only needs an excellent alchemist that can help him make the elixir that he wants. After Jae-sung thinks about it for a while, he asks Jae-hyun who on earth he is, so our boy explains that he's a prospective student of Mila's academy and calls him senior. Eventually they both sit, and Jae-sung, who's still tense, requests that he tell him about the pill he wants to make. Our boy informs him that he wants to make a mana enhancement pill, a pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Shocked, Jae-sung gets up and asks him if permanently increasing someone's mana is even possible. Jae-hyun tells him it is. Immediately the kid's engines begin running, and he wonders what kind of ingredients would be needed to create such an effect. As he begins to think of the things that could be needed for the mana pill, Jaehyun is surprised to notice that the kid's aura has changed, and he's stopped stuttering. Apart from that, Jaesung was able to guess most of the ingredients just from hearing the effects, which shows he's truly talented, and Jaehyun decides that he has to win him over. Eventually, Jaesung stops talking and concludes that it would be better to ask another alchemist since it's such a great elixir. But Jaehyun refuses because he wants to ask him, and even promises to provide everything he needs. Although it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to create the pill, the one who possesses overwhelming, incomparable talent is Lee Jaesung. Finally, he asks Jaesung if he'll do this favor for him, and the kid agrees. Regardless, Jaesung clarifies that he doesn't know if he'll succeed or not, so our boy tells him it's alright even if he fails. Confused, Jaesung asks him if it's alright since he'll be the one taking the loss, so Jaehyun assures him that he's investing because he thinks that he has the ability, and he admits some investments can result in failure. As Jaehyun tells him he looks forward to working with him, tears fill up the kid's eyes because this is the first time that someone has ever believed in him like this. When Jaehyun notices this, he's glad he's been able to make a connection with him. The next morning, while Jaesung is alone in his room, he thinks about the events that had transpired just hours ago, and he wonders if he's even had anyone believe in him this much in his life. Because he's a coward, not as talented as his other siblings, and lost his mother early, he was eventually left alone and was unable to gain the approval of his father. So to him, it's odd that someone would trust him enough to tell him that it's alright to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, reaches deep into his heart and makes him begin to cry. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's main quest is to deal with Hell's trial by defeating Nightshade within the time limit and getting Hell's recognition. The mission comes with a reward of Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to fulfill the mission, with a penalty of death looming over his head if he fails. Presently, he has only 10 days and 23 hours to perform it. Sometime later, Jaehyun goes to the training center to spar with Seongun, and he manages to dodge her blue lightning attacks. As he moves forward to close the gap between them, he's targeted by some blasts, but he creates a shield to protect himself. He quickly activates his own holy arrow attack and blasts her with it, but she's already covered up in a magic shield. However, she notices a crack in the shield, and she's surprised our boy has grown this strong already. After the smoke clears, both of them lock eyes with one another, as if at a cowboy standoff, until Jaehyun starts to burn bright with yellowish streaks of lightning around his body as he activates his blitzchain skill. But Seongun looks quite ready for his attack. As they both prepare to attack, the manager steps in and tells them to wrap it up because their time is up and they've both worked hard today as well. The manager is surprised that the training hall made with arc metal, which takes a significant amount of strength to create even a little of, has been destroyed by their sparring session. If he hadn't stopped them in the middle, the hall would have been obliterated. While they're resting, Seongun tells our boy that he's grown strong at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently, he can cast more spells now, and his strength is now ridiculously high. Suddenly, she asks him if he's studying the theory separately, so he affirms that he's learning it from a friend. Excited, Seongun declares that it's better than she expected, because she was worried since she couldn't help him with the theory too. She comments that it seems like Jaehyun has an intelligent friend, and he reluctantly agrees she is. But he considers how the real problem is Yoojung's weird-ass personality. Before they leave, Seongun reminds Jaehyun that he had said he wanted to try raiding a dungeon again, and he affirms that he wants to test out the effectiveness of the training thus far. Because of that, Seongun believes that the E-rank dungeon that he entered should be a breeze with his current skills, so she asks him to do his best. The only issue is that it's not an E-rank dungeon he entered, but a C-rank one where he encountered Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can defeat a C-rank boss monster alone, but he decides not to worry too much about it since he's prepared well enough and he can only focus on the battle. Sometime later, Jaehyun goes to see Jae-sang, who meets him with the pill he's worked hard to create. Soon after, Jaehyun ingests the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increases by 15, and the unbelievable effects shock him. Alchemy is fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the skills of the alchemist. If Jaehyun had taken the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to give him an item that could even increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our boy smiles and reminds Jae-sang that he's truly talented, but Jae-sang says it's because he could believe in him, and he thanks him. Shortly after, our boy takes his leave, and he believes he's ready to defeat Nightshade the next day. Meanwhile, Hell speaks with her dragon Garmer and informs him that it seems that they'll be receiving a delightful guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours remaining on the timer, he has to clear the dungeon. Our boy returns to the gate of the dungeon. He's given a complete probationary Valkyrie set, with which he gains a passive skill called mana plundering. Soon after, he enters the dungeon, and the portal system informs him that he'll be transported to Helheim's Land of the Dead because of the Nornir system he possesses. He falls through the portal and finally lands in the Land of the Dead. If he defeats Nightshade, he'll be able to meet Hel again. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Soon after, the monster speaking to him fires arrows at him, but our boy protects himself with a magic barrier. As he turns back, he notices several monsters coming out of the ground, and he recalls how Xiangjun had told him that what she wants to teach him is the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages are also called swordsmen by warriors, and it's a hybrid combat style that uses both magic and physical attacks. But until now, no one has managed it. As Jae-hyun turns back to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considers how this fighting method is not as powerful as being a long-distance magician, and is lacking compared to a close-distance warrior. As he pummels one monster into the ground, he realizes the fighting style is in an awkward position because it specializes in neither, but Seongjin seems to believe that it's going to be a different story for him. He soon begins to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, while manager Sungjae is guarding the entrance of the dungeon, he senses that someone else is there, and he recalls that he didn't get a report that someone else would be coming here. He immediately wields his sword as a red car rushes towards him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as senior mentions that it was rather hard to find him. When Sungjae realizes it's an old acquaintance named Yeonju, he stows away his sword, and he asks her what she's doing here, and about her guild. She explains that she's on the job right now too, and that she figured she'd see him again while taking care of some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Manhwa guild and couldn't find him. However, manager Sungjae wonders what nonsense she's spouting, especially since Yeonju hasn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replies that it's nice to see her after so long, but he considers that she isn't someone who would come to a remote place like this just to see him. As she steps forward, Yeonju asks her senior if he's managing this dungeon, but he informs her that it isn't something an outsider should concern themselves with. Regardless, she keeps speaking and mentions that managing dungeons is usually not a part of his responsibilities, and asks if he got demoted. When he doesn't answer, she mentions that she was curious to know if the rumor that Guildmaster Xiongin is sick is true. Manager Sungjae's face becomes grim, and he informs her that it's obviously just a rumor. When he asks her where she heard something like that, she comments that there are plenty of listening ears, and that their curator guild has a lot of them. Intrigued, manager Sungjae wonders if she's saying that they have spies in their guild, so he thanks her for letting him know and informs her he'll deal with that. When he grows impatient, he asks her if that's all because he probably has to head back and start the cleanup now, so she also asks him if he knows a kid named Min Jae-hyun. The question alarms manager Sungjae, and Yeonju mentions that this kid has been visiting Manhwa Guild and meeting Guildmaster Yu Songun quite often, so she wants to ask if he knows the reason for it. Confused, manager Sungjae informs her that he doesn't think that is something an outsider should care about either. Eventually, Yeonju sighs and walks away. As she leaves, she informs him that she didn't expect him to tell her anything because she knows how inflexible he is. But the reason she came all this way is because she should at least pretend to do something deserving of her salary at the guild. Eventually, she gets into her car and drives off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our boy piles up a lot of monster corpses and sits on them. Soon after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appears, and our boy tells the monster that it's been a while. Nightshade's body burns in an eerie bright red, and the monster soon lunges forward, causing our boy to jump into the air as he aims his holy arrows at the monster. While midair, he fires the arrows down into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a while before he lands back on the ground. The monster doesn't seem to be injured and removes its hand from its face, unveiling its bright red, eerie eyes. It releases several blasts of energy towards our boy, who spots them and quickly calculates the place to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodges the attack, and when he gets right in front of the monster, it releases another onslaught of destructive energy, which our boy still dog does. Shortly after, our boy asks it if it's now flustered because things aren't going its way. Jae-hyun activates his lightning chain, and he directs the chains at Nightshade, who manages to knock away the anchor of the chains. However, our boy redirects the chain's anchor and wraps the monster's midsection with the chain. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides that this attack is still not enough to subdue it, so he rains down several holy arrows and goes right for its eyes. The resulting attack is quite painful and causes blood to ooze out of the monster's face. Regardless, Nightshade refuses to go down easy and continues to thrash around until it breaks itself free of the lightning chains. Soon after, the system warns Jae-hyun that the boss monster has entered a berserk state, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times, and so has its dexterity. This isn't good news to Jae-hyun, and as if that's not enough, he's told that something called the stigma of death has been placed on him, and he will receive the penalty of sudden death if the stigma is not removed within 10 minutes. The condition for removal is defeating Nightshade, and our boy wonders what this sudden death penalty is since he's never heard of it before. Oddly, the system also informs him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has been activated. Still confused, Jaehyun suspects that Hell has something to do with this, so he calls out to her and asks how she can just interfere like this. Instead of an answer, the system displays the 10-minute countdown, and he's already down by 30 seconds. With the stigma still on him, our boy runs towards the berserk monster, but he's shocked when Nightshade begins to run away from him. Jaehyun quickly fires a holy arrow blast at the monster's face and creates a hole in it before it can get too far away. The timer continues to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile develops on Nightshade's face. It seems to know that it will win as long as it prolongs the fight, so Jaehyun decides to use a wide area skill that it can't dodge. As he's about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivates him with its gaze, and it breaks our boy's concentration and casting. The system informs him that he has failed to resist and has temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakens his abilities. While he's still shocked at what's going on, Nightshade strikes him. After he's struck, the system displays that the fear debuff has disappeared, but Jaehyun is coughing out blood at this point. However, he manages to find his footing and isn't knocked off his feet by the attack. At this point, the time remaining until the penalty is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jaehyun expects the monsters to use the same attack on him, and when it doesn't, he wonders if it's unable to use such spells that limit his movements continuously. Jaehyun isn't certain, and he's worried that the monster might interfere again if it sees him trying to cast Light's Judgment, which will cause him to use up his mana and end up incapacitated. He has to think of another way, and he recalls that the monster got hit in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight is probably narrower than before. He decides to activate his Wind Boost skill to first get rid of the rest of the monster's sight. After using a blast of wind to block the monster's sight, the smoke soon clears, and our boy is seen wielding a light-type magic in his hand, just like he had planned. He teases the monster for thinking he would have run blindly towards it and calls it gullible as he activates his flash bomb skill. The flash bomb is soon triggered, releasing an explosion of bright light that covers the entire field and releases several lightning chains towards Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our boy is relieved that he finally got the freaking bastard. As the monster is burned up by the explosion, it screeches in pain. Out of nowhere, our boy notices some of the undead monsters he faced earlier behind him. He activates his sacrifice skill, and the system declares that sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, allowing him to use his Light's Judgment skill. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our boy begins to rain blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer goes down to a few seconds until only just 10 seconds are left. As we count down to 6 seconds, our boy fixes his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he pats himself on the back for having done it. As the timer reaches 3 seconds, the system declares that he's defeated the dungeon boss and has obtained the title of one who has overcome the first trial. Meanwhile, Hell, who had been watching the whole thing, exclaims that it seems there was a reason behind Jaehyun being chosen. She stretches forth her hand and asks the boy to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death disappears, and our boy receives some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, as well as an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He's also told that he's gained 3 levels and has obtained the title of the one who has overcome the first trial. After checking his qualifications, the system informs him that Hell is calling on him to come to her temple. Moments later, he's transported in front of a huge entrance that leads into Hell's temple. At the entrance, he sees a huge monster burst out of the darkness towards him. Our boy leaps backward due to fear, but Hell calls out to the monster, named Garmer, and asks it to show their guest in. Jaehyun follows Garmer into the temple, and he calls out to Hell. Hell tells him that she didn't expect him to have succeeded, and she congratulates him for overcoming the trial she gave him, referring to him as the child born with the fate of the adversary. Confused, our boy asks the reason she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through a trial like this. But Hell only smiles as she watches him, then states that he has to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jaehyun asks why he was the one specifically chosen to be the adversary, so she adds that it's because he was born with that fate from the very beginning. Apparently, he's destined to be the adversary to the great Aesir and to become the one who will kill the great god, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of them expect from him. When Jaehyun says he doesn't understand, Hell informs him there's no need to understand, because they had no hope of it happening in the first place. When Jaehyun becomes angered by her pointless answers, she places a finger on his lips and states that he must feel wronged because he probably cannot comprehend why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moves closer to him, as if to enclose her lips upon his, she reminds him that this does not only concern the gods who are against the Aesir. While speaking, she pushes him into a portal behind him and informs him that the world is heading to its end, and Odin wishes to have everything under his control. To stop this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. As our boy falls through the portal, he protests that she shouldn't let him go because he still has more questions to ask. But Hel only tells him to grow strong because she looks forward to the day they meet again. After Jaehyun is transported away, Hel turns to someone who is standing nearby and asks how long he plans to continue watching, since she doesn't remember inviting him there. Shortly after, Jaehyun falls to the ground in the real world, and he's annoyed that he was unable to get any real answers. As he sulks, the system informs him that he has received Hel's gift, which is a passive skill called Hel's Blessing that makes all abnormal inflictions on him invalidated. Meanwhile, the old man who was spying on Hel asks her to forgive his discourtesy because he just couldn't resist when he heard that Hel was meeting with the boy. He asks Hel how she feels after meeting the boy in person, and she replies that she doesn't know because it's too early to decide, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step forward. She admits that the growth of the adversary was to a greater extent than she expected, and he won despite the stigma she gave him and stood before her in the end, which is a fortunate miscalculation on her end. The old man is relieved that the boy is doing a good job. Eventually, Hel asks him what he wants because she knows he has more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure in Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claims he doesn't know what she means, and the goddess accuses him of trying to feign ignorance till the end. As she continues to speak, Mimir asks her to calm down and admits that it seems he can't deceive her after all. Hel further states that the adversary's left eye is without a doubt the one Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She's certain that Mimir and Loki are concealing a secret from her, but Mimir pleads that he would wish to tell her, but it's still too early, so she agrees to wait. However, she states that she can't sit still, and when Mimir asks her what ideas she has, she explains that the adversary is still too immature because, according to the prophecy, there are innumerable hardships waiting for him, and he needs a guide. Sometime later, around 7 days before Mil's academy admission, Jaehyun comes to the store to get some items with a lady. She notices that he doesn't look so good and asks if there's something on his mind, but our boy says it's nothing, so she leads him to buy the rest of the things he'll need. Even though he said it's nothing, what's on his mind is how he went through so much without getting answers, and even ended up with even more questions. Fortunately, he was able to get the passive skill, Hel's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our boy has other EX-rank skills too, one that's called One Watched by the Gods, which helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Another one is the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrates through false illusions and sees the absolute reality. The X rank is a rank that Jaehyun had never heard about with the Aesir system, and the X rank is short for extraordinary, and it seems to be a skill that exists outside the norms of the Aesir system. As he considers that the reason the gods against the Aesir provided him with these skills is for him to kill the great god, Odin, he becomes overwhelmed once more. He's soon brought out of his deep thoughts when he notices the lady he came with paying 300 million won for a mere mana blade, which is just an expendable item. As she brings out a long list on her phone of things they still have to buy, Jaehyun becomes worried. Hours before, this lady, named Park Hana, had approached our boy and told him she's from the Yanhwa Guild. Apparently, Seonggwen wishes to give him a gift seeing his admission to Mila's is right around the corner, and he had thought they would be coming here to buy a few elixirs and artifacts at best, but this is on a totally different scale. After offloading several bags in Jaehyun's hands, she proposes they go take a look at armor now, but Jaehyun stops her and says they don't have to buy armor since he has something that he can use. He shows her a shadow armor equipment that he received from Nightshade that gives him the stealth skill once equipped. Since it's B-rank protective gear, he's certain that there's nothing they can buy that's better than this, especially since it also provides stealth. When Hana notices his armor has stealth skills, she asks him if he also needs an artifact that grants the stealth skill since that's an item all raiders would desire, even though it would be difficult to obtain in a place like this, but Jaehyun says he doesn't. He adds that it would be difficult to get one unless he's lucky to find one in a dungeon, especially since there aren't that many people who learn stealth. Hana agrees because the only raider who possesses the skill in the country is her brother. She walks away right after saying that, and Jaehyun asks her what she means, so she informs him that manager Park Sungjae is her brother. That information shocks Jaehyun, and as she walks away, he can't believe it because Hana and Sungjae act nothing alike. Out of nowhere, his eyes begin to shine bright, and the Nornir system informs him that an unknown entity is resonating with him. He begins to feel queasy, and he suddenly sees a light trail that he had seen from the treasure gate. When he dashes back to follow the light, Hana calls out to him, but he tells her he's only going away for a moment. While he's following the light, his Absolute Eye of God skill is activated and pierces through the false illusion and shows the truth. The system informs him that the Absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill has been opened, and he's obtained the skill called Detection. Detection is also an extraordinary rank skill that allows him to check unappraised items as well as invalidate an opponent's stealth or phantom skills. While he watches in surprise, the Nornir system activates the Detection skill. In another place, a close combat match occurs and is soon concluded after a guy named An Hoyon beats his opponent. Some men in the audience talk about how phenomenal Hoyon is, but clarify that the difference in his talent and that of his opponent is too obvious, which is the reason why they say he's a future S-rank raider. When Hoyon leaves the fighting ground, his father commends him for having done a good job. However, his father warns him not to get excited because this was an obvious win. With no excitement in his eyes, Hoyon states that he knows, so his father proposes he goes to prepare for the next planned activity and asks him to go take a shower. While he's in the shower, Hoyon thinks about how he despises this tiresome life where his own opinion and desires don't matter. The raider that he wanted to become was nothing like this, and he wonders when it turned out this way. In the store, the Nornir system presents our boy with an equipment item called Misteltein, with a growth-type rating, which is a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, Baldur. It grows alongside its user and contains an immeasurable amount of magic, and it allows the user to acquire the passive skill called Mana Perception once equipped. The Mana Perception skill is rated A, and it raises the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent. Jaehyun is excited, but he wonders if this is one of the Nornir system's tricks, and as he keeps following the light, he walks past Hoyon. While Hoyon stands by, his father picks several pieces of equipment for him. When Hoyon asks if they need to buy this much, his father insists that they will all be of use to him since he's someone who will become an S-rank raider, and he doesn't need to be too stingy about such things. Hoyon further protests that spending this much will affect his mom's hospital fee for this month, but his father silences him. His dad insists that it is for him to worry about, and his job is to just focus on training, so Hoyon agrees with his dad as usual. While his dad continues buying, the boy wonders what the heck he's doing there. While he follows his dad through the store, several people who recognize him wonder what a combat genius like him is doing in this store. Meanwhile, Hoyon pays them no attention as some of them try to take pictures of him, and he wonders if this is truly the raider life he envisioned. He wonders what the difference is between this and being a monkey stuck in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled softly at him and patted him on the head. He dreamt of becoming a raider in that dark and poverty-stricken house because he was like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light didn't last long in front of his father's wish to make use of it. Right now, as if he were a robot, he's merely a tool that continuously does as his father says. He wonders if he can last for 3 years at Mills Academy when he's this pathetic. While they're walking around, a message comes through the speakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break has occurred in the vicinity of the department store, and monsters have appeared. They're told the raiders sent by the agency are on their way, and they're asked to calmly follow the employees. By the way, dungeon breaks occur when a dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit, causing monsters to overflow from it. Some of the employees signal to the people to follow them and try to calm them down. As Hoyon's father goes towards the evacuation, he asks Hoyon why he's just standing behind and not following. His father reminds him that he's a genius with the potential for complete control over Korea in the future. If he gets hurt in a place like this, it will only become a disadvantage during the Mills enrollment event. He warns Hoyon that he won't gain anything from getting involved, but Hoyon still doesn't move an inch. The boy agrees with his father that the raiders from the agency should be able to quickly take care of the monsters, but while they're on their way, he wonders what will happen to all the civilians who don't have the strength to protect themselves. This is his chance, and he dashes in the opposite direction as his father orders him to come back. To Hoyon, this is his chance to prove that he can succeed as a raider. He tells himself that he has to make sure to know if his current self is anything like what he longed to show his mother when he was younger. While running, he has to pause when he runs into a group of gruesome-looking goblins who look both confused and excited to see him. For a moment, he just stands, and sweat starts to trickle down his face, and his body doesn't move at all like he had envisioned. The only movement from him is the tremor in his pupils, and as the monsters rush towards him, he realizes he can't move a single finger or take a single step. He tries to force his body to move, and as one goblin gets close enough to slice him with its sword, he wonders why he isn't moving when he had known this would be dangerous, and had dreamt of becoming a raider for so long. These are low-level monsters, and he wonders why he is scared of them. But before the monster can reach him, Jaehyun stomps it into the ground. Hoyon watches in surprise, and he trips on his backside while this strange new person asks him if he's on Hoyon. A while ago, our boy had bought an item in the store with 50,000 won from his own money when Hana called out to him in a panic. She asks him what is wrong and why he suddenly rushed over to the unappraised items corner, but she only sees a piece of rock in his hand that he had purchased. Jaehyun wonders if what he bought only looks like a piece of rock to other people, but he doesn't explain it to her, and he says it's nothing. While he's talking, the announcement comes through the speakers about the dungeon break that occurred in the vicinity of the department store. Before Hana can respond, our boy runs off again and breaks through the department store window to jump outside. Leaping downwards, he sees the group of goblins right under him. When he lands on the ground, he rains down several holy arrows on the monsters, taking down several of them instantly. As the others watch him in confusion, Jaehyun realizes there are more of them than he thought. It might be difficult to take care of them without any casualties, but he tears through their little goblin flesh with his lightning chain, and more onslaughts of holy arrows. As he jumps across the city, he finds Hoyeon ambushed by several goblins, and he leaps on the stupid goblin that's about to clap the boy. Confused, Jaehyun asks the boy if he's An Hoyeon. Our boy hadn't expected that he would meet the unfortunate genius at a place like this. An Hoyeon, who's still shaken, asks who he is, but our boy doesn't reply and informs him that he'll be needing his help. While Jaehyun is still talking, Hoyeon notices a goblin behind him and warns him, but Jaehyun doesn't move an inch and tells him he knows. Without turning around, our boy activates his lightning chains and tears through the upper body of the zombie-like knife through butter. Hoyeon's eyes widen, but Jaehyun tries to explain to him that they can't let the monsters reach the residential area. When our boy asks him if he's just going to keep sitting on the floor, he quickly gets up to get a weapon. It's strange, but the moment Hoyeon heard those words, the fear that was suffocating him disappeared. This is who a raider is, and what he has to do right now is save people. They walk a bit further and run into another group of goblins. Jaehyun asks Hoyeon if he knows how to use a skill called Taunt, a skill that provokes enemies in the surrounding area, so he asks the boy to keep the monster's attention on him and to provoke as many as possible. Jaehyun asks him if he can do that, and Hoyeon nods in approval. As he summons his sword, Hoyeon realizes he can't hesitate any longer and has to do whatever he can. He activates his active skill, known as Taunting Roar, and sticks his sword in the ground, releasing a huge amount of energy that causes all the monsters in a 50-meter radius to watch him. The Taunting Roar skill draws the attention of all the goblins, and Jaehyun realizes that Taunting Roar is a skill higher level than Taunt, and he's surprised that this boy can use it continuously. Jaehyun recalls his past life and that before he regressed, Hoyeon only became a B-rank raider. There's no mention of whether it's because of the weak mentality he showed a while ago or some other reason. Contrary to his present fame, Hoyeon had a quick downfall, and that's why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jaehyun believes that a weak temperament can be fixed. As Jaehyun activates his lightning chain, he's certain that Hoyeon is a valuable card that he can make good use of. During the fight, he proposes to Hoyeon that they end this in a jiffy, and the boy excitedly agrees. As Jaehyun's chains tear through goblin flesh, Hoyeon slices them up. Soon after, the ground is littered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrives, he wonders what on earth happened here. The boys watch him expressionlessly, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency, asking the boys if these goblins were taken care of by the two of them. Glancing at Jaehyun, Hoyeon says they were, and Raider Kyung-hoon recognizes his facial features as belonging to the famous An Hoyeon. Kyung-hoon has heard a lot of people call him a genius, but he should only be at an age to enter high school. The other guy standing next to Hoyeon seems to be of a similar age, but he still can't believe that they took care of these many monsters by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hoon confesses that he doesn't know how to report this to the higher-ups. However, Jaehyun mentions that he wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to say the agency took care of things since no one would believe that they were the ones who killed all these goblins anyway. Confused, Kyung-hoon states that this is a clear violation of the law, but our boy explains that it would only be if there were anyone who saw what went down. Kyung-hoon explains that since they're a governmental organization, it's not something he can take care of any way he wants, but he assures him that he'll keep everything on a down low if he doesn't want to attract any attention. He adds that the boys will receive the reward for hunting the monsters. However, Jaehyun states that it's fine and proposes that he give all the reward to Hoyeon and keep the fact that he was here a secret. Since he's been sponsored by Manhwa, he's not lacking money either way, and it's better not to attract too much attention with the mill's enrollment coming up. Also, he considers this as a way of having An Hoyeon in his debt, which would be much more beneficial. After a short pause, Kyung-hoon asks them if that's all, but as Jaehyun is about to leave, Hoyeon asks him what he means by what he said since he's the one who did everything. Our boy stops and explains to him that he has his own circumstances. The truth is, he doesn't plan to attract the interest of his father this close to the mill's enrollment. He didn't pay attention to it before he regressed, since his combat aptitude was so low, but he plans to pay attention to it now. His father still doesn't know that he shifted his focus to magic, and he doesn't know what problems might occur if he learns of his actions. Right now, he decides he needs to lie low, because revenge should be as quiet and covert as possible. He needs to grow strong where that man can't see him, and wait for the very last moment before ripping his throat out. Meanwhile, Hoyun wonders what he should do. He couldn't have done this by himself, so it's not right for him to take this person's credit like this. But with this money, he might be able to relieve his mother's disease, even if just a little bit. He wanted to be a raider that wouldn't have to stand in shame before others, but if, because of that, he missed a chance and his mother were to pass away, he doesn't know if he would be able to hold on. Jaehyun watches him, and he figures that Hoyeon's trouble with accepting this doesn't seem to be his pride, and he wonders if there's another reason. To help him choose, Jaehyun asks him to think carefully because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't moved, someone would have lost their life, so Hoyeon agrees that he's right, especially because his dream would become meaningless if he hesitates like this, and his mother dies. Eventually, he assures Jaehyun that he'll pay back this debt someday. As Jaehyun proceeds to take his leave, Hoyeon asks him for his name and contact number. Jaehyun notices he's speaking to him using polite speech, so he reminds him he doesn't have to since they're the same age. But he informs him that they're both prospective cadets at the Mills Academy, so they should be seeing each other more often. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Jaehyun and Yoojung are seen in the crowd. Meanwhile, some other students spot Hoyeon, whom they refer to as the genius warrior, and they speculate that he's a totally different species from them. They notice a beautiful lady behind him, and it turns out her name is Seo Ina. Our boy notices that Ina is already gathering attention, as is expected of someone whose name was always on the list of most popular raiders in his past life. If he could bring Seo Ina over to his side as well, he would have more cards to use. But the only problem is that she's different from the others, so there's no need to force things right now, especially since he already knows other resourceful people. Suddenly, Yoojung interrupts Jaehyun's thinking by saying it's disgusting to keep staring at Seo Ina like that, no matter how pretty she is, but Jaehyun asks her what nonsense she's spouting. Soon after, a man steps on the podium and tells the new cadets of Mills Academy that it's nice to meet them. He introduces himself as Chairman Gu Ja-in, and our boy recognizes the face of the chairman from his past life and calls him a bastard in his mind because he had done something wrong to Kim Yoojung. He turns to her and tells her to be resolute because no one knows what might happen at Mills, but she wonders why he's suddenly saying that and assures him that she's going to do really well. After enrolling, Kim Yoojung was a genius who made it to the top 3 of the magician's ranking, and Jaehyun assures himself that he won't let her die this time. Chairman Gu Ja-in announces that they'll now begin the Mills Academy's entrance ceremony, and cynically adds that there is a special event prepared, a game where the seniors and the freshmen steal each other's name tags in a demiplane. When he announces that the freshman hunt will now begin, a magic circle appears under their feet, which startles the students. As Yoojung jumps away because she's startled, our boy grabs her hands because it's dangerous to get separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Seung-jae recalls that today is Jaehyun's entrance ceremony, and Seongun wonders if it's time already because she wanted to send him a message and wish him good luck. She realizes he won't be able to see the message anymore and asks manager Seung-jae if the freshman hunt will also take 3 days this time. He affirms that it will happen in the demiplane for 3 days. Seongun considers that it's a shame that she won't be able to contact Jaehyun for another 3 days. But Seung-jae informs her he figured this would happen, so he sent a message in her stead. Excited, the guildmaster asks him if Jaehyun replied. Meanwhile, Jaehyun and the others are transported to the demiplane, and he asks Yoojung, who is still disoriented nearby, if she's alright. When he looks behind him, he sees Seo Ina, the black-haired lady with hazel eyes, born as a genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she was someone who changed people's perception of magicians and became an S-rank raider, following in Seongun's footsteps. In the Manhwa Guild, manager Seung-jae informs Seongun that Jaehyun has replied that they don't worry. At the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the school officials gather to observe the proceedings of the freshman hunt. One of the instructors, Kim Seok-gi, notes that they have quite a few talented cadets this year, and An Hoyeon is so promising that he's getting attention even abroad. Seok-gi mentions that Seo Ina, Kim Young, and Lee Soo-hyuk all received aptitude scores of around 90 or above, but adds that the profiles of the cadets who changed their career paths haven't been updated yet. However, the chairman tells Seok-gi not to bother because there's no point in hearing about those who changed their paths at this point since their institution isn't so easygoing, and such whimsical people can't last long here. The cadets who enroll in Mills Academy are quite talented on average, but even among them, there are those who are obviously a cut above the rest. The chairman believes the average talents just become a stepping stone for the geniuses in the end, and they don't need to give an opportunity to such cadets. Sometimes, an awakened who meets an enemy they cannot defeat or comes to face death can gain another chance known as a reawakening. Chairman Ja-in believes he has to train one A-rank raider even if it costs him throwing away 100 C-rank raiders. Those who fail are simply those unable to prove themselves, and his role is to pick out the excellent gems to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he can't afford to delay things any longer. The freshman hunt takes place in a man-made demiplane created with magic. Within this space, it is possible to carry out things that would be impossible in reality, like controlling the flow of time or removing the restrictions of space. In this place, around 5% of cadets fail every year. This event is so difficult and lets them realize just how limited their abilities are. In the demiplane, Chairman Jayan's face appears on a screen, and he proceeds to explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the demiplane, they can only use skills that are C rank or below, and every time they steal someone's name tag, they earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's name tag, they can get 100,000 points. Since these points can be used in all facilities within meals, it's good to have more of them. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that he won't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they can only use C-rank skills, but the chairman didn't say anything about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the chairman explains that all skills used will be diminished to 1/10 of their usual power for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jaehyun considers these rules as nonsense because not only does the chairman not say a thing about unique skills, but he doesn't mention any limits on stats. What the chairman wants is obviously to filter out the useless ones and pick out the talented. Our boy immediately turns to Yoojung and proposes they get going because they need to find a shelter since they have to stay here for 3 days. In this demiplane, there are several things that can be used for survival, such as traps that reduce people's powers, the healing pond, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If you wanted to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter is the most important out of all those. While they walk, Yoojung asks Jaehyun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Seo Ina along since she's also a magic cadet, and it's better to have one more person with them. It disturbs Jaehyun that Yoojung would say something rational at a time like this, because it really would be better for them to team up with Seo Ina. However, she isn't a variable that he can control. Although everything he knows about her is from the news, he recalls having heard something that occurred on an unfortunate day because Ina lost her senses in anger and jeopardized the lives of a great many. Jaehyun informs Yoojung that it's not something they can easily decide on because there's no way to say for certain that Ina won't betray them. Moreover, he notes that the girl is wary of them and doesn't seem to trust them either. However, Yoojung mentions that from the way she sees it, Ina is just like Jaehyun was when they were younger. Before our boy can say anything, she walks up to Ina and asks her if she would like to come with them since they're both magicians too. Ina doesn't speak for a while, so Yoojung mentions that the event is unfair to freshmen like them, so it's easier for them to fight if there are more of them. Ina seems to reason with her, but she mentions that it seems like they'll have to leave the decision of moving together for later, and Yoojung soon realizes that they've been ambushed by a group of seniors who are excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Shin Jushang, mentions that it seems like they'll have an easy time earning points this year, and the other senior, Kwon Soyul, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she had only detected 2. When she looks at Jaehyun, she's shocked because she can't feel anything from him. Meanwhile, Yoojung recognizes that the seniors are warriors, so she suggests to Jaehyun that they escape from there first, but our boy insists that they have to catch them now because if they don't, they won't be able to escape from them. From what Jaehyun remembers, Kwon Soyul has a particular ability that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers called Search. If they don't defeat them now, they might round up other seniors and attack them together. Jushang tells Soyul that once they get a lot of points this time, he's going to eat a ton of good food. But Soyul warns him not to be careless because there's something strange about Jaehyun. However, Jushang summons his sword and states that Jaehyun is just a freshman, and they have more experience since they've done this event several times. He tells Soyul to watch him take care of them all in an instant, so he dashes forward. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, and when Jushang swings his sword at him, he only bends backwards to dodge. The fact that our boy is able to dodge his attack surprises Jushang, and Soyul calls Jushang a fat bastard for not listening to her when she said something is off about the boy. Our boy realizes that it's been a while since someone swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Jushang tells himself that the boy was just lucky, since there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman who's skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminds Jaehyun that he's just a magic freshman and goes in for another attack, but Jaehyun dodges it again. Annoyed, the senior continues to land several sword strikes, but none of them touch him. Eventually, Jushang starts to sweat, and he wonders why he can't seem to land an attack on the boy. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs the senior's sword mid-swing and commends his skills. As our boy inches closer to the sweating senior, he crushes his sword with his bare hands and asks him how on earth he was able to survive with such a physique all this time. Finally, Jaehyun crushes the sword in his hand, much to the surprise of Seo Ina. Our boy tells Jushang that he'll let him go if he leaves his name tag behind right now and starts a 3-second countdown. Since his sword has been broken before his eyes, Yunsang begins to shiver. He can't believe that an ordinary magic freshman is able to overpower him with such an aura. When Junsang doesn't respond, Jaehyun tells him not to say he didn't give him a chance because he was the one who didn't take it. In one swift movement, Jaehyun lands a startling punch at Junsang's jaw and knocks him backward towards Soyeol. Immediately, the system in the freshman hunt announces that Shin Junsang has been eliminated. In the academy control room, the instructors read on the screen that Min Jae-hyun has obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors, named Jong Yesu, is shocked that it's not An Hoyeon but an unknown person named Min Jae-hyun. She asks another instructor named Park Hajun if there's a problem somewhere, but Hajun, who is equally surprised, explains that there's nothing wrong with the results. Hajun asks another instructor named Kim Ji-yeon if there's any problem on her end either, but there isn't any. Meanwhile, a smirk develops on Chairman Jaehyun's face, and he seems drawn to Min Jae-hyun. Inside the demiplane, Soyeol demands to know what on earth Jaehyun is, but our boy informs Yoo-jung to get ready so they can take care of the other senior too, and he asks her to accept the party invite he'll send soon. As Yoo-jung equips herself, she wonders if Jaehyun was always this strong. Ina equips herself also, and Soyeol curses at the stupid Junsang, who has made things much more complicated. Even without the monstrous boy who took out Yunsang, 3-on-1 is too dangerous. She decides that she has to get rid of at least one of them and get away from here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she dashes toward Yoo-jung, who becomes startled. Jaehyun considers that Junsang didn't make a bad decision. He knows she plans to create confusion with a rush attack, then make an opening to escape. It's a good plan, but that would only work if Yoo-jung were just an ordinary person. To Soyeol's surprise, Yoo-jung activates her binding to attack Soyeol, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers reach her, Yoo-jung creates a barrier around herself. Jaehyun, who is watching nearby, considers that it's still too hard for Yoo-jung to take on a senior all by herself. And as he proceeds to help, Ina activates something called the Holy Light of Alfheim. Ina uses the Holy Light to form a radiant sword that catches our boy's attention. He knows that this is Ina's unique skill, and it's called the Falchion of Alfheim. Ina rains several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impales her, causing her to sputter blood from her mouth. As Soyeol falls to the ground, she realizes that all 3 students were monsters and not just one of them. Soon after, the system announces that player Kwon Soyeol has been eliminated. Based on the level of contribution, player Yoo-jung obtains 50,000 points, while Ina also gets 50,000. After taking down the senior, Ina turns to the others and asks them if she interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yoo-jung tells her she didn't because she was able to win because of her. Eventually, Ina asks her if the offer she made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes that he may need to update the information he has on Seo Ina. It's clear that she's reserved, distrusting, and very curious. Soon after, the system informs the 3 of them that they've formed a party and placed Jaehyun as the leader of the party. Sometime later, close to a shelter at the Nightmare Forest, some footprints are evident, and some students figure out that people have passed that way before, and it seems like they entered a shelter. The seniors are looking for the freshmen who were able to eliminate Kwon Soyeol and Shin Junsang, so they decide to stop searching and just keep an eye around this area. The freshman hunt game lasts for 3 days, and they believe those brats can't stay holed up in the shelter for all 3 days. As they move forward to find the 3 freshmen, Yoo-jung appears nearby, and one of the seniors named Kim Sung-hoon is punctured in the chest by a light, and the system announces his elimination. One other senior notices Yoo-jung running away and signals the rest, so they run after her. However, Yoo-jung is running with a smile on her face, and when she counts that there are about 5 of them, she's relieved that things are going smoothly. She soon turns to them and tells them that they're like dogs going after a bone, so she asks if they aren't embarrassed to be moving in such a big group, and the angry seniors ask her to stop right there. However, Yoo-jung keeps running away as she considers their simple-mindedness. Just a while ago, Jaehyun had told them that although shelters may be a safe place, they can't stay there the whole time because they need to find food and they need to obtain points. The girls are surprised, but our boy plainly tells them that they need to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yoo-jung keeps running until she finds some mushrooms, which are, in fact, a Class 1 organism that can reduce one's abilities. She's glad that she's found it and has succeeded in luring over the seniors as planned, but she becomes worried that her endurance is slowly reaching its limits. Using the wind boost skill, she blasts herself far away from them and leaves things in Jaehyun's hands. When the seniors enter the area, they're informed that they've entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. A while back, Jaehyun had visited Jae-sang to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt, and Jae-sang informed him that ash tree sap would probably be the best way since it's common in the Nightmare Forest, but it's only useful as a cure and can't prevent the effect. If you're already under the effects of the paralyzing spore mushroom, then it would be of good use. In the present, the seniors stop when they realize where they are. As they watch Yujung run away, the system informs them that they have entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. One of them signals to their leader Ji-hyuk that this is pretty dangerous, so he suggests that they retreat, but Ji-hyuk angrily sets his sights on Yujung, who is still running away. He asks the others if they're really saying they should give up when they've gotten this far, but the others consider that everything will be ruined if they make a mistake now, so they suggest they stop chasing. However, Ji-hyuk insists that Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, referring to Yujung, so they shouldn't be saying such bullcrap right now. The cautious one among them reminds Ji-hyuk again that it doesn't matter if their opponent is a freshman because it would be of no use if they also end up paralyzed. Because the paralyzing spore mushroom can affect beings within an approximately 50-meter radius, Ji-hyuk assures the others that the brat will be paralyzed too. He orders one of them, named Park Sung-hyuk, to stay here and steer clear of the debuff area to watch out for them, while the rest of them follow him to get the girl. He believes that all of their petty tricks will be useless, even though he knows that they're probably using one of their members as bait, trying to lure them into a trap so they can attack them. He believes that they're looking down on him too much. He can't believe that mere freshmen would dare to try to trick him. After running ahead for a while, they catch up to brat Yujung, and Ji-hyuk tells her that a shitty brat like her really made them work for it. He asks her where she's going to run, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomes them and informs them they're all done for. Yujung asks which of them cursed at her and asks the person to raise his hand. And as the men dash towards her with their weapons, Ji-hyuk is amused that she's acting arrogant to the end. When the men almost reach her, she smiles and touches one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to burst. The system notifies them that a paralyzing spore mushroom has burst, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yujung protests to Jae-hyun that he had said they were going to look for something important, but there's nothing where they're looking but trees. He asks her to wait a while because they're in the right place while he drains some ash tree sap. Yi-jun points out that they must have noticed that this event is more advantageous to warriors, and Ina agrees that being able to use C-rank skills and below is a big restriction to magicians who rely heavily on skills. For warriors, who have great physiques already, the restriction in the demiplane is useless. Yujung laments that it's still alright for Ina, who has a unique skill, but all her own useful attack skills are sealed, and the best she can do is buff spells and basic skills. When she asks what she should do, Jae-hyun explains that they need to make a plan by using those basic skills as efficiently as possible, so he asks her if she knows how to use the skill called Change. Yujung proudly tells him she can and reminds him that she was the one who taught him magic theory. Ina mentions that Change is a spell that swaps one's location with that of a designated party member, so she asks him what plan he's going to make with it. When he's done retrieving the ash tree sap, he tells the ladies that they can do something pretty fun with Change using the sap. In the present, Jae-hyun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she agrees. On the field where Yujung is, Ji-hyuk calls Yujung a crazy B-word because she really burst one of the spores, but Yujung activates her Change skill and passes the baton to someone else. As she disappears, she informs them that it's no longer her turn anymore, and Jae-hyun appears where she disappeared and pushes his leg into Ji-hyuk's face, stating that it's his turn now. Our boy breaks the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground, then later lands on the ground. Ji-hyuk lands on the ground still paralyzed and begins to curse. Still paralyzed, he angrily asks Jae-hyun if he thinks that everything will go according to plan, and he calls him an idiot for entering the paralyzing spore mushroom's habitat. He informs Jae-hyun that he figured he would do something like this, so he left one of his companions waiting outside, and he promises him that they're done for once the spores dissipate. Before he can finish his statement, Jae-hyun informs him that the guy he left behind won't be coming. Confused, Ji-hyuk says he's saying bull, but a scream soon erupts from the spot they left Sung-hyuk in, and the system announces to them that player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. Sung-hyuk lays on the ground with Ina's holy sword driven through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jae-hyun, Yujung, and Ina. Ji-hyuk lays on the ground confused, and Jae-hyun reminds him that he told him that his friend won't be coming. Extremely angry, Ji-hyuk blurts out that they're still in the same situation for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally take care of him once he's paralyzed. While he's still talking, our boy takes a step forward and asks him what he means by them being in the same situation. That sight shocks the heck out of Si-hyuk, and he wonders how this boy is moving right now. He protests that this is impossible, and Jae-hyun agrees with him that it is. However, Jae-hyun asks him to take it up with the gods. The truth is, our boy is unaffected by the paralysis debuff because Hell's Blessing completely negates any abnormal inflictions on him. Now sweat begins to drip from Si-hyuk's face, and he warns Jae-hyun to stay away from him. But the others soon watch the horrific scene of their teammate being murdered. The system soon announces that player Oh Jin-hyuk has been eliminated, and players Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina have obtained 100,000 points. When that's taken care of, our boy smiles at the 3 people left, and as they plead that he stop, he takes out all 3 of them, and the team obtains 100,000 points 3 times again. Instructor Yisu can't believe her eyes, and the freshman ranking soon updates with Min Jae-hyun at the top, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Ina at second, An Ho-yeon on second, 2 people named Lee Soo-hyuk and Cha Yu-won on 5th, and someone named Jang Ho-san on 7th. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung drinks the ash tree sap and almost vomits, but when Ina comes to check on her, she admits that she's feeling better now. As they both head out, Ina comments that Jae-hyun seems to know a lot about magic, and he's never read that one could use the change skill like this in the books. However, Yoo-jung informs her that it hasn't even been 3 months since Jae-hyun became a magician, and that's why she's the one who taught him theory. Surprised, Ina asks her if she means that Jae-hyun was actually planning to be a warrior, and Yoo-jung affirms that and tells her that Jae-hyun was pretty devoted to combat just a few months ago. The only thing that intrigues Yoo-jung is that Jae-hyun knew about the tree sap, and she wonders where he learned something like that and how he will get rid of his own paralysis. Soon after, they run into him, and our boy asks them how the paralysis is because it seems neither of them has had any trouble. Yoo-jung cheerfully states that it's expected, even though she only just ran like hell and cast 1 spell. She turns to Ina and asks if she's also fine, and Ina replies that she's fine too. Eventually, Yoo-jung tells Jae-hyun that his plan this time wasn't too bad. She adds that he usually looks stupid, but he looks a bit different today. Suddenly, Jae-hyun grabs her cheeks and asks her who she's calling stupid, and asks if she has the right to be saying something like that. Ina simply watches them messing around, and she wonders why Yoo-jung called Jae-hyun stupid, and notices she thinks he looks pretty handsome. While they're both still messing around, Ina is caught off guard by her thinking and realizes this isn't the time to be thinking about something like that. And as a tear rolls down her cheek, she recalls that she has to be careful. Later, they return to their shelter, and Jae-hyun proceeds to make some sort of concoction. Ina approaches him and asks what he's making, so he tells her it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned to make it from an older brother of his just in case he needs it, and he recalls Jae-song crying over him murdering his poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to do it. Yoo-jung asks Jae-hyun how he can know someone that can teach him such things when he doesn't even have friends, and he taunts her by asking if she has many friends aside from him. The comment stings, and Yoo-jung laments that that was a bit unfair. Suddenly, Ina tells Jae-hyun that he's really amazing, and it's like he's not someone their age. She says he's so skilled that it's like he's lived a decade more. Confused, Jae-hyun doesn't say anything, and he wonders how she got such great intuition since she was able to get the timing right. Eventually, Yoo-jung butts in and says it's time to stop chatting because they need to eat if they plan to get anything done tomorrow. She tells our boy to wait and see because she'll go and make something, but he tells her not to bother since they can eat some of the fruits they foraged. Annoyed, Yoo-jung asks why he said that and asks if he doesn't trust her, so our boy asks her to tell him the color of the cookie she made during home economics in middle school if she wants him to trust her. After thinking for a while, Yoo-jung recalls that they seem to be purple, so Ina asks her if she put in some blueberry jam. However, Jae-hyun clarifies that that's not the case, but Yoo-jung can't cook, and he recalls how they had to call the teacher because he passed out after eating the cookie. To clarify things, he states that he can't cook either, so Ina mentions that she knows a little about cooking and asks if she can cook for them. Surprised, Jae-hyun asks her if she can cook, so she says she used to cook every day when she was living with her grandmother. As she ties up her hair to start cooking, our boy recalls that there was never much information on Seo Ina's family life. Since she just mentioned that she used to live with her grandmother, our boy wonders if that means there's some circumstance around her parents. After a short while, Ina finishes her cooking and serves it to the others. When Yoo-jung tastes it, she hugs Ina and declares that the food tastes delicious. Jae-hyun also keeps munching and agrees that the food is delicious, and he's surprised they can eat something this good at a place like this. The compliments from them warm Ina's heart, and a smile forms on her face because it's been a while since she felt like this. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seok-gi mentions that the much-anticipated cadet, An Ho-yeon, is in 4th place. It's more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places are magicians, which is truly incredible, and Instructor Yisu still wonders if there's a possibility that it's a system error, because there seems to be no other way to explain this. Chairman Ja-in, on the other hand, seems to be beaming with excitement. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors, and he can't seem to wrap his head around this new situation. A party with only 3 magicians is leading the event by taking out a group of seniors from the get-go. Excited, the chairman asks instructor Kim Ji-yeon to rewind the paralyzing spore part, and he watches Jae-hyun kick into Si-hyuk's face when he appears. He's enthralled by the fact that the boy could have such judgment in a situation like that. In addition, he has the ability to overwhelm warriors. Just calling him a magician or even a freshman is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Hajun calls out to the chairman and explains that he's brought the profile of Jae-hyun that he requested, but he's not sure if it's the correct file. Confused, the chairman asks him what he means by that, and when Hajun begins to stutter, the chairman tells him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor shows the profile that displays that our boy's aptitude score is 97%, and he's a warrior class. The information shocks the chairman, but his shock soon turns into a maniacal grin, and he finally says that this is very good. He states that he wants to personally see how talented this Jae-hyun is, and Instructor Seok-gi asks him if he's saying that he wants to interfere personally. The chairman zooms in on Hoyeon and proposes that they make an interesting scenario, so Instructor Seok-gi mentions that he'll prepare everything. Inside the demiplane, Jae-hyun's group keeps taking out other people and keeps earning points. At one point, Yoo-jung is surprised that they've earned up to 1,100,000 points, and Jae-hyun replies that this is good because it's certain that they're in first place. However, Yoo-jung asks him if they really have to leave their shelter, so Jae-hyun replies that it can't be helped because the seniors are too afraid to come there anymore. Ina agrees with Jae-hyun that they need to move if they want to gain more points. Eventually, Yoo-jung agrees with both of them and asks what the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt is. Ina informs her that it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep going, our boy senses something, so he signals the ladies to get ready because someone's coming. While they're standing, someone blasts past them, and Jae-hyun notices that this power seems to be way more than the level they're restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demiplane is unstable and that the restriction on the player is broken. Jae-hyun tells the new fellow that he didn't think they'd meet again like this, and it turns out the fellow who has been loosed from his restriction is Hoyeon. When he asks Hoyeon what he's doing, he doesn't reply and keeps looking at the ground, so Jae-hyun wonders if he's unable to hear his voice. Ina warns Jae-hyun to be careful because she doesn't think this guy's in his right mind, and it's like he's being controlled by something. So, our boy suddenly recalls that this is the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something similar happened back then at the Mills Festival. That day, which was supposed to leave the young cadets with happy memories, instead left horrible red stains that couldn't be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gu Jian's unique skill called indoctrination. After all his evil actions became known, just before he was arrested, Jian created a horrible event to turn the world's attention away from himself so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives, and Gu Jian escaped. For Jae-hyun, it was also the day that Kim Yoo-jung lost her life. In the present, Hoyeon activates his sword, and Jae-hyun realizes that he needs to get Hoyeon to return to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appears from the Nornir system, and a sub-quest to save the cadet under mind control is given. His job is to break the spell off the cadet under the mind control spell and save him. The difficulty is C-ranked, and the reward is one blank card, with a 2-hour time limit given for this quest. Jae-hyun is surprised by the sub-quest but is more surprised by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The thought of getting a blank card that he can use to copy another person's abilities excites him, and Yoo-jung tells him she'll help him, but he tells her he's fine and asks the ladies to leave quickly. He asks them to get as far away as they can and see if they can get some points while they're at it. Yoo-jung stands there confused, and she reminds him that his opponent is the famous genius warrior, so he can't defeat him all by himself. But our boy only smiles at her and asks her if she thinks he can't. For a while, Ina hesitates, but she finally agrees to leave, and Yoo-jung is shocked by the fact that she's agreeing with Jae-hyun. Frustrated, Yoo-jung decides to play along and suggests they go gain points like he said, but she asks him not to get hurt before she leaves. She rushes into the woods and drags Ina, who is still looking at Jae-hyun, and she asks him to beat Hoyeon up or steal his name tag and then come find them. After the ladies leave, our boy mutters to himself that it won't take too long. A few hours ago, after Hoyeon just took out one of the seniors, he wonders if his last kill made a total of 600,000 points. He's glad that he managed to survive for 2 days and knows he just has to hold on for one more day. Since he's in 4th place, he wonders how first place is still out of his reach even after he had worked pretty hard, and realizes this is what is expected of Mills Academy. The fact that Jae-hyun ranked first as a magician in a situation where his skills are restricted, and even carried his teammates to the top ranking as well, impresses him. However, he decides that he can't lose either, and he still has to work hard because there's still time. While he's thinking, Chairman Ja-in appears to him on the screen and informs him that he would like him to personally help him with something. The chairman uses his indoctrination skill on him and tells him he has a small favor to ask him. After Hoyeon's eyes light up from the indoctrination, the system issues him a warning that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the power overtakes him, he wonders what he's doing where he is. Soon after, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After that happens, he immediately realizes that he has to take out Jae-hyun. In the present, Hoyeon employs an A-rank skill called Martial Ascendance. He dashes towards Jae-hyun once more and tries to cut him down, but our boy is able to dodge his attack. Jae-hyun doesn't think Hoyeon was this skilled even just a few days ago, but he continues to dodge each of his attacks. It seems to him that Hoyeon has become unrecognizably skilled. As Hoyeon tries to smash his shield into him again, Jae-hyun jumps backward and avoids the impact. He knows that he'll lose if this fight is determined by both of their physical abilities. To create some distance between them, our boy blasts himself backward with a gush of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact of the wind is so strong that Hoyeon blocks his face with the shield, but this gives Jae-hyun enough time to circle to his back before he brings down the shield. Our boy tries to use some lightning magic on him, but before he can hit him, Hoyeon turns back and moves backward in one swift movement. This reaction surprises Jae-hyun because Hoyeon was able to move his body first, even before his eyes could track his opponent's movements. Jae-hyun realizes that his opponent has an innate battle sense, and this isn't as easy as he thought it would be. Breaking indoctrination would be easy with his absolute calculation skill, but the problem is that Jae-in is watching them. Even if he can't see the chairman, he reasons that he's probably got an evil grin on while watching what he does against the talented warrior An Hoyeon. This time, Jae-hyun smiles, and he considers that it would be such a waste to end things carelessly. He decides to give them a show if they want to watch, but promises to make the show an expensive one. When Jae-hyun begins his display, Instructor Yisu wonders if she's seeing things correctly. It's unbelievable that our boy, who is a magician, is fighting on the front lines like a warrior, but now he's overwhelming his opponent, even when the opponent is the said genius warrior, An Hoyeon. On the field, Jae-hyun seems to be using his lightning chain skill, and Yisu considers all of this unbelievable. She wonders how on earth this boy is doing that since a magician can't win against a warrior, and that is something that has always been carved into her mind as she walked down this path as a magician. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in watches with keen interest when Jae-hyun injures Hoyeon, and he begins to plead. In the demiplane, Hoyeon crouches by his sword, and Jae-hyun tells him that he wasn't planning to go this far, but he promises him that he's tough and he'll recover quickly. Eventually, Jae-hyun takes a look upwards at the instructors since he knows they're watching. Then he activates his flash bomb skill, and the impact blinds all the cameras and stops the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the meal's control room, Instructor Seok-gi turns to Ji-yeon and demands to know what happened to their screen. But the chairman realizes that something is wrong, so he grabs the remote out of her hand, desperately trying to bring the video feed back up. Instructor Ji-yeon mentions that it seems that Jae-hyun used a spell to block their sight, but Ja-in recognizes that he used flash bomb, and he wonders out loud if this is how Jae-hyun wants to do things. He immediately summons Instructor Seok-gi, and he asks him to bring Jae-hyun to his office after the event ends. Worried, Seok-gi asks the chairman if it's all right for him to decide so hastily, but the already tense chairman places his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks him why he thinks Cadet Jae-hyun, who was already in a situation of victory, would decide to block their sight. While stuttering, Seok-gi replies that it would be because Jae-hyun knows how to raise his worth. In the demiplane, Hoyeon remains crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flash bomb blocks everything. Eventually, he walks up to Hoyeon and places a hand on his head, activating his absolute calculation skill, which allows Jae-hyun to lift the indoctrination controlling him. Suddenly, Hoyeon's eyes become clearer, and he recognizes Jae-hyun. Still smiling, our boy asks him if he's feeling better, and Hoyeon attempts to get up and says he's feeling better, but he soon collapses to the ground because of the violent pain that runs through his body. Our boy apologizes for the pain and reminds him that he attacked him out of nowhere, but Hoyeon doesn't seem to remember attacking him. He asks why on earth he would do that, so Jae-hyun informs him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Hoyeon asks him what he means by mind control, but when he thinks about it, he recalls seeing a face that he can't remember clearly, and hearing a voice he can't remember either. However, it doesn't make sense to Hoyeon because spells like that, to even control someone for even a short period of time, are usually over A rank, but they had told them that they could only use skills C rank and below. Jae-hyun informs him that he doesn't know because there might have been a slight malfunction with the demiplane, or perhaps someone intervened. Hoyeon remains silent for a while and considers that there's no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if there were a malfunction in the demiplane. Eventually, he asks Jae-hyun if he knows who could have intervened if that is the case, or why they would do something like this, but Jae-hyun tells him he doesn't. However, he adds that if whoever did this could do something like this, they're probably someone most wouldn't dare go against. Jae-hyun doesn't want to spell it out to him, but he knows that as they go through more experiences at Miles, Hoyeon will also figure out for himself what kind of person Gu Ja-in is. Suddenly, the Nornir system announces that Jae-hyun has cleared the subquest to save the cadet under mind control, and he's received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Hoyeon attempts to get up. He realizes his body is a mess, but Jaehyun doesn't have a single injury, so he wonders if this is his current limit. When he finally gets up, Hoyeon says he has nothing to say for himself and apologizes for what happened. But Jaehyun jokingly tells him not to be gross, and says he'll be leaving now since Hoyeon can move around. Before he leaves, Jaehyun wishes them both success in the remaining time, and as he turns around, Hoyeon stops him and offers him his name tag. Confused, Jaehyun asks him what he's doing and reminds him that he'll be eliminated if he doesn't have his name tag. Regardless, Hoyeon states that it doesn't matter and informs him that he's been able to earn quite a bit of points, even though it's not as much as Jaehyun has been able to earn. However, because he lost, he believes that the name tag belongs to Jaehyun. After he tosses the name tag to Jaehyun, he tells him that he lost this time, but it'll be different next time, and he promises to win his name tag back at the Mills Festival. After Hoyeon disappears, the demiplane system announces that he's been eliminated, and it awards 10,000 points to Jaehyun's team. For a moment, our boy just stands there staring at the name tag that he recognizes is only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag is worth a lot more than that because Hoyeon was born with the combat talent that he coveted so much in the past, and now he acknowledges him. He's experienced quite a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment is on another level. With a smile on his face, he believes this is the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's starting to move forward, leaving behind the past where he was weak as hell and stepping forward. Sometime after that, the 72-hour event finally comes to an end, and the system calculates the points that everyone has earned. Jaehyun earns the highest number of points on record, which is a startling 1.53 million points, and he's soon transported back to the real world. When the students appear back in the real world, our boy considers that 1.53 million points aren't so bad, but Yoo-jung immediately busts his ass for not being much happier since it's still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turns to Ina to get some support, but Ina laments about how they would have been able to get 1.6 million points if they had just stayed one more hour. At this point, Yoo-jung realizes her teammates are really insane. She tries to cheer them up by saying that they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with this many points, and Jaehyun agrees. He calculates that if they multiply the points by 10, it would be kind of similar to real currency value. It's safe to say that they've just earned about 15.3 million won, which is approximately $12,000, and Yoo-jung almost drops her jaw. When Ina hears that, she's shocked that it was such a huge amount of money. Our boy informs them that he's first, but they have 1.48 million points at second, and they should also get bonus points. The mention of bonus points makes Yoo-jung grab Jaehyun, and he tries to shake her off and explains that the bonus point is about 1 million points or so. The thought of all that money makes Yoo-jung light up like a Christmas tree, and she starts to twirl Ina around in a dance because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. While they dance, Ina is shocked that they got 2.48 million points and won 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jaehyun tries to stop them from dancing because it's embarrassing, and he notices the other students watching them with contempt. However, the girls continue to sing until instructor Seokgi enters the room to greet everyone. He introduces himself to everyone and tells the 3 top winners he has something to speak to the 3 of them about. To get some privacy, he asks that they go somewhere else, so Jaehyun asks him if it's related to the amount of points they got during the hunt, and when he nods, Jaehyun follows him hastily. The ladies don't follow him, so they ask to know where they're going first. However, Jaehyun already knows, and he tells them they're going to the chairman's office, and Seokgi affirms his prediction, informing them that they've been summoned by the chairman. Once inside the office, our boy takes his seat and crosses his legs. He asks where the chairman is, and makes a comment that the one who called them here isn't even present, which makes Seokgi angry, but he has no choice but to control himself. The ladies, who are following behind, wonder why Jaehyun is suddenly acting like that, and they stand speechless until Seokgi tells them to also take their seats. When they sit down, the chairman enters and apologizes to them for being late. The 2 ladies stand up, and Yoo-jung loudly introduces herself, and Ina follows suit, while Jaehyun just sits there. The chairman cheerfully tells them that he knows who they are, and Yoo-jung revels in that. Jaehyun tells the chairman that he's late and he almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment surprises the ladies, and even Seokgi becomes tense as he wonders if this kid has lost his mind. A moment of silence continues in the office for a short time until the chairman says he has no excuse for being late. He finally adds that he needed some time to prepare to talk to them, but Jaehyun immediately tells him that they're actually the ones who have no excuse since he called them out right after coming out of the demiplane for 3 days without giving them a chance to wash up, so they had no time to prepare. The chairman's face tenses again, but this time he just laughs. Jaehyun realizes he's putting on an act and figures that it's because he's interested in the people in front of him. Finally, the chairman informs them that he brought some very beneficial news for them. He congratulates them for being the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jae-hyun, who took first place. When he says that, Jae-hyun says it's all thanks to his party members, and he wouldn't have been able to do it all by himself. That comment makes the chairman hesitate as usual, and he wonders if the boy has no wish to show off his abilities. He finally agrees with Jae-hyun but comments that he's also observed all his actions, and he noticed that they beat the freshman hunt's record of 1.14 million points by an overwhelming amount. When he claps and comments that the result was unbelievable, the ladies thank him for the compliment. But Jae-hyun asks him where he's driving at, which makes Yoo-jung worried again. After hesitating for a while, the chairman explains that the Mills Academy would like to offer them a few special privileges. First, a suite room from the dormitory buildings within the academy will be offered for free. Second, priority in the use of the academy's facilities that usually need to be reserved in advance. Third, if they ever are unable to get a satisfactory score in the school tests, they will get a chance to retake the test. After listing out the offer, the chairman asks them what they think and explains that they will be signing a partnership contract with Mila's Academy should they agree to their offer. But Jae-hyun states that he rejects the offer before the chairman finishes his speech. Our boy explains that the benefits sound nice, but those are all things they can earn by themselves in a month or so, especially since Mila's is very much a meritocracy after all, so he doesn't think they should get them while paying an unnecessary fee. Eventually, he grabs the offer out of the chairman's hands and starts reading through the terms. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Mila's, once they start working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looks pretty grim until Jae-hyun finally tells the chairman that this isn't to reward them, but to strike them down. When he asks the chairman if he's mistaken, the man pauses for a while and says there's nothing he can do about it if that's what Jae-hyun thinks, especially since they can't be forced into signing a contract. He tells them that he leaves the decision up to the 3 of them, and the ladies look at each other to read how the other person is reacting to the whole thing. After a short pause, Yoo-jung apologizes and states that she would like to decline the offer, and so does Ina. The chairman covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand bulge out in anger. Eventually, he says that it's a shame because this was the best offer he could give them. However, the chairman mentions that he will give them another chance to think about it, so he locks his gaze onto Jae-hyun using his indoctrination skill and asks him if he still does not plan to change his mind. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that something strange has infiltrated his mind. Jae-hyun had been expecting this, but he's soon told by the system that he's completely resisted the debuff thanks to the passive skill, Hell's Blessing. While that is happening, our boy hands Hell his blank card and uses its power because he had only annoyed the chairman in the first place to get him to use his power. For a moment, the chairman just sits there puzzled as to why he didn't get a reaction. Eventually, our boy tells him they'll be leaving now, and the Nornir system informs him that he's acquired the skill called Indoctrination. With this skill, which is of a unique rank, he can manipulate someone weaker than him to do his bidding. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill changes into subordination. Jae-hyun gets up and proposes to the ladies that they leave, especially since they're all tired from spending 4 days in the demi-plane. After Jae-hyun leaves the office, Yoo-jung asks the men to have a nice day, and Ina, who is still confused, tells them they'll be leaving first. When the students finally leave, Ja-in asks instructor Seok-gi to leave. When he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman can resist his unique skill, and he finds this really interesting. Outside, Jae-hyun asks the ladies if they're really fine with refusing Ja-in's offer. Yoo-jung confesses that she was a bit tempted at first, but she later decided Jae-hyun was right with whatever he said, because it was obvious that Ja-in was going to sweet-talk them into agreeing and take advantage of them since they're so young. Ina agrees that she didn't also like the contract, and she thinks rejecting it was the best choice. Apart from that, she feels that it's better to earn things with their own hands than to start off with privileges. Jae-hyun listens to Ina intently, and he considers her reasonable, which is completely different from the cold image he had of her before he regressed. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks them if they also noticed that something was really strange about Chairman Ja-in, because his expression was totally sickening when they rejected his offer. Ina mentions that she thought so too, and she also mentions that the chairman and instructor Seok-gi never said a word about the problem with the demi-plane. Jae-hyun listens to them talk, and he notes that Ina has really good instincts. Eventually, she asks Jae-hyun if he knows anything about Chairman Ja-in by any chance, so he asks her why she'd think that. Ina replies that he's always pretty calm, but the moment they met the chairman, he became strangely aggressive. Yoo-jung agrees with her, and she bugs Jae-hyun to tell them if he knows something about the chairman. To answer their questions, he tells them that he's also not certain, so it's hard to tell them anything. But he informs them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it's the chairman or the instructors. Suddenly, Ina walks up to him and asks if they can't trust him too. And while Jaehyun pauses, Yoo-jung steps behind Ina with an eerie look in her eyes and tells her not to trust Jaehyun either. She points out Jaehyun's fierce look and narrates how he once left her stranded in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home. And Jaehyun asks her why she's suddenly bringing up something that happened a long time ago. Annoyed, Yoo-jung grabs his hair and calls him a jerk, reminding him of how hard a time she had back when it happened. Eventually, our boy manages to get Yoo-jung off him, and he suggests they go in to rest since the sun has set. When it's time for them to separate, Ina doesn't look like she wants to leave, so she asks them if they'll be parting ways here. For a moment, an awkward silence occurs, and Yoo-jung just looks at the two of them. Suddenly, she hugs them both and asks why it feels like a teen romance over here, so she asks them to make room for her too. Jaehyun, however, drags her away and points her to the girls' dormitory, then asks her to go get some rest. She eventually agrees to go rest, and Ina follows behind, but she reminds Jaehyun to rest well before she leaves. Our boy soon heads to the boys' dormitory. When he gets to the door, he realizes it's been a while since he's been here. He recalls the musty smell of mold from the corners, the floor that a lack of funds left unmaintained, creaking with every step, and eventually goes to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years are those without talent, so he hopes to find a new place as soon as class is over the next day, because experiencing hell once was plenty enough. The next day, Jaehyun goes for a run and eventually stops after he feels he's done enough for a warm-up. He turns around towards the dormitory so he can start getting ready for his first class. Shortly after, all the freshmen that are magician cadets gather in a room, and their assigned instructor for the basic mana acclamation, Kim Ji-yeon, comes to introduce herself. While she talks, Jaehyun frowns because this instructor isn't someone he's familiar with. Even considering the fact he was a warrior in the past, he doesn't have many memories of his instructor. She could be one of the instructors who quit soon, even though becoming an instructor at Mills wasn't easy. The instructors who still remained at Mills were those like Kim Seok-gi that were greedy for the crumbs Jaehyun was willing to throw them. Ji-yeon mentions that she's sure that most of them found it strange that their first class was not in a classroom, but a large facility like this instead. As some doors open behind her, she explains that the reason is to test their mana sensitivity. The students are shocked by the sight of the doors that seem to be exposing a mana cube, and they hope they're not saying they have to go in there. While they lament that this is too difficult for a first class, Jaehyun considers that this mana cube feels similar to the mana cube he saw before, but it has way less mana. Instructor Ji-yeon explains to them that what they're looking at right now is called a mana room. It was built based on a mana cube that can normally be found at guilds. For cadets like them, she explains that it is close to impossible to break out of a mana cube, and that is why they prepared this. The odd thing is that our boy had broken out of a mana cube at his guild. The mana room is divided into many subrooms. The first room's mana is similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but the mana becomes thicker as you go further in. On average, a first-year Mills Academy cadet can usually reach level 3. A graduating cadet can reach their limit at around level 7. In this class, they will find out what level their mana sensitivity is at. Ji-yeon asks the cadets to form a line and follow behind her. She informs them that they can raise their hand if they have trouble during the test, so they can follow the assistant instructors out of the room. Soon after, she enters one of the mana rooms, and the cadets follow her in. After everyone enters, Instructor Ji-yeon notes that none of the cadets seem to be having trouble at level 1. She decides that they move to level 2, and when they enter, some of the cadets begin to pant, and the instructors have to help them out. After they leave, Ji-yeon asks the rest that are still standing to follow her to level 3, and when they enter, almost half of the class raises their hands, but Jaehyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina do not seem to be affected at this point. Instructor Ji-yeon asks that the rest follow her to the 4th level, and many more people raise their hands. When those uncomfortable leave, she proposes they move to level 5, and then many more people ask to be excused at that point. At level 6, several other people are taken out due to exhaustion. Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun if he feels like it's starting to get hard to breathe, but he says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, Ina watches Jaehyun and notices that he seems like he's still doing fine, so she decides to try harder. Ji-yeon looks around, and she notices there are only 4 cadets remaining. Jaehyun, Yoo-jung, Ina, and one other guy named Lee Soo-hyuk. They are all cadets that scored high during the freshman hunt. Chairman Ja-in had told her to keep a close eye on Jaehyun and report back to him, but she doesn't plan to simply follow such orders. She soon tells the cadets they'll be moving on to level 7, and the other students wonder who the heck those guys are that are moving on to the next level, especially since the instructor had said only graduates reach level 7. When they enter the 7th level, Instructor Ji-yeon proposes that they move on to the 8th level and asks any of the cadets if they're having trouble, and no one speaks, even though Yoo-jung seems to be struggling at this point. The other students are in awe as they watch them move to the 8th level, and when they get there, the cadets feel a sharp spike, except for Jaehyun, of course. Starting from level 8, the mana level fluctuates at every moment like it does within a dungeon. Jiyeon knows that geniuses should have trouble starting at this point, and true to her expectations, Soohyuk and Yoojung raise their hands to leave the mana room. Meanwhile, Ina begins to sweat, but when neither she nor Jaehyun raise their hands, Instructor Jiyeon has no choice but to move to level 9. When they enter level 9, Ina almost vomits and begins to stagger, which startles Jaehyun. When Jiyeon turns around, she's unable to help because she recalled that the chairman had told her that she should never offer any cadet help before they ask, no matter what kind of situation they face. He had said that danger is no different from a new opportunity to a cadet, and if that opportunity is taken before their eyes, that would be heartbreaking. Jaehyun asks Ina if she's alright, and she tells him she is while trembling. At this point, she can't clearly see Jaehyun's face, and she really doesn't want to lose. Everyone Ina knew had always told her that only the strong can survive, and she won't be able to do anything but bow down before a warrior, even if she has some talent with magic. She's been told that the weak have no future, and she really desires to be acknowledged at this point. But she finds herself collapsing as Jaehyun tries to hold her up, and she tells him she's lost again. As the assistants take her out, Jaehyun wonders what she meant by losing. When they enter level 10, Instructor Jiyeon asks Jaehyun if he's alright, and she knows even she will begin to have some trouble from here on. Eventually, our boy turns to her with a smile on his face, and he states that he's also having some trouble and would like to go out now. When she hears that, Jiyeon asks him to come out with her. As she heads out, she wonders what he means by having trouble since she can't see a single sign of that. When they finally get out, Jiyeon asks the other cadets to clap for Jaehyun because he succeeded in reaching level 10, which means he's on a par with a raider, that is, a B rank or higher. As she tells everyone else to work hard and try to catch up with him, Soohyuk glances at Jaehyun with a frown, and Ina doesn't look so happy with herself. Shortly after, our boy asks Ina if she's alright. She tells him she is and apologizes for making them worry, so Jaehyun tells her it's good since nothing serious happened to her. Yoojung asks Jaehyun if he's also alright since he looked pretty unaffected a while ago, and he tells her he is. Then he asks her to take the towel from around her neck because she looks like a construction site worker. The statement riles Yoojung up as expected, and she regrets having been worried about him. While she's ranting, Jaehyun asks her if she's also not in any pain, and she says that the doctors also said she's fine, and she gloats about how fit she is. For a moment, Jaehyun watches Ina. He had thought she was just a bit competitive, but something seems to be different. It seems to him like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she didn't get very hurt this time, but with that kind of personality, it will be hard to control her later. Of course, he doesn't mean to make Ina dance to his tune, but like it's happening with Seongun, Hoyeon, and Jaesung, he has a feeling that Ina's future will change also. He also figures that's also true for Yoojung, and while he glances over at her, she asks him what he's looking at and if she's that pretty. But Jaehyun asks her if she's sure there's nothing wrong with her, because she could only be saying such nonsense if she's hurt somewhere. As Ina tries to subdue Yoojung from taking revenge, our boy thinks about how he doesn't know what kind of effect his actions will have in the future. In this quickly changing environment, he decides that he needs to prepare if he wants to stay one step ahead. While he's thinking, Yoojung manages to break free from Ina's grip, and she wraps the towel around Jaehyun's neck. With a smile on his face, our boy removes the towel, covers her head with it, and uses it to scatter her hair. When he's done, Yoojung begins to curse and her surroundings light up like an inferno. Annoyed, she asks him if he knows how much time she spent setting her hair this morning, and asks him if he has a death wish. However, Jaehyun tells her he's sorry, but he comments that it doesn't really make that much of a difference. That statement further annoys her, and she asks him if he's calling her ugly, and it is at that moment that Jaehyun realizes he messed up. He immediately turns around to make a run for it while Yoojung chases after him, while Ina watches them in amusement. Ina considers how the two of them are really close, and when the two friends run past Soohyuk, the guy notices Jaehyun and wonders how the bastard reached level 10. While he's looking, a friend of his named Kim Min-soo comes by to say hi and asks him what he's thinking about so deeply. Soohyuk asks Min-soo to tell him everything he knows about the guy that's getting his hair pulled out by the lady, and even though Min-soo wonders why Soohyuk is talking to him like a slave, he explains that Jaehyun is the first guy to get first place in the freshman hunt as a magician. Soohyuk tells him that he knows that, but what he wants to know is where a guy like that came from all of a sudden. But Min-soo just shrugs because he doesn't have that answer. No matter how much Soohyuk thinks about it, it doesn't make sense. To him, there's something weird about this Jaehyun guy, and he believes he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Min-soo thinks about how he's not used to this new Soohyuk because he used to know him when he was younger. Eventually, he tells Soohyuk that Jaehyun has already proved himself twice, so there's no need to keep looking for something mysterious since it's most likely impossible to cheat in meals. However, Suhyuk informs him that there's no way there's someone stronger than him unless they're cheating. That statement stuns Minsu, and he considers that Suhyuk won't win against Ina or Yoojung either, but he doesn't say it out loud. Eventually, he advises Suhyuk that they don't need to become unreasonable, because he won't win against Jaehyun even if he dies and gets resurrected, but the guy doesn't listen to him. Sometime later, Jaehyun has a video call with his delightful teacher, Seongun, and he asks her if she called him because she wanted to hear about what happened at the freshman hunt. Seongun agrees that she did, because it's more interesting to hear it from him directly. Excited, he informs her that he got first place, and that makes Seongun proud. She notices that his apartment seems to be too good for a freshman to have, and suspects that he got a lot of points. Finally, she congratulates him for taking the best first step in Meals Academy, known for being hard to survive. She tells him she's proud of him, and our boy mentions that he's relieved because he was worried that she would scold him if he got second place. That makes her giggle, and she asks him if there were any cadets who caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jaehyun asks her if she's going to scout them or something, so she tells him that they're considering it and they're planning to reward him for the information he shares. Jaehyun explains that telling her isn't hard, but to think he'll get a reward for something like this. He asks her if she's not being too generous, but she insists that she's doing this because she knows he won't cooperate if she offered 10 times the amount in the future. Eventually, he mentions Ina, Yoojung, and Hoyeon, saying those three are the ones that can be recruited by Yeonhwa. When he hesitates to mention someone else's name, Seongun asks him to speak, so he adds that he knows someone who isn't a freshman, but would be good to recruit from the upperclassmen. Seongun promises to give him a big welcome. After they end the call, the guildmaster thinks of Lee Jae-sang, whom Jaehyun had mentioned, and she recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-sin. During the call, she had mentioned to Jaehyun that Jae-sang is not as talented as his other siblings, and she knows that Yeonhwa might have some problems with Lee Jae-sin's Zephyr Guild by taking Jae-sang in. With such a risk, Seongun asks Jaehyun if he still thinks they should recruit the boy, and he says he does because Jae-sang will become the world's best alchemist in the near future. After they end the call, manager Sung-jae informs her that Guildmaster Ms. Baek Ji-hyun has arrived. Seongun asks him to escort her in, so Ms. Ji-hyun steps in with Yeonju behind her. When they step in, Seongun comments that they arrived exactly on time, so Ji-hyun responds that time is also a very valuable property to a merchant. Ms. Ji-hyun stretches her hand to Guildmaster Seongun and states that it's been a while, but Seongun politely tells her that she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so familiarly and asks her to take a seat. When Ji-hyun has her seat, Seongun, still smiling, asks her what the master of the Curator Guild wants with her. Ji-hyun is amused by Seongun's straight-to-the-point nature and comments that becoming close will really be difficult, but she admits that she also likes it. Eventually, Ji-hyun mentions that there seems to be someone Yeonhwa has been raising quite well, so she asks how much she can purchase Jaehyun for. Seongun tells her that it's unfortunate that Yeonhwa Guild doesn't think of its members as commodities that can be bought, so she suggests that Ji-hyun look somewhere else. However, Ji-hyun asks her if the child would agree with that, so Seongun tells her there are some things that can't be bought with money, but remarks that she most likely wouldn't know. Eventually, Ji-hyun replies that she didn't think Seongun would take her offer anyway, and it doesn't matter because she only came as an act of courtesy. Amused, Seongun informs her that her thoughtfulness is quite unpleasant, but Ji-hyun thinks that's a shame and decides to leave since it's getting late, and Seongun doesn't seem to want to talk to her either. As she gets up to take her leave, Seongun retorts that she's glad that she noticed that she doesn't want to talk to her, and Ji-hyun jokingly responds that a sharp eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance test at the Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze the results of the endurance test. An Hoyeon ends up first with 101 points, while Jaehyun comes in second with 99 points. The result makes our boy hiss, but he had expected that he won't be able to compare to a combat genius like Hoyeon. However, he doesn't consider second place a bad result. To him, there's no need to rush, but he also keeps in mind that he hasn't reached his goal. When Jaehyun turns to the ladies, he notices their disturbed looks, and Yoojung eventually asks him what the hell he is, and she asks how a magic raider can get second place and contend with An Hoyeon in an endurance test. When she demands to know how that's even possible, our boy informs her that it's not strange since he started out as a warrior, but that explanation still doesn't satisfy Yoojung. When she tries to protest again, Jaehyun tells her there's no need to focus on only magic so much, and she needs to also focus on her health. That remark makes Yoojung grim again, and she threatens to one day show him he's not as important as he thinks he is, but Ina soon holds her back so she doesn't start another fight. Meanwhile, Instructor Seokgi watches them nearby and he realizes that Jaehyun is a dangerous guy, just like the chairman said. The boy's muscular endurance is not something a magician should possess, and that makes Seokgi wonder what on earth he is up to. Soon after, the students hear the bell that signals that their next class is about to start. So Seokgi tells the students that their second endurance test is called the AR evasion test. Jaehyun recalls this test from the time before he regressed, and he knows it was the test that examined numerous cadets on their talent and made them hit their limit. Seokgi explains that they'll be gathered in a room with top-tier cutting-edge facilities called the AR test room. The AR combat measurement system in front of them will help test each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jaehyun listens intently, and he realizes that Seokgi is not planning to do this the easy way. Normally, what they would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their pattern of attack, but they will only focus on assessing their evasion abilities this time because it's an endurance test. However, if they defeat monsters, they will receive higher scores. Seokgi hands the cadets some objects that look like earphones, and when Yoojung asks, Jaehyun explains to her that they're receivers that can analyze and record the combat simulation. After noting Jaehyun's correctness, Seokgi adds that this receiver is used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain and, using the projector, creates the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Through drone cameras, 3D images are augmented into the surroundings, making it seem like there are real monsters present. The use of such devices is for safety and to avoid the possibility of getting hurt. What Seokgi doesn't tell them is that the receiver stimulates the brain such that they can still feel about a fifth of the opponent's attack damage. The aim is not to shock the cadets but to create a certain level of caution to increase their possibility of survival in dungeons. Seokgi explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but they will be evaluated only up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they will now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test begins, the teams are formed, and Team 3 contains 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jaehyun and Soohyuk. Jaehyun considers that it's pretty balanced. While he's thinking, Soohyuk calls out to him and asks him if he's Min Jaehyun. Our boy replies that he is, so Soohyuk tells him that he heard that he got first place in the freshman hunt, but there's something he can't just understand. He wonders how a magician can get first place and reveals he believes there's a special reason for that, so he asks Jaehyun to teach it to him. After pausing for a while, Jaehyun asks him if he's considered the possibility that there's no such thing, so Soohyuk informs him that he'll have to expose it in that case, even if he has to use force. Excited, Jaehyun smirks and asks him why he didn't just say that his goal from the start was that he wanted to fight with him. Soohyuk, who is also smiling, informs him that it's nice to see that they understand each other. The 2 other ladies on the team become worried, and one of them wonders why they're acting like that since they're on the same team. The shorter lady wonders if they'll be alright, so she tries to separate them. But instructor Seokgi soon calls their team onto the field. When they step into the field, the system begins a 5-second countdown and informs them they'll be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifests, and Soohyuk decides he needs to step back first to create some distance. Before he can move, Jaehyun dashes forward at breakneck speed, much to the shock of the others on the team, and the ladies try to warn him that it's dangerous. Surprised, Soohyuk asks what the hell he's doing and wonders what Jaehyun thinks a magician can do at the front line. While Jaehyun makes his way to the front, he wonders why there are still such taunts aimed at him, but he decides that it'll be best to show a bit of his ability here. After creating some mana in his hands, our boy smashes the skeleton's head with just 1 strike, and the others watch him in utmost surprise. Even Seokgi is stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watches in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appear, but Jaehyun proceeds to feed his knee to another skeleton warrior standing nearby. When he lands on the ground, he initiates an active skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a special skill that an ordinary magician can't make use of because it's a skill that allows a magician to physically inflict damage. It's useless to magicians since they don't fight close combat. But our boy is a different breed. Soohyuk watches in confusion, and he tags Jaehyun as a psycho. The other ladies still can't believe their eyes, and the system announces that they've completely cleared level 1 of the AR evasion test, and additional points have been awarded, with Jaehyun getting 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test begins, and they're faced with a monster called a Dronzer. The sight of the monster intrigues Jaehyun, and he informs the monster that it's been a while since they met. After a series of fighting and broken grounds, the system announces that they've completely cleared level 10 of the AR evasion test. While the system congratulates them for breaking the record for the shortest time to complete the test, Soohyuk considers this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jaehyun considers that his performance is not too bad, and that his body has been feeling lighter ever since he started using the combat technique that Ms. Seongan taught him. Suddenly, Soohyuk approaches him and asks him what kind of dirty trick he just used, but Jaehyun explains that there's nothing more to what he just saw. However, Soo-hyuk protests that it was bad enough that he left the safety of the defense line, but he completely annihilated the enemy all by himself, which makes his performance unbelievable. He insists that doing something like that is impossible without cheating, but Jae-hyun repeats that he has nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk stands his ground, our boy tells him not to make him repeat himself, and he moves closer and offers to let Soo-hyuk confirm his strength right now if he's really curious. The move startles Soo-hyuk, and he calls Jae-hyun a bastard, but before anything can develop, instructor Seok-gi asks the two of them if there's a problem. The instructor's interference stops the building tension, and Soo-hyuk wishes there weren't any instructors here. Our boy eventually turns to walk away, and Soo-hyuk tells him not to think he's won, so our boy tells him he doesn't think he lost either. Before Jae-hyun can leave, Soo-hyuk proposes that they fight at the Mills Academy Festival, but Jae-hyun refuses because he has already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembers how Jae-hyun had refused to fight Soo-hyuk during the Mills Academy Festival because he had made plans to fight with him. He recalls having told him that he'll win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he decides to go train so he doesn't let Jae-hyun down. Sometime later, Seok-gi and some of the assistant instructors move around. One of the assistant instructors asks the other if he's seen the results of the endurance test this year, and the other guy says he personally monitored it and that the cadets this year are pretty good. When they start to talk about a magic cadet named Jae-hyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible, Seok-gi considers that the boy is not merely talented because those practiced movements he showed while fighting at the front line when he's a mere magician are unique. When they enter the chairman's office, Jae-in commends them for their good work, and he proposes that they talk about the results of this year's endurance test. Seok-gi explains that there were a total of 3 cadets who got full points, and those cadets are An Hoyeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jae-hyun. Even among those 3, Jae-hyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanks instructor Seok-gi for the information and commends him for working hard. On his screen, Chairman Jae-in goes over footage of Jae-hyun, and a grin develops on his face. He tells Seok-gi that he hopes he'll continue to keep him informed on Jae-hyun's actions and grades, and to tell him immediately if he starts acting strange, to which Seok-gi agrees. The chairman tells them all to keep up the good work, and he asks that they inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Sometime later, Jae-hyun returns to the AR evasion test and completes level 27 of the test. The 27th level seems to be his limit, and this is a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally clear with effort, so it means he's equal to that much of a force. It turns out that the next event for the freshmen is the Dungeon Practicum, and Jae-hyun decides to start preparing. He remembers the Dungeon Practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic incidents at Mills Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were mixed up in that incident, and in the end, he was the only one who survived on his team. Even as he had to listen to people tell him that he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to leave Mills Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Shortly after, our boy goes to the store to make a purchase. When he's done, he wonders if he'll be able to live differently in this life. He was unable to protect anyone, led a pathetic life in his past life, and was as expendable as a single-use item. However, he doesn't plan to live the same life all over again. Living a life of regret once was enough. One day before the Dungeon Practicum begins, the students go to class as usual and soon finish their activities for the day. When class ends, Yoo-jung and Ina approach Jae-hyun, and Yoo-jung asks him what they should do tomorrow since it's their first Dungeon Practicum. Ina admits that she couldn't sleep well last night, so Jae-hyun informs them that everyone feels the same when they enter a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprises Yoo-jung, and she playfully asks if this is not his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon for a walk or something. He retorts that he doesn't know about dungeons, but he's met monsters a few times, and there's one in front of him right now. That causes Yoo-jung to lose it one more time, and she starts to curse and pound her fists on him. Ina watches them nearby, and their goofiness makes her smile. Eventually, Jae-hyun offers the girls something if they're so worried, and Yoo-jung asks what it is. Our boy tells them that he bought the potion along with his own, and he tells them to use it when they need it. Eventually, Yoo-jung agrees to forgive him this time because of his good gesture, and Ina promises to make good use of it. Our boy considers that he survived the Dungeon Practicum the last time due to luck, but he'll ensure that he does it this time with skill. On the day of the Dungeon Practicum, Jae-hyun spends some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up is important before going into a dungeon, no matter how great a magician's mana capacity is. If they suddenly overuse high-level spells, they will experience mana rebound. If mana rebounds when casting a spell, it could injure the user's body. A magician who uses high-level spells a great deal is prone to mana rebound, and Jae-hyun recognizes that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice are high-level skills. Apart from that, he's not sure how dangerous things will get during the Dungeon Practicum today, and he doesn't know if he'll die or if his teammates will. On top of that, If he keeps his mana pooled up in his lower abdomen like he has just done, he can use it to strengthen his spell or body quickly when he needs to. He suddenly recalls the time before he regressed, when the system had told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desires. While he's deep in thought, the Nornir system activates a main quest. Apparently, he has succeeded in returning to the time he longed for. From now on, he has to go through several junctions that left him with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. The decision he takes may kill or save others, and whatever he decides to do is in his hands. The difficulty of the mission is unknown, and the rewards are unknown too, but they seem to depend on whether he takes route A or B. The worst part is that he has just 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is equally unknown. Jaehyun guesses that something came up again, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to help him grow stronger since the gods need him for their plans. However, he doesn't understand what they mean by him choosing his route, and he wonders what on earth they're planning. Shortly after, the freshmen gather at the Mills Academy underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yijeon comes to attend to them and informs them that they'll be grouped into teams of 4 via lots and will have to act together. When the students begin to murmur, Jaehyun guesses that the others think it's not fair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can clear the dungeon easily, but if you're unlucky, you'd be part of a low-ranking cadet team struggling to raid the dungeon. When the murmuring continues, Yijeon silences them and explains that their scores in the dungeon practicum will be part of their official tests. Apparently, only low-level monsters that they can defeat will appear in the dungeon practicum, and Yijeon tells them all to try their best. While she's speaking, Jaehyun reasons that this is Chairman Jia-in's trap. Like the instructor said, most of the monsters that appear here are low-level, but if things go like they did before he regressed, boss-level monsters will be mixed in. He recalls the D-rank boss monster, Kobold Lord, and even though it isn't a difficult opponent for him, he doesn't plan to follow along with Jia-in's plans, except that the small gap Jia-in will leave open in this dungeon practicum might actually give him the opportunity to end him. Shortly after, Yijeon declares that the cadets should come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After picking, Jaehyun and Ina end up together, and our boy tells Ina he's glad he knows someone on the team, to which she also reciprocates. He's glad there's someone on his team he can talk to comfortably, especially someone who is skilled. While he considers coming up with a strategy, he's shocked by the sight of his 2 other teammates. The lady introduces herself as Warrior Kim Jina, and the guy introduces himself as Warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're also on Team 3, but Jaehyun recalls how these 2 people were his teammates in his past life, and they ended up getting killed by the boss monster after they asked him to run away while they took care of things. Suddenly, our boy understands what the Nornir system means by him choosing his route, and he can see the choices in front of him. When the new 2 warriors step forward, our boy realizes this is what the Nornir system wanted from the start. So he shakes them and introduces himself as Jaehyun, and introduces Ina also because she's clearly shy. It amuses Sungwoo that Ina is shy, but he's certain that they'll all get along as they spend time with one another. And Gina agrees that they'll all get along well. Our boy realizes that these 2 warriors are the same as they were in his past life, and he's happy with how cheerful they are with Ina. Once they've gotten introductions out of the way, Jaehyun proposes they make plans first. The other 2 agree, and one of them suggests making Jaehyun the team leader. With the quest the Nornir system showed to him still in his mind, our boy sits down to explain the plans to them. He reminds them not to get weak no matter what pops up in the dungeon, because if the warriors in the vanguard start to falter in particular, the whole party will end up annihilated. The warriors are intrigued by Jaehyun's tactical intelligence, and Sungwoo says this is expected of the person that got first place in the freshman hunt. Sungwoo realizes the details of the strategy are no joke and says he's memorized all 6 parts of it, and Ina says she has too. Soon after, Instructor Jiyeon steps forward to inform the cadets that their planning period is over. From now on, they will officially begin the dungeon practicum, and she asks the team leaders to come forward. Jaehyun steps forward, and when he looks to his side, he notices Hoyeon coming forward as the team leader of Team 4, which Yoojung is part of. He's glad that Hoyeon is the team leader because that means Yoojung won't get hurt. When the team leaders step forward, Jiyeon instructs the team leaders who are ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them and wishes them good luck. Shortly after, Hoyeon leads his team into the dungeon assigned to them. One of the party members notices that the place is pretty damp and has a musty smell, which enlightens her about how dungeons are in real life. Yoojung asks the rest if kobolds will probably come out since it's an underground dungeon, and their other male teammate agrees that they probably will because he heard underground dungeons have a lot of ore. Excited, Yoojung hopes that there are diamonds around somewhere, but while she's talking about it, she suddenly pauses when she senses something, and Hoyeon immediately announces that something is coming, so he asks them to go to their positions. Yoojung quickly goes into action, but the other cadets don't look so confident when they notice that they're surrounded by kobolds. As if it's not enough that they're monsters, the kobolds are equipped with digging equipment. Hwoyeon informs his team that the kobolds are weak monsters, but it'll be difficult to deal with them if they swarm them, so he charges at them and proposes they finish this quickly. Yoojung uses an explosion from her holy force and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a release of a huge explosion that blinds the monsters, giving Hwoyeon the chance to cut them down. While the other two teammates fight with the monsters, Yoojung activates a move called the Wind of Helheim and activates a skill called Air Blast. She releases several blasts of air towards the chest of the kobolds and knocks them to the ground. After they take down the monster, Hwoyeon asks if everyone is fine, and the ladies reply that they are. When they turn to the other male, Seiho, they notice he seems to be choking, so they rush to help him, and Yoojung wonders what's wrong because she's never heard of kobolds using poison. When Yoojung looks up, she realizes that the boy isn't choking because of poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana hitting him. In front of them is a huge kobold boss, and the students freeze. Shocked, Hwoyeon asks why there's a kobold lord here. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Gina confesses to Jaehyun that she knew he was strong, but he's really amazing. She asks him how many monsters he's dealt with so far in their walk through the dungeon, but Jaehyun insists it's nothing because things just happened. However, Gina insists that it's nothing because they will be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt if things continue like this. When Jaehyun looks to his side, he notices that Ina is distracted, so he grabs her hand and asks her if other people still make her uneasy. She admits that they do, so Jaehyun realizes she's really shy. But then, there were rumors that no one had seen Ina speak more than 3 words at a time. While moving forward, the team runs into a room filled with ores. Our boy realizes that this is different from what he remembers, and this clearly must be Jaehyun's doing. It occurs to Jaehyun that his existence has caused Ja-in to change his plans from what he did in the past. Suddenly, Jaehyun senses a monster coming, and he supposes it's the Kobold Lord, so he informs his teammates to use their plan C by defending first, and then counterattacking. When Jaehyun tells them to be careful because this monster is different from what they've encountered before, Sungwoo becomes worried that a stronger monster is coming, especially because they had been told that only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly something breaks in through a nearby wall, and the cadets are shocked to see a Kobold Lord. They wonder what a boss monster is doing here, and as Ina is about to run backward, she recalls what Jaehyun said about the whole party being annihilated if any of the warriors in the vanguard start to falter. She quickly activates the magic armor around the warriors, and Sungwoo struggles to focus because of the sheer size of the monsters. Eventually, Jaehyun activates his taunt skill, and when the Kobold Lord attacks Sungwoo's shield, Sungwoo calls out to Jaehyun. Our boy rushes towards them and creates a mana attack in his hands, and he blasts the Kobold Lord. Ina is shocked by the amount of power that Jaehyun's attack packed, and she hopes that such a great attack would deal a great deal of damage. But the monster easily gets up as if nothing happened. The sight makes Jaehyun laugh, and as he witnesses the destroyed parts of the monster repairing itself, our boy confesses that he didn't expect anomalies. As its body heals, the Kobold Lord smiles at them, and Jaehyun starts to wonder if a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities isn't too much to handle. Suddenly, the Norner system identifies the existence behind the Kobold Lord as something called Odin's Raven, so it gives him a special quest called the Raven Hunter. The special quest requires him to kill all of Odin's ravens that are weighing down on him and the gods against the Aesir. There are 5 objectives, and the mission is an S-rank difficulty with a reward of a blank card and class increase, with a penalty of death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, Instructor Jiyeon goes through footage of Jaehyun's previous fights, and she wonders how the boy can give such a performance as a magician. She's an A-rank magician herself, but such battle skills that Jaehyun shows are unthinkable to her. She considers that the chances of Jaehyun's Team 3 taking first place in this dungeon's practicum are high, and when one of the doors opens, she's surprised to see Cadet Seiho being helped up by Hwoyeon, while Yoojung tells her that there's a big problem. Still shocked, Jiyeon asks her what happened, and they inform her that a Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. She's surprised that they could run into a Kobold Lord because there's no way it could have gotten in, and Jiyeon begins to wonder what on earth is going on inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors come to help Seiho, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and they ask him to take deep breaths. Soon after, Yoojung asks Instructor Jiyeon if Team 3 has not come out yet, and she's told they have not. Hwoyeon doesn't believe it because he's sure that Jaehyun and Ina are too skilled to be unable to escape the Kobold Lord easily. After hesitating for a while, Jiyeon places a call through to Chairman Ja-in, who sounds surprised to hear from Instructor Jiyeon, even though he has a smirk on his face. She informs him about the appearance of a B-rank monster, and she requests rescue personnel, and the chairman acts surprised to hear that something like that happened. He tells her not to worry too much because he'll send a support team, so he asks her to wait on site. After he hangs up the call, Instructor Ji-yeon experiences a strong feeling of uneasiness, but can't explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ina, Gina, and Sungwoo grow tired. The system informs Jaehyun that the existence behind the Kobold Lord is Odin's raven, with 2 ravens named Hugin, which translates as thought, and Munin, which translates as memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from across the realms and used it to rule over Asgard. Eventually, Jaehyun calls the Kobold Lord a follower of Odin, showing the ravens that he recognizes their presence. Apparently, the mana he feels is close to B rank, and it's a regenerative Kobold Lord. Even though our boy has grown strong, this is a difficult opponent for him, and he wonders whether he should run. To him, running would be the smartest choice. That's what he always did before he regressed, hiding behind his selfish reason of self-preservation. But his life was a continuous string of regrets. He considers this a second chance, and he doesn't care if this is someone's test for him because he's going to protect them this time. Immediately, Jaehyun tells them all to run straight out of the dungeon while he distracts the monster. Sungwoo asks him what he's talking about and asks how he will deal with the monsters. But before the words can come out of his mouth, he's ambushed by 2 kobolds from behind. Fortunately for him, Jaehyun quickly blasts them away with some holy arrows, so he asks Jungwoo to shut up and get out of there. As the Kobold Lord swings his huge weapon again to smash Jaehyun into the ground, our boy tries to explain to the others that he can't fight and protect them at the same time. As the monster is about to pound our boy into the ground, Ina calls out his name in fear, but as he turns around to face the monsters, a shield appears between him and the monster to weather the impact of the strike. Surprised, Jaehyun looks to his side and realizes that Ina activated the shield. She informs him that she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he can't convince her out of this. He wonders if this is another change he has created in the future. Then he asks Ina to stay with him while the others go back to the entrance of the dungeon and tell Instructor Ji-yeon about the situation. When Sungwoo tries to protest, Jaehyun begs him to leave, so Gina agrees and promises to tell the instructor as soon as they can. As the 2 of them head out, Jaehyun and Ina are left alone to face the monsters. Jaehyun tells Ina he'll cover her from the back, so she summons her radiant holy sword and sends the sword through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jaehyun takes that as his cue, and he rushes forward to meet with the Kobold Lord that's coming for him. When he gets closer, Jaehyun notices that the Kobold Lord's body is melting, and our boy decides to stop in his tracks. He recalls that there's a limit to the amount of mana a body can contain, and there's something controlling the monster from the shadows, and the thing is pouring in way more mana than it can handle. That thing must be Odin's raven, and he decides to expose the ravens. Our boy equips his Mistletoe weapon. Due to having Mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expands, and the active skill called mana perception becomes equipped. Because of this, he can more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that use mana. Using his mana perception skill, our boy sees the trail of mana leading away from the huge monster to a claw underneath. Jaehyun is glad that he's found it, and as the monster comes in again to strike him, Jaehyun activates his lightning chains and assures it that he's going to make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, in the gathering of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens goes to Asgard to see Odin. Hugin informs the god that, through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistletoe, which had disappeared from the god's storehouse. Frigg, Odin's wife, asks Hugin where the Mistletoe is, so he informs her that it's in Midgard, referring to Earth, and it seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That disturbs her, and she calls Mimir an old fool, but Thor, who is sitting nearby, assures her that they're watching closely, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, accuses Thor of being complacent and reminds him how they lost Balder in the last war, and how the thing that killed him was the mistletoe branch, Mistletoe. After considering it for a while, Odin tells Hugin to find out whether the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the forces against the Aesir, so he returns to Earth to do that. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Ja-in keeps massaging the odd ring that he was massaging when Ji-yeon called him. Soon, Seaki steps in, and the chairman asks him how things are going. The instructor replies that no one seems to have noticed anything yet, and that pleases Ja-in. He chuckles again, and he's glad that he borrowed strength ahead of time. The chairman is certain that Jaehyun will fall into his hands no matter how arrogant he acts. Ja-in tells him that all of this is for Odin and the Aesir. In the dungeon, our boy targets the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabs the chains, which do not seem to deal any damage to it, and swings its weapon to take Jaehyun's head clean off. Our boy quickly leans backwards and jumps out of the way to avoid getting decapitated. With Ina by his side, he asks her if she can cover for him because he needs to be clear of the monster's attacks. So she tells him she'll try, but she doesn't look so good. Jaehyun realizes that Ina is probably already aware that she can experience mana rebound. Even if he ends up defeating the Kobold Lord, the chances of Ina dying are high, but he wonders why she still plans to help him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jaehyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak, but he seems to be having a change of mind. He turns back to his opponent and decides to end this. He only has one chance, and he sends a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Ina provides some support by creating a mana shield around Jaehyun. Our boy dashes towards the monster, and Ina, who's feeling more uncomfortable, bites her lower lip as her hands begin to shake. The riled-up monster targets Jaehyun, who is running towards it. Jaehyun recalls that his friend from his past life once told him that there's nothing more miserable than dying because you couldn't trust your companions. So, as Jaehyun leaps towards the monster, he signals to Ina to act, and he promises himself to confirm what his friend said from here on out. Jaehyun jumps on one of the chains and uses it to travel forward, and Ina is shocked that he's able to use that as a movement skill. She wonders how skilled he is with mana control for this to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waits patiently as Jaehyun dashes towards him on his chain. But instead of colliding into the monster, our boy jumps right above it. In a split second, the monster twists its hand and tries to smash Jaehyun out of the air without turning back because it would take much longer to turn back. But it's clearly doing this under the control of the Raven. Ina becomes worried that Jaehyun would be knocked out of the air, but our boy evades the attack and smiles. Using his mana perception, he traces the mana threads to the spot where Odin's Raven is staying and bears down on the spot with all of the might of his sword. The strike is so strong that it breaks his sword, but it still works because the Kobold Lord reacts by letting out a shout. Suddenly, the system announces that the mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. When Jaehyun lands on the ground, the Kobold Lord crashes behind him, and our boy walks forward to see the face of the being behind all this trouble. When he steps forward, Jaehyun finds Hugin crumbled after being hit by his strike. He asks the Raven what the hell Odin's goal is and steps on its head when it doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun notices a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on Chairman Jaehyun's ring. He steps on the Raven again and asks it what the connection is between Gu Jae-in and Odin, but the monster doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun realizes that the Raven doesn't have a will of its own, and it's meaningless to keep it any longer. He finally raises his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Ina bursts into the area looking for Jaehyun, but Jaehyun warns her that it's not over yet because she needs to be careful about mana rebound. Before the words come out of his mouth, she suddenly freezes, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jaehyun grabs his chest due to pain, and Ina does the same, but the Nornir system soon purges Jaehyun's mana due to the purity of his mana. Soon after, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jaehyun is glad it worked, and he's told that he has succeeded in hunting the first of his prey from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He's rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level upgrade. Once he fully recovers, Jaehyun realizes that things could have ended up worse than they turned out, but when he turns to Ina, he doesn't see anything good, and the Nornir system informs him that his teammate's life is in grave danger. Our boy rushes towards Ina, and he's told that she will die if she does not recover immediately. Sometime later, Ina wakes up in a pool of sweat and a headache. She notices Jaehyun by her side, so she asks him what happened. He seems to have been asleep, but he wakes up when he hears her calling his name. He's surprised she's awake and asks her how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked to realize her health and mana have fully recovered. She's confused about what had happened, because she remembers that she experienced mana rebound. Eventually, she tells Jaehyun that she's fine and asks him how he's doing. He responds that he's fine and mentions that he fell asleep. When she looks to her side, she realizes the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks Jaehyun why he didn't leave. He tells her that he was waiting for her to wake up because he has something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him, and after pausing for a while, Jaehyun tells her that they have to get their stories straight. Ina suddenly blushes, because the Korean phrase for getting our stories straight is directly translatable as, I want to touch my lips to yours. Outside the dungeon, Yoojung demands from Sungwoo and Jina why only 2 of them made it out, and instructor Jiyeon tries to hold her back from doing anything stupid. She tells Yoojung she understands that she's worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he's supposed to do to help Jaehyun and Ina come back. Suddenly the dungeon door opens, and while Yoojung is still raising dust, Jaehyun and Ina step out of the door, causing everyone to freeze. Jaehyun asks them if they're fighting because of the 2 of them, and even instructor Jiyeon freezes in shock because the inspection team had told her that the 2 cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss, Suddenly, tears flow down Yoojung's eyes, and she runs towards the two of them with her arms open wide. She cries while embracing them, and explains that the instructor and the inspection people all said that they'd be dead. She tells him she's so glad that they're alive, and it causes Ina to smile. But Jaehyun tells her he gets it, and asks her if she can let go of them now. Even Sungwoo and Gina are teary-eyed, and when Jaehyun notices this, he thanks both of them for trusting them. Jaehyun tells everyone that their two teammates left because he asked them to go get the instructor for help, and they don't deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yoojung, who is still angry, asks them how they can just leave behind their teammates like that, so Jaehyun tells her he would have done the same, so there's no need for her to be like that. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as her, and he asks her not to get mad for him either. The statement stings Yoojung, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Ina, stating that she was mad for Ina's sake and not for him. In a flashback to the time before they stepped out of the dungeon, Ina had asked Jaehyun if he was the one who healed her body, but he tells her he knows she's confused, but it's hard to tell her everything. He explains that he doesn't want people to know about this ability, so she asks him why he's hiding it. Eventually, our boy asks her if she's not curious as to why a kobold lord appeared here and endangered the students. He tells her it's because of Chairman Gu Jia-in, who's a piece of shit who thinks of students as tools. Jaehyun tells her that Jia-in is very different from the side of himself he shows to the public and the media, and he thinks it's fine for useless students to die. Ina realizes that's why Jaehyun is against the chairman and why he's hiding his ability, and he confirms it. After pausing for a while, she reminds him of some things he said to her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he had told them not to trust anyone, whether it's the chairman or an instructor, so she asks him how much he knows about Jae-in. She points out that he knew from the beginning that Jae-in is a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen, so she asks him how he knows those things. When he doesn't speak for a while, Ina pleads with him to answer her, and Jaehyun still remains speechless because he didn't expect her to react like this. He knows her life may be at risk if she gets more involved, so he considers using his indoctrination skill on her, but he changes his mind because she has a high magical aptitude value. Since her mentality is strong, it might not work, and that's not a good solution in the first place and a terrible way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes but tells her he can't tell her more than what he already has, so she asks him why he can't. Jaehyun finally explains that it'll be too dangerous for her too if he tells her any more than this, and he asks her to let it go for now. In the present, Instructor Ji-yeon bows her head and apologizes to Jaehyun for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, and she tells him she's glad he's okay. However, he tells her it's fine, especially because she didn't put them into the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. When Jaehyun turns back to go rest, Ina runs after him and asks again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially because no one knows if something like this will happen again. But he apologizes that he can't tell her and expresses his hope that she'll keep the promise she made. After Jaehyun leaves, the Nornir system informs him that he's cleared the main quest, which is the first turning point, and the rewards depend on the route taken. He's told that he took Route B, which is different from the choice he made in the past. Because of that, he's given something called Idun's Golden Apple. Sometime later, Chairman Jae-in says that he has disappointed him. Seok-ji apologizes to the chairman, but the chairman insists that he will tolerate it once, but expresses that he hates having a useless subordinate. With an eerie look on his face, Jae-in turns to the instructor and asks him if he understands what he means. While trembling, Seok-ji promises not to disappoint him again, and Jae-in tells him he better not. The chairman tells Seok-gi to make sure to tame Jae-hyun in the next event before his patience runs out. The next morning, our boy has a quick shower, and when he sees his clothes, he recalls how Ina experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and An Hoyeon didn't reach even half of his potential, so he believes he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believes he doesn't need to intervene for Ina because she'll do fine without his intervention. He decides that he has to be careful about how he interacts with her, since he's not sure how it'll affect the future. Eventually, he takes his seat on the couch and turns on the TV to see if there's anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasons that he'll have to find out the relationship between Gu Jia-in and the Asir as soon as possible, since what occurred in this dungeon is just the beginning. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knows he needs to grow stronger so he can respond to any situation. While watching the news, he notices one broadcaster asking another man about some other kinds of dungeons that exist other than the ones they're used to. The specialist invited to the show explains that there are theme dungeons, and you have to approach those differently than you would a normal dungeon in which you kill the boss to clear it. When asked what other feature a theme dungeon has, the man explains that the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it, and our boy recalls these theme dungeons from his past life, and he gets an idea. The specialist further explains that raiders who want to raid theme dungeons need to become a character of the theme and clear certain requirements. It could be regarded as a kind of roleplay, and what raiders want in these kinds of dungeons are rare item rewards. Apparently there's a hidden piece that raiders also call God's Arrangement, and this item is the reason raiders are desperate to clear such dungeons despite their difficulty. After hearing that, Jae-hyun smirks and realizes this is his opportunity to get what he needs the most. Meanwhile, Ina enjoys a cup of tea with Yoo-jung, and she apologizes to her for making her worried. Yoo-jung tells her it's fine because she's happy as long as the two of them are okay. She admits that Yoo-jung's personality is kind of shitty, and she was worried that Jae-hyun might have been mean to Ina, so she explains that Jae-hyun is always like that. Ina pauses for a while, and Yoo-jung becomes angry and asks if Jae-hyun was actually mean to her. Surprised, Ina clarifies that he wasn't, but it's just that Jae-hyun seems to trust Yoo-jung a lot. She reasons that she would be happy if Jae-hyun could also trust her and depend on her a bit more. Finally, she mentions that he might trust her if she were a bit stronger, and when she pauses again, Yoo-jung becomes worried about her, so she eventually gets up and proposes that they throw out the thought of Jae-hyun and go eat something yummy instead. As Yoo-jung stretches out her hands, she explains that there's a place she's been waiting to go to, and while Ina stutters, Yoo-jung grabs her hand and declares that they're going to make her feel better. At first, Ina is surprised that Yoo-jung is dragging her away, but a smile soon develops on her face. Meanwhile, our boy checks out the legendary rank consumption item called Idun's Golden Apple. It's an apple grown and picked by Idun, who is in charge of the Aesir god's eternal youth and immortality. Consumption slows down aging immediately by 50% and increases natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increases magic aptitude and cannot be sold or given to another user. Jae-hyun realizes that such features like anti-aging and better natural healing are super rare, and it must cost at least $1 million. However, the issue is that he can't give this one out too. He decides to focus on calculating all the loot he can get, and he recalls that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon in a theme park in Seoul. It's where he can obtain the shoes that increase speed called Thialfi's Thundersteps that Thor's servant Thialfi used to wear. The shoes greatly increase one's dexterity stat, so a lot of martial arts raiders really wanted them. Eventually, Jae-hyun takes a bite of the apple with much anticipation, and everywhere lights up. But he eventually realizes the apple tastes like every other apple. Soon after, the Nornir system informs him that Idun's golden apple is starting to take effect, and his stamina stat has permanently increased by 20. His mana stat has increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. Apart from all that, his magic aptitude will be greatly increased permanently. Jae-hyun is glad that the apple's effects aren't average, and his movements start to feel lighter. He picks up his phone and soon places a call to someone. Shortly after, our boy heads to the theme park in Seoul, and he finds out that the place looks a bit cheap after seeing it after regressing. When he steps towards the counter, the attendant asks him what kind of ticket he would like, but Jae-hyun drops a Lotus Guild card and introduces himself as a raider from the Lotus Guild. He informs the woman that a theme dungeon will open up in the park in a short while. Meanwhile, Instructor Ji-yeon comes to Jae-hyun's hostel to see him, and she's told that he's not around. The attendant informs her that Jae-hyun had said he had something to do today and asks if something is wrong, so Ji-yeon clarifies that there isn't a problem. Ji-yeon wonders how Jae-hyun is already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He's not only skilled but also very fast at recovering from trauma, so Ji-yeon realizes he has real guts. Before she leaves, she asks the attendant to tell Jae-hyun to come see her when he returns. Ji-yeon steps out of the hostel and plugs in a communication device to secretly speak with a team manager named Song Jiseok-sun by Nim. Jiseok soon answers and asks her how her investigation went, so she informs him that she found out that Ja-in was behind it. Jiseok asks her if Seok-gi was in charge of the dungeon trial and guesses he must be in a difficult position right now. He asks her to keep an eye on both of them and call him if she notices anything. Ji-yeon receives the orders and also informs him that she thinks student Min Jae-hyun, whom she talked to him about, knows something about what is going on. At the park officials announce to their guests that they need to leave. Jae-hyun is surprised by how quickly they responded, and he realizes the Lotus Guild is really influential. He recalls the call he had with teacher Seongun to inform her about the dungeon that's about to appear. When he expresses total certainty, she gives him permission to mention their guild's name on the condition that he prioritizes his safety if things become dangerous. He's amused by her condition, so she tells him that it's not that she doesn't believe in how capable he is, but no teacher in the world wants their students to be in danger, since anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informs our boy that the theme dungeon called Neverland in Ruins has appeared. Apparently, a special item will be rewarded if 3 missions are cleared consecutively. A special quest called Big 3 is added, and his mission is to clear the 3 missions, which have a difficulty of A rank, with the reward of Thialfi's Thundersteps. A 24-hour timer begins, but the failure penalty isn't stipulated. Jaehyun realizes things are just as he remembers from his past life. In a flashback, he recalls that another raider showed up and began to talk about how she could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. In the flashback, she states that she was so smart that she could easily find some of the rides in the park, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name is Seo Ah-hyun, a 16-year-old theme dungeon raider. She openly declares that her skill, Cognition Accelerant, is pretty awesome. To her, there's nothing she can't do if she just uses her brain a bit. She talks about how excited she is to hear it's a theme dungeon, but she's not disappointed. Jaehyun recognizes her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it, but ended up being killed by those who were envious. Thanks to that, Thialfi's Thundersteps went to some other random person. This time, Jaehyun figures it's going to be better for him to take the Thundersteps this time. Soon after, the Nornir system asks him if he would like to start the Viking mission, the first mission out of the big three, and he agrees. He's soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system tells him the ending of this story is being changed. Jaehyun is transported away, and not long after, Seo Ah-hyun appears close to the place he disappeared. Shortly after, our boy is completely synchronized with the character of the dungeon, and he's told that he's playing Thialfi, a warrior who survived the invasion of the Vikings. The first mission of the Big Three, called Thialfi's Grudge, is soon added. In the theme quest, Thialfi's Grudge, the god of thunder, Thor, envied Thialfi's quick feet, and kidnapped Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage in order to force Thialfi to work for him. Our boy is to become Thialfi and save his younger sister Roskva to resolve the grudge. The difficulty of the mission is a B rank, and the reward is an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions of the mission are Roskva's death and Thialfi's death, but the failure penalty for him is death. Thialfi, servant of the god of thunder, Thor, and fastest in the 9 realms. He was originally a human, but he began to despise the Aesir because he lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Aesir. Jaehyun is surprised to learn that Thialfi hates the Aesir because this isn't the original story according to what is popularly known. And Jaehyun wonders if this is another conflict between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly, Jaehyun hears someone call out to him using Thialfi's name, and the person asks him to wake up. When he gets up, he feels a sharp pain in his head but doesn't know where he is. When he looks around, he realizes he's in a ship he stole in order to find Roskva, and when he looks to his front, he recognizes the person who woke him up as Frederick, the person who came up with the plan to steal this ship. Frederick asks him if he's okay, and as he's about to reply, the ship collides with another ship, causing the entire ship to wobble. Before they know what's going on, a group of pirates enters their ship, and it looks like they're in trouble. Jaehyun doesn't know what's happening, but it's clear he's going to have to postpone finding Roskva for a bit. Jaehyun immediately tells Frederick he'll leave this to him, and he jumps into the next ship, even while Frederick tries to stop him. When our boy jumps and lands on the other ship, the men are startled, but one of them starts to make fun of him for jumping into the enemy's territory when he should be hiding. They begin to call him names and threaten to kill him immediately, but our boy doesn't say anything. When he notices a girl tied to the middle of the ship, he recognizes that it's Seo, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities, so he wonders what she's doing here. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that the lady tied up is Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva. Seo Ah-hyun prides herself as the owner of a genius brain and also a great raider-to-be. She considers herself an amazing person, but somehow she found herself locked up in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wanted to go to the bathroom. Now that she's stuck, she calculates that there's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she is, and a 0.0003% chance that she'll get locked up in a theme dungeon. After lamenting about her luck, she decides not to think about it but to think about a way out of here. After tearing up because she doesn't want to die here, she hopes a raid team might have already arrived. As she hopes to run into one of them, she spots Jaehyun standing in the middle of the park, so she tails him. She wonders who he is because he doesn't seem like a part of a raid team, so she decides to follow him. In the present, Jaehyun wonders why he ended up meeting her again of all the people he could meet, especially after they even made an announcement for everyone to escape. While he's lamenting, the pirates prepare to poke him full of arrows, but our boy creates a mana shield to protect himself from the onslaught of arrows. While they fire, he wonders why he's always surrounded by abnormal people. He soon creates a punch packed with mana and knocks them all down with one strike. Eventually, our boy decides to be optimistic. Even though Seo is a bit of a bitch, he knows she'll be helpful for the raid. A new and bigger opponent appears and tries to slash Jaehyun with his sword, but our boy slides out of the way to avoid his attack. Since he can't send Seo out, he decides that it'd be better for him to use her. After evading the first attack, he lands a punch on the big guy's face and sends him rolling backward. He'll have to first take care of this situation and then figure out what to do with Seo after. The other pirates rush out to deal with him, so Jae-hyun tells them he doesn't have time right now, so he asks them to come at him all at once. After a short while, he takes out all the men and walks up to Seo, then tells her she can stop pretending to sleep. Jae-hyun asks her if she's supposed to be Roskva, but she only hisses and admits that she's been found out. With a smirk on her face, she asks him if he's supposed to be Thialfi. Jae-hyun affirms that he is, and he crouches down to speak with her. But he suddenly cracks the structure she's tied to with a punch, causing her to tremble. With a crazy look in his eyes, Jae-hyun tells her he can tell what she's thinking about right now, so he advises her not to try any of her funny ideas. It's clear the threat worked because Seo nods eagerly and hiccups. Soon after, the system informs Jae-hyun that he's cleared the first mission of the Big Three, and he's being sent to the field. He and Seo soon appear in the park again, and they sit across from each other at a table. In Seo's eyes, Jae-hyun is a magic class raider that moves like a martial arts raider. She guesses he's roughly the same age as her and has a shit personality. As she wonders who this strange person is, Jae-hyun finally breaks the silence and asks what kind of skill she has. Seo stutters and eventually reveals that her skill allows her to be better at swordsmanship. She believes that Lai should trick Jae-hyun since there aren't many middle schoolers who have skills. Since he has a shitty personality, she plans to use him to her advantage. But while she's thinking, Jae-hyun tells her that's not all there is to her skill. When he tells her he hates liars, she insists that she's not lying and she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a short pause, Jae-hyun informs her that her skill is called Cognition Accelerant, and he explains that it makes it feel like time's slowed down and quickens the user's thoughts. It's usually used in leadership positions, but it's effective for analyzing and figuring out the opponent's mind. When he asks her if he's wrong, she's utterly perplexed and asks him how he was able to figure out her skill. Immediately, Jae-hyun gets up and tells her he can't take her around with him because she still seems to be planning to lie and use him. He tells her he's not that stupid and turns around. But she pleads with him to wait and apologizes with tears streaming down her eyes. She begs him not to leave her alone there because she'll absolutely die if he leaves her behind. Jae-hyun asks her how he can trust her, and she offers to figure it out. When he hears that, our boy smiles and proposes she write a contract in that case. She's initially confused, but she soon understands what he's saying when they draft up a contract. The first term of the contract is that she can't act in any way that will harm Jae-hyun. The second is that she must obey all of his orders. The third is that Jae-hyun will guarantee her safety until clearing the Neverland theme dungeon. And the fourth is that she will never talk about this contract. She grabs her hair in frustration as she reads the contract. This contract is enforceable using Jae-hyun's subordination skill that comes with his indoctrination skill. He can hold supremacy through a contract, and he knows this is the best way to use her since she's a real pain in the ass. Eventually, she agrees to sign it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm after she does. The system declares that Seo has been subordinated, and the subordination will not be broken even after clearing the question, as it is a subordination through contract. Jae-hyun tries to cheer her up by saying it's a pretty good condition since it's not like he has control over her mind, but she retorts that there's no way it'd feel pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she says that, he tells her she can break the contract since he never forced her into this, and he can just leave her here. But before he can finish his statement, she assures him she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hell's temple, someone tells Hell that he noticed the little adversary seems to be working hard, especially since the glares of the Aesir gods have gotten rather sharp. He shares that the Aesir gods will definitely be upset if he leaves now, so he asks Hell to be his eyes because he'll need to stall for time until the adversary is ready. At the park, Seo follows Jae-hyun around, and she soon asks him where they're going now. He informs her that they're going to one of the rides called the Haunted House first, and she shrieks because she's afraid of rides. So Jae-hyun asks her if she's scared. However, she asks him if he really thinks she'd be scared of that and asks what kind of middle schooler is afraid of something like that. Jae-hyun responds that someone like her could be, but when she insists that she's not afraid, he agrees with her. When they get closer, our boy tells her to prepare to go in, but she pleads that she needs time to do some deep breathing. The system declares that they're starting the second mission in the haunted house, and they're soon transported there. They're to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills will be locked. Jae-hyun asks Seo what her role is in the dungeon, and it seems to her she's a cameraman because of the camera given to her. So she asks him what his own role is. Our boy explains that he's some horror streamer, and it's been a while since they've had a guest. Suddenly, a huge man appears by their side and greets them. Seo looks like she's about to explode, but the man soon introduces himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explains he's serving Countess Flandier. The butler explains that the Count instructed him to come greet them, and the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that he's received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flandier mission, they've been invited by Countess Flandier, the owner of the Flandier mansion, but this place is creepy and holds a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape, and the difficulty of the mission is A rank, but it has a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission will be a failure if they're unable to escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty is death. Alfred soon invites them in because the Countess had emphasized to him that he must treat them to the best of his ability. Our boy looks slightly tense, but Seo is dripping with sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining room first since they must be tired from the journey. Once inside, Jaehyun sees a vase with a tag that shows it's for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo notices a pretty painting of a little girl and a dog, so Alfred informs them that it's a portrait of the owner and Sean, the dog. Our boy figures the girl must have been 12 or 13, so he mentions that the Countess must really treasure her childhood, seeing that she put up a portrait like this. Alfred agrees that the Countess values her childhood because she has very dreamlike happy memories, but he says this with such a ghastly expression that it makes MC uncomfortable and Seo teary. Eventually, the weird butler tells them to follow him. As they both follow behind, our boy knows he has to be alert. The system told him the context of the first mission, but didn't do so for this second mission, which means he'll have to figure out all the secrets himself. He looks over at Seo, who is freaking out, and he asks her if she's good, pointing out that she was lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo interjects that she's only jittery because she's not gotten used to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred tells them they've gotten to the dining table, where he shows them the feast that Countess Flandier has prepared for them. Still with that creepy look in his eyes, he tells them to dig in and slowly disappears behind the door as if waiting for them to eat poison off the plates. When Alfred leaves, the two of them pause for a while. Eventually, Seo mentions that it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food, so Jaehyun suggests that they explore since the butler isn't here yet. As he's about to move, Seo tells him to wait so they can get some information before they go. When he waits, she focuses her attention and activates her cognition accelerant skill. The skill makes her very aware of her surroundings, and after a short time, she informs Jaehyun that she's discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is surprised by how fast she got information, so he asks her what it is. Seo states that she thinks the owner of this mansion is a kid that's about 12 years old, and when Jaehyun asks her why she thinks so, she explains that the nearby chair and the lobby are proof of that. The seat of the chair where the owner sits is higher than the others, which means she's much smaller than the other people who sit in the other seats. Apart from that, all the shelves in the lobby were pretty low, and only the lower handles were used. Jaehyun considers that it truly makes sense, so he proposes that they go check somewhere else. Seo follows him around, and she expresses her wish to take the camera she got back with her because it's a really expensive one. When Jaehyun suddenly stops, Seo walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but he tensely tells her that this is not the time for jokes because they're locked in here. Outside the theme dungeon appearance, raiders and news reporters arrive 2 hours after the appearance, and a particular reporter mentions that an employee of the park had revealed that there is a raider from the Lotus Guild inside and a middle school student, Seo Ah-hyun. She also expresses their concern to find out whether the two kids will be able to make it out okay. Nearby, a raider named Sun by Neem standing nearby curses when he realizes that their inability to get into the theme dungeon early enough will stop them from getting promoted soon. His pal, Kyung-hoon, the same raider who had shown up after Jaehyun and Hoyeon dealt with the goblins, mentions that there was no way they could know that a theme dungeon would break out in the theme park. Sun Bae-nim mentions that if the civilian council judgment of them falls, then Kyung-hoon may also be demoted too, despite having been promoted with the goblin incident, and Sun Bae-nim recognizes that his own promotion will be nullified. Kyung-hoon thanks him for the positive words, and Sun Bae-nim reiterates that they're going to be blamed for all this. He asks Kyung-hoon to check who the two people who are in the dungeon are, and Kyung-hoon is surprised to find out that it's Jaehyun. He recalls that he heard that the boy enrolled in Mill's academy, and he wonders if Lotus already scouted him. When Sun Bae-nim notices his expression, he becomes worried and asks him if there are 2 people instead of 3. But Kyung-hoon assures him that he believes that this theme dungeon is going to be cleared. Inside the haunted house, Seo is petrified when she learns that they're locked in. She starts to tremble and asks Jaehyun what will happen if they're trapped in here and never make it out. But he asks her to calm down because this is a dungeon, and there must be a way out. She has no choice but to agree with him due to her desperation, so she decides to look around a bit more for an escape. When he's alone, our boy considers that the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like them. Secondly, there's no way he can't open such a flimsy door with the high stats he has right now. More so, Seo has escaped this place before on her own before his regression, so it's assumable that the required stamina stat for successfully raiding this dungeon is low. It seems to him that there must be another variable involved, and while he's thinking, Seo tells him to come look at something. He asks her what's wrong, so she explains that something is wrong with the camera. He thinks she must be dramatic, but when he steps closer, he finds a corpse of the Alfred who had guided them here on the table they're supposed to eat at. And he realizes the Alfred who guided them here was a fake. Immediately, the system notifies them that they've reached 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. When he realizes that the camera is showing them things they can't see, they realize this camera is a key to solving the mystery. Our boy realizes that if they assume that the Alfred they met is fake, then this screen is either showing them the present or the past. Since this is a dungeon where they have to solve the mystery of the mansion, they wouldn't show them the future, so Seo concludes that it must be the past. She believes the camera is showing them the mansion's secret through the past. If that's the case, she realizes all this food definitely isn't made for eating. Jaehyun realizes that it was weird that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which means all of this is an illusion. Illusion is a type of magic that occasionally appears in dungeon traps, so our boy places a finger on the table and activates his absolute calculation skill. For some reason, the system tells him that there was a failure with activating the absolute calculation skill because the skill is not allowed here. When he realizes that won't work, he turns to Seo and asks her what she's looking for under the table. She mentions that she feels like some device for opening a door might be there, because the only thing in the entire room that's different on the camera is Alfred being on top of the table in place of the food. She believes the key to escaping must be here, so it gives Jaehyun an idea to solve the mystery. Our boy immediately turns on his mana detection skill, and when he focuses on the table, he notices a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. It confirms his suspicions, since locking magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, in order to destroy the magic, you need to destroy either the object or erase the calculation. He informs Seo that the key must be inside that pudding, but for some reason Seo is scared of going close to it because of the gory picture of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jaehyun taunts her by asking if she's scared, she screams at him that she's not and proceeds to stick her hand into the pudding to find the key. After searching for a while, she finds a key, and the system informs them that they have succeeded in undoing the second secret of the mansion, the seal of magic illusion, so they'll receive extra rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred watches the two guests from a pearl in another room and becomes worried that the guests did not like the meal. He states that they can't be lacking on how they treat their guests, and he promises that he, Butler Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. Eventually, he walks out to go do something about it while laughing like a maniac. Inside the hall, Jaehyun and Seo make their way to a well-lit room. However, when Seo looks through the camera, she sees a lot of gloom, blood, and children's toys. They soon find a door through the camera, which Jaehyun figures is the guest bedroom. When Jaehyun proposes that they go in to see if there's anything strange, Seo jerks backwards because of the blood in the room, but Jaehyun reminds her that they have to find a way to get out of there or stay in the mansion forever. Eventually, she agrees that she doesn't want to stay in the mansion forever, so our boy tells her to shut her mouth and look around, and call him if she sees anything. After stepping in, Jaehyun decides to look around for clues. Not long after, he looks backwards and sees a girl in shiny white clothes and bloodstains on her body. When he looks closer, he notices that parts of her face have been torn off, and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon points her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jaehyun, but he's not aware. Soon after, Jaehyun wakes up and sees a strange figure looking down at him. He gasps but soon realizes it's Seo. She asks him if he's okay, but he asks her to stop yelling because his head hurts. He had seen this coming, so he doesn't know how they managed to subdue him, and he wonders if this is how this dungeon is supposed to progress. Seo informs him that she tried to figure out what situation they're in using cognition accelerant. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, she supposes that they're in an underground jail and there are traces of torture throughout the entire place. After a while, Jaehyun goes to the iron gates, and he mentions that there must be a key somewhere too. He decides to use his active skill called Silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and he punches the gate with a mana punch. Much to Seo's shock, the gate shatters like it's made of cardboard and even cracks the wall they were put into. When Seo exclaims, Jaehyun tells her to be as quiet as she can be because it'll be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds them. She taunts him by saying he destroyed the wall quietly, but he tells her to shut up and thinks of ways to get out of there. While he's talking, they hear a dog bark, and Jaehyun is shocked to see a small puppy leap into his arms. He wonders what the hell a puppy is doing here and notices a key in its mouth. Frantic, Seo tells him to put the puppy down right now, but Jaehyun asks why since it's just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana, and he guesses that it may have been trapped here too since it has a key in its mouth. Seo protests that there's no way the dungeon would give them the key so easily, and this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy begins to growl at her. The growling puppy makes her stop talking, and the system notifies our boy that they've received a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The Flandier's diary quest requires them to go to Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The difficulty of the mission is B rank, and the reward is the undoing of the theme dungeon's skill locks. The fail condition is if they die before the time runs out, or if they fail to accomplish it before the 2-hour time limit. Jaehyun reasons that removing the lock on their skills is a good reward, and he figures that Flandier's room must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion. They all sneak around until they make it to the 3rd floor. Jaehyun eventually stops and admits he doesn't know where they have to go, and the dog jumps down from his hands. Seo also laments because they don't have their camera anymore, but she stops talking when she notices that Jaehyun has frozen on the spot. She calls out to him to ask what's wrong because he's making her anxious, but when he doesn't answer, she turns back and sees the little bloody girl dressed in white clothes that Jaehyun had seen before. With a closer look, her eyes seem to have been gouged out and her lips sewn together. Jaehyun tries to talk to the girl, but Seo grabs his shirt and proposes they leave because they don't have time to talk to a ghost. However, Jaehyun brushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she's still here, and he asks if she has regrets related to this mansion. The girl shakes her head, so he asks her if she's here to help them, and she nods affirmatively. Eventually, our boy asks her where on the 4th floor Flandier's room is, so she points in the direction behind them. Jaehyun thanks her and promises to help her move on to the afterlife if he gets the chance, so he asks her to wait, as they all turn around, and the dog soon returns. Jaehyun signals to Seo that it's time to go, but she looks slightly worried about the whole thing. Meanwhile, in the theme park, Sunbae Neem sits with manager Sungjae, and he asks to confirm if he had said that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sungjae affirms that this is true and says he can point the knives of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild, but in return, Guildmaster Yu Seongan has requested that they don't release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Sunbae Nim hesitates for a while and finally admits that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths just for a Mills Academy student. Sungjae says he can't tell him the reasons, so Sunbae Nim agrees to accept the offer since they won't lose anything by accepting. However, Sunbae Nim asks him what will happen if he fails the dungeon raid, but Sungjae assures him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have done all this for him if he was someone who would fail at this kind of thing. Inside the dungeon, Jaehyun takes out the last living armor with one strike, and Seo, who is standing nearby, is shocked because she had thought that living armors were C-rank monsters. Jaehyun explains that this is the shortest route, and these monsters are nothing. They open the next door, so the system informs Jaehyun that they're entering Flandier's room. Once inside the room, they notice it's super creepy, so Seo tries to go check the desk first. As she moves forward, Jaehyun stops her and mentions that it's obvious that there would be something on the desk. He proposes they check places where you wouldn't expect to find hints, and after looking around for a while, Jaehyun finds it. The system explains that he's found a diary in which Countess Flandier, the mansion owner, wrote every day. The first entry he finds is from May 7th of the year 1474. Flandier mentions her skin is looking paler every day, and all of the doctor's attempts do not seem to be working. She wonders if she'll end up dying without ever getting to see the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she talks about how she's excitedly waiting for her great-parents, who had promised to buy her a doll she'd been wanting from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she writes how she got a letter stating that her parents died from an attack by thieves. The page is stained with her tears, and she wonders if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry on May 15th, she writes that the funeral is over, and she became the owner of the mansion since she's the only one left of the Flandier bloodline. She explains that she's not happy at all because she's alone now and forever. In the month of July, another entry for the 4th day is written, where Flandier explains that a girl was caught who had taken one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently the girl is about her age and looked somehow like her doll, so she took a liking to her. She says she's going to ask the girl to live with her in the mansion. On the 20th of July, Flandier mentions that the girl said she has no name, so she named her Sally. They played every day in the mansion, and she expresses how happy she is to make a friend and hopes this continues every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandier mentions that Alfred left the house without a word. Apparently Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he went to the next town over, but she mentions how anxious she is because she doesn't know why he left. In an entry for September 10th, she mentions that Alfred has returned, but he seems different. Apart from that, Sally seems to be hiding something from her, and it seems something must have happened. In an entry for November 9th, Flandier mentions that she keeps hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently the kitchen lady, Selena, and her maid, Michelle, keep screaming, and it seems like their throats are going to tear. She wonders if she's dreaming, but it seems too real, and she's scared. The page is covered with blood, and in another part of the entry, Flandier writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking at her bedroom door, and she's certain that they want to kill her, but she doesn't know what to do. After reading it all, the system informs Jae-hyun that the restrictions on skill use are no longer in effect. Our boy realizes that Flandier had been murdered, and it was probably the doing of the monster that had stolen the mansion. He realizes that the monster must have been a doppelganger monster, and when he turns to look at Seo, he realizes it's actually a doppelganger monster that has been following him around. Behind the monster are several other Alfreds that are also monsters. The system notifies our boy that he's discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he's completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system informs him that he has succeeded in finding out all the secrets of the mansion, and he's now to safely escape the mansion. Our boy turns to the monsters, with the little puppy by his side as support. The monster releases deadly extensions from its body and goes in for the first attack, so Jae-hyun scoops up the puppy and jumps out of the way. Our boy tells the monster that it's finally showing its real self, because he was growing impatient seeing it act so fake. The monster laughs for a bit and tells him he's pretty quick to catch on for a human, but Jae-hyun tells him it wasn't anything difficult because he's just smart. Apparently, Jae-hyun could see the monster for what it truly is because of his ability to see through illusions. Eventually, our boy tells the doppelganger that it's also possible that he's not that smart, but the monster is just stupid. That statement annoys the doppelganger, and it asks him how he can dare to insult him. In a rage, the monster destroys the overhead lamp and the roof, forcing Jae-hyun to run out of the room. With the monster hard on his tail, our boy activates his lightning chain and fires it at the monster, causing large gaps in its structure, but it doesn't destroy it. During this time, the little puppy begins to feel queasy because of all the quick movements. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster that's dangerous because of its ability to copy another being's skill and appearance. But when considering only its combat skills, it's more like a C-rank monster. After the monster regains its form, it tells Jae-hyun that it'll consume his body, and it demands that he give over his body. Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch, so the monster rushes toward him, and Jae-hyun still doesn't move, even when the monster is inches away from him. When it comes closer, our boy surrounds it with another lightning chain, and asks how it feels to be played after being the one to play others for a long time. The heat of the lightning burns the monster, and it lets out a loud shriek. As the monster melts into a puddle, it mentions that envy led him to this because he also wants to be human. Eventually, the heat burns into the ground until the monster falls through. With the monster out of sight, Jae-hyun turns to the dog and tells it it's pretty good at barking, and it's talented at being a dog, which probably means the dungeon transformed Seo into a dog. Eventually, our boy heads to the nearby door, but he soon notices the spirit of Flandier again. But this time, she looks just like she looked in the painting. She has a smile on her face and waves at him, which makes Jae-hyun smile back at her. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye, and the system informs him that he has cleared the second mission. It also adds that he's cleared all hidden scenarios in the mission, and will be given extra rewards. Jae-hyun and Seo are soon transported to the real world, and our boy checks out his rewards. One of the rewards is called Commander's Shouting, which increases morale in allies to increase mana and stamina. The second is Illusion, which creates illusions for the enemies. Jae-hyun doesn't really like the Commander's Shouting skill because he won't use party member support skills often, but he likes the Illusion skill because he can use it to turn tables in a battlefield. When he turns to Seo, she tells him he should have said something since he knew she was the puppy, and she mentions that she was super scared that something was going to happen to her. Jae-hyun reminds her that she made it out alive in the end, but she protests that she's still upset. Our boy tells her to get up instead of whining because they have to get to the next destination, which startles her because she was hoping they could take a break. Surprised, he asks her if she's tired since she hasn't even done anything ever since they were in the underground cell, so she explains that she has mental fatigue. However, Jae-hyun agrees that he understands that, but he's sure it'll go away if she moves around. Using the subordination skill, he tells her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own. As she begins to walk to the next mission, she screams aloud in frustration and tells Jae-hyun that she will never forgive him. After walking for a while, Seo ends up short of breath, and she asks Jae-hyun if this place is a parade. Our boy takes a potion and confirms that it is, but he also warns that they need to keep an eye out because they don't know what's coming. Suddenly, a voice comes out through the speakers and welcomes everyone to Neverland. When they look in front of them, they see a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Bruin. Bruin invites them all to his parade, and he approaches Jae-hyun and Seo to welcome them. He congratulates them for successfully completing the 2 missions. So Jae-hyun goes straight to the point by asking him what the last mission is going to be like. Bruin explains that the last mission is Tag, and he points them to a gate that's not far away. Apparently, the both of them will have to run from the monsters that'll come out of it and reach the final destination. Jae-hyun replies that he doesn't believe that's all there is to it, so Bruin compliments his cleverness. Eventually, Bruin explains that the game of tag spawns monsters depending on the number of challengers and how strong they are. Jaehyun realizes this is bad because if his skills are considered, there will be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier, and it's going to be hard to fight and protect Seo at the same time. When Bruin does an appraisal of their skills, he congratulates them because they're measured to be S rank. Bruin marvels because he hasn't had such high ranks before and mentions that he's impressed, but Jaehyun protests that this doesn't make any sense. However, Bruin only wishes them luck and transforms into fire. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the quest called Last Festival, and he has to run away from Surtur, the fire monster, and get to the final destination or defeat the monster. The theme quest, Last Festival, has a difficulty of S+ rank, and the reward is Thialfi's Thunder Steps. The requirements that typify failure include being killed by Surtur, but they're told there are 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently there's a hidden quest to both kill Surtur and get rid of the potential threat, which has an undecided reward, which could possibly be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jaehyun is stunned that there are 3 of them, and he figures that something is wrong. While they're watching, another fire monster comes out of the gate that Bruin pointed to. Surtur is a being whose purpose was to engulf the whole world in flames before even the first giant, Ymir, was born. The sword of flames in his hand is said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of a few hours. Jaehyun quickly starts to run, and he drags Seo with him as Surtur begins to set everything close by on fire and rain brimstones over the whole place. Seo, who is now crying, asks how they're supposed to run away from that monster, but our boy tells her he's thinking about it and advises her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to die. Fire keeps raining down on the area they're in and begins to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another being in the form of a cat tells Hel that she thinks this is her fault. She wonders if she should help them, but Hel jokingly accuses her of being cruel because she knows she has no intention to help them. Hel eventually asks her to leave them be because she wants to see how Jaehyun will survive this. On the parade ground, Surtur keeps raining fire on the ground, and Jaehyun keeps trying to escape. He realizes it's too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he has to avoid fighting him head-on and find the goal. Seo soon informs him when she finds the destination, so our boy rushes there and tells her to hold on for a bit longer. Our boy activates his skill called Haste, which increases his speed, and he dashes toward the final destination. His plan is to distract the monster and use Seo to get to the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur asks which fool summoned him, and he rains down much more fire in a frenzy, which almost 2 players miss by the skin of their teeth. Jaehyun curses, then tells Seo to keep her mind alert and listen to him. He tells her that they'll split up and keep running, so he tells her to run straight to the merry-go-round. Seo asks him if he's going to distract this thing, so he asks her if she wants him to use her as bait instead, then tells her to just run. As she makes her way toward the final destination, Jaehyun ends up face-to-face with Surtur and signals to him, calling him a bastard. The monster looks down at him, then blasts him with fire, but our boy quickly jumps out of the way. He jumps on the pinnacle of a nearby tower and asks Surtur how he's going to catch up when he's so slow. The monster begins to release fire from his mouth due to rage, so he smashes the building Jaehyun is standing on with one strike, but Jaehyun jumps out of the way again. Meanwhile, Seo almost reaches the destination, but before she can get there, Surtur sends down fire to destroy the destination. She's forced to stop, confused as to what the heck is going on, and Jaehyun wonders the same thing. Soon enough, the system announces that the goal has been destroyed, so the quest's clear condition, other than the hidden quest, has been changed to impossible. At that point, Surtur calls Jaehyun an ignorant fool and asks how he can dare consider himself to be a match for him. Our boy realizes that the only way out is to kill Surtur, so he stands his ground. The next time Surtur sends a ball of fire at him, Jaehyun easily blocks it without moving out of the way. Surtur commends his impressive skill because there have only been a few other people who could defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster reaches for his sword and swings it toward Jaehyun to see if he can block this too. Regardless, our boy doesn't move out of the way and prepares to block it. Nearby, Seo realizes they might really end up dying at this rate, so she decides to use her cognition accelerant skill to find something she can do to help. While Jaehyun is defending himself against the onslaught of fire, Seo calls out to him and informs him that she has found a way to beat the giant. Jaehyun leaves the battlefield to go meet Seo, so Surtur asks him how he dares to run away from him. When our boy runs far away into one of the standing buildings to speak with Seo, she explains they can use the water tank. Apparently there's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland, and if they lure the monster there, they might be able to damage it if they use water to get rid of its flames. Jaehyun reasons that they might truly be able to damage its head or heart if they can deal with the flames, and Seo further explains that this can only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believes that this monster would die if they were to destroy his weak points. She explains that she'll use her skill to predict Surtur's route and tell him, so he can lure him to the water tank. Soon after, Jaehyun goes out and runs toward the water tank, but he relies on Seo to call out the number of steps to take in what direction and what to do to avoid the next attack that Surtur is going to direct at him. At one point, our boy stops, so Surtur calls him a weak human and asks him if he's given up on running. Jaehyun turns back at him and tells him he's not running. Our boy mentions that he heard that Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and he's just working as a gate guard right now, so he's not in the position to call him weak. That statement stings Surtur, and when he only exclaims, Jaehyun asks him if he's also scared of him, who is a human too. Surtur, now blazing through his eyes, calls our boy a bastard, and when Surtur strikes him with fire, a surge of water bursts out toward him. It turns out that Jaehyun had activated his illusion skill, so Surtur didn't know he was standing right in front of the water tank and not Jaehyun. The water is so great that it covers up the monster and temporarily puts out the fire around his body. Without hesitation, our boy leaps into the air with his mana-packed sword and strikes it into the monster's heart, pushing him to the ground. With his back on the ground, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jaehyun says it doesn't matter since he won. The giant warns him not to be arrogant because he only fought him with a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form won't be this easy. Shortly after, Surtur dematerializes, so the system informs Jaehyun that he has cleared the last mission of the Big Three, and he has cleared the hidden route and will get extra rewards called Unbelievable Performance, as well as an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Seo, who is standing nearby, is glad that it's all really over. The cat that was watching them realizes that Jaehyun didn't need help after all. He finds him interesting and admires his willingness to get stronger, but Hel mentions that Jaehyun is nothing more than just a vessel. The cat doesn't believe what Hel said because she's the one who's always curious about how Jaehyun is doing, and he also believes that it's too early to let the Aesir know about the boy, but they need to focus on helping him become stronger so he can get strong enough to kill Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our boy is given the S-ranked Thialfi's Thunder Steps, who stepped up to the position of a god of light as a human. The equipment will reinforce strength and dexterity and grant a skill called the Step of Light, which is also S-ranked. Jaehyun is shocked by how amazing the equipment is, but he soon notices an odd expression on Seo, so he wonders if she's trying to pull something on him. He uses his subordination skill on her to force her to show that she got an item called Roskva's Seal that increases one's strength and gives one a skill called Courage, which resists the state of fear and increases dexterity. While Seo laments about how annoying he is for using the subordination skill on her again, Jaehyun considers how he doesn't have any interest in any of her rewards, but he's more interested in her cognition accelerant skill. He decides to hold off on duplicating it since he can summon her any time. Shortly after, Bruin shows up to congratulate them, but as they are about to leave, he calls Jaehyun the Great Adversary, just like Hel and the other gods call him. That surprises Jaehyun, but when he turns back to ask him why he called him that, Bruin disappears. Meanwhile, everyone waits eagerly for those who entered the dungeon until the shield around it breaks. When the two survivors come out, people begin to rejoice, but Sun by Nim forces his way through because they need to discuss some things with the survivor. However, he gets to the front to discover that Jaehyun has disappeared, much to everyone's surprise. Seo is left on the stage like a deer in headlights, and everyone turns their attention to her. When Kyung-hoon shows up, he suggests that Jaehyun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin class, but Sun by Nim protests that Agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him that Jaehyun is a magic class, and particularly a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shungun is impressed when she learns that Jaehyun vanished after accomplishing such a feat. Sometime later, our boy is glad to see there are no articles about his feat online, and he figures the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he was able to escape the people on the scene was by using Thialfi's Thunder Steps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another thing he got from the mission is Surtur's Undying Flames, which is single-use and can imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jaehyun considers how this incident with Surtur makes him realize that he's still weak. He doesn't want to have to use dirty tricks to win against his opponents, or win without having someone by his side. He wants to be someone others fear to approach, and he wants to leave behind his weak past so he can protect his friends and family, so he plans to become stronger. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in commits to a mission of reporting everything about Jaehyun to instructor Jong Yi-soo, and she assures him she won't disappoint him. When she leaves, Ja-in thinks about how excited he is about the next event, where he plans to get rid of all the dirty things in his way. On the ground, he litters pictures of several students whose faces he has crossed with an X. The next morning, Jaehyun tells the ladies why he was unavailable the previous day. Yoo-jung had assumed he was ignoring her calls and messages on purpose, but our boy clarifies that's not the case. Ina, on the other hand, asks him if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's not. Yoo-jung thinks he has bad luck getting into such troubles, and she wonders if God hates him. Suddenly, Soo-yuk walks up to them and mentions that he saw our boy's annoying face here. He tells Jaehyun he can't play any stupid tricks on him this time, But when Yoo-jung asks our boy if he knows who the strange new kid is, Jae-hyun tells her he doesn't know him. Annoyed, Soo-hyuk screams at them that he's Lee Soo-hyuk, but instructor Yisu tells him to keep his voice down, so he has no choice but to back off. When Yisu steps on the podium, she introduces herself to the cadets and informs them she'll be teaching them the first part of understanding magic calculations. She asks them to do their best because she plans to teach them well, but Jae-hyun notices that she's quite young for an instructor. When Yisu asks them how much they know about magic, Soo-hyuk explains that magic uses necessary calculations to use mana to manifest something supernatural. The teacher agrees, and Soo-hyuk smirks at Jae-hyun to gloat over the fact that he answered the question. Eventually, Yisu hands out books containing basic magic calculation formulas for D-rank magic and the foundations of magic applications of higher levels, which is their focus this semester. After she hands some of the students some books, they lament that the books are all blank, but Jae-hyun knows differently. When Yisu calls him to ask if he can tell her what's written in the book, he tells her that it's written in rune, and it annoys Soo-hyuk that he was able to answer the question. It also unsettles Yisu that Jae-hyun was able to answer because the book is a magic text that can only be read by solving the calculations. Normally, it takes new students a week to be able to see the text in it, but he solved it by looking at it once. She realizes he's more talented than the chairman described, so she further probes him by asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun doesn't know why he can read the book easily, and he doesn't know if it's the Nornir system playing a trick on him, or if it's the fate of the Aesir. But he tells her that the writing on the cover says, Odin's life and the basics of rune. In her apartment, Seo laments because Jae-hyun, whom she refers to as a bastard, made her walk so much that her legs are now hurting. She also hates the fact that she had to answer the journalist's questions about the interior of the theme dungeon and explain what happened on her own. Before he left, our boy had made her unable to reveal anything about his skill using his subordination skill. Even recalling the experience makes Seo burn with rage, and she wonders when he's going to undo this subordination. Eventually, she recalls she can go find him, and it gives her an evil idea. Sometime later, our boy reads the book instructor Yisu gave him, and he finds it more interesting than he expected. He learns that all calculation formulas change their nature depending on how they're used. The in-depth knowledge of the basics from the book allows him to use a wider range of low-rank magic and can easily help him attain higher levels faster. When he notices Yoo-jung collapse from exhaustion, he praises the fact that she was able to succeed in reading the book cover. She laments that she's upset because she was the one who taught Jae-hyun magic. But our boy jokes that the student surpasses the teacher. Meanwhile, Ina rejoices because she can finally read the first page now, so Jae-hyun praises her hard work. His compliments make her blush, so she covers her face with the book. Jae-hyun notices that Ina has been treating him differently, and he wonders if it's because he drew a boundary the day they came out of the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students, and soon travels back to report the situation to Odin. Sometime later, Jae-sung organizes a naming competition for his potion shop, and offers to give a box of best quality potions to the winner. Hoyeon, Ina, Yoo-jung, Jae-sang, and Jae-hyun are seated at the table, and they soon realize it's harder than they expected. Ina mentions that it may be because there are barely any potion shops, and Yoo-jung wonders what will happen if the shop doesn't get any business. Jae-sung explains that survival is the most important thing to a raider, so there's no way a potion business would fail. He reminds them of their experience when they tried the potions and declares that this is revolutionary. A few days earlier, our boy considers how a raider would do anything to get stronger. Although, to get stronger, money is more important than effort. As someone who has regressed to the past, Jae-hyun realizes he has many opportunities in business and investments because of his knowledge of the future. In the present, he plans to get Jae-sang on his side since he knows he will be responsible for half of the potion businesses in the entire world in the future. Suddenly, Seo barges into the room where they're having their meeting, and she chides Jae-hyun for not keeping his promise. He wonders how she found him, but he soon recalls that the system told him that the user and the subordinate can locate each other, and this effect cannot be cancelled. Yoo-jung asks Jae-hyun why he'd blackmail a kid like that, but Jae-hyun only asks Seo to take a seat so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, but our boy forcefully makes her shut up using subordination because he thinks her idea is trashy. Others also suggest names, but Jae-hyun doesn't like them, and he believes even the monsters in the dungeons would have better ideas. Eventually, Yoo-jung gets angry because Jae-hyun isn't asking her for some ideas. He's not asking her because he believes her ideas will also be terrible, but he decides to consider her. She suggests the name Workshop Elixir, and our boy recalls that the word elixir is another name for the Philosopher's Stone that's supposed to bring back the dead and heal injuries. Jae-sung loves the idea, and Jae-hyun also thanks Yoo-jung for saving them, which is a first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Yisu's classes, Jaehyun answers a question about rune being the language and foundation of magic. He answers it perfectly, and it further annoys Soo-hyuk. After the lesson ends, our boy informs instructor Yi-soo about a question he has about something he read. When she sees the book he's holding, she becomes tense because it's a 4th-star rank magic text, which even most instructors struggle to read. At this point, she wonders what kind of creature Jaehyun is. Later on, our boy heads to the library, and he soon realizes he's stuck on this book, and he also couldn't get anything from instructor Yi-soo either. However, he doesn't realize that the librarian, who's sitting nearby, is taking notes about him, and the fact that he's reading a 4-star rank magic text. After leaving the library, Jaehyun goes to see his teacher to help him understand the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is to make new magic, destruction is to rule out and remove magic, and amplification is to reinforce magic. Apparently, the calculation formulas and theories are high-level and hard for him to understand on his own. Up until now, he depended on Odin's eye to understand the texts, but now he needs to understand at a deeper level. When he's done explaining, Seongun tells him that she can't tell him for certain either. When he asks why, she adds that he needs to understand the concepts in 4-star magic texts on his own so that he can step to the level of an A-rank raider. When she notices he's still confused, she decides to at least tell him a discipline to help him learn amplification. She manifests a cloth in her hand and hands it to him, and Jaehyun is pleased that this will help him grow stronger. Sometime later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room and battles with the monsters with the sash that his teacher gave him tied around his wrist. He looks pretty exhausted, and he soon activates his magic arrow skill and blasts it at the monsters, but they easily slash the arrows with their swords. Shongun had told him to repeatedly use one magic skill while having this item she gave him equipped. The item is called Gleipnir, a rank B item. It's a string that sealed Fenrir and an imitation item that was modeled after Gleipnir that temporarily decreases all stats by 50% when tied around a user. His teacher told him to focus on just one skill and analyze that magic skill's formulas again and again. When Jaehyun asks her what this has to do with learning amplification, she tells him that's up to him to find out. In the present time, Jaehyun notices his entire body feels heavy and slow because of his decreased stats, and it's worse than he imagined. Some days later, Yoojung notices the dark circles around our boy's eyes, and she asks him if he's okay. When he tells her he thinks he's fine, she informs him that she can detect him from 100 meters away because of the smell from his pain relief patch, and informs him that he's been living in the AR test room for a week now. Ina looks worried about Jaehyun, and Yoojung adds that it's not good for him to overwork himself. He thanks Yoojung for her care, but reminds them that there's a quiz in 2 days, and he heard they're not done decoding the book and may have to take extra classes if they fail the quiz. Upon hearing that, the girls rush off to study. Eventually, our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session, and he perfectly clears test level 41. The Nornir system informs him that his understanding of the formula has greatly increased, and his magic arrow's efficiency has increased greatly, causing the magic arrow skill to increase to level 2. Because of this, Jaehyun understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means to level up a skill by increasing one's proficiency with that skill and understanding the magic's formula. Jaehyun realizes he's around the highest level of a B-rank raider, or the beginner level of an A-rank raider, just like Seongun had said. He remembers that they had initially approached each other to use each other, but now it really feels like a student-teacher relationship. Meanwhile, instructor Seok-gi goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't look very excited to see him, and Seok-gi realizes that he has to recover his reputation, which has hit rock bottom because of the mock dungeon incident. He informs the chairman that the guild experience event preparations are complete, and the chairman asks him if there are no faults with the thing. When Seok-gi confirms there are no issues, the chairman smirks in his evil manner, and it's clear that he has some terrible plans. Outside, Jaehyun moves into the woods, and he asks a mysterious person if they're going to come here or if he needs to come to them. Soon after, a bright light appears, and a strange figure that looks like one of Odin's crows jumps down toward our boy, but he moves out of the way. When the being is close enough, our boy lands a kick that sends it rolling into a nearby tree. Jaehyun tells the being that it must have missed the news that its colleague went through hell the last time he tried to kill him. Suddenly, our boy notices some other creatures trying to ambush him from above, and it's clear that Chairman Jae-in is on the move for these creatures to have the boldness to come at him inside the academy grounds. Jaehyun surrounds himself with magic arrows and tells them that they messed with the wrong person, then fires them at the bird-like creatures, knocking them backward. However, he soon sees something that makes him cringe. One of those beings turns out to be his father, Min Seong-o, who tells him it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Jaehyun burns with deep rage and fires several lightning chains at his father, who dodges his attack easily. After evading his attacks, his father places his hand on his sword and sends a sword slash toward him. Jaehyun gets cut on his side because he can't escape the slash quickly enough, especially because he didn't even see his father draw his sword at all. The slash Song-oh sent created such a deep gash in the ground that it would have cut Jaehyun in half if he didn't move out of the way. After a moment of silence, Song-oh tells our boy he was looking forward to seeing him after such a long time, but his personality seems to have gotten much more aggressive. However, Jaehyun tells him to stop calling him son, because he never thought of him as his father. Surprised, Song-oh mentions that our boy must be in his rebellious phase, but Jaehyun tells him to cut the bullshit and state why he's here. For a moment, Song-oh looks at Jaehyun and recognizes that he possesses the power of the prophecy, but he believes there must be a limit to how strong he can become. Eventually, he asks Jaehyun if the resistance against the Aesir got in touch with him, and when Jaehyun looks shocked, Song-oh gets his answer. He sends sword slashes to cut down Jaehyun, but our boy manages to create a barrier to protect himself. Regardless, the strength of the slashes breaks the barrier and burns up some of his clothing, so Jaehyun wonders if this is really the power of an A-rank raider. His father tells him he's gotten stronger, but Jaehyun still can't wrap his head around how he knows about the Aesir, and he wonders what he's been hiding. Eventually, he asks Song-oh if he intends to kill him, and he tells him he doesn't plan to. However, Song-oh considers that the great adversary's growth is unbelievably fast, and at this rate, he will become a great obstacle not far in the future, to his plans and to the Aesir. He decides to use divine power to stunt the great adversary's growth, so he tells Jaehyun he'll take his limbs. Song-oh amplifies the power of his slash and directs a huge strike toward him. Jaehyun hopelessly stands there as the immense power moves toward him, until it's mysteriously stopped by the cat that was conversing with Hell. Song-oh asks the cat if the contract between the Aesir and the resistant Aesir was broken, or if he's just decided to challenge the great Odin. The cat tells him that he's not sure what he's talking about, and Jaehyun doesn't understand how the cat just spoke. The cat soon transforms into a female being, and tells Song-oh to go away because they still have business with this child. Our boy can tell from the mana coming from her that she's stronger than Song-oh, and he doesn't know what the heck is going on. When Song-oh asks her if she really has to make matters worse, she cuts herself and lets out drops of blood on the ground, and the droplets soon transform into monstrous hands that attack Song-oh. Song-oh blocks the attacks, and the hands become larger and the strikes stronger. While still attacking, Song-oh tells the girl that Loki has gotten weak enough to depend on a mere human to end the war between gods. However, the girl reminds Song-oh that he's also a mere human who's trying to kill Odin, so he's not much different. Eventually, Jaehyun's father decides to leave for now, but he warns her that he'll make sure she takes responsibility for the contract with Asir if she gets in his way next time. Regardless, she tells him to do as he will, but reminds him she can behead him at any time if he also interrupts her. After leaving a love mark on his neck, she reminds him the contract is between just the Aesir and the resistant Aesir, but there's nothing in the contract forbidding the murder of Odin's crow. Soon after, Song-oh disappears, and our boy soon collapses on the ground, severely injured. The girl walks up to him and tells him it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hell's alter ego, Hela, and says she's his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Sometime later, our boy returns to the academy to heal himself. Hela informs him that he can ask her anything if he's curious, and she'll answer anything she can. He decides to ask her the true identity of Song-oh, so she tells him he's not his real father, and his real name is Hugin. Apparently, he's one of Odin's crows, and his name, Hugin, is a mythical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind. Hugin borrowed the power to manipulate memories from another crow, Munin. Hugin has also been lurking around Jaehyun, pretending to be his father, in order to keep an eye on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is shocked to learn that Song-oh is not his real father, so Hela decides to show him since that'll be easier. She points her finger at him, which triggers him to recall his backed-up memories. In a flashback, he goes back to his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and despising the day he was born. His father didn't like the fact that he awakened, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and abusive words. However, his mother always tried to save him and defend him from his father. Suddenly, he finds it hard to breathe, and somehow it occurs to him that he seems to have forgotten something that he should never have forgotten. Suddenly, memories of good experiences with his real father, who had always tried to give him sweets against his mother's wishes, resurface. He remembers how much of a happy family they were, and tears begin to trickle down his face. As he looks at the picture of his real father, he begins to cry profusely, and he wonders how he forgot. After his memory is restored, he returns to the present, and Hela tells him he's finally free from the memory manipulation. With tears in his eyes, he asks her why Song-oh did that to him, and she tells him it's because he was born as the fated great adversary. The mention of the prophecy and him being the great adversary annoys Jae-hyun, and he asks her what these things mean and why they're all making his life so hard. After a short pause, Hela explains how 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok happened, and that's when everything began. Ragnarok is the final chapter of the gods and where the story ends. During Ragnarok, the Resistance Aesir alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but they lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by Valkyrie. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and giants who were prisoners of war live on the condition of creating a contract. The document notarizes that the resistant Aesir force has lost in Ragnarok, and from this point onward, they cannot harm the Aesir gods in any way, and will have to be obedient to the supreme Odin. Living beings of many worlds have suffered because of this contract and cried in despair endlessly until the three sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They prophesied that 10,000 years from now, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world, and that prophesied great enemy is Jae-hyun. When Jae-hyun confirms that the plan of the Aesir resistance is to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all this. Hela informs him that Odin wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hands, including Midgard, where humans reside. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin finds it irritating to have to watch some inferior being just because of a prophecy. Heimdall, who's standing nearby, mentions that Jae-hyun is just a human who cannot amount to anything compared to them. However, because the resistant Aesir are determined and they can't afford to show weakness in such times, Odin grants Heimdall temporary authority. When he hears that, Heimdall is glad he'll be able to leave Asgard, since it's been a while. Sometime later, our boy hits the gym to work out, and he remembers what Hela had told him about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin has already taken over some worlds, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr, and he wants to conquer the rest with the Second War. In the flashback, Jae-hyun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, so Hela explains that it's because of the power of the prophecy, which is something even the gods cannot overpower. However, even though Jae-hyun is being protected by that power, it's not eternal and will vanish once the second Ragnarok approaches. She explains that the Aesir gods will kill him when the second Ragnarok approaches, and she explains that he was already once killed by them. Jae-hyun suddenly understands that the death he experienced in his past life was Odin's plan, and that they were playing him from the start. They killed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela asks him if he wants to get revenge and protect what is most important to him. She informs him once more that she is the guide of the 5 trials, and explains that she will give him a trial in order to raise him into the person who will kill Odin. The Nornir system displays a main quest called the God Murderer's Path, which requires him to receive the resistant Aesir throne's power in order to keep Odin's ambition at bay. He's already done Hel's trial, but there are 4 other trials of unknown difficulty before he can receive the resistant Aesir throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Hoyeon does some special training until his muscles are sore. Thanks to the special training, he succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill, but it's still hard on his body. He remembers that Jae-hyun is already at a much higher level than him, and he's far from being strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Regardless, he decides to train further, but he soon hears an announcement summoning him to the chairman's office. In his office, Jae-in speaks with a certain congressman about getting rid of all the lower-ranking students so they can focus their support on the high-ranking students. Jae-in proposes the man take care of the rest of what they need once they get rid of the students, but the man protests that he can't because things got too out of control at the mock exams, and the Raider Management Headquarters is going to be on the move soon. Jae-in feels the congressman isn't speaking at his level, and he considers whether he should get rid of him too. He soon informs the man that he's completed the preparation and that they're going to artificially open a gate at the guild experience they're holding in a few days. That gets the congressman interested, so he offers to send over the supporting funds from the nation to Mills, as they said last time. Shortly after, Hoyeon, who still has the terrible experience he had in the demiplane in mind, is worried about why the chairman is summoning him. He supposes that the chairman was the one who invaded his mind at the demiplane, and was the one who caused the incident at the mock dungeon. As he knocks on the chairman's door, he decides not to act rashly because he can't handle this alone. Later on, while in class, our boy flashes back to his conversation with Hela. In the flashback, she informs him that Odin probably already knows that he has made contact with the resistant Aesir force, which means that Ragnarok can happen earlier than planned. Instructor Yisu soon ends her class and asks them to wake those sleeping, including Ina, because she has a message. She explains that the guild experience will be happening in 3 days and that the event will be a good opportunity for them to see how raider guilds work and hunt monsters. She adds that there is a guild that was specially prepared by Chairman Jae-in for them. Jae-hyun hates the idea of going to the guild Jae-in provided and recalls that he went to a new E-rank guild and just sat on a moldy couch for a bit before leaving in his past life. but he can go anywhere now because of his accomplishments. He plans to go to the Neptune Guild because it's the #1 ranked guild in Korea before his regression. However, instructor Yisu reads out a guild priority list, which offers a student they covet to experience their guild in exchange for a special point. Yisu announces that Jaehyun, Ina, Yoo-jung, and 3 others were chosen by the Lotus Guild, and Lee Soo-hyuk was chosen by the Neptune Guild. Yoo-jung is ecstatic about the Lotus Guild, and our boy realizes this is why his teacher asked for the names of the skilled students. Yoo-jung begins to weep because she'll get to meet Guildmaster Yoo Seongin and almost chokes Ina with a hug, but she has to stop when the 3 of them receive an emergency message from Hoyeon to show up at Jae-sang's workshop. When the cadets gather at Jae-sang's workshop, Hoyeon tells them about Chairman Ja-in's plan to kill off the lower-ranking students during the guild experience to make students reawaken. Jae-sang laments that the chairman's corruption is brought up every year, but now it's gotten worse as he plays with people's lives. Our boy realizes the guild experience event is much more dangerous than he anticipated. Hoyeon declares that they're the only ones who know about this, and the only ones who will be able to prevent it. Jaehyun, on the other hand, believes they might just end up getting killed if they act rashly, even though it's noble to want to help the others. After silence lingers around the table, Yoo-jung asks them why they're hesitating at all when the lives of students are on the line, and Jae-song agrees with her. So does Ina. It actually makes Jaehyun happy that they're all in support, and he believes their love for fighting and protecting others is what makes them raiders. Suddenly, the system adds another main quest called the Second Turning Point, where he has to prevent Jae-in's greedy plan and save the students with an A+ rank difficulty. The mission has a reward of a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system informs him that the resistant Aesir are watching to see what decision he makes. Eventually, Jaehyun suggests to the others that they make a plan to mess up Chairman Ja-in for good. Sometime later, instructor Yisu is surprised when Jaehyun tells her he's already mastered a 4-star magic text, and she doesn't believe it's possible. She suddenly becomes afraid when she realizes this student is dangerous and something is off about him. She knows the chairman plans to use him as a chess piece, but she doesn't believe that Jaehyun can be manipulated. Suddenly, our boy tells her that she looks pretty upset after passing a lot of knowledge to him as his teacher, so he asks if she's planning to snitch all of this to that bastard Jae-in again. When she demands to know how he knows about that, he uses his brainwashing skill on her and tells her he has a favor to ask. The brainwashing is effective, and our boy confirms that he's much stronger than her now, as he suspected. His plan to win this battle is to take control from the inside, so he asks Yisu to tell him about the kind of dirty things Ja-in is planning for the Guild Experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the Guild Experience, Yoo-jung is extremely excited that she gets to tour the Lotus Guild building. Soon after, manager Sungjae comes to welcome the students to the Lotus Guild and tells them he'll be their guide for the day. He shows them around until they come to a place where Guildmaster Seongin is waiting to meet them. Shortly after, they all sit around a table to have tea and eat. Yoo-jung can barely raise her head due to how much she's in awe, and she eventually asks the Guildmaster to sign a paper because she's a big fan. Seongin signs it and tells Yoo-jung that she gets motivation from people like her. When the Guildmaster tells Jae-hyun that it looks like he's already made so many friends, Hoyeon asks our boy if he's already acquainted with the Guildmaster. She informs them that Jae-hyun is her student, and Yoo-jung almost loses her mind. The Guildmaster explains that she was able to hear a lot about them from Jae-hyun, and she called them here because of him. She explains that Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jae-hyun's corruption, but they haven't been able to do anything about it because of the absolute power he holds. Most of Jae-hyun's skills are kept secret, and Seongin confesses that she doesn't know most of them. Meanwhile, some other students are being shown around in another guild, and one of them named Seong-chan considers his peers foolish for looking down on him or not being talented. He believes it's different now because the chairman picked him out personally to be here because he finally saw that he had the potential to be a great raider one day. Suddenly, one girl stops Seong-chan and asks him if he also finds this place weird. When he asks what she means, she explains that a raider guild should have various facilities, but this place looks like it's been left here for a while, like some abandoned building. When he also looks around and notices the boxes and cobwebs, he becomes worried, and the man leading them informs them that they've reached their destination. When the man turns around, they notice his face burning off to expose the face of instructor Seok-gi. Seok-gi hadn't realized that his skill's effect would burn out so fast, and he realizes he has no choice but to start the plan early. He immediately activates a bright pink magic circle underneath the students and tells them goodbye. The students begin to panic and try to run, but they're unable to. Meanwhile, the kids use the mana map that Guildmaster Seongin gave them to track down the destination of some supernatural activity, but when they realize it looks more like an abandoned building instead of a guild building, they aren't sure they're at the right place. Behind them, Jae-hyun communicates with manager Sunjae using his mind, and he confirms that he's following them. When Sungjae asks him how he's already been able to learn telepathy, Our boy informs him that he read a few magic texts. Sungjae is proud of his progress because telepathy is not as easy as he makes it sound. At the Manhwa Guild, Guildmaster Seongan detects an ominous mana wave close by. She flashes back to how Jaehyun had told her that the guild that Ja-in wants to use for his plans is one called Cain. Seongan recognizes that as the guild that Jae-in made himself, and she finds it weird because Cain is a guild in the middle of Seoul, which is not far from Lotus. It doesn't sound like something that Ja-in would do to cause such a big incident so openly, so Jaehyun informs her that he got this information from someone working for him. In the present, she asks Hana if she has looked into the guild that Ja-in set up, and Hana says she has. Hana explains that the Cain Guild is actually a ghost guild. Ghost guilds are guilds involved in tax evasion and other kinds of corrupt activities, and they don't record their activities. After hearing that, Seonggwen suspects that Jaehyun was right, but she still doesn't know what Ja-in is planning. To be safe, she tells Hana to prepare her equipment in case something happens. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cain Guild. Yujung doesn't think this is the place because it looks abandoned, but our boy assures her this is the place the rotting mana is coming from. The mana Jaehyun is sensing feels off, and he suspects he may have to send the others out and face this with manager Sungjae. When they move in closer, they sense the remnants of some advanced magic that was just activated. While looking around, the pink energy appears again, and our boy tells the others to get out immediately. Before they know it, they're surrounded by the magic circle and are unable to move. They soon hear a voice that calls them fools and summons them to Svartalfheimer, the realm of the Dark Elves. As they're being transported, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that the dungeon is dangerous compared to his level and he's to leave the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Elves commands his subordinates to arise because it's time to feed on new prey. The kids are soon transported to Svartalfheimer, and Jaehyun recalls that it's said that the Dark Elves in Northern European mythology have powers comparable to the gods. However, the powers were weakened when this place became a dungeon. Hoyeon is surprised that Chairman Ja-in can use this kind of advanced teleportation magic, and he wonders who he really is. Jaehyun agrees because a mere human should not be able to interfere in the transfer system of the 9 realms, which means there must be another being involved. They all realize they're not in a good situation, but they're all surprised when manager Sungjae shows up. Sungjae informs them that Jaehyun had asked him to come here if something went wrong, and Yujung is relieved that they're not going to die after all. However, Sungjae clarifies that the situation isn't really better just because he's here, because even A-rank raiders struggle to survive in the world of the Dark Elves. He plainly tells them that they'll all die if they let their guards down. Jaehyun agrees with Sungjae that there aren't any flawless methods for clearing this dungeon, at least in this timeline, but he recalls that he has seen enough clearing tutorials from the future, so he assures everyone that they'll make it out of there alive. Before that, he proposes they look for the survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in meets with Hoyeon's father, Mr. An Seoku, who complains that he's violating his promise to make Hoyeon much stronger. Ja-in assures him that there's no need to worry because Hoyeon will come out first in the next event. However, Mr. An realizes that Ja-in is like a snake and asks him how Hoyeon was able to lose to a magic class student in the freshman hunt. Eventually, the chairman informs him about Jaehyun, a genius who was born with 97% magic aptitude. That figure shocks Mr. An, and he decides to take his leave. Apparently, An Seogu used to be a military officer, and his deep connections with the central government are of value to Ja-in. However, this is not enough reason for Jae-in to intervene in the new event, because he doesn't want to play games he knows he'll lose. In the world of the Dark Elves, Aina decides to use one of her skills called Flash to illuminate the place since it's too dark. But Jaehyun asks her to wait and uses a level 3 Flash skill that has stronger rays of light. Yujung is surprised, so our boy explains that he leveled up Flash from D rank. Ina wonders how this was possible because leveling up a skill is only possible once you're an A-rank raider, and Hoyeon is shocked that Jaehyun is already this skilled. While they move forward, manager Sungjae considers our boy's ability to level up skills, and he wonders how he's never seen such a thing even though he's trained countless new raiders. He secretly wonders how much stronger Jaehyun can get. As they continue to move deep into the dungeon, Jaehyun suggests that they rest for a bit, and Sungjae agrees since they've been walking for a while. Because Dark Elves are used to the dark and can turn off Flash easily, our boy turns off the light so they can get used to the darkness. The kids soon take some mana potions that Jae-sung had prepared for them in advance to replenish their mana. When Hoyeon mentions that the survivors must be somewhere beyond the fork, Jaehyun uses his mana perception to check around the dungeon. He detects that the middle road leads to the room where the boss is, but he suddenly detects an incoming object and grabs the arrow mid-air before it pierces through Ina's chest. Our boy activates his absolute calculation skill, and everyone gets into fighting mode when they notice that they're surrounded by Dark Elves. Everyone watches in shock as Jaehyun crushes the arrow in his hands. Yujung quickly activates a mana field around her friends, and Ina activates a skill called Slow to try to slow down the elves. She soon summons her Radiant Divine Sword and begins to attack the elves. Meanwhile, Hoyeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and creates a distraction that allows the others to attack further. When he gives the signal, Manager Sungjae jumps towards one of the dark elves with his dagger and battles with it head-on. Our boy decides to join in on the fun, so he activates his lightning chain, which is now at level 5, and he strikes several of the elves with his chains. According to the tutorial on how to clear Svartalfheimer, the dark elves' weapons and armor are all made from magic, which means he can destroy all of it with absolute calculation. He signals Yujung and Ina to only use fire-type magic, so they decide to follow even though they don't understand. As one of the elves throws his spear at him, Jaehyun tells Hoyeon to use provocation skills to simplify the enemy's movements as he burns the spear with his fire. Hoyeon soon uses his provoke skills to draw the monster's attention to himself, and Jaehyun asks Sungjae to kill the dark elves whose movements have been dulled. Sungjae follows through, but he wonders if Jaehyun knows something about the dark elves. Using his level 5 stealth skill to completely erase his presence, Sungjae tears up dark elf flesh. Meanwhile, our boy uses his fire strike skill and lands a strike that destroys one of the dark elves. Yujung also activates her Flame of Eternity to create a fireball that covers a large part of the area and forces the elves to move. As the dark elves advance forward for an assault, Ina activates her fire arrow and takes them down. As one of the elves wonders how these humans know their weaknesses, Hoyeon's sword goes through his back and comes out of his chest. The elf is infuriated that a mere human dares to attack him, but while he turns back to face Hoyeon, Jaehyun's lightning chain comes to finish him off. Shortly after, the entire fight ends, and Jaehyun proposes they keep moving since they don't have much time. He informs them that he feels some of the survivors' mana, and he worries that they might die if they're late. In the academy, Chairman Ja-in berates instructor Seok-gi for messing this up greatly again. Seok-gi apologizes and tries to explain that he didn't expect an outsider to walk into the guild building, but the chairman doesn't take that as an excuse. Seok-gi tries to assure him that there's no need to worry because it's common for civilians to die in sudden gate appearances, and they can just cover this up, but the chairman thinks that's a load of crap. Seok-gi suddenly starts to bleed from his mouth, and the chairman tells him that the transfer spell does not work on civilians without mana, which would mean some rats who can use mana when in. Jae-in tells him to hope this goes smoothly because things won't go well for him if any of the students make it out alive. As the chairman exacts more pressure, Seok-gi begins to bleed from his nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shongan urgently leaves the guild and heads to the Cane Guild to investigate the ominous mana. She suspects the spell must at least be an S-rank spell, which means the kids and Sungjae are in danger. However, since her earring hasn't reacted yet, she can confirm that no one has died. While she hurries out, she tells Hana to call the association for support right away if she doesn't come back before the next morning. As Seongan rides on her bike, she promises to never forgive Ja-in if he touches a hair on any of her people. Meanwhile, Shangchan seems to have been severely injured, so his friends help him move so they can get out. Eventually, they trip over a stone, and she begins to cry because they have to find a way to get out of there. She begins to blame herself for all that happened, and wishes she weren't useless. She's surprised when someone suddenly places his hands on her shoulder, and it turns out to be Jaehyun. He tells her she's done a good job and asks her to leave the rest to them. Soon after, the girl passes out, and they give her and Seongchan some potions to resuscitate them. Seongchan soon wakes up, and he's told that he's in Svartalfheimer, the land of the Dark Elves. When Jaehyun asks them what happened, they explain that they fell down here after reaching the Cane Guild. Then they were ambushed by Dark Elves who took their friends away. However, the girl and Seongchan managed to avoid being seen by the elves, but they eventually collapsed due to the mana overdose. From the way the girl is speaking, Jaehyun suspects that she probably thinks of herself as a coward and wishes she had died fighting alongside her classmate. However, Jaehyun believes it's arrogance on her part to wish she fought with an opponent she cannot handle, since that's only stuff that happens in movies. The experience of how he also had to run from his teammates in his past life flashes through his mind, so he tells Seongchan and the lady that they're not responsible for the others being captured. When Jaehyun asks them to tell him where they were taken to, the girl explains that they were taken to the king controlling the Dark Elves. Jaehyun also asks them who brought them here, so Seongchan informs him that it was instructor Seok-gi. After a while, Jaehyun asks the others to wait while he goes ahead, but Yujung protests and asks him what he's going to do. Our boy informs them that he feels dark mana from the direction they took the others to, which means it's probably the way to the boss, and he needs to hurry because the energies from the other guys are getting fainter. Yujung protests that he's crazy and would get himself killed, and Ina agrees that they need to work together, but Hoyeon agrees with Jaehyun for some reason. Our boy explains that they won't be able to fight against Dark Elves one-on-one and win, and they need to stay back to protect the injured. Yujung tries to protest but eventually keeps quiet because she doesn't have any other ideas. Sungjai also reluctantly agrees but asks Jaehyun to come back immediately if he encounters something dangerous. Hoyeon leaves the others in Sungjai's care, but Hoyeon assures him that he'll protect the others with all he has. As Jaehyun makes his way into the dungeon, Seongchan's friend wonders if he will be okay, so Sungjai assures her that he will because he's strong. Meanwhile, Yujung wipes tears from her eyes, and she assures Ina that Jaehyun will be fine when she notices she's also distressed. Suddenly, Sungjai notices something, and he tells the others to keep quiet because the enemy is approaching. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy blasts past his head and injures him deeply, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly the Dark Elves approach them, and one of the stronger Dark Elves points out that these humans have been disturbing them like flies. Meanwhile, our boy keeps going forward, and he realizes he has to take care of this quickly because something might happen while he's away. He soon opens a huge door and runs into the king, who has been waiting for him and has prepared something special. As Jaehyun is about to speak, his earring begins to burn, and he realizes the manager's presence is growing fainter. Before he can act, the door closes behind him, and the king tells him he can't leave this place unless he survives fighting with his soldiers. Jaehyun comes to a crossroads because he has to save the others. But when he remembers Hoyeon's promise to him, he decides to trust the others while he deals with this. The Dark Elf King begins to mock him and asks him what he's going to do, so Jaehyun creates a wall of fire around himself and assures him that they're all going to die here. In the outer part of the dungeon, Sungjai still lies on the ground with the sword that injured him by his side. Hoyeon rushes to his side, and he realizes that the manager is in terrible condition and may have been poisoned, which means these beasts are aware of the weakness of an assassin-type raider. The leader among the elves summons his sword back to himself, and he decides to deal with the minions, as he puts it, since the most annoying one is out of the way. Hoyeon confirms his suspicions that they were waiting for Jaehyun to leave to attack, and Ina mentions that the guildmaster must have noticed that manager Sungjai is down. She recalls that Seonggun had given Jaehyun an Ivaldi earring that would signal her once any of them were in danger, and she had promised to come if there's an emergency. In the Dark Elf Palace, Jaehyun burns with rage and literal fire as he tears through Dark Elf flesh. He covers himself with fire and approaches some of the elves, but he notices stains of blood on their mouths, so he tells them they're going to have to throw up what they just ate. Our boy recalls the look of determination on Hoyeon's face, which is the face of an insane person who's come to terms with his decisions. He's seen such a facial expression on his best friend from his past life, and on the friends that got killed in the mock dungeon, so he doesn't believe he should trust those eyes. Meanwhile, Yujung creates a mana field, and Ina summons several divine radiant swords to give the Dark Elves hell. The leader of the Dark Elf group tells them that it's pitiful to see them struggle in a pointless manner, so he assures them they'll all become a part of the king's feast, and sends off his soldiers to attack. Ina realizes the elf is fast, but Hoyeon blocks the guy's attack using his shield. Hoyeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and retaliates with a slash that forces him to retreat. The move makes the leader of the group admit the humans aren't too useless after all. Hoyeon realizes that this group is stronger than the previous Dark Elves they came across, and when the leader approaches him, Hoyeon asks him what he is. The leader of the group introduces himself as Kel, the captain of the Royal Guard, and one who is of royal blood. They're shocked to hear that he's a Royal Dark Elf, which means he must be stronger than A rank. Meanwhile, Hoyeon recalls the first day he met Jaehyun and how he stood in front of him to protect him, which made him remember all the good things he's forgotten about a raider. To him, Jaehyun's boldness is the dream he wants to realize, and he decides he cannot die in a place like this, and that he needs to catch up to Jaehyun no matter what. Hoyeon suddenly throws away his shield, much to everyone's shock, and steps toward the monster. He believes this is what he should have done from the start, because a raider has more than one heart, so he reaches into his higher, middle, and lower chi centers to open them. Kel is shocked by the sudden outburst of mana coming from Hoyeon, and even beholding it slightly injures him. The man covers Kel up, and he asks Hoyeon how he's able to do such things. However, Hoyeon doesn't answer him but activates his unity of body and sword skill, which causes him to start bleeding from the mouth. Ina pleads with him to stop, and the system declares that this skill's level is far too high for the user, and the flow of blood within the body has been reversed. He's warned to cancel the skill immediately, or die within 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So Kel takes advantage of the situation and orders his soldiers to capture Hoyeon alive, even if they have to cut off his limbs. Regardless, Hoyeon doesn't deactivate the skill and decides to face the soldiers. He had succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill called Unity of Body and Sword from his training, but it's still too much for his body. It's a skill used by those who have reached the peak of swordsmanship, where the sword and the body become one. As the soldiers rush towards him, Hoyeon deflects them easily and goes to face Kel. As both of them clash swords, Hoyeon realizes he's not yet a match for Kel, because he has only awakened this new realm of strength in an unstable manner. He realizes that all he can do is stall for time, so he continues fighting with Kel. While they're fighting, Kel tells him that his struggling is rather comical, and he points out that he notices what kind of state he's in. However, Hoyeon refuses to back down because he has to keep his promise. He tells Kel he would never know why he's doing this and goes in for a frontal strike, but the dark elf jumps out of the way and attempts to attack him from the side. Kel is unable to land the strike because Hoyeon's heightened senses allow him to pick up the counterattack quickly enough to jump out of the way. Kel calls him a little rat, but Hoyeon leaps right back towards him and almost overpowers the dark elf. Suddenly, while they're fighting, Hoyeon's body begins to break down, and the system tells him to undo the skill immediately because all muscular fibers are being disconnected and all blood paths are being twisted. While he's in pain, Kel comes in to finish him off, but Hoyeon still manages to block his attack. He begins to cough and pant when his body can't take it anymore. Regardless, he continues with the skill and decides to put up one last fight. From where he is, he releases a huge mana blast that tears through the ground. The attack injures a dark elf, but Hoyeon is disappointed when he realizes it's another elf that Kel had used to shield himself. The elf calls out to his captain as he dies in his arms, but Kel tells him not to worry because he was useful. As Hoyeon collapses and profusely coughs out blood, he mutters to Kel that he's a coward. The words barely come out of his mouth before Kel rushes towards him and drives his sword through him. Meanwhile, tears flow from Yujung's eyes as she watches the horror and calls out to Hoyeon. Inside the palace, Jaehyun kicks Dark Elf behinds using chains of fire. He's still unable to set the captured students free, and when he recalls that he had asked Hoyeon to give him just 10 minutes to kill the king and save the others, he becomes worried. Just then, one of the Dark Elves comes at him with a spear to kill him, but our boy waits for him to get close and covers his face with fire. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf King laughs as he watches the entire thing. He calls Jaehyun a fool and asks him if he thinks he can win against the number of soldiers going against him. Jaehyun asks him why he can't, and the king tells him he's very arrogant despite being a useless human. Jaehyun recalls that he heard people call him useless way too much while growing up, and he's sick and tired of it. Suddenly, the Dark Elves begin to struggle to breathe, and our boy starts to burn bright as several of the elves collapse. The surprised king asks the soldiers why they're immobile and not attacking, but he doesn't know our boy is activating his Chains of Inferno skill. As the soldiers try to attack, Jaehyun takes out several of them using his chains, and he thanks the king for giving him the chance to try out his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves burn because of the fire of the Inferno, and the infuriated king calls Jaehyun a bastard. He threatens Jaehyun that he won't let him live after what he has just done, but Jaehyun simply approaches him and asks him if he's serious right now. The king is certain that it's impossible for a mere human to be this powerful, and he realizes he cannot win against him. He threatens Jaehyun that he will regret this, and informs him that the other 7 kings will definitely destroy him even if he succeeds in killing him here. While the king is still talking, Jaehyun uses his Step of Light skill to run towards him in the blink of an eye, and he lands a punch on his face. Along with the punch, he releases a fiery explosion in his face that knocks the king away. Finally, he tells him it's none of his business what the other kings do and proposes that they come find him if they're pissed. Meanwhile, Kel drives his sword through Hoyeon's chest. Ina watches in despair because she wasn't able to do anything while her friend was injured because she's weak. She's losing someone once again, and this time, there are only the leftovers. Kel walks up to her and grabs her by the throat, planning to gobble her up. Yujung calls out to her, but she only cries in Kel's hold and tells herself she can't lose. Suddenly, a bright mana overshadows the place, and it turns out to be Guildmaster Seongun, who asks Kel if he hurt them. She asks him to think hard before answering because he will die if it's true. Her aura fills up the entire place, and Hoyeon, who's bleeding to death, is glad that he was able to hold on till help arrived. Once more, Seongun asks Kel if he hurt the people on the ground, and the overwhelming weight of her aura begins to make him sweat. Kel realizes that he can't ever win against this lady from the strength of her mana, so he plans to take the kids hostage to have a chance against her. He boldly declares to her that the gnarly sight is his masterpiece, so Seongun asks if that's so. She suddenly activates her sacrifice skill to heal them all at the same time, consuming her own life power. Kel is surprised that she can use healing magic this fast, and he wonders what the hell is going on. Eventually, Seongun tells Kel that she doesn't like it when people put a hand on her people, so she blasts him away with a torrent of energy. The blast knocks him backward and starts to consume his flesh until he begins to fade away. Yujung watches in awe when she realizes that Seongun didn't attack Kel with any skill, but only shot out concentrated mana. Seongun rushes to Sungjae's side to heal him, and she's able to stabilize him. The only issue is Hoyeon, whom she realizes is in pretty serious condition, and when she tries to heal him, her system informs her that his injuries are severe and would take a considerable amount of time to heal. She realizes he's overworked himself by using power past his critical point, which has messed up his meridians and nerves. If she had been late by just a little bit, he wouldn't be able to use mana again. Shortly after, she manages to heal him. But her system informs her that her life power, which permanently decreases her life power by 2%. Using the skill takes a lot out of her, and she realizes that she would have been long dead if it weren't for Jae-hyun. When Yoo-jung asks after Hoyeon, Song-eun explains that he'll be fine but may not wake up for a few days. The news relieves the students, so Song-eun asks them where Jae-hyun is. They reluctantly inform her that he went to the boss room on his own, but instead of panicking like they expected, she assures them that he'll be fine. Yoo-jung protests that Jae-hyun went in alone, but Song-eun assures that Jae-hyun won't die that easily. Since dark elves use magic to attack, she knows that they're no match for Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, our boy tells the king of the dark elves that the other kings can come find him if they're pissed, but that can only happen if he makes it out of here alive. The king, who is now bleeding from his face, curses when he realizes he's now losing to a mere human, so he decides to make a run for it to tell his brothers about it. As he makes a run for it, he's shocked that Jae-hyun outruns him and ends up in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy ties him up and smashes his face into the ground. Infuriated, the Dark Elf King tells him he won't die here alone, but he'll take him to Helheimer with him. The king activates a secret technique only passed down to the king of the Dark Elves called Frozen Earth, expecting Jae-hyun to shake in fear. However, Jae-hyun thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king wonders why he's smiling. Our boy activates his blank card and thanks the king for using it now, because he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. He soon registers the Frozen Earth skill onto a blank card and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the Frozen Earth that the king triggered. The king watches incredulously as the Frozen Earth attack crumbles, so Jae-hyun drags his head up and reminds him of the saying to know himself and to know his enemies. After he burns up the king's head with fire, the Nornir system registers that he has defeated Kanan, the Dark Elf King. Because of that, he earns the title of the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. Jae-hyun obtains an ingredient item called King of Dark Elves Essence and an equipment item called King of Dark Elves Pauldron. After successfully clearing the second quest, he also gets a blank card and a sealed magic text, as well as a skill called Embodiment of Magical Artifact. He soon rushes to help the captured students, and he's glad to find out that one of them is still breathing. However, his stomach turns when he realizes that some of them are dead, so he uses his sacrifice skill to heal the guy that's still breathing. While healing him, Song-eun comes to join her power with his, and she tells him that being a healer is a cruel job. Apparently, a healer is happiest when healing is not needed, and the second happiest person when saving a person who's on the brink of death. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, Seok-gi boils with anger when he realizes that his plans have been foiled. He swears to himself that it doesn't matter if they make it out of the dungeon because they will all die painfully. Suddenly, Jae-hyun appears by his car window and smashes the glass to grab his neck. With a maniacal look on his face, Jae-hyun calls him a son of a bee because of what he did. An hour ago, those who are trapped in the world of the Dark Elves come out at the entrance of the Kane Guild. Song-chan thanks Song-eun for her help, so Song-eun says they can come to her guild later on if they're so grateful. The offer amazes Yoo-jung, and she wishes she could join right away. Jae-hyun thinks Yoo-jung is cringy and tells her to read the atmosphere better, so she kicks him in his calves and reminds him that he's not allowed to talk for the rest of the day because he got them worried. Jae-hyun winces from the pain and wonders why it hurts so much even though her strength stat is low. Soon after, Hana arrives in a company van and informs the guildmaster that she had to hurry over because she couldn't reach her for hours. Seong-eun apologizes for that and tells her she'll explain the details of what happened later. In the meantime, she asks Hana to take the injured and the kids to the guild first. Song-eun doesn't follow them because she and Jae-hyun have something to do. Hana asks manager Sung-jae to come with her, and Jae-hyun notices that Sung-jae's arm tore, which surprises him. As he's about to say something, Sung-jae communicates with him via telepathy not to say anything to his sister because it's going to be worse if Hana finds out about it. There seems to be a love-hate relationship between these siblings, and Hana almost ditches Sung-jae when he doesn't come into the car, which forces him to run in. After they drive off, Jae-hyun and Seong-eun ambush Seok-gi, who has been watching from nearby. He's shocked that they made it out, and he doesn't understand what Seong-eun is doing here. Infuriated, he activates a magical equipment that Chairman Jae-in gave him because of the urgency of the situation. Using the equipment, he teleports behind her and attempts to stab her, but she easily slides out of the way. She mentions to him that his teleportation item isn't that great because it only moves him a couple dozen meters. She asks him why he was trying to kill the students and who was behind it, but Seok-gi refuses to and states that the mages are inferior anyway. He activates something that Seong-eun recognizes as a mana suppression device, so she tells him it's a shame. Meanwhile, Jae-in listens in on the conversation, and he decides that he no longer has any use for Seok-gi. On the streets, Seongun prepares a blast of mana despite Seokgi's mana suppression device, and she asks him if he had really thought that he could defeat her with something like that. Jaehyun realizes that he couldn't detect the magic seal in the Kane Guild beforehand, because Seokgi had also used a mana suppression device there. Seongun tells the instructor that she doesn't care if he doesn't tell her who's behind this because she already knows it's Jaehyun. She also adds that the mana suppression device is easy to destroy if she pours in enough mana to overwhelm it, and she assures him he's going to die here. Suddenly, she changes the atmosphere and summons streaks of lightning above him that soon course through his body. Jaehyun recognizes the magic spell she used as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose force depends largely on the user's power, and he realizes the level at which she's using it is in a different dimension. Sometime later, Ina returns to her lodge, and she recalls how Jaehyun had protected her by catching the spear that was supposed to kill her. She realizes he was able to inversely calculate the spell in a short period of time, which means she's still got a long way to go, but she makes sure to find time to thank him later. Meanwhile, reporters storm the Mills Academy to hear what they have to say about this matter, and they desire to have a word with Chairman Jae-in. Instructor Yisu goes to inform Jae-in that the Academy's reputation has fallen, and there are assumptions that he was the one who created the Ghost Guild to try and abandon the students. Jae-in boils with anger as he wonders why this happened. Expressionless, Yisu informs him there are journalists outside and calls from everywhere, so she asks him what she should do about them. Annoyed, the chairman orders her to lock down the academy and tell everyone they're not taking any interviews right now. When she leaves to handle that, Jae-in realizes there must be a traitor inside Mills for such information about his plans to have leaked. It's clear that Seokgi is probably dead, so he decides to take an eye for an eye. The chairman places a call to someone and offers to pay anything he wants for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jaehyun intentionally collides with Hoyeon while they're in the hallway, and he comments that he's looking fit. Hoyeon is glad to see him and says he's only well because of him and the guildmaster. After a short pause, Jaehyun asks him why he almost killed himself, and when Hoyeon struggles to answer, Jaehyun warmly assures him that he just needs to keep moving forward with that kind of mindset. He encourages him to do as he pleases and think of the reasons later. However, before he leaves, our boy reminds him to look out for himself because the other guys worry about him. For some reason, the thought of doing what he wants to do energizes Hoyeon. Later that day, our boy checks out his stats and checks his A-rank title as the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. The title increases his mana and his attack power when facing a dark-type monster and will trigger the anger of all Dark Elves and make the user a target when this title is equipped. He excitedly equips the title and decides to leave the essence of the Dark Elf King ingredient to Jaesong, since he loves handling new ingredients. Our boy also gained an active skill called Realization of Magical Artifact, a skill that creates necessary armor in battle using mana. This skill surprises Jaehyun, so he quickly equips it because he's amazed. Jaehyun realizes that the value of this new skill doesn't really lie in its rank, but in its utility. On the black market, a piece of C-rank armor goes for tens of millions of won, so that means he can make armor of that value each time. Suddenly, the knife given to him, named Misteltein, begins to react until the system notifies our boy that all the effects of Misteltein have been unlocked because he has fulfilled all the conditions. Because of this, he obtains a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, and all the equipment he creates from now on will have their rank increased by 1. This is ridiculously great news to Jaehyun, and he now understands that the full effects of Misteltein weren't working because he hadn't fulfilled the full conditions before. Since he's getting all these benefits, he decides to begin training with them. The next morning, many students are seen preparing for the Miles Academy exams. Because of the difficulty of the exams, they're nicknamed the Grave of Students because of the intense competition. The exams are both theory and practical, where the practical involves potion making and pocket plane dungeon raid tests that are broadcast live to the entire nation. Meanwhile, Hoyeon is woken up by Yoojung, who threatens to beat him up, and he apologizes that he sleeps whenever he reads. The frantic Yoojung reminds him they just have a few days left until the midterm exams and warns him against getting a failing grade. Nearby, Ina also struggles to understand what she's reading. Hoyeon realizes that he and Ina suck at theory, and she had offered to tutor them to help out. Both of them eventually give up and accept the fate of retaking the exams, but Yoojung tells them to stop saying nonsense and explains the next subjects they have to them. A few days later, after the students finish one of the tests, some students talk about how the test was, and notice the top-tier students, Ina, Yoojung, and Jaehyun, talking with one another. The students suppose that they're all geniuses and did the test with their eyes closed. When Yoojung asks Ina how the test went, she suddenly blanks out. Jaehyun and Yoojung make fun of Ina and Hoyeon and state that books are their enemies, which makes Ina chase them around. Meanwhile, Soohyuk watches Jaehyun, and he tells Minsu that he'll beat the arrogant bastard this time for sure. but Minsu just thinks Soo-hyuk is in his emo phase. Sometime later, Yoo-jung creates a potion in Jae-sung's workshop that explodes in her face, so Jae-hyun makes fun of her. He tells her that his own potion is much better and tries to get Jae-sung to support him, but Jae-sung reluctantly declares to both of them that they're going to fail at this rate. He states that they both have no talent in alchemy, and he breaks their hearts into little pieces. Our boy realizes he has to train more to avoid a failing grade, so he asks Jae-sung if there's a way for them to avoid failing. After giving it some thought, Jae-sung proposes that they use a special item, which is a monster called moonlight fireflies. Apparently they reside in very clean areas, and not even 100 appear on the black market each year. If they can create a powder out of their exoskeleton, then they'll be able to maximize the effects of the potion. Shortly after, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung approach Kwon Soil Sunbai, one of the seniors they defeated in the freshman hunt. After telling her it's been a while, she looks at them in surprise and asks them why they're here. Our boy tells her that he would like to ask her for a favor, but she tells him to piss off because she's not going to do anything for him. However, he asks her if she's going to reject it without hearing what he has to offer, but she still refuses because all he can probably offer are some points. Our boy offers her 30 million won in cash, which shocks Yoo-jung, and Soil lights up at the mention of that amount of money. Soon after, they head to a place called Jolabuk Domuju, near Mount Daeogyu, and they bring Jae-sung along. An hour earlier, Soil listened to their offer and believed it was doable, but explained that even with her inspection skill, she still needs traces in order to find something. When she asks if they have a way, Jae-hyun assures her he's going to bring along a very talented alchemist. She asks who, and Jae-sung soon appears, but she doesn't rate Jae-sung as a talented alchemist. Our boy asks her if she knows him, so she replies that they were in the same team on their first freshman hunt. Apparently, she didn't even know he was into alchemy, and had considered him a good-for-nothing that was forced into martial arts class, especially because he wasn't really of any help back then. While they're out in the woods, Soil tells Jae-sung he's got a different vibe from back then, and now looks like he's having fun, which surprises him. Moonlight fireflies are nature's monsters that appear normal in the real world. Jae-sung leads them to a good spot where they can easily find fireflies, but Soil reminds him that it's getting hard to see in front of them from this spot. Regardless, Yoo-jung notes that the scenery doesn't seem to be affecting Jae-sung, so our boy informs her that Jae-sung had told him that he likes bugs, and that creeps Yoo-jung out. After looking around for a bit, our alchemist finds a trace of a moonlight firefly, so Soil swings into action to find them. After activating her skill called Inspection, she finds something that she believes are moonlight fireflies. They soon begin following the path, but they soon realize that it's not the way they came, and they notice that it's kind of creepy. However, Soil insists that her skill is guiding her here. After going through the weird-looking vegetation for a while, they suddenly run into a bright waterfall with enthralling fireflies moving around. Jae-sung excitedly informs them that these are moonlight fireflies, and it's clear from how large they are compared to normal fireflies that they're monsters. Because of how fast they're moving, Jae-sung activates his gravity skill to restrict their movement, but the bugs seem to withstand the force of the pull. When Soil suggests that Jae-hyun make his force stronger, he replies that he doesn't have the proficiency to change the force of this skill. Jae-sung becomes worried that they'll miss the fireflies, but our boy assures him they won't, so he generates a mana room to trap them all. Soil is totally shocked that our boy just created a whole mana room, so she tells him he's a monster. Jae-sung is amazed because he would never have thought of this method, so he rushes in, but it's clear from Yoo-jung's expression that she despises bugs. Regardless, Jae-hyun forces her in, and they all enter to join Jae-sung, who is already collecting bugs. While catching the bugs, Soil wonders if there's any other student in the academy who can create a mana room like this, and realizes even a third-year student wouldn't be able to do this. After they finish, they return to Jae-sung's workshop and try to create potions again. This time it works and doesn't explode in their faces, which shocks Hoyeon and Ina. Jae-sung proudly declares that he worked hard to make this, and they can expect a purity of at least 70% in their potions. When they finish, Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun begin to celebrate, but Jae-sung becomes worried that Jae-hyun's potion only has a purity of 50%, and Yoo-jung's has 47%, so he wonders if they'll really be okay in the tests. A few days later, after their test, Hoyeon makes fun of Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung, saying he almost mistook their ingredient pot for a monster summon pot. Even after Yoo-jung got all the good ingredients, she still ended up in the 42nd position, with Jae-hyun at 31st, Hoyeon at 29th, and Ina in first position. After teasing them a bit more, Hoyeon heads over to his next class, so Jae-hyun tells himself that it's not over since he still has other exams left, and so does Yoo-jung. The only issue is that the practical exams are difficult. It's a compilation of all the freshman hunt, AR test, fake dungeon, and every lesson they've done so far. Apart from that, another factor that exponentially increases its difficulty is the way teams are made. On the day of the practicals, Yoojung laments because she got a cost of 14 and will have to plan well in order to get a good team. The cost is calculated among the students based on the grades they have at the moment. Students must make teams of 4 without surpassing a total team cost of 50. In this exam, Hoyeon has a cost of 17, Ina has a cost of 15, and Yoojung has a cost of 14. Jaehyun had a cost of 6 in his past life, and he remembers that he was excited because he got to enter a good team, but the results were the worst. He considers it a crappy way of choosing teams, as the higher ranks choose the lower ranks because they have higher costs and can easily accommodate those with lower costs. Suddenly, our boy is approached by one of the cadets whom he knows from his past life. This same guy had insulted him for being a lower rank, but in the present, he's asking if he's the genius student who got first in the student hunt and did great in the fake dungeon too. In the past, this guy made fun of him and told him to know his place during their exams. In the present, he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Han-sung, but Jaehyun simply dismisses him. Regardless, Han-sung suggests that they team up because he has less cost compared to his skill, and he proposes to help Jaehyun with his cost of 20 that makes it hard for him to choose teammates. However, Jaehyun only considers this guy a garbage bastard who preys on the weak and sucks up to the strong. He tells Han-sung it's a shame that he doesn't want to team up with him and tells him to go look for someone else. Flustered, Han-sung tries to explain again that he has low cost with high skills, but our boy tells him it doesn't matter to him because he can clear the test on his own, and Han-sung is too weak anyway. Our boy goes to meet some of his friends, and he asks them if they've considered his idea, while Han-sung stares at him with utter contempt. Meanwhile, warriors Jina and Sungwoo tell Jaehyun that they're up for it. Han-sung recognizes Jina and Sungwoo as the ones who abandoned Jaehyun during the mock dungeon, and our boy tells them he's glad they agreed because he was worried they'd say no. Han-sung continues to burn with rage because Jaehyun picked those bastards and storms off, certain that Jaehyun will regret his decision. Sometime later, Jaehyun and his new teammates meet at a cafe. Suddenly, Jina asks Jaehyun if he's sure he really wants them since they weren't very helpful at the mock dungeon, and Sungwoo also reminds him that they were abandoned to die in the cane incident because they were not skilled enough. Regardless, our boy assures them that he doesn't intend to lose. Jaehyun realizes that Jina and Sungwoo's costs are lower than what they are capable of because they ran away during the mock dungeon, and they're the ones with good costs and not Han-sung. Eventually, the two agree and ask who the last person will be. Our boy tells them the lady will be here soon, and shortly after, Yoojung steps in through the door. They recall how instructor Jiyeon had to hold back Yoojung from destroying them because they left Jaehyun in the dungeon. When she steps in, she directly asks Jaehyun why he called her to team up with these guys. Meanwhile, Chairman Jaehyun reads about how the Mills Academy is losing its title as Korea's top academy, and he's at risk of being driven out because of the incident. He angrily smashes the computer because those bastard reporters still wrote these articles even though he paid them so much money. He realizes the media is turning their back on him, the mighty Jaehyun, and it's clear that the Lotus Guild is most likely responsible for this. He decides that he has no choice but to lay low for now, even though he'll have to take some losses. He has to wait for the media to calm down and then return to his original plan for the sake of a seer. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Yoojung sits defiantly while watching the two warrior cadets. She eventually agrees to overlook the issue, but she asks Jaehyun if he's really okay with this. Our boy declares to them that he wants them to believe that asking them to run was realistically the best option they had, and Yoojung has no choice but to believe him. She eventually asks him the real reason he wants them on his team since he can easily get full points on the test on his own. Truthfully, our boy chose them because they all share resentment against Jaehyun, and he's certain they will keep whatever happens between them a secret. He eventually admits to them that he has a plan to bring down Jaehyun using the event, and they all look at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather, and one instructor, Park Hajun, comes forward to take charge of the second part of the practical exams. Our boy considers that this Hajun is just one of Jaehyun's minions who is here to replace Seokgi. Hajun explains that the exam will be streamed to the entire nation to show the students' skills to the world, so he asks them to do their best and wishes them luck. The students are immediately transported to a place known as the Pocket Plain, which seems to be filled with lava. Our boy's team is Team D, and their mission is to clear all stages and return with the boss's core. The quest on the first floor is to eliminate all monsters on the floor and find the stairs leading to the second floor. The place is clearly hot, and Jaehyun informs them that they're in a dungeon that was modeled after Muspelheimer. Our boy suggests they begin by mapping out the dungeon because they need as much information as possible to respond to any problem, and because there are items he'd like to get too. Yoojung explains that one of the items they need to get is frostgrass, because long exposure to the heat in this place will slow them down and will be dangerous in other ways. Sungwoo commends Jaehyun and Yoojung because they seem to be good at this stuff, but our boy explains that it's the basics of dungeon exploration and survival is the priority of a raider. Soon after, Jaehyun activates his mana detection skill until he finds frost grass. After tracing the mana, they find a field full of frost grass. So Jaehyun suggests they take as much as possible and keep it in their inventory. Since Sungwoo had said he got fair grades in alchemy, Jaehyun leaves the job of making potions to him. Suddenly, they're notified that viewers will enter the room soon, and they're reminded to be careful of what they say and do. Students need to perform for the viewers of the entire nation, and they need to satisfy the viewers. Jaehyun doesn't like the idea, but he finds it useful in some ways. While they're picking grass, he informs the others that 4 C-rank monsters are approaching, and he orders that they go with Formation B. They all get into position as several lava slimes approach them. Jungwoo activates his Provoke skill to draw them to him, and Jaehyun advises them all to fight the monsters using items to try and keep their distance, since the monsters explode if they touch a spot on them. They all prep their weapons but don't make a move as the monsters continue toward them. When they come up close, Yoojung calls out to Jaehyun, but he tells her it's not time to act yet. When the monsters reach just a few inches away, the viewing channel for their team is created, and several viewers pour in, with some of them asking if this is the stream with the student that got first place in the freshman hunt. Jaehyun orders his teammates to act, so Yoojung activates her water shoot skill and fires an arrow at one of the monsters, creating a hole in it. While Gina also fights, Jaehyun considers that this is the best environment to use the frozen earth skill he got, so he smiles at the camera and proceeds to activate a skill. He doesn't plan to make things too exciting so early on, but plans to deploy his big skills when things have gotten more intense. For now, he activates a skill called Ice Rain and pours down ice on the field. Some of the viewers wonder if this is really happening and how a new student can use such a skill. Some of them think it's an error because the skill our boy just used is an A-rank skill. However, Jaehyun is certain that these stupid viewers are going to be the ultimate weapon in bringing down Ja-in. Meanwhile, team manager Sunbai Nim watches the livestream and wonders how Jaehyun is able to use an A-rank skill without breaking a sweat. According to what agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him, Jaehyun doesn't like Ja-in, and Lotus has his back on that. He considers that it won't be hard to expose Ja-in if he utilizes this kid, so he excitedly watches to see what Jaehyun will do. The ice rain that Jaehyun triggered takes out the lava slimes, and Yoojung admits that she's not even surprised anymore, even though she doesn't know where he learned that. When Gina points out that it's getting really hot, our boy suggests that they drink their potions. They all begin to look for a place with less heat, so Sungwoo points to a spot that has less energy coming from it. Jaehyun agrees with him, so he decides to set up a shelter there. Meanwhile, Aina fires several holy arrows at some of the monsters, and Hoyeon, who is also nearby, tears up another one. After destroying them all, Aina mentions that this dungeon seems too easy, and Hoyeon agrees with her that they're weaker than he anticipated. Their other teammates just watch in confusion because they realize they could have failed with just one mistake, and they just fought lava slimes in close range without taking damage. On Jaehyun's side, he sets up a tent for his team to stay in while they wait for Sungwoo to make the potions that he says will take up to an hour to make. When Jaehyun teases Yoojung about making slight remarks to try to speed up Sungwoo, she protests that she didn't mean that, and they start fighting again. Gina laughs because of how close they are, but Yoojung claims they're not. Shortly after, Jaehyun talks with the guys about his secret plan. After explaining the plan, Yoojung steps out with Jaehyun to ask if it's really possible, and our boy assures her it is. He believes this is the best time to create some ruckus, so he releases some power to make the connection to the pocket plane unstable and cancel the limited voice transmission feature. The viewers wonder what Jaehyun is doing and why he's working alone with Yoojung. While they wonder if the others have failed, Jaehyun assures the viewers that his members are fine, which surprises them because they shouldn't be able to hear the students talk. Jaehyun had played with the formulas of the pocket plane a bit so he can speak, so he tells everyone it's nice to meet them and declares that he'll start the real stream now. Meanwhile, Ja-in almost bursts due to anger while watching Jaehyun's display. Jaehyun can't believe this is happening, and he doesn't understand how Jaehyun was able to interfere with the formula of the pocket plane, which was created by dozens of mage raiders, himself, and many of the Academy's mage instructors. Instructor Ha-jun, who is standing nearby, suggests that they punish Jaehyun, but Ja-in clarifies that he wants to but cannot because there are no rules for this kind of situation since it was never expected. However, there is the rule that an Academy student cannot disclose Mills' sensitive information to the public, and he can be expelled if he violates that. Suddenly, the chairman overhears Jaehyun talking about him on livestream. Jaehyun links the chairman to the guild experience incident and a lot of shady things, and he assures the viewers not to worry about him being expelled, which totally perplexes the chairman. Our boy tells the viewers that the chairman's favorite quote is that the strong survive and have power. After laughing maniacally about Jaehyun's rottenness, the chairman orders instructor Ha-jun to expel Jaehyun once the exams are over. He also asks him to get at least 2 experienced A ranks to get rid of Jaehyun once the media has calmed down a bit. When Jaehyun leaves, Ja-in promises himself to make Jaehyun pay. Our boy explains to the viewers that Chairman Ja-in won't be keeping his word if he expels him when he has such good grades. The viewers are excited by all he's saying, and several of them begin to figure out that there must be an actual problem in the school, especially with all the uninvestigated allegations that have been made against Ja-in. Earlier, in the shelter, Jaehyun informs the others that he's going to edit the formulas of the pocket plane so the viewers can hear them and bring them to their side. Yoojung wonders if this is okay because the chairman can do something, but our boy assures her that they have the viewers, and there's no rule stating that they're not allowed to interfere with the formulas of the pocket plane. In the present, Jaehyun tells the viewers that he's going to start the real dungeon raid stream, which they've specially prepared for the viewers to enjoy. The viewers are excited, but Yoojung feels vulnerable in front of the viewers because they soon begin to talk about her performance and strengths. Shortly after, Jaehyun takes Yoojung with him to a place that looks like a lava waterfall, and our boy tells the viewers that they're planning to find the hidden piece of the pocket plane here, which would be interesting to them. The viewers are ecstatic at the mention of a hidden piece, so Yoojung begins by activating her heist skill, while our boy activates his wind boost skill, as well as his gravity skill. Jaehyun plans to show the viewers how a regressor raids a dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy, instructor Kim Ji-yeon informs manager Sun By-nim that she'll get him into contact with Jaehyun right after the exams. He asks her to get into contact with Jaehyun as soon as possible and bring him over to their side, and even offers to let Jaehyun have control over the conditions. Ji-yeon accepts the mission and thinks it'd be a big advantage in the long term if the raider management can take Jaehyun, but the only problem is that Ja-in is also after him. In the pocket plane, our boy puts his hand around Yoojung and drags her towards the lava. She hesitates and asks him to wait, but he just continues to run towards the stream of lava while she screams. The viewers keep chatting with one another, and they don't yet understand why they're jumping towards the lava. However, Jaehyun lands on an invisible platform near the lava stream, and Yoojung is extremely relieved that there's a hidden foothold there just as Jaehyun had said. He tells her to hold on to him and cast the spell and ensure she doesn't make any mistakes in her time calculations. Jaehyun is in awe of the first person who actually found the hidden piece here in his past life, even though he knows Chairman Ja-in hid it here under the sponsorship of the nation and didn't intend for a student to take it. After following all the footholds, they finally land on a spot where they can stand, so Yoojung asks him if the shiny thing in front of them is the item he was talking about. They turn out to be some marbles, and Jaehyun confirms her suspicions that these marbles will be the key point in clearing this dungeon. At this point, Chairman Ja-in begins to sweat profusely, and he can't figure out how Jaehyun was able to find the hidden piece. Jaehyun tells the viewers that he knew this item was here from mapping, but he didn't expect it to be so well hidden. He activates his ice rain skill and fires it at the sea of lava, separating him from the item to cause it to solidify. He and Yoojung make their way down towards the item, and Jaehyun asks the viewers if they know what the item is. Most of them don't seem to know what it is, and when they demand that he tells them, he informs them that this is fire essence. Apparently, this item will be one of the most important items for clearing this dungeon, and the pocket plane system displays that this fire essence is a rank B item that exponentially increases flame resistance ability temporarily when consumed, but whose effect will not appear the second time. Normally, schools create an environment that is as close to a real dungeon as possible and motivate students using a reward that is hidden, but it's odd that this reward was hidden in a way that ordinary students could never obtain it. The viewers go crazy at the sight of the fire essence items because they're really expensive in equipment shops, and they figure that Mills Academy is investing more than 10 million per team for the midterms. After getting the first item, our boy proceeds to go for the next thing on their list. He wishes he could see the kind of face Chairman Ja-in is making right now, and he hopes to see how he will look when he shows him the rest of the gifts he has for him. When night comes, they return to the shelter, and Yoojung laments that the potion is too bitter. Our boy tells her he knows, but she'll need to eat it because it'll make it easier to clear the dungeon. Eventually, Yoojung works up the nerve to consume it and suddenly collapses. Confused, Jaehyun asks Sungwoo if he poisoned her or something, but Sungwoo denies it. After that, Jaehyun explains that they're almost done with stage 1, and they need to find a way down to the second floor. In the academy control room, Instructor Jiyeon comes to ask Instructor Hajun how the situation is looking. He jokingly reminds her that he's the one in charge, so he asks why she came here and if she doesn't believe he can take care of his duties. After a short pause, she tells him it's possible he can't, which makes him frown. With Seoki gone, the administrative authority of the second round of practicals was supposed to be Jiyeon's, but Hajun managed to worm his way through and took the authority from her. Eventually, Hajun sarcastically apologizes to her because he's getting ahead of her even though they were hired as co-workers, but Jiyeon tells him she doesn't care about that stuff. He tries to poke further and asks her what she means since it's normal for her to be envious of the position, but he doesn't get any response from her. That frustrates him. But Hajun reminds himself that he has the chairman's admiration now, and Ji-yeon is no longer better than him even though she was 2 years ago. Soon after, Ji-yeon tells Hajun that he better take a close look at the rope he's holding to make sure it's not thoroughly rotten, then she steps out. Hajun finds her words cringy, and he considers her arrogant. He knows she's referring to his affiliations with the chairman, and he's certain that the chairman will regain his reputation since the obstacles they have now are nothing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Team D enters the second floor. They're given a quest to hunt the elite monsters of the second floor and obtain the hidden treasure. Somewhere else, Heimdall massacres a few people and speaks with Hugin, who asks him if he's going to meet the great adversary. Heimdall tells him the great adversary is just a mere human, and he doesn't need much time to get rid of him. But after eliminating him, he's angry he will be stuck with Bifrost once again and act as a gatekeeper. He tells Hugin not to concern himself with his affairs since he's just a thing of evil. However, Hugin considers both gods and humans foolish, and he remembers Munin, the other of Odin's crows. While in deep thought, he tells Munin, who is not present, that nothing has changed or will change. On the second floor, Gina notes that this floor is even hotter than the first floor, and Yujung notes that the quest here seems harder. Jaehyun, on the other hand, knows where all the paths are, but something seems odd. An hour earlier, they had followed a small cave to reach the second floor, and Sungwoo wonders why there aren't any paths and why the way to the second floor was buried underground. Yujung explains to him that finding the way to the next level in stage-type dungeons is usually difficult, which makes her wonder how Jaehyun was able to find it so easily, and she begins to suspect that he's been here before. While she's thinking, she finds her bug that makes her scream so loud that it scares the users. After she ends up in Gina's arms, Jaehyun captures the bug and informs the users that he's capturing it in case he needs it later. Before they move on, he tells his teammates there's something they have to prepare before they move on, and offers them the fire essence to consume. They all seem so reluctant, so Jaehyun jokingly tells them not to be so dramatic, especially while he's still being nice. With a horrific expression on his face, he orders them to eat it, and they have no choice but to do so. Apparently, there are 3 floors prepared, and the boss is on the last floor. On that floor, Jaehyun intends to give Ja-in another problem to deal with too. Before they begin looking for the monster on the second floor, our boy tells the viewers he has an idea where some treasures might be, which makes them really excited. He gave them that small spoiler to get their attention, but his goal is different. He declares that one of the treasures in this dungeon is the salamander, which has a habit of collecting shiny things like crows do, and keeps several of them hidden in its nests. The viewers become excited, and one of them checks online to see that salamanders can also purify items that are corrupt. When they wonder how Jaehyun got to know that salamanders hide items in their nests, he explains that he studied it. The second hidden piece is something called Balmung's replica, a sword that appears in the Song of the Nibelungs, from the 1200s in Germany. It is said to be a sword meant for killing dragons, and like Thalfi's Thundersteps, it's an item with overwhelming strength and destructive power. The original is said to have been possessed by a German raider named Balak. Suddenly, Gina asks him what a salamander's weakness is, so Yujung tells her it's its stomach since they have hard outer skins. Apparently, the most common way to kill them is to direct ice-type magic at their stomachs. They move deeper into the dungeon, and Sungwoo notices that this place is much hotter, and he'd be struggling if it weren't for the fire essence. Even though Jaehyun knows where everything is, he decides to pretend to do some work here so he doesn't raise unnecessary suspicions. He soon stops the team and mentions that he feels some mana around a place where several swords are placed. Yujung doesn't know if the swords are hidden pieces, especially since there are so many and they look like unregistered items, but Jaehyun knows the perfect place to hide a hidden piece is among these dozens of swords stuck in boulders. Although Jain messed with things so that students can't find it, Jaehyun doesn't have time for his tricks and activates his detection skill. After looking around for a bit, he eventually finds it and pulls it out of the boulder. Once he pulls it out, the Nornir system informs him that he's found the copy of the Tainted Balmung, a rank A item that is Dragonslayer Siegfried's beloved sword. It has a sealed effect that raises strength by 70 and agility by 30, and a passive S-rank skill called Dragonslayer, which heightens a user's physical abilities when fighting draconic species. However, the effects of the sword cannot be activated because it is tainted. Some of the viewers wonder how he knew that specific sword was the hidden piece, but some of them believe Jaehyun has his ways. They continue their journey, and Yujung tries to track the salamander down, but Jaehyun reminds her that they need to wait a bit since she had said that the salamander is weakest after it has just fed, and the king salamander eats only once a day at night. Yujung asks him if it's a wise idea to stall for time, since salamanders are sensitive to smell, and they might get attacked first if they stay there. He proposes that they need to find a way to prevent that and brings out the bug from earlier, which causes Yujung to freak out again. When she tries to run away, he holds her down because she's the most important part of this plan. The bug is called the bomb centipede, and it expels a liquid when it feels threatened. The liquid is known for smelling so bad that it induces tears, and this stench is what Jae-hyun plans to use in this hunt. Shortly after, the salamander shows up after detecting the stench. Yoo-jung prepares for the salamander and reminds Jae-hyun that he had promised her something for doing this. Because she was terrified, Jae-hyun promised to give her a magic staff that teacher Seonggun loved if she did this. Truthfully, he was just going to give her a random staff, and he's certain she'll kill him when she finds out. The viewers watch in exhilaration as they wonder if their plan is going to work. Jae-hyun assures the viewers that Yoo-jung specializes in wind magic, and Yoo-jung creates a small wind to trap the scent of the bug to send to the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because this is only possible because she has impressive control over mana, and the humans start to feel bad for the salamander. Upon smelling the bug, tears start to roll down the salamander's eyes, so Jae-hyun tells the others to remember the plan to wait and only move when he gives them the signal. He soon activates his level 2 ice spear and strikes the monster that's writhing in pain, knocking it to the ground. Jae-hyun waits for the moment the monster breathes out fire, and when it does, he brings out the Balmung sword and throws it into the monster's mouth. Yoo-jung calls Jae-hyun a psycho, and the viewers wonder what on earth he's doing. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun almost drops his jaw when he sees what Jae-hyun did, and he's certain there's no way a new student would know this since he left it out of the syllabus on purpose. On the second floor, the monster begins to vomit the sword, so Jae-hyun signals the others to move, and the warriors immediately stand in front of him to block the sword with their shields. Jae-hyun soon picks up the sword, which is now shining differently, and the viewers still go berserk due to confusion. To explain what has happened, our boy opens the equipment status, and it displays that the tainted Balmung sword has been purified. The viewers almost lose their minds because of the high stats of the sword. He explains to them that there's a power of purification in a salamander's core that can purify items. The viewers are surprised at Jae-hyun's level of experience since he's a new student, and when he wields the sword, they wonder why a mage would be wielding a sword. They expect him to give the sword to the combat class warriors with him, but he doesn't. Sunbae-nim, who is also streaming anonymously, informs the others that Jae-hyun is a battle mage. Jae-hyun steps in front of the monsters and activates 2 skills named Agile Steps and Flexible Movements to help his movements, as well as his wind boost. With one swift movement, he leaps towards the monster and cuts off one of its arms. After he jumps down, he activates another skill named Ice Edge to create an icy spike. Sungwoo signals to him that the salamander's stomach is exposed since it doesn't have one arm, so Jae-hyun leaps towards it and stabs it in the stomach. The viewers are speechless for a while, and they can't fathom what they just saw. Meanwhile, Seo uploads something online, and she wonders why Jae-hyun made her do something so annoying. She has just uploaded an article about Jae-hyun's real identity, citing the achievements he had at the Neverland dungeon since Jae-hyun had initially covered up his identity at the Neverland incident. This article is meant to go against those who are saying what Jae-hyun is doing is computer-generated. Meanwhile, on the second floor, after taking out the salamander, Jae-hyun tells the others he's found something called the Ring of Transcendence. The Ring of Transcendence is a B-rank equipment that momentarily amplifies mana to increase the force of magic and grants the active skill known as Overdrive. However, because of the lack of something called the Rock of Transcendence, the rank is lowered, and the state of Overdrive is unstable. Overdrive is a rank A skill that amplifies mana to increase the force of skills by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but will leave the user unable to use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill due to the lack of the Rock of Transcendence. Since there's only one ring, Jae-hyun suggests they do rock, paper, scissors, but the others suggest he take it since he did most of the fighting, so Yoo-jung suggests he buys them food or something when they get out. Excited, Jae-hyun keeps the reward, and they're transported to the next floor. Once they arrive there, they're told the protective barrier will disappear after a minute, and the boss fight will begin. They're protected by a magic barrier that doesn't break even though the boss monster pounds on it. The pounding of the monster freaks them all out, so Gina asks Jae-hyun if he has a plan. He tells her he doesn't because they don't need one, and he's going to do this alone. Some of the viewers also wonder if it's a wise idea for Jae-hyun to ditch the party formation to fight the monster. Apparently there are a few differences each year, but it's usually a C or B rank monster, and 70% of the students fail on this floor. Soon after, the barrier is taken away, and the boss monster, a lava golem, is set free. Our boy goes in with a mana punch, but Gina warns him that it's dangerous. While Sungwoo and Gina panic, Yoo-jung assures them that Jae-hyun is strong, so he won't lose to that kind of monster. Jae-hyun and the monster match up punches, and our boy knocks back the monster's hand. When the monster retaliates with a punch from his other hand, our boy protects himself by setting up a barrier. When he lands on the ground, he activates a level 4 wind boost and activates his Ice Edge skill to hold down the monster's legs. After that's done, Jae-hyun activates his mana detection skill and runs past the monster's punches, dodging at the same time. While he's moving, Jaehyun recalls that lava golems are sturdy and have heavy attacks, but there is a way to defeat them. He activates a skill called Bind to create chains that hold down the monster, then rains down a myriad of ice on the monster using his Ice Rain skill. Although the bind magic soon breaks, the ice hits all the golem's joints and cools them, making it hard for it to move its limbs. Excited, our boy activates his water ball skill and shoots water at the ice around the monster's joints, causing all of its limbs to immediately split apart. As the monster crumbles, the pocket plane system informs them they've defeated the pocket plane boss monster. Some of the viewers ask to confirm if that was really a boss fight, and the other teammates just watch in shock. Yoojung calls him an insane bastard and feels like he's already so much farther in skill than she is. Shortly after, the system informs them they've obtained the golem's core, but Jaehyun doesn't believe the test is over since he still has to ensure that Jaein falls today. The system asks them if they'll return to reality, and Jaehyun rejects the option. He tells the viewers that the boss fight was too short, and he has something to show them all, which is to fight the hidden boss. The viewers become curious about what's going to happen next, and Jaehyun leads the team to a place where he says he feels a strong mana presence. When he turns back, he realizes none of his teammates want to follow him in, so he assures them they won't die, no matter how much it hurts. When they enter, the system notifies them that they've found a hidden door, and a special quest is being created where they have to defeat the hidden boss of the hidden floor and return to reality. Ordinary students can't even detect the presence of the hidden door, and they can't even make it to this point even if they stumbled upon it by luck, which is why Jaein planted the hidden piece here. He turns to the viewers, who can't believe that this guy has found a secret floor when the others are still struggling on the second floor. Jaehyun already knows the method to summon the hidden boss, but he decides to at least pretend to look around a bit. Suddenly, Yoojung points to an altar that looks familiar, and after a while, Yoojung realizes it's quite similar to the pattern on the golem's core. Our boy puts the golem core into the hole in the altar, which causes bright light to fill the entire place. Jaehyun asks them to get back, and the pocket plane's hidden boss, the Red Drake, begins to appear over the altar. Their mission is to all survive, defeat the enemy, and obtain the heart of the Drake to obtain special privileges as rewards. As the Red Drake forms, the viewers can't believe their eyes because even veterans struggle to handle a Drake. The viewers begin to react negatively because of how difficult the pocket plane was set up, which is the reaction Jaehyun was hoping to get. However, his absolute calculation doesn't work on Drake's physical attacks, but he knows he can still take it on by himself. In the control room, Chairman Jaein watches in total shock because his plans to ensure this year's midterms go by quietly so he can deflect the media's attention seem to have been destroyed. He realizes that Jaehyun has interfered with the entire pocket plane this time, but Instructor Hajun protests that there's no way a student can do that. When Jaein insists that it's Jaehyun, Hajun tries to kick his behind so that he can get promoted in no time. Eventually, the chairman admits that he's glad that it's Jaehyun that's behind this, because there won't be any problems if his goal is to get an item, as they can minimize the hate to the Mills Academy if he successfully clears the dungeon. Jaein is concerned that Jaehyun enraged the Drake, and he assumes it's because he doesn't know any better. He hopes that Jaehyun kills the Red Drake, but when he turns to the screen, he soon finds out that Yoojung has been hurt and is bleeding from the mouth. The students begin to panic because the pocket plane's protective system is broken and they need to get out, which makes Jaein panic. The viewers become worried because the students shouldn't be able to get hurt in the pocket plane, but it's suddenly happening. When the students' HP bars disappear because the pocket plane has become unstable, some of the viewers become worried that the students can actually die. This development further enrages the chairman, and he calls Jaehyun a son of a B-word. Meanwhile, our boy wonders how the chairman must feel to be manipulated and have things fabricated just like he used to do. Some of the viewers begin to complain about how Jaein is running the academy facilities, and they suspect that Jaein is doing all of this on purpose to harm the students. They begin to protest about how many times these things have happened, and how their school keeps pushing kids to the brink of death. He was taken aback by how good her acting was, and when she suggests that she should have just gone into acting and that her looks are wasting away in this school, Jaehyun pleads with her not to make him laugh since he has to keep up a sad expression. He eventually leaves her alone so he can go handle the Drake. As he faces the monster, he knows he can easily defeat it, but it wouldn't be fun. The monster attacks him with one of its claws, but he quickly jumps back to dodge it. He activates a skill called Mana Weapon and pulls out his purified Balmung sword. The viewers believe that Jaehyun may be able to win with this sword, and they begin to root for him. Our boy activates the special skill of the Balmung replica called Dragon Slayer, which makes all attacks on draconic species 300% stronger. He sends a double sword slash towards the Red Drake, further enraging it so much that it slams its tail on the spot Sungwoo is standing. Sungwoo manages to block the attack, and our boy remembers there are two things to do. He recalls the day Hoyun had seen in his books that a drake's weakness is a mole on its heel, so our boy leaps behind the monster and deals his next attack on its heel. To finish the fight, he activates his skill called Overdrive, which makes all of his skills 1.5 times more powerful. Moments after, he activates his Frozen Earth skill and freezes the entire place, including the red drake. The viewers watch in shock and can't identify any A-rank skill that can do what he just did. As they start to speculate if Jaehyun is S-rank, our boy cracks the frozen drake and defeats it. After defeating it, Jaehyun leans over his sword and tries to conceal his grin as he hopes that Jaehyun will like his gift. In the chairman's office, he begins to receive several calls from the members of the school board, blaming him for everything. Even though he tries to clarify that he didn't cause this, it dawns on him that no one is believing him, which has never happened to him before. He asks instructor Ha-jun about the reporters and journalists, and Ha-jun informs him that he's contacted all the reporters they have connections with, but they rejected his offer because they can't trust Mila's anymore. When Ha-jun mentions that he thinks someone has done this on purpose, Ja-in angrily strikes him with a magic attack that launches him across the room. Ja-in is certain that there's no way Jaehyun could have done this alone, and someone must be helping him. While he's thinking about who it might be, one of his workers bursts in to inform him that the Lotus Guild has sent an official document regarding the disciplinary actions to be taken on Mills Academy and the imprisonment of the chairman. Apparently, Xiang'an had drafted the document about the incident that occurred during the midterms, referring to it as a serious matter that put students into possibly life-threatening danger, just like what happened during the guild experience. Xiang'an states that he consistently puts the students on the brink of death and has been known to engage in bribery of the higher-up politicians for his own interest, among other things. For breaking 17 other laws related to raiders, Guildmaster Xiang'an orders his immediate arrest. Annoyed, Jae-in protests that the Lotus Guild has no right to directly get involved in this matter because only the National Raider Association's management headquarters can. When he reads the document further, he learns that 4 main guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Raider Association management agree with this. Jae-in reads the document speechlessly when several raiders break into his office to arrest him. Meanwhile, when the students leave the pocket plane, several reporters gather outside to interview Team D about the incident that occurred inside. Jaehyun is glad that his teacher took care of things carefully, and one of the reporters asks him if there was something he knew before about this arrest because of the remark he made about the chairman while in the pocket plane. Jaehyun explains that he can't say much because of the non-disclosure agreement of the academy, but he informs them that this is the 3rd time they've been put in danger, and he doesn't want others to get hurt. As they continue to probe further, he refuses to talk on the grounds that he needs to get Yoo-jung some medical attention. Jaehyun leads Yoo-jung to a paramedic bus that Lotus had prepared so that people don't know Yoo-jung wasn't really hurt. Meanwhile, Jae-in is led out of the academy by the police of the National Raiders management, and several folks soil him with raw eggs. As they throw eggs on him, the crowd chants that the chairman step down. Shortly after, when they're all inside the ambulance, Yoo-jung bursts into laughter and accuses Jaehyun of being a terrible actor. When he asks her if it was that bad, she begins to mimic him. It all amuses teacher Xiang'an, so she asks him what he was thinking when he planned all this because he would have been the one going under if things went wrong. However, our boy tells her that he learned from the guild experience that his safety may be important, but saving other people's lives comes first. Yoo-jung teases Jaehyun that this is something unlike him to say and asks if he ate something bad, but he tells her to shut up. After laughing a bit, Xiang'an informs Jaehyun that there will be a press conference in 3 days where they will put an end to Ja-in. Meanwhile, at the National Raider Association management headquarters, Sun Bai-nim celebrates that Jae-in's end is finally here. He recalls a call he had mysteriously received for him to prepare beforehand so they could arrest Ja-in. The person said they would take care of the rest of the process from their end, and they offered to prepare a spot he asked for. 3 days later, at the Lotus Guild's official press conference, Xiang'an notices Jaehyun standing outside, and when she asks if he's nervous, he tells her he doesn't like crowded places. When it's time, Xiang'an, Sun Bai-nim, and Jaehyun step on the podium to answer the questions the reporters have. After the 3 take their seats, several reporters think about how this is a big chance to write an article about the priority negotiation the Lotus Guild has with Min Jae-hyun, which can make global news. Shortly after, Xiang'an allows them to ask questions, so the first reporter asks if it's true that Jae-in killed the students on purpose and covered them up as accidents. Xiang'an confirms that this is true, and they've already obtained all evidence of his evil actions. Our boy smiles because he knows they had to use brainwashing on instructor Yisu to get incriminating files ahead of time, which means Jae-in can't get out of this. Xiang'an adds that Jae-in has broken many other laws, including shady funds that go into Mills Academy. Soon after, another reporter asks if they know the people who are involved with Jae-in's corruption, but Xiang'an only says they're investigating that right now. After some back and forth, one of the reporters asks Seongun if it's true that Jae-hyun is her mentee, and she confirms it. Jae-hyun adds that he was able to get where he is today because of her teachings. Shortly after, another reporter asks Jae-hyun if he was hiding his skills from the start because they haven't seen any articles about him, so he explains that he didn't want any media attention. Another reporter asks when he entered a contract with the Lotus Guild, and several other questions about his training, his family relations, and his dating life pour in. Jae-hyun remains silent as the questions keep coming because he can't let himself get swept up here since he will continue to get media attention from now on. As if on cue, Seongun asks the reporters to refrain from asking Jae-hyun too many questions because he's still recovering from the shock of the incident. A few days later, the students gather for the inauguration of a temporary academy chairman. Yoojung mentions that she's glad everyone is okay because she would have been mad if they got hurt. Suddenly, Jae-hyun tells them to remember that it's not all over yet, just in case, and they all recognize that Jaehyun won't fall that easily, and that they have to get super strong while they have the time. Hoyeon agrees that he's going to get stronger too because he really felt weak during the guild experience, and Ina expresses the same. Jae-hyun is glad that the others want to get stronger, but he doesn't plan on getting them further involved in this matter because dealing with the Aesir god is something for him to do. Shortly after, instructor Kim Ji-yeon steps on the new podium, and Jae-hyun tells the others that she's the new director, much to their shock. Yoojung can't believe it since she's so young, so Jae-hyun informs them that instructor Ji-yeon is also a spy from the Raider Association. A while ago, Jae-hyun and Seongun had gone to the Raider Association's management headquarters, and Sun Bai-nim informed them that he's going to make Ji-yeon the new director. In the present, Kim Ji-yeon announces that she'll be the director for the time being, and promises to do her best. Later, the group goes to hang out, and Jae-hyun wonders what the heck is going on as he watches Yoojung do some karaoke. Our boy had thought he would finally get to rest, but it doesn't seem so. A few hours earlier, Yoojung had banged on his door and ordered him to open up. When he does, she reminds him of the promise they made to go to karaoke once they were done with exams. Apparently, they had made an appointment at the best karaoke place around there, and they drag Jae-hyun with them. In the present, Jae-hyun decides he might as well take the stage to show off his karaoke skills since he's already here. The others look at him in despair, and one of the regulars curses out that someone is terrorizing his ears and requests that such people be banned from karaoke. When he's done, Ina comments that she can see he's also human like the rest of them, and Hoyeon jokes that people can't be perfect at everything. Our boy gets a score of 10 out of 100, and Jae-hyun hands the mic to Ina since she's next. When their hands touch, the mic slips out of her hands, and she begins to blush. Luckily, our boy catches it and grabs her palm to place the mic there. For a while, Ina's face looks quite red, and when Jae-hyun asks her what's wrong, she says she's okay. Finally, she asks them not to expect much from her performance because she's embarrassed, but Yoojung assures her she's most likely better than Jae-hyun. Ticked off, our boy protests that his skills are quite average, but Yoojung is certain he has no self-awareness. After they quiet down, Jae-hyun wonders how Ina's singing is and plans to clap even if she's not good. However, when she begins to sing, he realizes she's ridiculously good at it. Meanwhile, Heimdall walks on the streets of Earth, and he spots Hela around. Eventually, she shows herself and tells him she just came to say hi and to ask how his little outing is going. Heimdall accuses the resistant Aesir gods of doing really interesting things this time, but Hela retorts that it's nothing on the level of what Odin and the Aesir gods have done. Heimdall makes fun of Hel for holding on to the pointless hope that a great adversary of the prophecy will appear and free them, and when she tells him they can never tell, he states that a mere human can't bring down the Aesir gods. When he steps forward, Hel stops him from going further. He tells her to move, but she explains that she can't allow him if he's going to meet the great adversary of the prophecy. Annoyed, Heimdall asks her if she wants to die, but she reminds him he can't use his powers properly here on Earth, and she has the advantage here. However, Heimdall reminds her to be better prepared for her own death if she plans to kill him here. Regardless, she states that she's ready for that because her job and role right now is to stall time for a small break. Ina sings quite well, and she soon turns to ask them how she did when she's done. They look so stunned, and Yoojung asks her how she's so good at singing, while Hoyeon accuses her of hiding this from them all this time. When Jae-hyun asks her if she took choir classes, she says she didn't. Yoojung is surprised that she didn't take any classes, and Ina is surprised that they actually like her voice. She thanks them for the compliment, and informs them this is the second time she's let other people hear her sing. A few days later in Seoul, at Jae-hyun's house, our boy hands his mom a gift. When she opens it, it turns out to be checks for allowances. She's surprised that her son has grown so much, and he thought about her at an age where he should be focused on having fun. When she reads through it, she's surprised he has earned so much on his own, and our boy tells her it's all for her. To Jae-hyun, he's finally got to say what he's always wanted to tell her. He always wanted to give her a hug, saying that he succeeded, but he was too busy to take care of her in his past life. A lot has changed since his regression. His goal is to protect his family and friends, and then to kill Odin and end all this misery. He promises himself not to let Odin steal the life he just regained. Shortly after, he tells his mom she can live comfortably without worrying about money, and she hugs him and says it must have been hard for him. Our boy begins to tear up, but someone suddenly knocks on the door while they're sharing a hug. It turns out to be Ina, who says hi to him. However, our boy soon finds out that Yoojung came along with her. Jaehyun asks her what she wants this time, so she informs him that she came to invite him because her family is having a barbecue. Jaehyun remembers that Yoojung's parents are coming back today, so she adds that her mom said to bring him over since he's always doing things for them. He jokes that he's had to do things for her since she's a burden, but Yoojung tells him to come because her parents are excited to see him. He eventually agrees, and Yoojung walks away. Ina notices the moist marks on his shirt, which he had used to clean his face before opening the door, so she asks him if he was crying. Surprised, he informs her that his clothes just got wet while he was doing the dishes, and they both turn aside after an awkward moment. That evening, our boy heads to Yoojung's house, and he can tell her family is rich from the grandeur of the house. He runs into Ina and he asks why she's staying at Yoojung's house and if Yoojung also dragged her here. Surprised, Ina replies that she didn't have anywhere to go, so Jaehyun apologizes when he recalls that Ina doesn't have a family right now. Soon after, Yoojung shows up with her dad, Mr. Kim, right behind her. Yoojung's parents are excited to see Jaehyun, and they exchange pleasantries. Jaehyun recalls that they were really nice to him the day he lost his mom in his past life. Before he knows it, Mr. Kim locks his arm around his head and jokes that he's grown taller. Jaehyun wonders if violence runs in their family, and when Yoojung's dad lets him go, he asks him if Yoojung still bullies him since she used to beat him up, and he'd come crying when they were younger. Soon after, Yoojung shows up again and tells her dad to help her with the food and stop fooling around. He goes to help her and asks how she's going to get a boyfriend when she's like that. Before he leaves, he asks Jaehyun if he wants to volunteer to be Yoojung's boyfriend, and the ladies suddenly go mute. Jaehyun looks surprised, so Mr. Kim begins to list her good qualities. While he's talking, Yoojung loses her cool and pinches him, telling him to stop with the nonsense and go help with the chores. The poor man runs to help with the chores, and Yoojung tells Jaehyun to join him. Soon after, the food is ready. Jaehyun praises Mr. Kim's cooking skills, and Yoojung wishes that Hoyeon and Jae-sung could be here to enjoy this with them. While they're eating, Mr. Kim thanks Jaehyun for helping Yoojung with the midterms, but Jaehyun tells him he didn't do much, and he feels guilty because it was all an act. Soon after, Mrs. Kim tells Jaehyun she's happy he's doing well, and she was surprised when he said he's going to magic class. She mentions that she was wondering if he joined magic class because he wanted to stay with Yoojung, and that comment makes Ina pause her eating, but Jaehyun clarifies that it's not the case. Mrs. Kim compliments Jaehyun on how he becomes more handsome each day, and expresses her hope that Yoojung would bring home a boyfriend like him. Yoojung angrily tells her mom to stop talking and eat because her food is going to get cold. When our boy notices Ina has stopped eating, he asks her if something is wrong, but she tells him it's nothing. Meanwhile, in Hoyeon's house, his father berates him for spending his time saving dying students because he felt bad for them. Mr. On calls his own son a foolish bastard, and he realizes that he would have been arrested alongside Jae-in had he been a tiny bit late. He calls Hoyeon a piece of shit son, and tells him to shut up as he tries to speak. He reminds him that he needs to become South Korea's best raider and get everyone under his feet. He tells him he has to bring down that Jaehyun no matter what, but Hoyeon tells him to stop. Hoyeon realizes that all his attempts to convince his father don't work because his father always tells him to step on others to climb the social ladder. He tells his father he doesn't want to live life the way he wants him to because this is his life after all. Annoyed, his father grabs his arm and asks if he knows what he's saying, but Hoyeon slaps his hand away. Our warrior turns around and leaves the house despite his father ordering him to come back. Hoyeon realizes he doesn't want to win against Jaehyun using dishonest means, and he plans to improve through fair methods. Meanwhile, Yoojung's parents go out on a late-night movie date, so Jaehyun commends the fact that her parents are still on good terms. Shortly after, our boy decides to go, and Yoojung asks him if he's leaving already. Our boy asks her what she means since it's almost midnight, but Yoojung insists that he hang out a bit more. After hesitating for a while, Yoojung states that her dad will be mad at him if he does so, and when she asks why, he says he doesn't think they'd be happy with him staying over so late when they're not home. Regardless, Yoojung states that they won't get mad if he doesn't do anything bad, and she makes Ina agree with her. Eventually, Jaehyun decides to stay back. Shortly after, Ina says she's been curious about something and asks them if they're both dating. They both furiously deny it, so Ina says she guessed so because they're really close, and their parents are close too. Yoojung clarifies that she and Jaehyun only like each other as friends, and Jaehyun leaves shortly after. While he's heading home, Hela approaches him and informs him that he has to go through his second trial as soon as possible. She explains that they cannot stall any longer because Odin has begun to act. Sometime later, Odin has a meeting with the Aesir gods and is annoyed to find out that there's still no news from Heimdall. Thor tells his father that he's overly concerned about the prophecy's adversary since he's just a human and an insect can do nothing against a god. Frigg joins her voice to Thor's and tells Odin a human is not a threat to the king of the gods and reminds him he worries too much. However, Odin informs her humans are creatures that can endlessly learn and grow. At the moment, they cannot kill the great enemy because the prophecy's power can protect him for 10 years. But Odin doesn't want to eliminate the possibility that the adversary will grow more powerful within that time period. Frigg believes that the power of the prophecy that is protecting the great adversary is quickly weakening, and they may not have to wait 10 years before they can kill him. Odin tells her that all their plans will have to be precise because fate has never prophesied their victory. Meanwhile, Jaehyun learns from Hela that the power protecting him from the Aesir is fading. He asks why, since he wasn't attacked by the Aesir until he turned 27 in his past life. So Hela explains that it's because too much of the prophecy's power was used to bring him back to his time period. Apparently, going against the flow of time is not allowed even for a god, and it's surprising that the prophecy's power even held out for this long. In fact, Hela believes that someone she doesn't know had paid dearly to make this possible. When Jaehyun gets home, he's shocked to learn that he's fighting against Heimdall, the white god who looks into the near future and wears a big horn. Since he's already on Earth, Jaehyun worries that they won't have time for this test, but Hela assures him that she's stalled for time. Meanwhile, Heimdall is tied down by Hela's power, and he wonders how Hela can dare to store him, the great Heimdall, in a place like this. While still bound, he screams to Hela not to think she can keep him in such a petty prison. Hela tells Jaehyun she had to use quite a bit of power, but it'll delay Heimdall for a while. When Jaehyun asks where the second trial is going to take place, as if on cue, the news comes up about the recurrent failure of the 11th Great Ruins raid. The news states that a guy named Balak from the European Association joined the raid, creating a lot of hope. But the first trial, called Proof of Qualification, could not be cleared again, and it seems they're not confident about their next attempt. Hela tells Jaehyun that the next trial is in Iceland, the mythology's center and where the giant of the Great Ruins secret is hidden. Apparently, the Great Ruins these guys are attempting were made for the great adversary to foster him into becoming someone who can defeat Odin again. When he asked her what she means by again, she also finds it strange that she used the word again. Apparently, he's the only one who can attempt the Proof of Qualification trial, which will open up the path to the Great Ruins. Meanwhile, Balak watches the news about how they were unable to clear the ruin, and he angrily smashes something as he wonders what sort of ruin this is that they can't get in. He calls out to a lady named Camilla and asks her if she's sure the mages are properly looking into this issue, and she reminds him that she's told him not to doubt others. She tells him to stop being in such a rush because she also wants to enter the only great ruin in the entire world. But Balak still wonders how they're supposed to get past the first trial, which keeps asking them to prove themselves if they want to enter. A few days later, our boy heads to the airport to go to Iceland, and he calls director Kim Ji-yeon to help him make up an excuse to his friends so they don't worry about him. He had to rush the preparation process by using mana stones to reinforce all his artifacts to enter their maximum and level up beyond level 30. As Jaehyun gets into the plane, he knows the Great Ruins are protected by Balak, who doesn't want anyone else to invade it, and he'll have to fight the S-rank raider, who's carrying the real Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. Meanwhile, Hela, who's traveling in Jaehyun's coat as a cat, hopes to see whether Loki made the right choice by seeing how Jaehyun handles this. The ruins are mysterious burial grounds that popped up all over the world suddenly. After being cleared by raiders, it was revealed that these locations were places where artifacts were hidden. It provided an opportunity to earn items of higher rank than those in normal dungeons, which made the competition intense. The government of each nation had to intervene. During the flight, Hela informs Jaehyun that Mistiltane, the bracelet around his wrist, was an object they had hidden in the ruins, so it wasn't pure coincidence that he was the one who found it. Jaehyun guesses she must be referring to the bubbles of light he saw back then that led him, and he recalls that the beginning of everything was that strange light too. Shortly after, Hela explains that the ruins were created by the giants. Apparently, 10,000 years ago, their guardian and Thor's rival, Hrungnir, created it for the great adversary of the prophecy, as well as the countless humans who would be fighting Odin's army. Jaehyun realizes that it makes sense why the ruins have so many puzzles and riddles, because the giants are known as wise beings, who were said to be confident even in the face of the Aesir gods, even though they met a horrible end. Jaehyun mentions that he has a pretty good item with him. Before he left, he got an A-rank reinforcement item named Shadow Mineral that reinforces his shadow equipment. The The shadow mineral can be used to reinforce shadow armor that he got after defeating Nightshade. After using the shadow mineral, his shadow armor increases to rank A. His Mistletoe activates a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, which further increases it to an S-rank armor called Armor of Abyss. The Armor of Abyss is said to have been made from the Abyss of Ginnungagap, with an active skill of level 3 Stealth and a passive skill called Shadow Synchronization. Shadow Synchronization is a rank A skill that synchronizes the user with the shadows to create an afterimage, has a 20% chance of deflecting enemy attacks, and has a single 100% chance of deflecting an attack, but doesn't work against light attribute attacks. A few hours later, they reach Iceland, and they lodge in a special hotel where only the awakened are allowed to stay, and one night costs 50,000 won. While going to his room, Jae-hyun walks past Balak, who is the head of the European Raider Association, and Camilla. When he walks past them, Balak stops Jae-hyun and asks him what he is. As Balak walks back, Camilla tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and stands in front of Jae-hyun. He asks Jae-hyun how old he is and where he's from, but our boy doesn't say anything. Eventually, Camilla steps in between them and asks Balak what he's doing. After apologizing to him, she pushes our boy along and tells him he can keep going because Balak has a rather shitty personality, and that's why he got dumped by his ex-wife. After waving Jae-hyun goodbye, Camilla reminds Balak she told him to be careful not to ruin the image of the European Raider Association. She tells him she understands that he's sensitive because their last raid failed, but he shouldn't take his anger out on a kid. However, Balak tells her that's not it, but it's because that kid made no noise at all when he walked, and he knows how to intentionally hide his presence. Meanwhile, at the Mills Academy director's office, Jae-hyun's friends are shocked to learn that their friend has gone overseas. Yoo-jung wonders where he went this time, especially since he randomly got himself in trouble at an amusement park. Hoyeon jokes that Jae-hyun gets into trouble, but Ina suddenly interjects by saying that Jae-hyun is not the type to get into trouble. At Iceland's Great Ruins, some guards of the European Raider Association notice a strange figure walking towards them, and they tell him to reveal his identity. Jae-hyun, who has concealed his identity with the armor, asks them if they can't just let him in because he's too lazy for this shit. As they're about to signal that an invader is present, Jae-hyun covers their mouths and activates his brainwashing skill. He apologizes for acting like a criminal, but explains that the ruins were meant for him. Before Jae-hyun left Seoul, Hila had told him that the conditions he needed to meet to be allowed into the Great Ruins were first the Nornir system, and secondly that his strength and agility stats had to be over 150, which is basically S-rank level. She hesitates for a while, hoping he's S-rank, but when he tells her he's not, Hela can't believe it, because she saw him defeat Surtur's clone. When she starts to think of a way for him to reach S-rank, Jae-hyun tells her there's a way and brings out a rank A key called a cursed key that he got from Flandier's mission. Using his detection key, he recognizes it as Loki's key that can open any door or chest. In the present, Jae-hyun finds it strange that he got this key, and it seems as if someone who predicted everything prepared this for him. He sticks the key into the door and it opens up. Before he enters, he prepares his blank card because he believes it will be of use soon too. He had the option of using it on Seo's cognition accelerant or Soyul's detection skill, but he still felt there could be something better he could use it on. Also, if he copies the skill of those around him, he knows people could get suspicious. He makes his way through the hallway, and he sees a giant, who asks him if he's the prophesied great adversary. The giant introduces himself as Smir Hrungnirson, the one who guards the Great Ruins, as directed by his father, Hrungnir. When Hela jumps down, Smir recognizes her as a clone of Hel, so Hela explains to Smir that she's responsible for guiding the great adversary through the 5 trials, and she explains that the power of the prophecy that had been protecting the great adversary is weakening, so they need him to take his trial as soon as possible. While she's still talking, Smir tells her he rejects, and when she asks him why, he explains that the method with which the great adversary opened the door was cheating, and he won't be able to pass the second trial with his present stats. Smir generously proposes that he become stronger and come back, but Hela insists that they don't have time, and the Aesir gods will start acting again once the power of the prophecy runs out. However, Smir insists that rules are rules, and he's fairly certain that Jotunheimer, which he wished to protect, is already covered in ashes, and there is no home for the giants to return to. Since it's already too late, he wonders what difference it makes if they're any later, so Hela realizes that the giant is in despair. However, Jae-hyun, who has been boiling with rage, asks them what kind of crap this is. He asks Smir if he's kidding him and tells him he's not a charity organization. RMC explains that he's not something they can use when they need it and then discard, and the only reason he's letting them all control what he does right now is because he sees value in using them too. He activates his level 5 lightning chain skill and tells Smir that he'll need him to move out of the way. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards tell Balak that no one has managed to pass them. That doesn't make sense to Balak, who is certain that someone is in the dungeon because of the mysterious power he felt just now that happens when ruins are opened. Since the doors are open, he's certain he'll be allowed in too, but when he reaches the door, he's told that he's not qualified as usual. Shortly after, Camilla receives a call from Balak very late at night, and he informs her that an invader has entered the Great Ruin. Inside the dungeon, Hela asks Jaehyun what he's doing, and Smir, who is now enraged, calls him a fool and stands up to face him. Smir asks Jaehyun how he dares to defy him in that human body, and his roar releases a destructive amount of energy. Regardless, our boy asks him if he doesn't have any other lines, because he's heard that one so many times that he's sick of it. The reason our boy is doing this is that he'd have to retreat if he gives up on this trial and die while fighting Heimdall. It's either that or dying here, so it's the same thing. So as not to end up with regrets as he did before regressing, he plans to stand his ground. Shortly after, Smir tells the great adversary that his courtesy ends here and releases a huge arrow from the top that aims right at Jaehyun's head. Oddly, our boy doesn't move out of the way and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the arrow. Next up, he uses his wind boost to launch himself toward Smir. The giant realizes Jaehyun is coming straight for his heart, and he wonders if the great enemy is really planning to take him down and walk away. Smir wonders what's driving Jaehyun to do all this, and our boy senses the feeling of intense pressure similar to when he fought Hugin. He feels this when he's against an opponent that he can't presently win against, and he has no intention of caving this time. Shortly after, he activates his Frozen Earth skill and freezes the ground. Smir notes the skill and says he doesn't know how Jaehyun was able to get his hands on a secret skill of Dark Elves, but he crushes the ice on the ground with one punch and reminds Jaehyun he's weak regardless. A look of despair first crosses Jaehyun's face, but then he smirks. He asks Smir if he's moving the way he expected just because he's stupid and tactless. Our boy soon activates his level 5 fire skill and another level 5 skill called Air Blast. Jaehyun mixes the ice with fire and shoots them at the giant, blocking his view. He soon activates his level 3 stealth skill to conceal himself, and Smir wonders if he really expects this pathetic trick to work on him. When the fog clears, Smir realizes he disappeared and is unable to find him. Soon after, Jaehyun leaps toward him and slashes at his neck with his sword. Meanwhile, at Seongun's office, the curator guildmaster, Ms. Baek Ji-hyun, comes back to tell Seongun that she wants Jaehyun. Seongun doesn't see the point in repeating this pointless conversation, but Ji-hyun offers to give her the right price in exchange. Seongun insists that Jaehyun isn't an object to be sold, so Ji-hyun offers her an item known as Nidhogg's Fang. Seongun hadn't expected the curator guild to offer an S-class item, and she wonders if that's how badly she wants Jaehyun. However, Seongun smiles and asks her if she plans to lure Jaehyun directly with this item if Lotus Guild declines their offer, and from Ji-hyun's response, it's clear that that is her plan. Intrigued, Seongun tells her that she should have gone to Jaehyun instead, but Ji-hyun tells her they prefer to resolve issues in a gentlemanly manner. Ji-hyun gets up and stretches her hand, telling her she'll be expecting her decision. Once again, Seongun doesn't return her handshake, and Ji-hyun takes her leave. Meanwhile, Jaehyun slashes at the giant's neck, but Smir isn't injured. Smir asks Jaehyun if this is the method he's chosen, and reminds him that Odin and the other Aesir gods are strong, and there's no guarantee his efforts will yield any results. He asks Jaehyun if he still believes he can move forward, but our boy tells him it's better than sitting around doing nothing. He activates his realization of magical artifact to create a mana blade and then activates his genius of armor making to level up the mana blade he created. Regardless, Smir tells the great adversary that he knows nothing because there is no value in what he's doing, but Jaehyun tells him he's the one who chooses whether his actions have value or not. In a flashback, Smir remembers when his father told him he alone is the one who chooses his value. Jaehyun doesn't hesitate and moves forward to land attacks on Smir, but a sudden outburst of energy from Smir makes Jaehyun unable to move. Smir asks him if he can take responsibility for what he said, and the weight of the energy starts to make Jaehyun bleed from the mouth. In extreme pain, he wonders what he should do and how he can win against this monster, but suddenly, the pressure disappears. Smir reminds him that he just said he's the one who chooses the value of his actions, but also informs him that such claims are only allowed for those with power. Smir offers to give him a chance to prove himself worthy, so he can let him in while Hela hides nearby. After considering it for a while, Jaehyun makes Smir an offer to withstand his ultimate attack just once, and Hela jumps out and asks Jaehyun what he thinks he's saying. She reminds him that Smir possesses divinity, and that his present human form isn't capable, but Smir accepts the offer. Smir summons a spear to evaluate if he's worthy of his words, and if he's a being who can resist great fate. Hela tries to stop Smir, but he doesn't listen to her and launches the spear right at Jaehyun, who stands there like a deer in the headlights. The immense power of the spear shakes the entire building and eventually creates a large gap where it's targeted. After the smoke clears up, Jaehyun remains alive, and he asks Smear if that proves it. He had used his shadow synchronization skill, and the system tells him that the skill will have a 20% likelihood of activation from now on. Smear is surprised, but a smile soon develops on his face, and he allows Jaehyun to go in while Hella just stands there speechless, wondering what a strange human Jaehyun is. As our boy makes his way in, Smear informs him that there are 3 trials of wisdom prepared for him in this ruin. When he asks Jaehyun if he's not afraid, Jaehyun tells him he is, so Smear tells him that's good. While walking into the ruins, Hella asks Jaehyun how he did what he just did, and he says he's not sure either. As they walk further in, they encounter 2 ladies, who welcome him and introduce themselves as Norn, the gatekeepers of the first trial of wisdom. Hela tells Jaehyun that she can't intervene from this point onwards and warns him to be cautious. The ladies tell him that one of the 2 of them is an angel and the other is a demon. The angel speaks only the truth, and the demon speaks only lies. One of them is a gateway to heaven where the angels reside, and the other is a gateway to hell where the demons reside. Apparently, whichever gate he chooses, he'll be able to reach the next step of the trial. But if he chooses the gate that leads to hell, the undead will continue to get in his way. After they explain, Jaehyun is told that he will be able to ask them just one question, so he has to use the opportunity well. Jaehyun realizes figuring out the right path with just one question is the famous logic riddle, but he's intrigued that both of the paths can still lead him to the next trial. When he decides to ask his question, the Norn tells him there's no need to hurry because there's enough time for him to think, but Jaehyun replies that he doesn't need to think deeply about this. After he points to one of them, he asks her what realm her gate leads to. Jaehyun recognizes this riddle as one called Angel and Demon, a pretty famous riddle that has a pretty well-known solution too. If you ask where they live, the angel will tell you the way to heaven, and if you ask the demon, they will also point you to heaven. The lady he asks walks in front of a gate close to her and says, this is her gate. She asks him if this gate is his choice, but Jaehyun tells her he's going to go through the second gate instead. After he makes the choice, Hela is shocked and follows him in. She asks him if he's out of his mind and why he would intentionally choose the gate that leads to hell, but Jaehyun reminds her of the saying that nothing is hard work when you're young. Eventually, he reveals to her that he chose this gate because they told him the undead will try to stop him, and Hela suspects he has other plans. When the undead start to come out, Jaehyun activates his sacrifice skill and switches it to an offense skill called Judgment of Light. Using the Judgment of Light, he incinerates them, and he keeps leveling up. To Jaehyun, gaining all these experience points is the real meaning of heaven. Hela just watches glumly and calls Jaehyun an evil human, suspecting that he must be a demon. Meanwhile, the Norn sisters confess that Jaehyun made the most foolish but also the wisest decision, just like Mimir prophesied. Sometime later, Jaehyun covers the distance and is taken to another place through a portal. He considers it a shame that the previous trial is already over because it was a rare opportunity to level up. In the second room, they find a complex magic activation on the ground, and our boy guesses that this test condition must be that he has to find a way to escape. A voice suddenly confirms his suspicions, which is later identified as the gatekeeper of the second trial. Hela recognizes this voice and wonders how he is here, but the voice asks her to let him introduce himself. The voice introduces himself as Mimir, the one who made the Nornir system and the one who set his fate. Mimir explains that Loki came to him a long time ago to ask for advice on how to foster the last hope, the great enemy of the prophecy, and how to free oneself from Odin's eye. The answer to that was the Nornir system. Shocked that he's meeting the one who created the system he's using, Jaehyun asks him why he didn't explain his plans from the start. So Mimir informs him that it's hard to approach him because of the contract with the Aesir gods, and the Aesir system that all the Awakened used held them back. For a while, Mimir and Hela chat about how they won't be able to guarantee that the great adversary will be alive if the war they're expecting happens earlier than expected. Eventually, Mimir explains that the reason he's not intervening is to test if Jaehyun is worthy. Apparently, he was unable to say anything to Jaehyun before because there were too many eyes, and the reason they're able to converse like this is because they're inside the Great Ruins. Jaehyun decides to ask Mimir a question. He recognizes that since he was chosen by fate to be the great enemy, his will shouldn't matter. So he asks Mimir why he asked how he felt about the matter right before he died in his past life when he was most desperate. Meanwhile, Yoojung and Ina wonder what Jaehyun is doing overseas that's making him not answer his texts. While they all talk about Jaehyun, Yoojung laments that she just wants to be with him. But before the words come out of her mouth fully, she becomes embarrassed and quickly corrects that she said that because she's the only one who can put up with him. Shortly after, Seo talks about her plans to attend Mila's academy soon and how she's already looked into their room sizes. so Hoyeon sincerely asks her what she will do if she ends up failing the entrance exams. The question leaves her in despair, and she accuses him of being mean, which shocks him. Ina finally says she hopes Jaehyun comes back soon, and Yoojung agrees. In the Great Ruins, Mimir answers that they didn't want to leave the fate of the world in the hands of someone who couldn't even get up on his own. So he gave him an opportunity to change his fate back then. Jaehyun mentions that he has many more questions, but he guesses Mimir won't be able to answer them all. Eventually, Mimir offers to give him a hint about the truth if he passes this trial. To explain the second trial, Mimir tells him that he has to offer one of the objects in the room by placing it on the altar. However, he has to keep two things in mind. First, that this is to earn wisdom, and secondly, that he only gets one chance. When Jaehyun despairs because he's going to have to look through all this stuff, Mimir recognizes his thoughts because he can access his thoughts through the Nornir system. Mimir decides to give Jaehyun two hints for the trial. The first is that he already has the wisdom he could earn from this altar, and the second is that he came to the ruins 2 days earlier than they planned because today is Monday. Jaehyun is still pretty confused, but Mimir tells him that's all the hints he can get, so he asks Jaehyun to show him his wisdom. Before Jaehyun begins, Mimir adds one last condition to this trial, which is that Jaehyun will die here if he fails to pass this trial. Annoyed, our boy thinks within himself that Mimir is a real son of a B-word because he knows he can hear his thoughts. The cursing makes Mimir laugh, and he tells him he has an hour to bring up an answer, and an hourglass is set up. Jaehyun thinks about what Mimir said about him already possessing the wisdom, and how Mimir meant he was supposed to come here on Wednesday. None of that seems to relate to this trial, so he decides to calm down and think back to where it all began. Before he does anything, Jaehyun decides to try out his mana detection to check out all the items, but he doesn't pick up anything special. He keeps thinking about the wisdom he already possesses, and Wednesday, as the time continues to count. Eventually, he decides there's only one possibility remaining for what Mimir expects from him. After he generates a spear, the Nornir system asks him what he will sacrifice to the altar, so he decides to sacrifice himself. The system reminds him he only gets one chance and asks if that's his choice, so he cheerfully says it is. Suddenly, the magic circle under his feet lights up, and Mimir tells him that he gave the correct response. Jaehyun recognized that the wisdom he already possesses refers to the knowledge of runes that he earned after obtaining Odin's lost eye. Second, the word Wednesday is rooted in the term Day of Woden, and Woden is Odin's other name. Odin is said to have sacrificed himself in order to gain knowledge of life and the afterlife. If that has something to do with this trial, then it's clear that he needed to offer himself on this altar. Eventually, Mimir asks him if he knows the meaning behind the choice he just made, so Jaehyun tells him he knows Odin was hung upside down on Yggdrasil and speared through for 9 days. He tells Mimir he's someone who's willing to put his life on the line if it's to get what he wants, so our boy removes his armor and stabs himself with the spear in his hand, despite Hela's protest. As he drives the spear through his stomach, he asks Mimir if this is what he wanted to see. Jaehyun recognizes that sacrificing oneself means enduring the threat of death. To end things a bit sooner, our boy activates his realization of magical artifact skill to create another spear and stabs himself with it again. Hela clamors for him to stop, but Jaehyun generates another spear, and as he's about to stab himself, Mimir tells him it's enough, and then drops him back onto the magic circle. When he drops him, Mimir tells him he's changed quite a bit, and no longer needs his advice. Jaehyun is surprised that the injury is gone, and Mimir tells him the test is over, and that he's shown him he's better than he thought him to be. To keep his end of the promise, Mimir gives Jaehyun 3 words that he says will become a sentence again, and will guide him to the truth. Jaehyun protests that he's using an indirect method to answer his questions, but Mimir pleads with him that he has to answer like this to avoid the eye of the Aesir gods. Mimir informs Hela that even she doesn't know about the thing he's about to say, which surprises her. The first word is raider, the second is eye, and the third is shinier. Jaehyun can't seem to make sense of the words, and he wonders what they're supposed to mean. To help him, Mimir leaves him with one last piece of advice: to doubt the system, as he believes that will help him reach the truth. After Mimir leaves, Jaehyun considers his words carefully. At a glance, all 3 words seem to be pointing to him. Raider is his job. The eye refers to Odin's lost eye, and his present is shinier than his past. However, it doesn't explain why he specifically used the word shinier, and why he should doubt the system. To offer some comfort, Hela tells him she'll also think about what it could mean and proposes they move on to the next trial. As they move forward, Smear shows up and informs Jaehyun that the last trial now awaits him. Smear tells him the huge mirror in front of him is the next trial. Apparently the mirror is known as the Mirror of Erd, the first of the 3 Norns. It's an artifact that shows the past. Jaehyun will see the memories of a Jotun, and he's to watch the memory and come back to tell Smear the answer he has earned to pass the trial. Jaehyun asks him if there's an answer he's looking for, but Smear tells him there isn't, and any response he has is not for him to judge. Once he's ready, Smear tells him to place his hand on the mirror, and the third Norn sister, touches his hand from inside the mirror. She's glad he's finally here and tells him she's been waiting for him. She tells him she's and intertwines her fingers with his. As she holds him, she explains that she's waited a long time for him, holding on to this broken past, which is a fragment of the past that an old being wishes to show him. She leads him toward the first piece of the memory, and takes him to a place that Hel, who is following behind, calls Jotunheimer, the land of the giants. Because of how Jaehyun and spoke, Hela asks Jaehyun if he's met before, and he says he's not sure. Soon asks them to quiet down and look at the past in front of them, but explains to Jaehyun that he won't be able to change anything because this story has ended. It's merely an echo of the past that Hrungnir, the once great Jotun, relayed unto the great adversary. When Jaehyun turns back, he sees Hrungnir asking the once young Smear what he thinks a good lord should be like. Smear responds that a good lord needs to be strong in order to protect others, and Hrungnir agrees but explains that a good lord should know to share with others and take care of them, while also being able to acknowledge his own shortcomings. He tells Smear he hopes he will become a Jotun like that someday too, but Smear replies that he's weak and scared of a lot of things, including Thor's hammer. Smear laments that he could never have any value as a lord, but Hrungnir tells him not to judge his value so easily, because the only one who can decide his value is himself. When they hear that, Jaehyun and Hela realize that it's that statement that made Smear open up to him. Suddenly, a frantic giant enters the room to inform Hrungnir that Thor and the Valkyries have invaded the city. Hrungnir tells Smear not to worry, because he'll do all that he can to protect them. After that first vision, explains that it was a dark past, but the misery of the giants did not end here. She decides to show him the second piece, and he's suddenly translated to a time when the city is burning. Everywhere he looks, corpses and blood fill his sight. Hela mentions that this is the War of the End, Ragnarok, right before the contract was written, and the man standing over all the corpses is the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Jaehyun beholds Thor and realizes he's way too strong for him as he is right now. Even if he reaches S rank, he can't face a monster like him. Eventually, he asks the women what he needs to do to become as strong as Thor, and Hela tells him he has to pass the 5 trials. In the vision, Thor mentions that he always hated giants, and he's intrigued that they're not giving up but still want to fight him. To show his respect for such warriors, he offers the king of the giants, Hrungnir, a chance to avoid a massacre of his kind if he will fight him one-on-one. Shortly after, Hrungnir comes out and asks him if he will truly let the others go for the price of his head, and Thor swears on his name to do that. Hrungnir accepts the offer, and Thor promises to return soon for their fight. Explains that Thor's change of mind, Hrungnir's sacrifice, and the war between Jotunheimer and Asgard ended with Asgard being the victor. After that, she decides to show him the last piece of the past. Sometime later, Smear pleads with his father not to go fight with Thor because it's a trap. Hrungnir tells him he's aware, but he has no choice but to go. The weeping Smear asks him why he must do this and reminds him he's the only family he has left. Hela informs Jaehyun that the place those in the vision are standing in is called Asgard, the world where the Aesir gods and Odin reside. In the vision, Hrungnir reminds Smear that he has always told him not to be afraid because he's sure he'll do well without him. While Smear cries, his father tells him that the prophesied great adversary will one day come to him, and that great adversary will free them and all other species from the Aesirs. Before he leaves, Hrungnir tells Smear to protect his grave, the Great Ruins. Jaehyun realizes the ruins are the memorials for the giants who died and a symbol of a hopeful future. In the vision, Hrungnir speaks to Jaehyun directly and tells him he knows he'll be seeing this memory in the future, so he asks him to help his child, Smear. Hrungnir soon steps out to meet Thor, who has been excitedly waiting to fight him for a while. Hrungnir asks Thor if he's satisfied now, but Thor says he isn't. The god summons his hammer and says he'll only be satisfied after he kills Hrungnir. Thor fires streaks of lightning at the giant, who blocks them with his weapon. After he stops, Hrungnir asks Thor why he's killing innocent lives for the sake of his greed, so Thor confesses that everything is the will of the great Odin, and he personally doesn't have any reasons. Apparently, Thor's only reason for doing this is to fight a strong opponent. Eventually, Thor asks Hrungnir why he agreed to this fight knowing he's going to die. After a short pause, Hrungnir tells him he has something to protect, and Thor jokingly wonders what he still has to protect when most of his kind has been reduced to ashes. However, Hrungnir assures him that they're still valuable because Asgard will fall someday. When Thor realizes that Hrungnir also believes the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters, he calls it idle talk and proceeds to end Hrungnir's life. Before Hrungnir is taken out, he speaks directly to the great enemy again and tells him that the path he must take is chosen solely by him and him alone, and he tells him to have a firm will. Apart from that, he asks him to tell Smear that he's sorry. Thor soon throws his hammer at Hrungnir's weapon. The sheer force of the attack destroys the weapon and smashes Hrungnir's head. Jaehyun finds this ending really messed up, and he suddenly brings out his blank card to get back at Thor. Luckily for him, the Nornir system tells him he can use a blank card. Hrungnir is soon taken out, and Thor stands over his dead body. Suddenly he notices some runes shining out of the dead giant's weapon, which were the inscriptions Hrungnir was making on his weapon while he was speaking with Smear. Thor realizes that Hrungnir has used a petty trick on him, and a huge explosion soon occurs, and strings of light are tied around Thor to hold him down. Thor realizes Hrungnir set this counterattack to be triggered by his death, but Thor doesn't believe something so petty will kill him, so he releases a huge amount of energy to burn the binds away. Suddenly, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that the rank of the skill he is copying is too high for his level and cannot be properly used until his level is higher. Thor soon successfully burns away all the binds holding him. However, he's suddenly targeted by a small force that remains from Hrungnir's magic that pierces his head. The attack pushes Thor backward, and when he gets up, he finds out that his head is bleeding and Hrungnir had launched an object into his head to repress his power, and it amuses him. Because Thor's power has been repressed, the system allows Jaehyun to register Thor's passive skill known as Lightning God's Power. Hela asks how it's possible to use a blank card on someone inside a memory, and tells her it wouldn't be possible if this was just an illusion. However, it's not an illusion but a fragment of the past that's being passed down to the future generation, which means that Hrungnir's sacrifice wasn't meaningless after all. Jaehyun is able to register the Lightning God's Power, which is of legendary rank. He now possesses Thor's lightning, which greatly increases the efficiency and potency of all lightning-type skills. It increases lightning damage by 300% and lightning efficiency by 50%. However, because the skill is too high in rank for the user's level, it cannot be maintained for long without permanent damage to the body. When Hela asks him if he's sure about this, our boy tells her he'll just grow strong enough to be able to handle it, and tells her he's sure she'll help him. Soon after, tells them it's time to say farewell once again, but she confesses she can't get used to saying farewell to him once again. Confused, our boy asks her why he can't remember knowing her before, but she tells him there's no point in finding out now. She encourages him to leave the past and go to a new future since there is no space for her in his fate. The veil on her face suddenly disappears, and she tells him she wishes his journey is filled with blessings throughout. Tears drop from Erd's eyes and she eventually disappears. For a while, our boy just stares at the mirror and hesitates before he turns back towards Smear. Smear decides to ask him one question for his last test. Smear asks him if he's ready, and if he's capable of not straying from his path, even if he were to lose something important to him. Jaehyun thinks about his mother, teacher, and friends. Then he replies that he can't. He confesses that he'll be shaken up, sad, and in pain, just like Smear, but he'll get up again because he must move forward. Smear likes the answer and tells him he's qualified to pass this trial. Immediately, the system notifies him that his level has gone up by 4, and he's obtained the title, The One Who Overcame the Second Trial. Apart from that, he's notified that he's received a gift from Hrungnir. Before Jaehyun leaves, he tells Smear that his father told him to tell him he's sorry, then leaves. When Smear is alone, he says out loud to his father that he never resented him for what he did. When Jaehyun reaches the gate of the dungeon, he's shocked to find the entire European Raider Association waiting for him. Hela realizes the men are very skilled, and it's going to be hard to sneak out. Jaehyun finds it unsettling that they would treat him like a thief, but he understands they feel that way because the European Union put a lot of money into the rights to raid this place. Our boy knows he can't take on 2 S ranks at once with the skills he has right now, so he asks Hela to take care of things while he stalls for time. Hela informs him she'll send a signal, so she asks him to distract the men until then. Jaehyun finally steps out in his armor, and Balak steps out to meet him. Balak asks him if he cleared the dungeon, and Jaehyun asks him what will happen if he did. Enraged, Balak points his spear at his neck, and he's certain that the intruder cleared it since he doesn't feel mana coming from the ancient ruins, but he doesn't understand how he was able to. Jaehyun recognizes the sword with Balak as the original Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, the real S-rank artifact. Our boy informs Balak that this ruin was meant just for him, and they never would have succeeded no matter how many times they tried. Annoyed, Balak asks him if he's saying they're not good enough, and Jaehyun tells him it's possible. He reminds him that he couldn't even get in because he failed to prove himself worthy, and Balak almost curses at him. Annoyed, Balak tells him his original plan was to bring him to their side, but he's changed his mind. He tells our boy he won't kill him because there are a lot of things he can find out from him, and Jaehyun is glad he fell for such an obvious provocation. Eventually, Jaehyun tells him to try to kill him if he can, and he generates a sword he was able to get thanks to encountering Balak. Our boy recreates the rank S Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, and Balak just stares at him in confusion. To answer his questions, Jaehyun reminds him there's no law that states there can't be two Balmungs. Balak immediately attacks him, but our boy moves backward using his Step of Light skill. The angry raider keeps trying to attack him, but Jaehyun keeps dodging each attack. Eventually, when he stops, Jaehyun tells him he's slower than he expected. This further annoys Balak, who confesses that there are not many who can dodge his sword even among S-rank raiders, and he wonders who on earth Jaehyun is. Shortly after, Camilla shows up and warns Balak to be careful because the sword the intruder is holding has the same mana as his Balmung. Jaehyun reminds Balak that he won't kill him, but he's going to take his limbs. Recalling that Hugin had said just that to him, our boy asks Balak to stop talking because he's about to trigger his PTSD. Balak looks at him confused, so Jaehyun references an article he read about him that said he went through a divorce and decides to ask why. Suddenly, Camilla tells Jaehyun he's crossing the line because Balak's wife divorced him because he has a shit personality and he's boring. She doesn't make the matter any better, so Balak tells Jaehyun they'll continue this conversation in the interrogation room. Hayla soon informs Jaehyun that she's ready and asks him to wrap things up, but he asks her to hold on a second, which further infuriates her. Our boy enjoys this opportunity to fight an S-rank raider, so he activates his overdrive skill and equips his incomplete B-rank Ring of Transcendence to momentarily amplify his mana to increase the force of his magic. After he activates it, the system warns him that he'll not be able to use mana for a while after using this skill. Camilla is shocked to witness that his mana has suddenly changed, so she warns Balak to back off. Balak creates a barrier around himself as Jaehyun releases a mana force field, but the power of the force still shatters the mana barrier, which is unbelievable. Jaehyun recalls that the Thor he saw in Hrungnir's memories was ridiculously strong, and he assumes Heimdall is the same. He decides that the only way for him to get stronger in a short period of time is for him to continue fighting stronger opponents. Immediately, Balak tries to slash him again, but our boy dodges the attack. Both of them soon collide, the force of their individual Balmungs releasing an explosive energy in their surroundings that knocks Balak several feet into the sky. Shocked, Camilla catches him with her magic, and she wonders how this intruder was able to defeat the European Union's leader like this. Balak lies on the ground unconscious with blood gushing out of his mouth, and Camilla decides she can't let a monster like this roam around the city. As Jaehyun takes his leave, Camilla turns to him and asks him if he really thinks she'd let him run away. She activates a skill called Hellfire and another called Wind Chaser, releasing a huge dark energy. Meanwhile, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that his mana usage will be restricted for the time being as a penalty for the overdrive skill he used. When Hela realizes our boy can't do anything, she decides he's had enough fun and takes them out of there. On the other end, Camilla senses that the mana response disappeared before her attack even reached her opponent, and she considers tracking him. However, Balak, who is now back on his feet, tells her to give it up because it's too dangerous to go after him. He proposes they go back to the main base, and Camilla asks him if he's sure of that since he hates contacting them. Surprised, Camilla tells Balak he's different from usual and asks him if something happened, so he informs her that the intruder purposefully didn't kill him. When she hears that, Camilla decides to contact the main base. When he's left alone, Balak realizes he may not know the man, but he's certain they'll meet again, and he won't lose again when they do. Meanwhile, Hela berates Jaehyun for being so impulsive, but he only laughs and tells her they can go back home now. The next day, after Jaehyun lands at the airport, he receives a call from Ina. The reason Ina is calling him is to ask if he's decided which circle he's going to sign up for. A circle is one of the main policies of all raider academies in the nation, and it's like an activity club for raiders. Second and third years are usually the ones to create circles to bring in first years, and they usually take requests from public institutions. The academy will receive mediating fees during this process, and the students also have an opportunity to earn money and gain connections. The circle is a means to gain experience through circle activities before entering a guild. It seems like a good idea, but to Jaehyun, it's only beneficial if it can help you enter an influential guild. Otherwise, it's a loss. Before his regression, Jaehyun entered a low-ranking circle, and he ended up being basically enslaved. In the present, he already planned to enter the same circle as his friends anyway, but he decides it's no fun if he makes it easy for them. To play around, he tells Ina he doesn't know yet, and he'll find a suitable one. Ina informs him that they're talking about entering the same circle, and she asks him if he wants to join them while the rest of them listen in on the call. Jaehyun tells her he thinks he'd rather choose on his own, and after a short pause, Yoojung takes the phone and angrily asks Jaehyun if he plans to abandon them by entering a circle alone. Our boy tries to remind her that he didn't promise to go into the same circle with them, but Yoojung insists that once they're a team, they're always a team. Our boy teases her about being after his first-ranking benefits, but Yoojung tells him she doesn't care about that. Eventually, Jaehyun offers to join the same circle as them on the same condition, but he says he's going to tell them when he gets back to the academy. After he ends the call, Jae-hyun recalls that the fact that they have to join circles soon means that something that happened in his past life is approaching. There's usually outdoor camping that's carried out alongside the registration time period for circles, and the location is in the locked-down area of Daegu. Where Meal's Academy was built is only a part of a closed-down area, and there are still tons of monsters outside the academy. Meals has been holding outdoor camping events every year to bring down the number of monsters. Jae-hyun takes a portal back to the academy and returns to his apartment. While having a chat with Hila, she suggests they look at the gift that Rungnir gave him. Suddenly Hela freezes, and when Jae-hyun asks her what's wrong, she reminds him that she had told him she stalled for time by tying down Heimdall, but she just sensed that he's been freed. Meanwhile, Heimdall breaks through the fabric of space and crawls out into a locked-down area. He's annoyed that he was embarrassed like that by a clone. When he looks around, he notices the area is locked down and wonders if Hela was trying to keep him away from humans. He's very annoyed, and as if to make matters worse, a nearby monster spots him and jumps down behind him to have him as lunch. Heimdall doesn't even turn around to look at the monster, so it bends forward to gobble him up since he's not putting up a fight. As the monster covers his head in its mouth, Heimdall tightens his fist, releasing a huge amount of energy that tears the monster's head into bits. Heimdall decides to have some fun and meet up with our MC to test him. Meanwhile, Hela laments when she realizes that Heimdall is going to a shut-off area near Meal's Academy. From our boy's expression, she suspects he knows why Heimdall is going there, so Jae-hyun informs her that that is where Milla's students are going to be camping. Hela becomes worried when she realizes what Heimdall wants. Apparently Heimdall has the ability to read the immediate future, so he must have read Jae-hyun's future. Our boy realizes that it seems his friends are going to get involved in this, and it makes him bothered even though he had been expecting it. He decides to prepare as much as he can to fight Heimdall head-on, so he decides to check Hrungnir's gift to see how much it can help. Jae-hyun opens Hrungnir's gift and he gets a consumable item called Giant's Blood. The item is a rank S+ item that contains both power and wisdom to increase his strength and wisdom stats. However, the item can only be used when he meets the minimum requirements of strength and wisdom, so Jae-hyun suspects this is why there was a requirement of being S rank to enter the Great Ruins. He'd have to get a wisdom and strength rank above 150 to use this item, and that requires him to become S rank. Apart from that, Jae-hyun receives a passive skill called Hrungnir's Rage, an extraordinary rank skill that allows all damages against Aesir gods and Valkyries to become double. Hela cheerfully asks him what he thinks about the skills and boasts that this is the reason she had said he needs to hurry with the second trial. Jae-hyun is also pleased, and he pets her head because he's glad she hurried him up. However, Hela jumps out of his reach and asks him what he's doing. Eventually, she calms down and transforms back into her human form, then tells him she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, Jae-hyun is seen bleeding from his eyes and nose after trying to use Thor's lightning skill. He laments to Hela that this is not easy, so she tells him it's expected since the skill he obtained is a legendary rank skill, which cannot even be compared to S rank or extraordinary rank. She warns that he'll destroy his body just trying to use the skill if he doesn't manage to level up enough, and Jae-hyun realizes he needs to learn to use the skill as soon as possible. Sometime later, while he's taking a stroll, he thinks about a way to level up. He remembers the special quest, Raven Hunter, that the system gave him a while back, which required him to get rid of all Odin's ravens. He's only taken out 1 out of 5, and he needs more for a blank card and a rank increase. This seems to be the only way for now, but it doesn't seem to be a good idea because time is running out. He also considers that he can take care of any permanent body damage incurred from using Thor's ability for too long using sacrifice, but that won't get to the root of the issue. Suddenly, a nearby car honks at Jae-hyun, so he waits to see if it's friend or foe. It turns out to be Guildmaster Ji-hyun, who tells Jae-hyun it's a coincidence to run into him in a place like this. Our boy recognizes her, so she asks him if Lotus is treating him well because she heard he signed a contract with them recently. Jae-hyun immediately realizes why she's here to see him, and jokingly asks her if she's not too busy to be meeting him here coincidentally. Eventually, he asks her if she perhaps ran a background check on him or something, which surprises Ji-hyun. Because of how tense the situation is, Hela decides to excuse herself. Nearby, Sungjae hides his presence with his stealth skill. He soon places a call to Seongun to inform her that the Curator Guild has gotten into contact with Jae-hyun. He also informs her that he thinks Jae-hyun has found out he was following him around based on how he looks toward where he was standing. Shortly after, our boy meets with Ji-hyun privately to ask why she wanted to see him. She directly informs him that she wants to scout him, so he reminds her that she knows he's already in a guild. To make the offer interesting, she offers Nidhogg's Fang, and our boy's eyes widen. She seems to be casually offering to give him an S-rank item of astronomical value. Meanwhile, Hela goes to Hel's temple to ask Hel to lend her some of her power. Hel reminds Hela that she's just a fragment of herself, so her power would be unstable in her hands, even if she were to give it to her. Hala agrees that she probably won't be able to use it properly, or may die trying. Although she acknowledges that even if she survives receiving the power, she probably would die soon, Hala decides that she wants to do this, because that's what she's for. As the guide of the fifth trial and the compass for the great enemy, she believes she solely exists for his sake and for prophecy. Hel protests that there should be another way to do this, but Hela confesses that she's actually curious to see the future that Jaehyun will write amidst all the struggles, even if she won't get to see that future. When Hel realizes she's made up her mind, she agrees to give her power but wishes for her to be happy regardless of the decision she makes. Meanwhile, Sungjae tells Seongun that he thinks Guildmaster Jihyun is going to try to convince Jaehyun herself. Although he believes that Jaehyun isn't one to be fooled by money, Seongun reminds him that Jihyun has something more valuable than money to offer. Seongun realizes that Jihyun judged Jaehyun's potential to be better than she herself had done. Surprised, Sungjae asks her if she's going to let Jaehyun be, so she replies that it's not in her hands because Jaehyun is well on his way to being the world's strongest raider. Regardless, she states that she has never and will never let someone take something she's interested in. In the Curator Guild meeting room, Jihyun asks Jaehyun what he thinks about her offer. Recognizing that he's only seated with her because he wants something, she asks Yeonju to bring Nidhogg's Fang to the table, and it catches our boy's attention. Nidhogg's Fang is a renowned blade that was ranked second after the Balmung in Jaehyun's life, but Jaehyun playfully asks her why she's showing him this. Eventually, Jihyun proposes to Jaehyun that they become honest with each other. To fulfill her desires, Jaehyun's aura suddenly changes, and he asks her to say what she wants, which shocks Jihyun since he's just a student. She refuses to let herself show fear, and Jaehyun tells her he knows she's trying to conceal her fear. She's surprised, which makes him eventually smile as he acknowledges her offer to give him Nidhogg's Fang to join the Curator Guild. Jihyun reminds him no one else can offer him something this valuable, and our boy agrees because only a crazy guildmaster would invest so much into a 17-year-old. However, our boy points out that Curator doesn't hire battle-type raiders, so Jihyun confesses that she judged that it's time their guild changed, and he'll be their first battle-type raider. When Jaehyun probes further because he feels there's more to this story, Jihyun admits that stealing him from the Lotus Guild and gaining connections in the Raider Association are the real reasons she offered him Nidhogg's Fang. Jihyun also adds that the contract allows him to take most of the profits, but while she's talking, Jaehyun suggests she let him touch it just once since it's a weapon he might end up using. The truth, however, is that he's about to activate his realization of magical artifact to try to replicate the weapon. Since he's valuable enough to her, she lets him do that, and Jaehyun holds the weapon in his hand. With a smile on his face, he returns the weapon and tells Jihyun that he doesn't think the weapon is really his style and thanks her for the offer. When he gets up to leave, Jihyun asks him if he doesn't like the weapon, but he tells her he's not saying that. It's just not his style. This time, Jihyun becomes angry and asks him who in the world cares about taste when it comes to an S-rank artifact. She reminds him this is a golden opportunity he's turning away, and that he can't buy this with all the money in the world. But Jaehyun stops her by saying he doesn't have anything more to talk about. As he politely asks to excuse himself, Jihyun just stands there, totally stunned. When he eventually leaves, she collapses into the chair and realizes Jaehyun is just like his master, Seongun. Anger wells up in her, and she promises to make them regret this. Shortly after, our boy returns home and activates his realization of magical artifact skill to obtain a copy of Nidhogg's Fang, which he hadn't expected to get so early on. Nidhogg is the name of the great and dangerous poison dragon recorded in legends. The dragon inhabits a spring, Vergelmir, hidden deep inside Niflheimer. However, Jaehyun remembers that he needs to be more calculating and careful now. He wonders how strong Heimdall is, and figures he may just be as strong as Thor. The thought of battling against the gods makes him think he's gone insane from the nonsensical situation he's in, but he's still curious to know how strong he is compared to them. He wonders if he'll be able to change the fate that Urge showed him through the mirror. Sometime later, in the Mills Academy Main Circle Executive Conference Room, the top students at Mills Academy gather to have a discussion. A lady watches them from nearby and is surprised by the strength of their auras, which can almost be mistaken for those of veteran raiders. However, what surprises her is that all these circle leaders are here to recruit one person, Min Jae-hyun. One of the students, Jung Hyun, the leader of the school's #1 circle, Guardian, tells the rest of them that they're going to take Jae-hyun, so he tells the others to give it up. Another circle leader reminds Hyun it's their turn this time since the Guardian group took the best students last year too. She also reminds them that there's a rule that mages and martial art raiders stay out of each other's territories, which means they should be the ones to receive Jae-hyun. The girl watching the leaders excitedly takes pictures of them and recognizes the lady who just spoke as Han Ji-an, the leader of the circle called Seonggaeon. named after Yu Seonggeun, who inspired them to start their circle. Another guy in the room tells Jiyeon to piss off with her crap, especially since the media has clarified that Jaehyun is a battle mage, so it makes no sense for a circle of mages to recruit him. The lady from before continues excitedly taking her pictures and points out that the guy who just spoke is Gang Juhyub, the leader of the second-place circle called Garam. Hyun reiterates that Jaehyun is a perfect candidate for his circle since he's a warrior type too, but Juhyub calls bull on his statement. To make things fair, Jiyeon proposes that they let Jaehyun choose the circle he goes into so he can consider the one with the best offer. Juhyub scoffs that it's not that simple and calls Jiyeon stupid because she seems to have forgotten why they're here in the first place. She quickly attacks him by saying he has brawn instead of brains, which leads to an intense argument. Circles are watched closely by the public, and many guilds keep an eye on circles in order to scout students with good performances. Because of this, the circle leaders have been trying to maintain a balance between each other. However, the girl with the camera believes that Jaehyun is dangerous and might completely destroy the delicate balance that the circles have been maintaining. While they're arguing, the fourth leader at the table suggests that they all make their offers to Jaehyun, and if he accepts, they'll let each other know ahead of time. However, the circle that takes Jaehyun cannot take any of his friends and must also give up on at least 2 academy events. The camera lady frantically takes pictures of the lady who just spoke, Chae Ji-yoon, the leader of the Third Eye Circle. Apparently, her circle is the least known among the circles in the room, but she's managed to grow it on her own. Juhyub agrees that Ji-yoon's proposition is nice, and the rest of them agree with her. The lady with the camera is simply amazed by their meeting and hopes this will make a great article. Meanwhile, our boy receives a call from Ina, who asks him to go somewhere with her. Ina had called to ask him if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival with her. He asks why she asked all of a sudden, so she stammers that there are a lot of things to see there, and Yoojung said that every raider should go there at least once in their lives. Jaehyun asks her if the other guys are going too, and Ina pauses for a while before saying that the other guys don't have time. Eventually, Jaehyun proposes they go together then. He considers that it's about time for the black market to thrive, and it's not a bad idea to go there now, considering what happened before his regression. He hopes to be able to find an ace card to help him fight Heimdall too. When he asks when she wants to go, she proposes they go in 2 days from now, on April 25th, and proposes they meet at the park at 9 a.m. for the festival. She's glad she didn't stutter this time, so Jaehyun tells her it sounds like it'll be fun. After they hang up the call, Ina stares at her phone and believes it will be fun too. Shortly after, our boy returns to the academy because he forgot something there. While there, he runs into Yoojung on the men's floor and asks her if she's thinking about becoming a man. Annoyed, she almost insults him but later confesses that she had something to ask him. She tells him that she came to ask if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival with her. On the morning of the festival, Ina shows up at the park, and she wonders if she came too early. Soon after, our boy shows up and comments that she's early. He says he was going to come early to take a quick look around, but she's earlier than he is, so he proposes they go inside. As he walks in, Ina just stands for a while, holding her red-hot cheeks in her hands. Meanwhile, some folks around recognize Jaehyun, and they also recognize Seo Ina walking with him. Ina turns away to avoid the gaze of the hundreds of people fixed on them, and she starts to become uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs her hand and suggests they walk faster, and it startles her that he'd grab her hand. When they're alone, Jaehyun asks her how she asked him to come to a place like this when she's socially anxious. She apologizes that she's not used to it yet, but our boy simply asks her if she's had breakfast and mentions that there's a toast place he knows she likes. Ina is surprised he'd know a toast place she likes and eventually follows him there. The night Yoojung came to the academy to ask him to go to the National Raider Festival with her, our boy immediately remembers how Yoojung had said the other guys don't have time. Yoojung teases him that he's going to be cooped up in his house the whole weekend anyway, but Jaehyun places a hand on her head and apologizes because he already has plans. He proposes they go next time, but Yoojung just remains silent for a while. While in the park, our boy and Ina look around, play some games, and enjoy some toast. A short while later, it begins to rain, so Jaehyun goes to get an umbrella. He mentions that this is why he doesn't trust the forecast, and Ina agrees. After a moment, our boy suggests they take a picture, which surprises Ina. So Jaehyun mentions that he heard you should take pictures when you come to places like this. Since he's unsure if she's uncomfortable with it, he turns around and suggests they just take their leave if she doesn't want to, but Ina stops him and agrees to take the picture. When they step in, some guy welcomes them, referring to them as cute lovebirds. Jaehyun feels the guy looks familiar and informs him that they want to take a picture. Ina starts to blush again as she wonders if they look like a couple to other people. When the attendant tells them that they can pick out props for the picture, Ina excitedly picks out a rabbit headband, which our boy finds cringy. The worst part is that she gets another headband for him, and he has no choice but to wear it. They're both clearly uncomfortable in the first picture, but eventually get more comfortable. When they step out, Jaehyun complains that one of the pictures is broken, and the attendant apologizes because the employee he assigned must have forgotten when he told him to fix the machine. The attendant tells them they don't have to pay for the broken picture, and asks them to think of it as an empty slot for them to fill out their future together. And Ina starts to wonder if Jaehyun will be in her future. Our boy just stares at him in confusion, and in an odd tone, the man mentions that they can only ensure the future if they can protect the present. When they finally leave the shop, Jaehyun wonders what on earth that was, and he realizes the attendant was a bit concerning, but he didn't feel any mana from him. Ina watches him from behind and eventually stutters as she informs him that she lied to him. She explains that she didn't ask the other guys if they wanted to come with them, and says she was greedy because she wanted to spend time alone with him. Our boy just stands there speechless for a second, and he remembers his encounters with Hel, Nightshade, Hrungnir, Thor, Smear, and Erd. Eventually, he tells Ina he's glad she had a good time. She tries to say something but hesitates. When she works up the confidence, she informs him that she has something to tell him, but an explosion suddenly occurs nearby that startles them. Immediately, an announcement is made to all the visitors of the festival that there has been a dungeon break. Several raiders are dispatched to deal with the issue, and the visitors are asked to evacuate to a safe place as the fire covers the area. Shocked, our boy realizes that this level of mana isn't coming from a dungeon. More so, the mana smells like blood, and Jaehyun wonders why. One of the raiders tells the visitors they need to run away because it's dangerous, and he tries to guide them to a safe place to run to. Ina mentions to Jaehyun that they need to get out of here, but our boy tells her they aren't, then activates his mana detection. He tells her they'll likely die either way because of that bastard that appears to be directing the people to safety. The guy directing people suddenly laughs because Jaehyun caught on quicker than he expected. He asks Jaehyun if he's the great enemy, and Jaehyun immediately tells Ina to get out of here. Before she can respond, the guy speaking with Jaehyun appears in front of Ina and attempts to punch her at breakneck speed. Regardless, our boy covers the distance since he has super speed and grabs his hand. Jaehyun asks him what he is. The guy jokes that Jaehyun isn't so impressive even if he has the title of the great enemy of the Aesir, but our boy simply asks him once more and releases a burst of mana that forces the other guy to jump backward. The guy introduces himself as one of Odin's 5 ravens and explains he was not permitted a name, but he's certain he'll receive one when he offers Jaehyun to Odin. Jaehyun becomes annoyed and recognizes that this fool is the same as the bastard who was pretending to be his father. Ina calls out to Jaehyun, so he tells her he doesn't think she'll be able to run away at this point, so he asks her to stay behind him. The raven realizes that Ina is important to Jaehyun, so he informs him that he'll make him taste despair by ripping her limb from limb so that she never gets up again. Jaehyun activates his realization of magical artifact and tells the raven that it's a shame that he's the one who's going to get ripped instead. Our boy successfully recreated the Dragon Slayer sword Balmung, and both of them dash towards each other. Before they collide, the raven tells Jaehyun that his fancy sword won't do anything to him, and they both collide with explosive force. Jaehyun hesitates for a while and thanks her for the stone. He realizes he must stay calm because this raven wants him to lose his composure, but he needs to think logically as usual. He considers what this raven's weak points can be and what could help him get out of this situation. But the raven leaps toward him to deal another attack while he's still thinking. Our boy activates his lightning chains and fires them at the raven's chain, deflecting them. The raven, however, reveals a dagger hidden up his sleeve and uses it to defend himself from the onslaught of chains. The raven persists despite the chains and leaps toward Jaehyun with the dagger in his hand. Our boy considers that he and his enemy are on a similar level when it comes to mana, but he can't afford to get too far from Ina because something might happen to her if he lets his guard down. He suddenly steps on one of the lightning chains and rides it toward the raven, taking the fight to him mid-air. However, Jaehyun gets nicked by the raven's blade, so he activates his sacrifice skill to heal himself. He realizes that his enemy is fast and he can't catch up to him easily, even though he has Steps of Light activated. Eventually, the raven admits that he heard Jaehyun has quite a few tricks, but this is more than he had imagined. The raven admits that Heimdall was right when he said Jaehyun has the potential to become an interference to the gods. The raven tells him he's going to kill him here, but our boy realizes he's bluffing because the Aesir gods cannot kill him right now since the power of the prophecy is still protecting him. He also realizes that he can use the power of the prophecy to his advantage to help him win. Jaehyun runs forward with his sword in hand, but the raven points out that such a basic attack won't work on him. The raven knows that a longsword slows down Jaehyun's attack, but Jaehyun still leaps toward him regardless, as the raven braces for his attack by putting up his chains. However, Jaehyun doesn't attack with his sword, but performs an attack using his free hand. The attack cracks the raven's mask, knocking him backward. He becomes annoyed that a mere human would dare attack him, so he runs back to retaliate in fury, but our boy blocks his dagger with his sword. After creating some distance, our boy activates his realization of magical artifact skill and replicates Nidhogg's fang. He doesn't want to use the weapon for the first time in this kind of scenario, but he seems to have no choice. After seeing the dagger, the Raven is shocked because he hadn't been told that Jaehyun uses a dagger, especially one with such a strong aura. Jaehyun wonders why the sight of his dagger caused the Raven to be so shaken, and he also notices the Raven has let his guard down. Our boy activates his lightning chains, wraps them around the monster's hand to stop him from using the chains. Using his steps of light, our boy rushes toward him and deals several attacks with his dagger. The effect of the Nidhogg's fang is soon activated, and poison damage is imbued into the enemy, which pleases Jaehyun. Eventually, the Raven breaks free of the lightning chains and becomes angry that Jaehyun is able to use the power of the Nidhogg's fang. He runs toward Jaehyun to attack, but our boy launches several lightning chains at him. However, the Raven blocks the lightning chains with his own chains. Soon after, the Raven starts to slow down, so Jaehyun points out that he seems to be having difficulty moving because of the poison, which means the tables have turned. Regardless, the Raven swears to take Jaehyun down with him, but our boy reminds him that he can't kill him anyway. The Raven clarifies that he didn't say anything about killing him, then runs past him toward Ina. Before he reaches her, Ina activates a mana barrier around herself, but the Raven breaks through it easily. Ina just stands there in shock with her defenses broken as the dagger flies toward them. Shortly after, an explosion occurs upon impact, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's successfully defeated Odin's Raven. He's also 1 point closer to completing the special quest to destroy all of Odin's ravens, and he's told he's leveled up. While Jaehyun pants, Ina emerges from the smoke and rushes toward him. He realizes he's using too much mana at once and soon collapses in her arms. With Jaehyun in her arms, Ina beats herself up for not being able to do anything again, just like during the attack when they were in the mock dungeon. In a flashback to a few hours earlier, Yoo-jung returns to her hostel and thinks about how she gathered all the courage to ask, but Jaehyun seems to be pretending to be busy. It really annoys her, and she considers just going to the festival with Ina. Annoyed, she eventually texts Ina and asks if she wants to go to the festival, but Ina apologizes profusely, saying she's already gone out. Yoo-jung is surprised because Ina rarely goes out and usually just naps in the hostel. Eventually, she texts her back not to be sorry and proposes they go have dessert next time, to which Ina agrees. After a short while, Yoo-jung considers that it's strange that Jaehyun and Ina never go out, but they're out on the same day. It suddenly occurs to her that they may have gone out together, and she begins to recall all the times Ina had appeared flustered in Jaehyun's presence. She initially doubts they went out together, but eventually hopes they didn't. In the present, Jaehyun rests on Ina's body due to exhaustion. Ina recalls how she wasn't of any help when he was in danger during the dungeon exam, even though Jaehyun worked so hard to protect her. She also wonders who the person who attacked them was and notes that Jaehyun seems to know him. Apart from that, this person has a similar mana to what they detected in the mock dungeon, so she wonders if there's a connection. Eventually, she hesitantly touches his head, and our boy wakes up. When he looks up, their faces end up inches away from each other, which makes Ina completely flustered. Our boy only smirks and thanks her for letting him rest on her shoulder. After a short pause, our boy tells Ina he thinks he knows what she was going to tell him before they were interrupted. He admits he might be wrong and asks her to hear him out because there's something he has to tell her. Before he can complete his statement, Ina places a finger on his mouth and begs him not to say anything anymore because she's not ready to listen to his response yet, no matter what his reply may be. She says she needs some time and says she can wait for him to be done with whatever he needs to do. As tears pour down her face, she suggests that they talk about it later. Our boy doesn't seem so happy about it, so he places a hand on her face to wipe off her tears. Sometime later, Jaehyun fights with a group of ogres in the training room. He avoids their attacks and fires several lightning chains at them. While he's fighting, he wonders why he wasn't able to reply to Ina. He already knew that she liked him, so he wonders why he acted the way he did. He also realizes how torturous it would be for her if he were to give her false hope. Because he's distracted by his thoughts, one of the ogres takes advantage and tries to smash his skull in, but our boy dodges the attack. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that his level has gone up as an effect of quest progression increase. As Jaehyun blasts the ogre away with a wind attack, the system informs him that he can now feel the wall that has been restricting him. Our boy isn't certain what that's supposed to mean, and Yahello soon appears by his side to inform him that he will understand it soon. She walks towards him and tells him he can do it, and Jaehyun jokingly asks her why she's being so nice all of a sudden, which makes him think that she's leaving him forever. Jaehyun tells her he's not falling for her trick, and she visibly acts nonchalant, but deep inside, she wishes that Jaehyun has no value for her existence in the future because she knows what will happen. Sometime later, our boy is approached by Hyun. When Hyun introduces himself as the leader of the circle called Guardian, Jaehyun remembers he's heard of the circle before, which is the most powerful circle in the academy when it comes to martial arts. He's impressed that Hyun is the leader, but he still feels he's weak. Hyun tries to tell Jae-hyun that he has a good offer to recruit him into the Guardian Circle, but he's soon interrupted by Jiyeon, who protests that Hyun can't just scout Jae-hyun like that because Jae-hyun is going to join her circle. Shortly after, Joo-hyub appears too and tells her to cut the crap because the Garam Circle is going to take Jae-hyun. Eventually, Jae-hyun tells the leaders to stop it because everyone is watching. As he's about to say something else, Ji-yoon, the leader of the fourth top circle, steps in and introduces herself to Jae-hyun as the leader of the third eye circle. Our boy is surprised to see her because he's heard of the names of the other guys in his past life. But he doesn't know this woman. Ji-yoon informs our boy that she didn't come to scout him and just came to introduce herself, but Jae-hyun tells her she should have come to find him when it was less chaotic. Oddly, Ji-yoon states that it would have been dangerous if she did that. Shortly after, the top students begin arguing again, but Jae-hyun makes it clear to them that he doesn't intend on joining any circle. Surprised, Hyun asks him what he's going to do. He admits that he knows Jae-hyun is the disciple of Yoo Seong-eun, but reminds him that raiders with no experience in circles will have a very low starting rank, which will be a pain. To clarify, our boy explains that he didn't say he's not going to join a circle. Now pissed off, Joo-hyub grabs our boy's shirt and asks him what the heck he's talking about, but our boy suddenly releases a great deal of aura and frankly tells Joo-hyub it'd be better for the both of them if he doesn't cross the line like this. Surprised, Joo-hyub unhands him, so Jae-hyun states that he's going to make his own circle. Sometime later, the leaders gather for another meeting, and Joo-hyub wonders if Jae-hyun has gone insane because it doesn't make sense for a first year to make a circle. Hyun agrees that he doesn't understand it, but he also admits that there are no rules against it in the academy rules, although he also knows it's close to impossible, realistically speaking, because there's a lot involved in managing a circle, and it'd be impossible to be successful without a senior student or teacher to help. However, the only problem is that Jae-hyun might actually be able to create one because the most important things needed to create a circle are connections, a faction within the academy, and money. Considering Jae-hyun's friends, who are all very skilled and popular people, it seems clear to the top students why Jae-hyun would never need them from the start. Joo-hyub laments that this is going to be a mess, and Hyun proposes they change their plans. Since Jae-hyun can destroy the balance of the academy with just the help of his friends, Hyun suggests that they think of a way to survive, and he offers his circle's help. While Hyun passes through the hallway, he remembers how Jae-hyun threatened Joo-hyub to let go of his shirt, and he realizes they have a massive problem to deal with, which is the second time after Chae Ji-yoon, the present leader of Third Eye. Sometime later, Yoo-jung expresses shock when she learns that our boy wants to create a circle after he gathers them to break the news. He explains that he doesn't think they need to join an existing one and be forced under the senior students, but Hoyeon reminds him they're first years, and it'll be bad if other circles try to sabotage them. Jae-sung also finds the thought of fighting other students scary, and Soil asks Jae-hyun if this will get her money. Eventually, Jae-hyun assures them that they only need to get strong enough so that the other circles can't do anything about them. After a short pause around the table, Ina mentions that she's fine either way, and Jae-sung agrees to go along if Jae-hyun thinks it's a good idea. Stung that Jae-hyun ignored her, Soil asks again if they're going to make lots of money because they're all going to starve to death if they don't get points. With the points given to the top students for each grade and what our boy got for being scouted by Lotus, he assures them that he has at least a few 100,000 points. It surprises Soil, who calls him a psycho, but Yoo-jung is surprised he's that rich and never treated them to food. Because of that, Seo declares that they're eating out tonight, so Jae-hyun asks her why she would be a part of them eating out. She reminds him that she's going to be at this academy next year too, and she won't be able to go to any other circle because of the skill he has on her. Jae-hyun immediately uses his subordination skill to make her stop talking about his subordination, and he makes her say that she thought it would be easy to scam the members here since they're all stupid idiots. She's shocked by the words that come out of her mouth, and those at the table are equally surprised, which makes Seo annoyed at Jae-hyun. However, Jae-hyun reminds the guys that they're all talented, and if they can create a circle to nurture their talents, they'll be able to easily surpass the wall they're facing now. Hoyeon immediately pledges loyalty to Jae-hyun, and so does Ina, who intends to be strong enough to be the one who saves Jae-hyun if they're ever in trouble next time. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung whispers to Soil that she has a bad feeling about this and asks what she thinks. Soil agrees that Jae-hyun smiling like this always brings her bad luck, but when our boy turns to them with deadly eyes, they keep quiet. Jae-hyun tells them they'll have to work hard to get stronger, and rhetorically asks them if they will join his circle, with little choice in the matter. Sometime later, the gang goes to the Mills Academy training facility, a fitness facility in the academy that has various equipment and top-tier artifacts. Only the top students and their friends are allowed to enter. Yoojung, who is exhausted from working out, calls Jaehyun a son of a B-word, while Seo lays breathless next to her. Hoyeon suggests they call it a day because it feels like his muscles have been ripped to shreds, but our boy insists that's how they get stronger. Jae-sung is tasked with the job of passing healing potions around, and Soyeol accuses him of being a traitor, but he reminds her that he's not a battle-type cadet. Jaehyun gives them all 2 more sets and considers how this gym is special, because the gravity in this place is amplified in order to help the students get stronger. Nearby, Ina keeps pushing the weights, and Jaehyun looks at her. He recalls the incident with the Raven and worries that something like that could happen again, so he decides that the only thing he can do is help his friends get stronger in the shortest time possible so that they won't become a burden to him and can escape when the time comes. After that, our boy heads to the Lotus Guild to see his teacher, and she eventually asks him if he's going to join a different guild. Jaehyun asks her what she means, so she comes clean that she knows the curator approached him and offered to give him Nidhogg's fang. Eventually, our boy agrees he's been found out and asks her if she'd let him go if he says he wants to go. Seongun says she never will, especially not to the curator guild. Jaehyun asks why she asked if that's the case, so she says it's to tell him that she will never let anyone take him away from them, and she won't let a rival take her disciple away from her. She gets up and pulls his face closer to hers, then reminds him that he also has no reason to give up the privilege he has now either, even for an S-rank artifact. She admits that it's hard to say it'd make up for an S-rank artifact, but she grants him every favor he asks her, so she doesn't believe he's losing any from being with her. Our boy agrees and confesses that he wasn't planning to leave because there's nowhere to go when she's here. Seongun jokingly accuses him of being a good liar and states she almost fell for his lie, but Jaehyun jokingly says that's a shame. Shortly after, our boy recalls that Heimdall will attack him in the outdoor camping event, and he needs to prepare himself for every possible scenario. On the day of the outdoor camp, the students are transported to the area for the event. While on the bus, Jaehyun tells his friends to be good because this is the event that will start their circle off. Hoyeon excitedly agrees, but Soyeol smacks Jae-sung and tells him to stop shaking, but he tells her he's scared because this feels like the real deal. Jaehyun agrees with him that they'll be fighting real monsters now, but he adds that the other raiders stopped by and took care of most of the monsters already. However, that doesn't mean this won't still be dangerous. Ina soon asks Jaehyun why he chose the name 9 for their circle, and she asks him if he likes the number. Our boy admits that he technically hates the number 9 because, in Norse mythology, the number 9 is a very symbolic number. He explains that he picked the number 9 because he hates it the most, and that confuses Ina and Yoojung further. They soon reach the entrance to the abandoned city where they will be camping, and Jaehyun tells the others that they're no longer safe, so he reminds them to stay on their toes. Deep within the abandoned city, Daegu, Hugin goes to inform Heimdall that one of the ravens has died, and Heimdall finds that interesting. Sometime later, on a show known as the World Raider Issue, a host invites some guests to discuss the incident that occurred in the Great Ruins of Iceland. She welcomes Balak and the first ever S-rank mage in the world, Camilla. Balak looks as angry as usual, but Camilla seems delighted to be on the show. Camilla tries to nudge Balak to behave because they're there as the faces of the European Union, but he tells her that it's clear from the eyes of the bastards staring at them that they don't respect them. Camilla agrees the audience looks sketchy, but she still advises him not to act so prickly either. Balak considers that these people think that the European Union is the one behind the ruins robbery, and it makes sense since they were the ones with the rights over the ruins when the incident happened. The host soon announces that the topic to be discussed today is the recent robbery of Iceland's Great Ruins, and Balak becomes agitated, but Camilla nudges him to calm down. Going further, the host asks why 2 S-rank raiders couldn't guard the ruins, and why the European Union couldn't get through the ruins first when they're said to be the strongest in the world. She states that these 2 points are what people are talking about and asks for their thoughts on the matter. Eventually, Camilla admits that they weren't skilled enough and doesn't say more. The host soon asks what went wrong since they were so confident that they would be able to succeed in the raid after gaining the rights to the ruins, and Balak answers this time. He asks the host if she heard of the invader, and she smugly states that they're the person who is said to have passed the proof of qualification that the Union failed and raided the ruins. However, she states that people want the truth, and this annoys Balak, who asks her if she's implying that he's lying. When his expression changes, the host becomes afraid, but Camilla chides Balak to stop messing around. Regardless, Balak walks to the camera and tells the whole world to listen closely. He explains that the invader, whom they nicknamed the Black Robe, was strong, and was strong enough to the point that he still won even when he and Camilla attacked him together. Instead of trying to rip them apart for their failures, he tells them to do something about the invader instead, who he knows for a fact will appear again. Meanwhile, in the outdoor event, An instructor tells the students that this event will influence what their life in mills will be like going forward. He explains that this field trip will go on for a week, and they must cooperate with the members of their circle, but they will only get the survival kits that are being distributed to each circle. They're to hunt down monsters with what they've learned, but they're not allowed to leave the 50-kilometer radius of the base so as not to get disqualified. The instructor adds that their first task is to survive to prove that they possess the potential to be a great raider, and the second task is to hunt as many monsters as they can within the time limit and bring back the tokens they drop. The higher the monster's rank is, the more points they'll get, but they're warned not to be so careless that they get injured during hunting. In the case of an emergency, they're told not to worry because there is an instructor nearby at all times. The instructor tells them not to hide an emergency, but to go to the instructor instead. Once the announcement is done, they're all given rings, which is a symbol of solidarity, and our boy tells his circle members to move according to the plan. While they move around, Hugin watches them from nearby and states that it has begun. Shortly after, they find a good place to use as a base, and Jae-sung believes they will be able to avoid winged high-ranking monsters there. However, Soil mentions that there might be bugs in the place, and she doesn't like this kind of atmosphere. Jae-sung tries to advise her not to hate on the bugs too much, but Soil tells him to shut up because bugs are the worst. They start fighting again, and Jae-sung retreats behind Jae-hyun. Our boy eventually stops them and tells them to stay alert. They're in a city that has been locked down and sealed off due to the invasion of monsters. However, Yoo-jung hopes they rack up a bunch of points again so that they'll be able to get so much ice cream and visit the restaurant they wanted to visit. While she's raving about food, she notices that Jae-hyun doesn't look as excited as she is, which makes her keep quiet. Our boy is thinking about how the event isn't much of a hassle to some of the others, especially for them since they're at the top of the new students. However, the most dangerous enemy they'll face here is Heimdall, so our boy decides to keep his head in the game because he's certain Heimdall is coming. Ina also notices he's preoccupied, but he tells her he's fine when she asks. Suddenly, Hoyeon asks Ina and Jaehyun what's wrong with them because they seem a bit awkward, like they had a fight before this. He asks if something happened over the weekend, but Ina blankly asks him what he means and reveals nothing. Soil soon signals them that some people are coming towards them, and Jaehyun jokes that they're probably folks that don't like them and have come here for Soil. Soil agrees and reminds Jaehyun that he had promised to take responsibility for her, so she reminds him to keep his word. Ina and Yoo-jung are shocked by the mention of Jaehyun taking responsibility for her and wonder what that means. Our boy tells the others to prepare for battle, and they're soon ambushed by a circle called Seed. Jaehyun had been expecting them because Soil is from the Seed circle, and he had asked her to leave her circle to join his. Soil had protested that they're still newbies, even though she knows that Jaehyun is talented. She explained that she's pretty satisfied with Seed, which has more people and potential to give her more points than in a new circle. However, Jaehyun told her she's not seeing the bigger picture and asked if she considers the members of Seed her friends. She explained that they're more like business partners, but Jaehyun suddenly brought out a magical item called a record sphere to play voice recordings of her circle members talking badly about Soil, stating that she can't fight properly and she's just there to make the leader shine brighter. They even start to call dibs on flirting with her to see who can get her first, and the recording makes Soil furious. Regardless, Soil asked Jaehyun how much he's going to pay her, and he told her that depends on how she performs. In the present, the leader of the Seed Circle, Ju-shang, asks Jaehyun if he really thought he could survive after stealing their member, but Jaehyun asks him if he's forgotten how he got beat up at the freshman hunt. Ju-shang claims that he only let his guard down and reminds him he can't win against all of them on his own. Jaehyun creates a ball of light to illuminate the area, and he tells Ju-shang he's not alone. He also makes it clear that even if they come at them all at once, they won't be able to defeat any one of them. Jaehyun recognizes that Soil is one of the most talented people possessing scout abilities, and he knew getting her onto their team would come with much risk, but he still considers it nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Ju-shang tells our boy that he might be strong, but he's still a newbie. Ju-shang orders his men to kill our boy, so they rush at him with their swords, but he doesn't move an inch. Suddenly, Hoyeon activates his skill called Impervious Defense, which increases his defense power and blocks the warriors. The mage-type members of the Seed Circle immediately attempt to use fire and lightning magic, but Yoo-jung activates her air shield to protect them from the onslaught of the fire and lightning. Our boy is impressed, and he's glad he trained these guys to their bone, so much that Yoo-jung has already learned a wide-range defense spell. After their attacks, the members of the Seed Circle are surprised that their attacks didn't deal any damage at all. One of them begins to lament that he knew this would happen, and he asks why Ju-shang had even decided to do something to the Lotus Guildmaster's disciple, even if it's a new circle. Ina soon steps on the scene and asks Jaehyun if she should attack them all. Our boy gladly tells her to spare no one, so she activates her Sword of Alfheimer skill and launches the swords at them. Extremely scared, They try to run away, but they're soon pierced in the back with the swords. Jushang avoids the swords, but he slips over a blue gooey substance that sticks him to the ground. Jaehyun commends the effectiveness of the liquid because the seed circle members can't move after being stuck on it. So Jaesong explains that he mixed slime with paralysis mushroom spores to make it. While he's talking, Jushang insults Jaesong by calling him a stuttering F-word, but Jaehyun tells him to watch his mouth. He asks Jushang if he has any idea how much pain he can put him through before he dies, then steps on his spine. Eventually, he lets the rest of Jushang's teammates go, but keeps Jushang. Jushang pleads with his circle to wait for him, but they only call him a crazy bastard and ask why they should wait for him. After they leave, Jaehyun tells Soyeol that he's made up his mind to make Jushang fail this event. Soyeol calls Jushang a piece of crap, but Jushang tries to convince her that he did all of this for her. She tells him to cut the crap and reminds him how he called her a parasite that has no other use than as a scout. She soon brings out her knife and cuts up Jushang until he's taken out. Shortly after, an instructor shows up, and he's shocked to learn that the 9 circle took out the guys from the seed circle. Jushang and the guys taken out by Ina's sword lay unconscious on the ground, and the instructor wonders how an upper middle circle with a lot of members was taken out by this circle of newbies. Jaehyun asks the instructor to make sure the guys don't kick the bucket because they don't deserve to die this early, and the instructor asks him to try to prevent future fights with senior classes before he leaves. When the instructor leaves, our boy turns to Soohyuk, who has been standing nearby, and he asks him why he helped him. A while back, Soohyuk had approached Jaehyun to inform him that the entirety of the seed circle is after them. Jaehyun told him it doesn't matter since the seed circle are idiots, so Soohyuk decided to leave, unsure why he's even siding with Jaehyun in the first place. While heading out, Jaehyun advised him to make an exit out of this event since he's playing solo, and when Soohyuk decided to stay around the area, Jaehyun mentions that he didn't expect him to help him since he thought he was only good at starting fights. In the present, Jaehyun asks Soohyuk what his name is again, and the other ladies are surprised to learn he's called Soohyuk. It annoys him because he expects these fools to have remembered his name by now. Earlier, in a meeting of the seed circle, Soohyuk disagrees with the idea of ganging up against Min Jaehyun, especially since Soyeol left on her own. Soohyuk suggests they make a better offer, but Jushang insists that he wants Jaehyun to become an obedient junior. Soohyuk wonders when Milas became so political, and why they'd even attempt to beat someone up just because they don't like them. He considers it insane and decides he needs to leave the seed circle. In the present, Soohyuk leaves Jaehyun's group, but before he goes, he warns our boy that he'll get revenge the next time he sees him, so he better be prepared. After he leaves, Jaehyun proposes they get right to work. Soyeol protests that they just had a fight. But when our boy starts his talk about how great power brings great responsibility, she asks him what he's going to give her in return. By the way, the reason Milas Academy chose Daegu as its location despite it being locked down is that they wanted to reclaim the sealed-off city. Daegu is where the first ever gate in the world opened and also the first city to fall after the appearance of Yggdrasil. As such, the purpose of Milas' camping field trip is to prepare for the reconstruction of the area. Jaehyun recalls that the disaster at the Daegu gate was a calamity because his mom was there too. Ina soon calls Jaehyun out of his thinking to inform him that dinner is ready. She mentions that he looks like he has a lot on his mind and asks if it's because of the unique skill he told her about. He tells her it's something like that. Our boy recalls how Yahello told him he would never be able to defeat Heimdall as he is now, but she has a chance if he awakens his unique skill and transcends his limits. Apparently, a unique skill manifests through the user's will, and Yahello mentioned that he'll have to think about what he truly wants and why he needs that power. He wonders how he's supposed to understand what she meant, and Ina confesses that she may not get it either, but she's certain he can do it. Because she's trying to help out, Jaehyun assures her he'll do his best. Sometime later, Hoyeon cuts up a worm-like monster somewhere else in the area. After he takes down the worm, a bird-like monster attacks Soyeol, and she defends herself with her blade. After she takes down the monster, Yujung notes that this place is so different from Milas. Ina agrees that the difference in the amount of mana in the air is pretty significant, and it feels worse than the 10th level of the mana room test. They're in a place called a field, a term for areas taken over by monsters due to a dungeon outbreak, where corrupt energy seeps through and causes even more dangerous monsters to appear. Soyeol doesn't know what a field is, and when Jaesong teases her for never paying attention in class, she attempts to murder him. Jaehyun explains that a field is a place abundant in mana but unfit for human sustenance. They can handle it as raiders, but ordinary people are at risk when exposed to even a little mana. He reminds everyone to be careful because anything could happen here, and when a huge monster appears before them, Soyeol asks him if he's really going to kill it. He assures her that he will, but reminds her to do her job as the team's scout. She asks him to promise to help her run away if something happens because she doesn't want to die early, and Jaehyun only smiles at her. She soon calls him a piece of crap for not promising her directly, so our boy suggests she stay back and let them look on their own. Even though it will take more time and give them fewer points since they'll find weaker monsters, Soil calls him master and tells him he has the final say here. While they're looking through the area, Yujung finds it amazing that so much of this sealed-off area has been reclaimed, and she guesses it's thanks to a well-known person. Ina doesn't know who the person is, so Soil teases her for also not listening in class, and then proposes they become friends. Hoyun points out that Yujung was referring to the first awakened, Ju-won, and Jaesong mentions that even his father said Ju-won is someone he wouldn't be able to defeat. Daegu is where the first gate opened, and monsters spread. While endless screams of agony echoed through the air and humans were crushed like ants, a human with special powers appeared. Ju-won, the first awakened of Korea. As Jaehyun takes out the formidable monster Soil was scared of, he thinks about how Ju-won became famous worldwide, and how no one like him has appeared since, but he suddenly disappeared shortly after. When he takes out the monster, Yujung tells Jaehyun she knows he chose this path because of Ju-won. Ju-won's disappearance was so abrupt that people assumed he died to monsters, and he was also the first person to use the power of the Asura system. Our boy wonders what kind of person Ju-won was and how he was able to use this power before everybody else. Shortly after, Jaesong, Soil, and Hoyeon set up a tent for them to stay in. Ina soon returns, and our boy informs her that there are harpies, worms, and goblins, as Soil had said. He says she's really good, and Soil points out that she has to be because he would have abandoned her here if she was wrong. Our boy asks her how she knew he would have abandoned her, and when she attempts to insult him, he reminds her of her payment, so she reverts to calling him master again. While Hoyeon and Jaesong talk about Soil's impressive skills, Jaesong says something, and Soil intimidates him again, reminding them not to talk about her because only Jaehyun is paying her. Jaehyun asks where Yujung is, so Hoyeon replies that she said she was going to prepare something. When she shows up, Jaehyun asks her where she's been, and he's surprised to see an eerie-looking pot in her hands. Their faces immediately turn pale as Yujung praises herself for the pain she went through to prepare this. When they bring out the ominous-looking substance in the pot, our boy asks if this is supposed to be food, so Yujung proudly says she added a special sauce to the worm they caught. Our boy can't believe she wants them to eat this, but she insists because she put so much effort into it. The only idea Jaehyun has about how to handle this is probably to feed Heimdall this to kill him easily. Meanwhile, Jiyoon meets up with Ju-won somehow, and she asks him when he plans to act again. He tells her he doesn't know, but he guesses it's about time because the great adversary is already on the move. Jiyoon replies that the great adversary is still very young, but he's proving more and more that the prophecy isn't false, so she tells Ju-won that they need his help. He replies that Heimdall is already on the move, so he doesn't see the need to do anything, but he states that he'll take action if necessary. It occurs to Ju-won that things are about to get interesting. At the field event, Jaehyun laments that this food could kill them, but Yujung insists the food isn't that bad. She turns to Jaesong to get support, but he agrees with Jaehyun, and Hoyeon also says he isn't hungry. Yujung laments that they're all so mean, so she turns to Soil to get comfort and hopes she'll eat her food, but Soil looks over Yujung's shoulders and notices the other guys furiously signaling to her not to. Although she is grossed out, she can't fight back Yujung's puppy face, so she agrees to eat the food since it's made out of edible things. Soil scoops some of it in a spoon and says it's not a big deal, but she soon ends up puking her guts on a nearby fence. Some of the others tease her that she sounds like a monster in pain, and Jaehyun reminds her that she should have listened to them. Annoyed, Soil protests that there was no way for her to say no when Yujung seems so hurt, so Jaehyun gives her something to help with the pain and points out that she's softer than she looks. After that, Soil asks if something happened between him and Ina, which surprises Jaehyun. She clarifies that it's clear that something is off, and she asks him not to be too hard on Ina as well as everyone else, so Jaehyun agrees. Eventually, our boy points out that he wouldn't expect someone like her to say that, which annoys her further, and then he reminds her that they promised to take some person down. Soil remembers but asks for some time to let her stomach feel a bit better. Jaehyun asks her if they should try to see if Yujung's food can poison the monsters, but when she starts vomiting again, our boy realizes it might take a while for her to feel better. He suddenly hears a loud cry, and he tells Soil to follow him inside because those they're expecting are here already. They run towards the others, and Jaehyun tells them to form the A formation because B-rank monster harpies are approaching. He asks Jaesung to prepare the light-up paralysis traps, put Hoyeon on forward, Yujung on support, and Ina on attack. After their fight to protect their base, they head back, and Hoyeon laments that he didn't expect there to be dozens of harpies. He hadn't expected them to go around in such large groups, and Yujung agrees that they're mostly in groups of 4 at most, which means this was a special case. A special case would mean that a boss monster with very overwhelming amounts of mana is ordering them around, which must mean a creature known as the Harpy Queen is nearby. Soil had detected this, but hadn't expected that the queen would be this close. Jaehyun asks them to stay back and protect this place until he and Soil get rid of the monster and return. With Soil's unique skill, it shouldn't be an issue to track down the queen, and our boy assures them he can take care of the monsters on his own too, so there's no need to worry. Hoyeon reminds him they're supposed to move together because of unexpected situations, but our boy says there's no need for that, because they'll probably end up hurt, even if they were to tag along, or he'd have to watch out for them. When they look sad, he explains that it's not that he doesn't trust them, but they're needed at the base, and they can always jump in to support the instructors if there's a need to. Eventually, Ina and Yoojung reluctantly agree, and Jae-sung gives Jaehyun a truckload of potions to keep him safe. He and Soo-hyuk soon head out, and our boy tells them to stay safe. Yoojung, who still looks angry, tells him to get in touch if he needs them, but he teases her that it's rare for her to show that she cares. While he's still talking, several harpies storm the tent, and our boy activates his lightning chains to strike them mid-flight without even turning around. He assures the others that there's no need to worry because he only gets into fights he knows he'd win. Shortly after, while Jaehyun and Soil move around to find the Harpy Queen, Soil tells our boy that his group contains solid people, and it's no wonder why they're at the top of the class, even with how competitive Milla's is. She's saying this because of how they just handled the Harpies. In a flashback, several other Harpies ambush them, and Soil gets her knife to get into action, but Jaehyun blocks her from doing anything. Hoyeon tells Ina and Yoojung that he'll take the front, and he asks them to focus on casting spells. As some of the Harpies attack from the front, Hoyeon blocks with the shield and cuts them in half. With the level of skill Hoyeon displayed, Soil is certain that he's reached A rank at this point, and the same goes for the other guys. In the flashback, Yoojung activates a skill called Overflow, which increases the attack power of the party members by 1.3 times. As one of the Harpies targets her, she uses a skill called Wind Edge to cover up the monster, as well as two others. Jaehyun realizes that Yoojung is able to cast spells faster now, and he also notices Ina pierce almost a dozen Harpies around the same time, which really pleases him. Back in the present, Jaehyun gloats that he's still the strongest, and Soil tells him he's annoying. When Soil calls him a genius, our boy reasons that he never expected that word to be used for him, especially when he recalls his past life where his other teammates had used him as a meat shield on the front lines. Jaehyun congratulates Soil for a good job of finding her path and not passing out from Yoojung's food. As they move closer, Jaehyun warns her to be careful not to get killed in this mission, and she starts to lament that she's too young to die. Regardless, they move in deeper, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he has come across the boss monster of Region 1 of the lockdown city field. They soon run into the Queen Harpy, which excites Jaehyun but scares Soil. The boss monster is A+ rank, but Jaehyun is certain he can get a certain artifact if he defeats it, which is a pretty good deal. As Jaehyun approaches the monster, Soil wonders if he's out of his mind, but our boy activates his realization of magical artifact. He soon recreates Nidhogg's Fang again, and Soil realizes that's the item that sold for an insane price at the auction recently. The Harpy Queen immediately fires an attack with her feathers, and Soil frantically jumps out of the way. Our boy soon rushes towards the monster, but he knows the monster is still dangerous, even though it's weaker than he is. He keeps dodging her attacks until he gets up close because the monster can fly and because it's stronger than before his regression. Soon after, he activates several lightning chains, and he realizes that an A+ rank monster wasn't this powerful in his past life, which could only mean that someone has intervened. He soon jumps towards the monster to slash it with his knife, and he hopes the real perpetrator, Heimdall, comes out instead of playing tricks from the shadows. While this is going on, Hugin watches from somewhere, and he says that his prediction is correct and something is imminent, but he's worried about whether Heimdall will be able to do his job properly. Not long after, our boy successfully defeats the Harpy Queen, the boss of Lockdown City's first region, and his reward is put in the nest of the Harpy Queen. Jaehyun is glad that he's finally got the item called Tempest Wings, but when he turns to Soil, who is finding it hard to keep up, she states that Yoojung is right, that our boy is out of his mind. Eventually, our boy finds the Harpy Queen's nest and gets the rank S Tempest Wing item that gives Jaehyun the skill called Mid-Air Leap, more agility, and more strength. The Mid-Air Leap is an A+ rank skill that creates a fake wall of wind, while the user is in mid-air to give another chance to jump and can be used twice in a row. Suddenly, they notice a pair of gloves on the ground, and when they check it out, it turns out to be something called Drigon Gloves, and the system tells them it's updating the information on the first ever awakened in the Nornir system. Sometime later, after fighting a few more Harpies, Hoyeon mentions that they seem to be pretty close to the top record set, which means they're pretty awesome, and Yoojung agrees that it's expected since she's there with him. Jaehyun, who is standing nearby, recalls that he gained information on Ju-won, the first to ever awaken in the entire world, and he wonders why the Nornir system is updating information on him. It occurs to him that he probably has something to do with the system, and he knows that he needs to find out why those gloves were there. Shortly after, Yoo-jung exclaims because she left behind her imbued necklace, which is a bad thing. While she's crying, Jae-hyun hands her the same necklace, so she asks him how he knows she left it behind and states it's creepy. Our boy informs her that forgetting things is her habit. Besides, her mom told him to take care of her. Jae-hyun soon tells Yoo-jung to grow up and stop forgetting things, but Yoo-jung protests that he needs to stop lecturing her. They get into another argument again, and Hoyeon asks them if they're dating. Jae-hyun denies it, and Yoo-jung asks Hoyeon if he wants to die. Oddly, Ina touches Hoyeon with a dangerous look on her face and tells him to let it go since they've already denied it. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the Great Palace of Aesir, also called the Great House of Warriors and the House of Joy, the Aesir gods gather for a feast. Thor enjoys the celebration because the preparations for the war are going smoothly, and Heimdall said he'll get rid of the great adversary. He believes that the Aesir will become the masters of the 9 realms, and the great Odin will be pleased. Another god, Tyr, calls Thor an insincere bastard for holding a banquet while Odin is gone, and he asks Thor if Ragnarok means nothing to him. Thor can't believe he's bringing this up, and soon reminds Tyr how Fenrir ate his right arm during Ragnarok. Tyr equally reminds Thor of the piece of coal stuck in his forehead by a vile giant, and states that he would have killed himself if he were the one. Annoyed, Thor proposes they fight to see which of them is stronger, but Freya tells them to stop if they don't want to be put on probation. Shortly after, Frigg states that Valhalla's forces have decreased quite a bit, and their soul collecting isn't going too well. Freya interrupts her by saying it's because Ragnarok pushed it too hard, and it's clearly Odin's mistake. Annoyed, Frigg corrects her for saying such things about the Master of Asgard, but Freya explains that she does not intend to kiss Odin's boots. He may have power, but in her eyes he's nothing but garbage. When Frigg asks her how she can dare say that, Freya becomes hostile and reminds Frigg of what Odin did to her. Freya eventually makes an announcement that the preparations for the second end are all complete. Einherjar, the souls of the dead ready to fight for Asgard, are already set. In the field event, Jaehyun realizes that Heimdall will show himself soon, since he intervened in the matter of the Harpy Queen, and he knows he has to awaken his inherent skill as soon as he can. He recalls the conversation he had with his teacher. She joked that he's greedy because he's already strong as is, but now wants an inherent skill too. In the flashback, she explains that she doesn't think she can be of much help with this, because her own case was rather sudden. Apparently, there was despair on the day when a gate opened in the middle of the road and people started dropping like flies. In the midst of the chaos, there was one child running for her life, and Seongan felt helpless. She ran to help the child, but she couldn't save her despite being awakened because she was just too weak. However, right after the child died, she earned a new skill called Sacrifice, but she couldn't bring back someone who had already died. She adds that she really doesn't know how to learn an inherent skill as fast as possible the way he wants, but she counsels him not to rush himself because she doesn't want him to lose anything he holds precious in the process of gaining an inherent skill. In the present, our boy wonders if Ina might know how to awaken an inherent skill, so he asks her how she earned her inherent skill so he doesn't lose what's important to him. After hearing his question, she confesses that she earned her inherent skill because of the death of her family. To be exact, she let them die, and she confesses that she still thinks it's a good thing they died. Apparently, when she was 5, she lost her parents and was left alone. After that, she and her grandmother went to live with her aunt. Although she didn't have parents, she never felt alone after moving in, not even when her aunt was mean to her, because she still had her grandmother, who was now her only family. However, that happiness didn't last for long, because she overheard a conversation where her grandmother told her aunt that she doesn't have much time left and asked her to take care of Ina even when she's not here. She knew that her only family and the one person who she could depend on was about to leave her. Dark clouds loomed over her from then on. Although she wasn't a child that spoke much, that experience made her completely shut off from everyone else. Her life stayed the same until a year of middle school when her aunt said she got a call from her class teacher that raiders make a lot of money. Her aunt quipped that even people like her have some use in the world, and she never knew Ina was talented. Her aunt reminded her that they spent much money raising her, and she'd have to pay them back for it. So her aunt told her she had no choice but to become a raider if she wanted to be worth anything. Ina hated her because she had already taken the life insurance money from her parents' death, and now she was trying to use her for her own gain as well. She hated how her aunt had treated both her parents and her grandmother like a burden she wanted to get rid of. What disgusted her the most was the fact that she couldn't say anything to defend herself. After that, she applied for a raider program because her teacher had told her she was fit to become one. When she submitted her application, her teacher asked her if she was sure because even though she was a perfect candidate and people treated raiders with high regard, That wasn't the case for mages. Her teacher explained that she didn't want her doing dangerous things, but Ina insisted because she knew better than anyone that some things were worse than death. When she got home, her grandma asked her if she was sure about becoming a raider. Ina realized that her grandma would leave her too eventually, but she could never bring herself to hate her. However, she decided that all that was happening was fate, and it couldn't be stopped no matter how hard she struggled. She suddenly burst into tears and told her grandma that she was fine, but her grandma told her she didn't have to do it if she didn't feel like it because she didn't want her granddaughter to get hurt. After choosing to become a raider, her life changed completely. She learned how to handle mana and how to kill monsters, and her cold personality helped her a lot. When she had gotten used to this life, the unavoidable happened, and her grandmother passed away. Apparently, she wouldn't have passed away if she had received treatment. But Ina was shocked to find out that she had refused treatment. She wondered if her grandmother gave up on life, and she wondered if her grandmother abandoned her too. She couldn't be sure of anything, but all she knew was that she missed her, and she fell into despair. She wondered if her grandmother left her because she was stupid, and she hoped that she would have taken her along. Shortly after, her aunt called her to say that the sponsor contract had been signed and the guild was going to take her, so she just needed to come sign the papers. The fact that her aunt was still controlling her life made Ina angry, and for the first time ever she yelled at her aunt. When her aunt protested that she should be grateful that she didn't sell her off, she decided to run away from home. She waited until dawn to go back home to get her stuff, but when she got home, she found her aunt's house burning and the monsters spilling out of the open gate. Her aunt called to her from amidst the rubble and asked her to help, and Ina's only thought at the time was why she should help the woman who took everything from her. Eventually, when Ina began to tear up, our boy told her she didn't have to push herself if it was too hard to remember. Meanwhile, Yoojung heard something and assumed Jaehyun was back, but she was surprised to see Heimdall towering over her. The level of mana this strange person was giving out was more like that of a monster's. Shortly after, Heimdall came down to speak to the others and asked them if they were the great adversary's friends. They all stared at him, and when Yoojung asked him what he was talking about, he released an explosive amount of mana again that made them stagger. When they fell to the ground, he told them to answer his questions. Soil tried to use telepathy to signal Jaehyun to come back immediately because there was an enemy who seemed to have the mana of a monster, but Heimdall approached her and lifted her by her throat when he detected what she was doing. He told them all that they were going to die here, and he prepared an attack in his other hand. He told them to blame the great adversary for this, but Jaehyun soon showed up and told him he wouldn't let him do anything. Our boy activated his absolute calculation skill and deactivated Heimdall's attack. Meanwhile, while one instructor was lamenting to his counterpart about having to babysit the students after already clearing the monsters in the event area, they noticed a huge purple mana cloud that startled them. Before they knew what was going on, a huge monster appeared behind them and gobbled up the guy that was lamenting, immediately giving the other guy PTSD. Before he could reach for his walkie-talkie, the monster impaled him with its scorpion-like tail, but he managed to inform the others that there was danger before the monster completely drained the life out of him. Ridiculously huge monsters suddenly filled up the whole place, and things didn't look good. While that was happening, Heimdall dropped Soil when Jaehyun showed up. He turned to Jaehyun and released his mana storm again as he demanded from Jaehyun to know how he had Odin's eye. Heimdall realized how Jaehyun was able to grow so quickly because a mere human could never grow at such a pace. But our boy told him to come take the eye if it bothered him. Soil told Jaehyun that even he wouldn't be able to take on someone so strong on his own, but Jaehyun told them to run away because this was his problem. Yoojung refused because they were a team, but Jaehyun bluntly told them to run away. Heimdall, who was now armed with his sword, asked him if he really planned to protect his friends when he was there. With one swing of his knife, Heimdall shattered the ground in front of them, but our boy activated his windstorm skill to blow away his friends so they could get out of harm's way. Yoojung called out to Jaehyun to ask what he was doing, but he told her they would all end up dying if he did otherwise. However, she still refused, but Ina stopped her and told her Jaehyun was right because they didn't stand a chance against someone that strong. Yoojung insisted that this was why they should help out, but Ina told her she was sure Jaehyun could do it, so she proposed they go to the entrance and inform the instructors about the situation. Yoojung still didn't seem convinced, but she told Jaehyun to stay alive before leaving. When his friends finally run away, Jaehyun activates his frozen earth skill to freeze the entire area. The skill intrigues Heimdall, but he reminds Jaehyun that it's a skill that takes dozens of seconds to fully activate, and asks him if he really thinks he'll be able to hold him off for that long. Jaehyun replies that there's no reason he can't, especially because he had thought of this plan for when he'd have to fight Heimdall. Heimdall jumps towards him to land an attack and tells our boy to go ahead with his tricks. Jaehyun realizes Heimdall's attack could hit his friends if he fails to block it, so he activates his realization of the magical artifact and brings out his Balmung sword to block it. Along with that, he activates his lightning chains and uses them to anchor himself to the ground as he prepares for Heimdall's thunderous strike. The impact of Heimdall's attack soon clashes with our boy's blade and knocks him back, but he manages to keep his balance with the chains. After Heimdall notices that Jaehyun was able to stop his attack from going any further, it annoys him that a mere human would be able to do that. Before he can react, our boy leaps towards him and activates his mid-air leap skill with his Balmung sword in his hand. Meanwhile, the instructors on the other side of the field signal for a rescue team because many instructors and students have already been hurt. They run into a mass migration of monsters that has never happened before. The lead instructor, named Ms. Lee, tries to think of something, but the circle leaders soon approach her and offer to help. However, she tries to make them avoid fighting as much as possible since they're still students, but the students insist. Eventually, Ms. Lee accepts their offer and decides to leave the support roles to the students so she can get the instructors to the front lines to fight the monsters. When she tries to activate her power, she's surprised to find out that she's unable to concentrate her mana. She's soon notified that the Aesir system is down and her connection has been temporarily cut. It's more shocking when the other instructors tell her that they're experiencing the same thing. The system has never been down, and Lee can't understand why this is happening now of all times. When she turns back to ask if there's anyone who can use their skills, the top circle leaders say they can use theirs. Ms. Lee realizes that it seems only students can use their mana, so she decides to change plans to let the students fight the monsters while the instructors support the students as best as they can. She directs them to the 3rd district because that's where help is most needed, and the top students hurry. While they hurry, Hyun tells Juhyub to take the right side, but Juhyub protests that he doesn't boss him around, so Hyun tells Jian to heal them from the back. While they're running towards the district, they turn back and see a huge skeletal monster that brings a sense of overwhelming dread over them, and they can't believe they're supposed to fight that. The Aesir system informs them that they've come across the 3rd district's boss monster, Bone Dragon, and Hyun realizes this is going to be hard. While Jaehyun's friends make a run for it, a scheduled message enters the ring assigned to the team. Jaehyun left a message to inform them that there's no need to worry about him, but he needs them to do something. He informs them that the entrance of the city is being attacked by a field boss monster, and he asks them to help the people there before he comes to join them soon. After hearing the message, Yoo-jung is fairly certain that Jaehyun will be okay, so they decide to go help out the others. Meanwhile, Jaehyun uses his mid-air leap skill to jump towards Heimdall. Heimdall realizes there's a reason Jaehyun is called the Great Adversary, but he tells our boy he'll still lose. The god lifts his sword and releases an attack wave to test Jaehyun's strength. Using his mid-air leap, our boy is able to jump out of the way in mid-air and still goes ahead to land his attack, which Heimdall blocks with his sword. Heimdall knocks him backwards, but our boy tells him he's going to regret this, then jumps right back to close the distance. He tells Heimdall that he scored pretty well on his recent exams. Then he activates his passive skill called Intermediate Greatsword Arts, and an active skill called Spinning Strike. As both of their swords clash, Heimdall tells Jaehyun his skills are not bad for a human, but he immediately tries to impale him with a frontal strike. Jaehyun blocks the hit and suddenly disintegrates his sword, much to Heimdall's surprise. The sword's disappearance causes Heimdall to fall forward momentarily, and our boy uses his realization of magical artifact to create his Nidhogg's Fang. Then he activates an active skill called Dagger Rampage. With that skill, he cuts Heimdall dozens of times in a few seconds and runs past him. The passive skill of the Nidhogg's Fang is activated, and Heimdall is poisoned several times over, and the poisons form layers over one another. Regardless, Heimdall accuses Jaehyun of resorting to petty tricks, but our boy tells him to take a good look at himself before speaking. There are several wounds on Heimdall's body, and the god realizes that a dose like this would usually be nothing. He expects the wound to have healed by now, but even when it doesn't, he decides not to regard it since all he has to do is kill this boy. Heimdall had gotten the power to temporarily interfere with the Aesir system. However, there's a limit to how much he can restrict the powers of the instructors and students using the authority granted to him by Odin. He had thought that restricting the Aesir system for the instructors would be enough to deal with these humans, but he realizes that he has to admit that Jaehyun is too powerful for him to take on when he only has a third of his power restored. Meanwhile, our boy recalls a spar he recently had with Hoyeon, where he was able to learn some swordsmanship skills that included Dagger Rampage and the Spinning Strike skills. He's certain that if he uses those skills with Nidhogg's Fang, even Heimdall won't be able to withstand it for long. Eventually, Heimdall admits to Jaehyun that he's amusing. Although he doesn't know why Asgard is so wary of just one boy, he admits that he's strong enough for him to use his horn. The god brings out the horn, and Jaehyun soon becomes worried because he has no idea what it is, but he doesn't have a good feeling. Before Heimdall can use the horn, our boy rushes towards him with his knife in hand, so he doesn't give him a chance to attack. But Heimdall tells him to consider it an honor that he gets to hear the sound of the Gjallar horn. Before Jaehyun can reach him, Heimdall blows the horn, which releases a wave of energy that knocks Jaehyun back. Just the sound of the horn paralyzes him, and the Nornir system informs him that his physical stats will be decreased by 50%. Moreover, the nearby monsters start reacting to the power of the artifact and gather around Heimdall. Jaehyun is shocked, so Heimdall tells him he doesn't know how to control monsters like Tyr, but he's good at magic. When Heimdall creates a ball of lightning in his hands, our boy tries to cancel it with his absolute calculation skill. But the system notifies him that his level is too low, and it has failed to resist the artifact's effects. The monsters soon gather around him and Heimdall strikes Jaehyun with the lightning attack, causing him to scream in pain. That attack is Heimdall's specialty, and it's called Flow Reversal Spell, and it causes immense pain even though it won't kill. As Jaehyun writhes in pain, Heimdall tells him he's going to rot in Asgard's underground cells for the rest of his life. As he fires another attack at Jaehyun, it's suddenly stopped by some force, which turns out to be a shield created by Hela. Heimdall is surprised to see Hela, and Jaehyun asks Hela what's going on. When Hela notices her body disintegrating, she realizes she can't hold on for long. Heimdall had been wondering where she was hiding, but he can see Hela's divinity hovering over her. Hela creates a wind attack, but our boy tries to stop her because he realizes that she will die if she's using Hela's divinity, just like Heimdall had said. After creating the attack, she fires it at Heimdall, who dodges it and rushes towards her. He tells her that the power is too much for her to handle, and he asks her why she intends to sacrifice herself. He wonders if she believes the great adversary will be able to save the 9 worlds, but Hela tells him it's more of a certainty than mere belief. She's convinced that Jaehyun will kill Odin and put an end to Ragnarok, but Heimdall jumps towards her to finish her off because of her irreverent words. She decides to put an end to this and summons a huge viper that tries to consume Heimdall. Regardless, our boy pleads with Hela to stop what she's doing. Meanwhile, Hyun tears up several monsters, and he also has to endure the blast from the bone dragon's mouth. When the bone dragon blasts him once more, he has to stop fighting to block the attack. Meanwhile, the other students fight other monsters, and Juhyub fights with them while Jian heals those who are hurt. Some of the students lament that they're all going to get killed by this bone dragon. Jian tells the others that they can't hold on for much longer, but Hyun insists they keep fighting since they can't get a connection to the outside world. Eventually, Juhyub runs out of mana, and he starts to curse as usual. Hyun hopes they could get a few more people who could fight, and as if on cue, Jaehyun's friends show up to lend a hand. However, Hyun protests that this is too dangerous for first years, and he adds that an A+ rank bone dragon is too difficult. While he's talking, he's ambushed by a wolf-like monster from behind, but Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword and cuts the monsters into small pieces. The others soon join the action, and they collectively declare that they're here to keep the promise they made to Jaehyun to help the others. Hyun is surprised to see them facing the bone dragon and the other monsters head-on. Hoyeon rushes towards them and signals Yujung for support. She activates her overflow skill and another skill called Mana Field to create support, while Ina activates her Sword of Alfheimer. Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword. They soon start tearing monsters limb from limb, and the other seniors soon join them. Hyun realizes that he had thought only Jaehyun had insane talent, but it's clear his friends are on a different level too. When Hoyeon runs into a Taurus monster that tries to smash him into the ground, he blocks the monster's axe with his shield, while Ina attacks the monster's limbs, and Hyun gets the chance to attack the monster's head. With the new support, the job of taking out these monsters seems doable. Meanwhile, some students thank Jaesong for saving them with his potions, and Soyeol tries to lead the students to the exit. Eventually, the students are left with the A+ rank boss monster. Hyun and Juhyub rush towards the monster to attack its leg and restrict its movements, and he asks the others to reach its core and kill it. Hoyeon immediately asks Yujung to use debuffs to reduce the dragon's strength, so she leaps into the air and uses a debuff on the dragon. Meanwhile, Juhyub laments that the newbies are going to be the stars of the show at this rate, but Hyun tells him there's nothing they can do about it because the Circle 9's destructive power is better than theirs. Annoyed by that, Juhyub activates his Wheel-Wind skill, then he breaks the bones on one of the monster's legs. Hyun confirms his suspicions that Juhyub doesn't consider the allies around him when attacking, so he activates his Deadly Pierce skill and cuts through some of the monster's bones. Once that is done, he signals to the other team to act, so Ina activates her Sword of Alfheimer, and Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword to attack the monster's core. When Hela's summoned serpent swallowed Heimdall just as he was about to attack her, she thought she was in the clear. But then the serpent started squirming, a noticeable bulge forming in its belly. Hela could hear Heimdall's terrified screams. In an instant, he burst out of the serpent, furious that she would think he could be taken down so easily. Heimdall shot toward her, sword pointed at Hela, leaving her in shock. She tried to call him to move, but before she could react, his sword plunged into her chest. Even though he had lost a third of his powers in this form, he just smirked, and told her she wasn't the only one who could wield divine powers. His face tightens as he calls her a fool for trying to change something that's supposed to happen. He draws his sword and pushes her back, and our hero watches her with a blank expression. He struggles, but is only met by the sound of the Heimdall trumpet. As he presses his ears to block it out, his vision starts to blur, and he feels that familiar ache of failing to protect someone he cares about. Just barely keeping it together, he despises the fact that all his attempts to change his destiny seem pointless. Then, he finds himself facing Ina, who tells him they both woke up after losing someone crucial. He's on the verge of figuring out their doomed fate, but Ina interrupts him. While crying, she asks how he thinks she felt in that moment. She remembers a girl who once screamed for her help after she woke up, but instead of helping her, Ina just walked away coldly. As the girl kept shouting, Ina realized something shocking. The girl had apologized for being harsh. Still, she insisted that Ina was kind and would save her. A giant tentacle lunged at Ina, but she quickly called forth the sword of Alfheimer, and glowing arrows shot out, slicing through the creature in no time. But out of nowhere, the girl's mood flipped, and she started yelling that Ina was just paying her back for all the money spent on raising her. She didn't even notice the monster's body was about to crash down on her. With one last curse directed at Ina, she was gone. Ina turned away quietly, realizing no one was going to look out for her. Not her parents, not anyone. She got that only she could have her own back. Our guy was just standing there, frozen and unsure what to say. Then she added how it's probably the same for Guildmaster Sion. Her power didn't come from suffering, but from finding her own strength after a hard loss. She wrapped it up by saying he's different, that he doesn't need to go through something like that, because out of everyone she knows, he's the most determined. Back in the now, our hero recalls Ina's words, and suddenly, a bright golden light starts to swirl around him. Heimdall's getting really annoyed, but he's taken aback when he sees our guy standing tall, staring right into Heimdall's soul. The system kicks in, making Odin's lost eyes react to Hyun's determination. Because of this, he unlocks divinity usurpation. Hyun tells Hela that he still needs her no matter what, but she's down and hurt. Hyun's got this fresh skill that can drain the power from weakened gods. Heimdall's really annoyed, but he still thinks Hyun doesn't have what it takes to use it. The usurpation skill is a traitor move in Asgard and can't be pulled off by anyone without divinity. Our guy is a bit clueless, so Hela pops in to explain that when Heimdall says usurp, he's actually talking about Loki, the big sinner from Hell and the leader of the anti-Aesir squad. As our hero finally gets this, he starts to activate usurpation, but Heimdall jumps in quick to let him know it won't work on him. But our hero sets the record straight, saying Heimdall misunderstood him. He steps forward, activates mid-air leap, and suddenly he's right behind Heimdall. While he's in mid-air, he makes it clear that the one he's about to usurp isn't Heimdall at all. He taps into his divinity and sends it straight at Hela. In a split second, all that divine energy hits her, leaving Heimdall speechless. Hela feels a jolt of pain. She's totally caught off guard. Even though she can't wrap her head around how Hyun pulled this off so quickly, it hits her that Loki was onto something. She always thought Loki was just a natural-born god, but now she gets it. There's a human out there who's claimed divinity through sheer will and strength. As the divine energy settles, Hela's injuries heal completely. She remembers Hyun doubting his own strength, but he's been the chosen one all along. Our hero steps up to Heimdall and powers up with Lightning God's power, along with another move called Blitz Chain. Mana chains float around him while he smirks, kicking off the second phase of the battle. Heimdall looks pretty annoyed, knowing these lightning chains have godly power behind them to hit their target. As the chains come at him, he tries to block them with his sword, but they just keep hitting harder with each strike. He can hardly believe Hyun is actually using Thor's lightning power. Those chains are after him non-stop, and he has to move fast to dodge getting crushed. In a panic, he tries to think of a new plan, but a quick hit sends him and all his ideas crashing to the ground. Grabbing his sword, he props himself up and stands his ground. Heimdall yells out in frustration, while Hyun, now fully in control of his newly discovered powers, stays calm and confident. He strides over to Heimdall, encouraging him to channel all that anger because things are about to get serious. Heimdall's fury is boiling over, but he's out of options. After using up all his divinity against Hela's clone earlier, he's completely wiped out, and even the Gjallarhorn is out of his reach. Fear takes over him, and disgust churns in his chest. The thought of a regular human taking him down is just too much to handle. He jumps in and attacks, but Hyun pulls out Thor's chains again. Heimdall fights back hard, bragging that Hyun might be tough, but he's still just a human who can't really handle divinity. Heimdall slices through the chains and charges again, only to realize he's pushed himself too far. Suddenly, a portal made of Thor's chains opens up around him in midair, hitting him with a blinding burst of lightning. Heimdall yells out in pain, tied up and at Hyun's mercy as the thunder dies down. Hyun steps forward, pulling out his sword with a cold, determined look in his eyes. All Heimdall can do is curse him in anger before Hyun finishes it with one clean cut to the neck. During that fight, our hero has no clue that a dark entity has been watching him the whole time. That entity is Hugin, who calls Heimdall an idiot for making the mistake of trusting him. Their plans are now completely messed up and need to be reported to Odin. Even he can't believe Heimdall lost to an ordinary human. Hugin has a hunch that our guy is leveling up way faster than they expected. He's also tapped into some divine power. It's only a matter of time before he gets even stronger. But Hugin brushes it off, saying it's no big deal since the end is near. Out of nowhere, he vanishes into dark energy while ravens circle above our hero. Our hero glances at Heimdall's severed head, which always seems ticked off. He can't help but grin and tells the head it actually looks decent right now. Heimdall, not impressed, throws down a curse, warning that our guy might be lucky this time, but next time, he'll toss him straight into Asgard's prison. Our hero just pushes his foot against Heimdall's head and tells him to zip it. He thinks to himself that Heimdall only tapped into 30% of his power and might soon get yanked back to Asgard. Heim won't stop bragging that Hyun's wind can't take down Ragnarok, but our guy is totally unfazed. He's ready to take out every single one of them. Heim calls our dude a rookie, saying that all these monsters, including him, are going to become raiders, and they even see it as some kind of blessing. Our hero demands to know why, but Heim says he needs to check everything around him first. In the end, he learns just how bitter betrayal can be and how deep the wounds of trust can be. As Heimdall's head starts to disappear, our hero breathes a sigh of relief, glad to see one less problem in his way. He checks in on Hela, asking if she's doing okay. Hela says her body is no longer breaking down and quietly thanks him. Our hero figures he still has stuff to take care of, so he turns away and tells her they can chat later, leaving her looking pretty upset. He then catches sight of Heimdall's lifeless body. As he focuses his power, the hero kicks off divinity usurpation, aiming to absorb the last bits of Heimdall's essence. Mana rushes from the fragments and blends into his energy. He had a feeling there might be some divine traces left in Heimdall's body, and it turns out he was right. Without a second thought, he keeps moving forward, leaving Hela behind. She feels a bit envious for not getting even a moment of his attention. The scene shifts to a vast palace, where someone is seated on a throne. Heimdall stands in front of him, feeling bad that he didn't take out the great adversary because he let his guard down. Odin, sitting on Hlidskjalf, his throne that lets him see across all 9 realms, listens. Heimdall gets really angry and questions why the great adversary suddenly unlocked a special skill in that moment. That whole battle had drained half of his divine power. Odin, staying calm, says they need to move forward with the elimination and tells Heimdall to help Freya gather the undead army. When Heimdall tries to argue, Odin gives him a look that says he'd better shape up or else. Realizing he messed up, Heimdall quickly bows his head to apologize. Odin brushes him off right away, telling him to get lost. After Heimdall leaves, Odin calls for Hugin. The Dark Watcher shows up beside him without making a sound. Odin says the war is about to kick off and that Hugin knows exactly what they need. With a quick wave of his hand, Hugin steps forward to start getting the Anirecap, the army of the dead, ready. The scene shifts to our guy, who's still thinking about Heimdall's advice to pay attention to all the little details before reaching the end. He starts to remember Mimir's warning about doubting the system. After some thought, he realizes that both Heimdall and Mimir are saying the same thing, pointing to a hidden meaning. He figures it has something to do with methodology. Super determined to uncover the truth, he digs into his research late into the night. Eventually, he figures out that shiny raider eye isn't a riddle but actually an anagram. Now the Einherjar is ready, and he finally gets what he was meant to doubt. The scene shifts to the other awakened, and the guy with black hair says they're done trying to keep Hyun in check. Anyone who doesn't agree is picking a fight with both his crew and theirs. The others let out a sigh, admitting they couldn't even slow him down if they wanted to. His group is already way stronger than all the students combined. He nods, saying they've gotten way too strong, way too fast. They reached that level in just a few months. For now, he figures they should focus on cleaning up the mess left over from the entire incident. Before wrapping things up, he brings up something else. He calls out to Ji-yoon, asking why she skipped the raid when she's supposed to be the leader of one of the top circles. He mentions that they could have won if Circle 9 hadn't messed things up. The blonde guy snaps back, demanding to know what she's talking about. Ji-yoon tells him she knew none of them were good enough to take on the Bone Dragon raid, so she figured it wasn't worth risking her team. As she walks away, she mentions that this is how Third Eye plans to keep operating. She smirks, clearly impressed with our guy, and sensing that things are about to get way more interesting. Meanwhile, he realizes that adult raiders couldn't use their skills during the Bone Dragon raid, and that little detail says a lot. If the Aesir gods can mess with the system, then what Mimir and Heimdall said about adapting could be their way of hinting at the real deal behind the Aesir system. It feels like the game has Asgard's secret history and the key to revealing who Odin really is. After the first Ragnarok, Odin's army, the Einherjar, got wiped out. But that's not the whole picture. The Einherjar were Odin's muscle. Whether they were good or bad is up for debate, but they were definitely Odin's tools. He fooled humans, turned them into slaves, and used them to battle the anti-Aesir. A ton of Einherjar died in that war, and humans started to get suspicious of Odin, so they stopped helping him out. This turned into a big issue because only humans could become Einherjar, and they had to be completely loyal to the gods. With everything falling apart, Odin came up with a plan. He spread the roots of Yggdrasil everywhere, filling the world with monsters, and then he offered humans a weird gift he called the Aesir system. Everyone around the world started using it, thinking it was some kind of divine help, but really it was just a way to bring Odin's army back to life. In Mimir's old notes, there's a message meant for the great adversary, telling him to rush to Yggdrasil's control tower right away. That's where the Aesir system's core, the control device, is located. If he doesn't get there soon, all the humans linked to the system will end up as his enemies. Before too long, the kid feels like he really needs to meet up with Hela. He rushes over to her, saying it's important. She raises an eyebrow and asks what's so serious that he'd wake up a sleeping god. He spills that it's about the Einherjar and that he's figured out Odin's real plan. After listening to him, she decides they need to talk this over with the anti-Aesir alliance, saying they'll head out once night falls. He nods, knowing he can count on her to help. He pulls out a glove and mentions he heard it used to belong to the first awakened, Juwan. He asks if she knows anything about it, but Hela says it sounds familiar, yet she doesn't know much about it. He decides to drop it for now, figuring that getting the word out about the Einherjar is more important. First though, she needs to sort out the quest rewards. The system chimes in, letting her know the quest is done and that her rewards are being calculated. He's always pumped about this part. When he checks the rewards, he's hit with a surprise in the second update. His communication system is getting a major upgrade, so he can talk to anyone no matter where they are. Plus, he can now store his mythic grade skills in activated sockets, and there's a crow radar automatically installed to catch sight of Odin's ravens flying around. So, he just got the main quest reward, System Breaker. Hela points out that it's a communication upgrade, and now he can count on her more. He shoots back that it feels like she's using him instead of actually helping, which gets her a bit annoyed. Probably thinking it'd also update his user status window, he takes a look at his stats and grabs a potion of giant's blood. He couldn't use it before, but now it's game on. He cracks it open and pours it all over his head. The system chimes in about a surge of giant power, bumping his mana up by 30. His stats hit S rank, making him as strong as a mid-tier S rank raider. Checking out his mythic skill socket, he sees his lightning damage is jacked up by 300%, plus some extra hidden boosts. He can't help but grin. His limits are gone. With full divinity, there are no more restrictions. The only thing holding him back is the locked socket slots. To unlock them, he's got to boost his divinity by taking down other mythical beings. For now though, wielding the lightning god's power is more than enough. Hela is totally taken aback by our hero's crow radar ability. She mentions how, with that, tracking down the ravens should be a piece of cake. The hero suddenly thinks that finding Hugin should be a breeze too. He glances at another quest, one that seems like it could be the toughest yet. System Breaker. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another spot where a few guys are hanging out by the window. Ji-yoon tells Juwon that they shouldn't keep him waiting too long, which catches Juwon off guard since it's not like his senior to be so anxious. A flashback shows Ji-yoon chatting with our guy during an outdoor training session. She tells him he really made a difference back then. He appreciates the compliment but says he's busy and walks off. She calls out to him, mentioning that even though she's the leader of one of the 4 great circles, she didn't join the raid, and now everyone's been giving her a hard time about it. He replies that if someone is weak, they should step aside before it's too late because once you're dead, not even healing magic can help. Her heart sinks because in that moment, she realizes that he's reached a new level of power. Recently, news hit that a few military instructors were killed during some outdoor training. Definitely a shocking event for the academy. Not long after, Hyun surprises everyone again with another amazing performance. His quick progress has even the skeptics at a loss for words. Juwon admits it's about time he steps up, even if it feels a bit early. He takes a look at a portrait of Odin and jokingly comments on the legendary adversary of prophecy. After hanging the portrait back up, he smirks and thinks it's finally time to find out just how interesting Odin's story really is. The scene shifts to a press conference, where a girl in a green hat addresses the crowd. She says she knows everyone has questions, but the one thing she can confirm is that a new threat is coming up. They're all there to celebrate the hope that got them through the last one. Today, they're giving awards to the students who stepped up the most. She calls out the first name, Hyun, along with the members of Circle 9, and our boy band heads up to the stage. Later, Yoojung calls him out, asking if he has anything to share. He says he can't spill everything. She questions why he keeps so many secrets. He's asking about Heimdall, the one who attacked them. He looks away and says he can't explain much, just that Heimdall's power is linked to him and that he's really strong. Yoojung is getting frustrated. Hoyeon agrees that Heimdall was a real monster. The other guys are quiet, just waiting. After a moment, he says it's too soon to share the whole truth. Everyone looks let down. He sighs and mentions that he's reached S rank. Soil stands up in shock, asking if that's how he managed to survive. He shakes his head, saying he's going to have to face enemies like Heimdall again. If that happens, they need to run. regardless of the circumstances. The blonde girl wants to know if he's going to take on the fight by himself again, but before she can finish her thought, the whole room goes dark. His voice echoes, saying that unless they can keep up with him, they can't stand by his side. If they're not cool with that, they should just aim for S rank, and then he won't have to tell them to run. Yoojung gets a bit emotional and calls him cold. He checks his phone, then hops in a car and takes off for his next mission. The driver is pretty surprised to see our guy at the flex auction. He mentions that our hero needs a lot of stock to be considered a VIP. When he asks how much cash our boy put in, he just shrugs and says he can't really remember, but probably everything he ever made. The driver chuckles, saying that kind of mindset is way beyond a regular working dude. They pull up to the building, and Scarface tells our boy that if anything goes down, he's got it covered, so just give him a shout. Our boy nods and mentions he doubts anyone would want to mess with him. Scarface laughs and says he's right as our boy heads inside. The place looks super fancy, but one woman seems really uncomfortable. Her friend notices and asks what's up. She points out a kid sitting off to the side. Balak turns to see who she's talking about and goes stiff. He remembers the bold kid they met back at the hotel in Iceland. He murmurs that the kid's a rising star in the Lotus Guild, though he didn't think they'd be at this auction. Camilla squints and says that kid is trouble. When Balak looks again, he feels it too. The same dark vibe as that black robe. The scene shifts to the auction office, where the chief tells his wife they've come a long way and just need one last push. He mentions that he can't afford any mistakes now, especially with all the investigators and VIPs around. While he's talking, he spots an open window and wonders who left it that way. Before he can do anything, a sharp tentacle suddenly pierces through his body, and he doesn't even have time to scream. Then someone covers his eyes from behind. It's Ji-yoon. She's a total psycho and completely engulfs him just to see how Hyun will react. Balak walks up to our guy and says he didn't expect to see him here, and that he's gotten pretty famous lately. Camilla rolls her eyes, calling Balak an idiot for being so blunt. Balak chuckles, saying the top battle mage from Korea's best academy must have turned some heads in the European Union. Our guy smiles back and says it's an honor. Camilla then activates Breath of Mana, a skill that shows a person's unique mana flow. But what she feels from him matches perfectly with someone else, which shouldn't even be possible. Balak comes closer and mentions they'll find out by the end of the day if that kid is really the Black Robe. Camilla feels annoyed by Balak's self-righteous vibe, the same one that led to his divorce. Not long after, the auction CEO stumbles in looking like a total mess. He introduces himself and pulls out the first item, the Rock of Transcendence. Our guy feels something's off about the CEO but shifts his focus to the rock. He knows that one shard won't cut it for stable effects, but its stats are pretty impressive, giving skill buffs and boosting mana. With this rock, any fight could turn upside down. When the bidding kicks off, our guy coolly throws down 10 billion. The whole room goes quiet. Balak jumps in at 11, even surprising Camilla. Without missing a beat, our guy counters with 12. Balak glares at him while Camilla looks like she's ready to jump in. The kid asks if he's trying to get under his skin. Balak just smirks and says he's only into rocks, but then he plays it off, saying it's not a big deal. The kid nods, admitting he got it wrong. Balak leans back, watching him closely, curious about what this kid's really up to. As the auction wraps up, the last thing up for bid is this A-ranked artifact that boosts your resistance to data subnormality skills. But it's not going to do our guy any good since he's already got Hell's Blessing. Just when he's about to dip, the creepy CEO chimes in, saying they've got a surprise item that's S-rank, and he's sure everyone will freak over it. Our hero is totally confused, thinking it's strange to toss a surprise item in at the very end of an auction. The CEO then mentions that the seller will provide everyone with the details. Ji-yoon strolls in with a sly grin, leaving our hero completely frozen in place as he just gapes at her. She steps closer, eyeing the S-rank artifact, and promises to fill everyone in about this thing called Draupnir. It gives off a pretty intense vibe. She tells everyone to hold on for a sec. As some red energy starts to seep out of the artifact, she explains that it multiplies 9 times every 9 days. But there's a catch. With a flick of her wrist, streaks of red light shoot out toward the guests. Our hero's eyes light up as he realizes it's actually death itself. But he's totally unaffected by the harmful red mana. He quickly notices that his absolute calculation isn't working. This artifact's power is throwing it off. Around him, people are collapsing as their heads and chests explode from the red magic. The only ones left standing are Camilla and Balak. Balak grits his teeth, frustrated and wondering what's going on in this crazy new world, while Ji-yoon smirks, saying she doesn't want any unwanted visitors since she's only here for a showdown with a great opponent. The hero's mind is spinning as he remembers his past run-ins with Ji-yoon and the weird vibes he always got from her. Now it clicks. Ji-yoon is just another pawn for Aesir. Ji-yoon chuckles and asks for a better compliment. The hero is curious and asks what she really wants. She bluntly says she wants Hyun, and it's all coming from a place of pure resentment. Our hero tells her he's not about to let her do whatever she wants. Balak and Camilla get ready for action while Ji-yoon bursts into wild laughter, calling them dangerously interesting. But she's taken her sweet time now. She gulps down something that makes our guy uneasy, as everyone around them starts growing these crazy red tentacles. Camilla is trying to figure out what's going on, her eyes scanning the chaos around her. Out of nowhere, Balak rushes in and goes after the tentacles. She steps in to block him mid-swing, which just annoys him more, but she quickly explains she's not trying to stop him from fighting. She warns him that rushing in without a plan is too risky, and mentions that she has never seen that artifact before. Ji-yoon gives Camilla some props for stopping Balak, saying if she hadn't, anyone connected to the artifact would have been screwed. She assures her there's no need to panic since they're all still alive. Our hero is puzzled and asks what she means by still, and she explains that while they're alive, there's no real reason to keep them that way. They're just in a coma. He figures out that if it's caused by mana, he needs to move quickly. Then, grabbing the CEO by his tie, Ji-yoon points out that their greed is gone, and their ego has taken a hit, leaving their minds a bit shaky. The hero questions whether that's the artifact's fault or Hyugin's doing. She grabs the CEO's face and says that without one emotion from people, they just turn dumb. Hyun tells her to cut the crap and change them back to normal. She challenges him, asking what if she doesn't want to. In the blink of an eye, the hero has her face pinned to the ground, her hands trapped under his knees. Flattening her ego, he tells her he'll make her want to bring them back to normal. She couldn't believe how Hyun suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She hadn't even seen him move. Then, our hero just takes her finger and snaps it without a second thought. She screams in pain. Camilla and Balak stand there, watching quietly as she breaks down, and then our guy grabs her other finger and says he's ready for one more. Sweat is dripping down her face while she curses him, and out of nowhere, her bracelet lights up. A portal opens right above him. He quickly realizes it's a gate, and before he can even process it, he starts to teleport, along with Balak and Camilla. He lets out a sigh just as the system chimes in to let him know he's entering a special dungeon, the Valley of Greed. As they disappear, Ji-yoon stares at her messed up finger, boiling with anger she can't shake off. She shoots a glare at the spot they vanished from, promising herself that she'll never forgive him. Just then, Juwon breaks the silence, checking in on her to see if she's okay. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the three awakeners are standing still in the dark. Camilla suspects that Hyun and Ji-yoon must know each other, but what's bugging her even more is the weird nickname Ji-yoon called Hyun. Balak notices the look on her face and says he's on the same page. That guy might really be the big bad they've been talking about. He didn't catch the start of the conversation, but he's pretty sure that's what Ji-yoon called him. He remembers a gate that warned intruders not to enter, mentioning that the ruins were made for the prophesied great adversary. Balak steps closer to our guy, sword pointed at him, and asks if he's the black-robed dude who cleared out those ruins. Our hero just shrugs and asks if that's really the big deal at the moment. The air shakes for a second, and with a flick of his hand, he sends a shockwave that pushes Balak back a few steps. As he starts to turn away, he spots a bunch of red eyes glowing in the dark. From the shadows, an elf-like monster steps forward. Balak grits his teeth and grumbles that they're just a bunch of weaklings. Outside the dungeon, Ji-yoon is nursing her broken finger and wincing in pain, while Juwon can't help but grin like a kid over the artifact's ability to open a whole gate. Ji-yoon rolls her eyes and tells him she's not handing it over, especially since he's got something cooler already. Juwon laughs and pokes fun, asking if she's really skilled enough to handle Fafnir, the fire monster, with her Draupnir. Ji-yoon admits things are still a bit shaky, but she thinks that even without total control, finding their big enemy and the two weak humans shouldn't be too tough. Juwon stays quiet for a second, then smirks and says he probably won't need to do much, at least for now. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our hero is carving through everything in sight. The ground's covered in bodies, and the air is thick with the smell of battle. Thinking about Draupnir, he figures that the bracelet Ji-yoon is wearing has to be a mythic-level artifact. She just opened a gate, but he can't tell if she created a new dungeon or teleported them into one that was already there. Either way, there's no way she pulled that off by herself. That doubt disappears as soon as he thinks about how powerful a mythic rank artifact actually is. A bunch of elf monsters come rushing in, but Balak swings his weapon once and takes them out in an instant. While Camilla is busy fending off the monsters in the dungeon, our hero starts to think to himself that since he can't use absolute calculation, it can't be Ji-yoon's spell or skill. It must be the power of the artifact. That means it's the second mythic item he's come across, not counting Heimdall's Gallarhorn. After they take out all the dungeon creatures, Balak turns to Hyun and asks if he's the Black Robe. To avoid raising more eyebrows, Hyun finally owns up to it. Balak wonders if he's really the bad guy here. If that's the case, then why did he step in during that school camping disaster and act all heroic? Was it just for show? Our guy pauses for a bit, then says he's not the type to be motivated by some grand purpose. When Balak pushes him again, asking why he helped out, Hyun replies that he doesn't see everyone as his enemy, even if his standards might be a bit fuzzy. Balak glances over at Camilla, then turns back to him and gets serious, asking what those standards even are. Our hero meets his gaze and finally says it all. It just depends on how he feels. Camilla looks shocked and asks if he's serious, but he shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter much. He'll do whatever it takes to keep the people he cares about safe. That sets Balak off. He grabs our hero by the tie and yells that Hyun could have killed him back at the ancient ruins. He adds that it might have been better for him if he really wanted to keep his identity a secret. Balak thinks back on what went down and relaxes a bit, realizing Hyun actually spared him. He mentions he'll keep an eye on him from now on to get a grip on those so-called standards. Camilla lets out a sigh, saying she usually likes going solo, but admits it's smarter to team up in a place like this. Our hero smirks and tells her she's more flexible than he expected, then adds she should keep his secret to herself, for her own good. Later on, a Draugr takes a hit right to the head, gets nailed through, and drops dead instantly. Balak slams his sword into the ground and says he's never seen a Draugr that tough before. Then he turns to Hyun and asks if he knows anything about it. Hyun just goes quiet. He remembers that the Dark Elf didn't feel this powerful, but these monsters are way stronger than they should be. He wonders if it's just something weird about this dungeon and decides he needs to stay on his toes. Camilla jumps in, saying that's not the main issue right now, and insists they need to move. That woman mentioned that the auction people are still alive, so they need to speed up the process. As they start walking, our hero suddenly looks off in another direction. Using his Norin detection system, he detects something and tells everyone to halt. He says there's something over there. Camilla is taken aback. Just a moment ago, there was nothing, but now she can feel this crazy surge of mana coming from that spot. Suddenly, the system lets her know that the way to the deeper levels of the Valley of Greed is now open. Outside, the artifact is reacting like crazy. Ji-yoon realizes the great adversary is moving way faster than she thought and wonders what he's up to. Inside the dungeon, our hero mentions that he'll take the lead since it looks like they're after him. Balak points out that it's kinda like what went down at the ancient ruins. The hero agrees and adds that while it's similar, this time their goals are totally different. Balak turns away, saying he'll cover the back while Camilla backs him up from the middle. Camilla looks between our guy and Balak, trying to figure out what's up with him. She notices how different he is from the guy she saw at the ruins, and wonders which version of him is the real deal. He exhales softly and mentions that both sides are part of who he is since everyone has two sides. Just then, a quest notification pops up to take down the boss monster Fafnir of Greed and head back to his world. As they think about Fafnir, our hero remembers the tale of a dragon born from greed, a dwarf who tried to snag the cursed treasure of the gods. Overcome by his desires, the dwarf ended up killing his own dad and pushing away his younger siblings just to keep the gold for himself. But even after all that, he was still scared someone would take it, so he turned into a dragon and disappeared with the treasure. Our hero figures that the Valley of Greed has to be where this beast is hiding. And the big deal? It's the same dragon that got taken down by the legendary Dragon Slayer, who originally owned the Dragon Slayer's sword. With a sigh, our hero realizes they'll need to tread carefully from here on out. His friends are taken aback when a golden light bursts from the darkness, and a system alert pops up saying they've found Fafnir's nest. They wonder if this Fafnir is the same dragon from the stories. Our hero tears the entrance open wider and tells them to head inside. They step carefully over the cracks in the ground towards a blinding glow. They find themselves surrounded by piles of gold coins. Camilla can picture it perfectly, but Balak reminds everyone to stay on guard. She pulls out her weapon, and they all stick close together. Out of nowhere, a coin flips from the pile and smacks him. Then, all the coins start rising up as this giant monster appears. Fafnir pops up from under the treasure. Our hero locks eyes with the dragon, and it feels like it's looking right into his soul. The system chimes in, saying Fafnir's monster rank dropped a bit due to some restraints. After a decent entrance, the beast lets out a classic dragon roar. However, Camilla notices that, even weakened, it's still holding that S rank. Our hero stays chill and tells his friends they can take this on. He reminds them of the time when Balak destroyed the enemies. He reminds them of something that was said before. There can only be one Balmung. Camille's jaw drops in shock as our hero triggers a magic artifact, and the dragon-slaying sword pops into existence right in front of them. He can't help but feel lucky this time, managing to create not just one but two Balmungs. Turning to Balak, he asks if the plan sounds good. Balak smirks and nods without a second thought. The two of them grab their swords together, feeling pretty confident that this might actually work. They're facing off against the massive dragon, fully pumped and ready to fight. Balak activates the special effect of the Dragon Slayer's sword, while our hero kicks in the weapon's passive skill, jacking up their damage by up to 300%. But just as they're about to attack, the dragon opens its mouth wide, gearing up to blast them with fire. Camellia figures out it's about to try to roast them alive. Flames erupt, spreading across the ground and melting the gold coins underfoot. Then, out of that molten mess, something shoots out at lightning speed. It's our hero and Balak, barreling straight through the fire. Balak yells that they'll grab the dragon's attention while Camellia goes in for the attack from above. Using her weapon, she gracefully dodges through the flames. Our hero slides beneath the dragon's massive body, putting himself right underneath the beast. He knows Camellia isn't just any mage. Her combat skills even outshine Sion's. Camellia starts to form a huge magic circle, and our hero can't help but feel excited. Finally, he's about to see the power of one of the strongest mages in the world. He leaps toward the dragon, springing off its leg in midair and shouting to Camellia, asking how long she needs to cast her spell. Suddenly, the monster lunges at him. From the ground, Balak braces himself as Hyun is almost about to get devoured. Out of nowhere, a flash comes from the right, and our guy barely escapes the monster's jaws. Camilla says she needs 20 seconds to cast her spell. Meanwhile, Balak is making quick moves around the dragon to buy some time. Our hero thinks 20 seconds is way too long, so he uses frozen earth and, with a sigh, freezes a big area into glacier ice. The jagged ice corners trap the dragon in place. As Balak calls for Camilla, she activates Aqua Punishment. A bunch of magic circles pop up behind her, and from a small red circle a huge explosion goes off. The mana forms sharp arrows that hover above her magic circles. The mage's performance totally blows away our guy. Seriously, she's killing it. Those sharp aqua needles shoot out and hit the dragon from all angles, forcing its neck to straighten up. In that moment, both Hyun and Balak spot the dragon's weak spot and leap in to strike. They slash at its neck with all their might. Afterwards, they still seem pretty tense, wondering why the beast didn't seem to take any damage and actually got even angrier instead. The beast is going wild, flapping its wings like crazy, and its glowing eyes are brighter than ever. Our hero notices something's off about the creature, but before he can think it through, a deep voice booms out, demanding gold. He freezes when the dragon's eyes briefly go back to normal, and it growls out again in pain that it wants more gold. With an earth-shaking roar, it unleashes a blast of wind so strong it kicks up a dust storm, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The wings are flapping so hard that nearby glaciers start to crack. The dragon goes into a full-on rage, growling a name with pure hatred, Odin. Our hero tenses up in shock when he hears the dragon mention Odin. He's left wondering how the gold, the curse of Fafnir, and Odin are all connected. His mind drifts back to some of the research he conducted on the Einherjar jar and those ancient myths. There was this tale about Anvari's ring, a cursed piece that could churn out gold endlessly, but it would doom whoever owned it. It dawns on me that the gold Fafnir was hoarding must have something to do with that ring. Considering how out of control the beast seems, the curse still has a grip on him. They used to think that the scales on the dragon's neck were its weak spot, but after hitting it over and over, it barely left a scratch. Turns out that theory was totally off. So, where's the real weak point? Maybe Fafnir is still holding onto that cursed ring. Our hero notices the beast can actually talk. He approaches slowly and says he's got a question. Blood drips from the dragon's eyes as it growls and demands to know what a human is doing there. Our guy questions whether Odin used him and his family as pawns. The dragon squints and finally admits it. He lost his whole family because of Odin. He shakes with anger and sadness, recalling the way Odin wiped them all out. Balak and Camellia share worried glances, but our hero is all ears. He realizes this version of the story sounds different from what he's read. In the Dungeon's take, Thor was the one who took advantage of Fafnir, not Odin, and even Fafnir's sister got kidnapped. From that, our hero figures that Odin and the Aesir gods must have gone after Fafnir's family directly. He tells the beast that he'll free him from his chains and help him get revenge for his family. Still, before he can finish, Fafnir lets out another massive roar, calling out Odin's name over and over. The anger completely takes over, and he loses all sense of reason. Realizing there's no point in trying to negotiate, our hero gets ready to take action. Balak starts shouting, asking how the hell he's talking to the beast. Our hero says he can clearly hear its voice. Balak and Camellia look totally confused since they only hear the dragon's cries of pain. That's when he figures out it must be one of his abilities that lets him understand what the beast is saying. He fired up his magic detection skill and made it clear that if the dragon didn't back off, he'd have to take care of it himself. Suddenly, his ability zeroed in on the dragon's weak spot, right on its forehead, where that cursed ring was hiding under the scales. His buddies were a bit unsure but decided to go with his gut. Turning to Balak, he said he was counting on him this time. Balak tightened his grip and shot back that this weak point better be on point. He activated his skill, Formless Sword Art, Illusion Slash. At the same time, Camellia kicked in her active skill, Binding. Thick mana-infused chains erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the dragon and pinning it down. Balak jumped high, landing on the beast's forehead. Mana surged around his blade as he swung it hard, making a deep gash that barely broke through the scales. He muttered a curse, realizing the creature was tougher than he thought, and got ready to strike again. But before he could go for it, our hero told him to back off. He activated a blank card, Garden of Swords, a powerful skill that gave him the basics of the formless sword art. As the ghostly sword formed in his hand, he couldn't help but smirk, feeling like he finally got exactly what he needed. Purple energy swirls around our hero's sword as he gets into position. Balak stares in shock at the glowing blade in the boy's hand. Our hero fixes his gaze on a single spot and gets ready to strike. He activates the formless sword move called Illusion Slash and drives the sword right into the dragon's forehead. The blade slices through the skin, pushing deeper with unstoppable force. Balak watches in amazement as Hyun finally nails it. A big smile spreads across our hero's face as divine energy flows through him. The system confirms that the blade has hit the ring and powers up the lightning god's abilities. A deadly wave of energy builds in his sword, and with one final blow, the glowing ring shatters, its golden light fading away. Our hero whispers that he finally did it. The system announces that Indivari's ring is destroyed. Light crackles above the beast's forehead before it collapses, completely powerless. Our hero and Balak land safely just as another message pops up, saying that Odin's control over Fafnir is over. The dragon's golden eyes slowly go back to normal. As the hero walks toward the fallen beast, Camilla turns to Balak and asks if Hyun really used the formless sword. Balak frowns, still trying to wrap his head around what he just saw. That wild attack was way beyond anything he could understand. Camilla points out that a skill like that shouldn't even be possible without a special skill garden. So, how did he manage to accomplish this? Balak replies that it's probably best not to make an enemy out of him. Meanwhile, our hero turns to the dragon and asks if it's going to explain what's going on, since time is running out. The dragon looks tired and says that salvation has finally come. It realizes the hero deserves to know the truth and starts to speak. How everything began to fall apart with the arrival of a man. His dad was a dwarf mage named Hrayamar, and he had 3 sons, with him being the middle one. His older brother would often use his magic to turn into an otter to catch fish for his siblings. But one day, he just didn't come back. Everyone waited until night, and instead of him, a man showed up. He called himself a traveler and wanted to spend the night because it was too dark to keep going. In exchange, he handed them some beast's leather. It looked way too familiar. It was the leather of an otter. That night, the missing brother came back to them, but he wasn't himself anymore, just a piece of hide. The father shouted his name in shock. The traveler realized what he'd done and, staying cool about it, offered to make it right. He waved his staff, and gold started pouring out of nowhere, completely covering the otter's hide. On top of all that, there was a gorgeous ring that was impossible to look away from. The mood in the room completely changed, and what happened next was a whole new story laid out before them. Our hero realized that the guy he was talking to was actually Odin. The dragon noticed how chill he was, which made sense since the boy had been through so much lately that he couldn't really freak out anymore. The dragon, looking weak and unable to move its wings, said its time was almost up and asked one last thing about the human in front of it. Our hero shot back with a question about whether the dragon knew anything about the Norns. He then revealed that he was the enemy from the prophecy, the one who's supposed to take down Asgard. The dragon looked at him and said that it made sense why he had mentioned revenge earlier. Our hero nodded, saying he owed Odin a favor and intended to settle that debt while also getting revenge for the dragon. With a faint grin, the beast bares its teeth and tells him that even though its power is fading, it can sense some divine energy within him. It decides to give him a gift. When the hero asks what it is, the dragon's body starts to fade away, its voice echoing softly as it wishes him peace on his journey. A moment later, a notification pops up. He's the first to successfully hunt a dragon. He brushes it off and looks at the fading creature, quietly promising to avenge it. More messages flash in front of him, announcing his level up and new rewards, including access to Fafnir's divine energy. Then, a beam of light gathers in his hands as the system reports that the dragon's gift has arrived. He's received a mysterious brewing dragon egg, but he has no clue what it's for. He manages to grab the dragon's egg, and Balak thinks it's game over because he has a ton of questions for him. He's curious about how our guy plans to use his special skill, but of course he can't go into details and isn't really required to. He mentions there's something more pressing, and then he says it menacingly, it's to keep him quiet. Then he activates his subordination skill. When they step out of the portal, the CEO of the auction is sprawled on the floor, knocked out. If they don't do something fast, he's a goner. Balak asks if anyone can perform healing magic. Kamalia only knows attack spells. She has a few basic healing spells up her sleeve, and Balak figures that's still better than nothing. But our guy steps up and says it's going to be too late. He smirks and uses his sacrifice skill. Suddenly, gorgeous wings like an angel's sprout from his back, leaving Kamalia stunned. She can't believe he's a battle mage, someone who's great with both swords and magic. But that doesn't quite add up. A battle mage shouldn't be able to pull off healing magic that powerful. Still, he strides over and starts healing the unconscious CEO. She's never seen anything like him before. She can't shake off that sight and realizes the spell is called Sacrifice, which is something only a saintess can do. While she's still in shock, our guy reminds everyone that he already said not to ask him anything. It was a pretty unfair deal. No questions and no revealing who he really is. Balak gets from the fight with Fafnir that this guy is seriously strong. The rumors about him, just scratching the surface of his real power. After that, he checks in on the CEO to see if he's alright. The guy slowly comes to and gets up, looking kind of dazed about what just went down. Our guy knows he just woke up, but still asks if a pale-skinned woman came to see him earlier. The man nods right away. He can't remember much since he blacked out after she showed up, but he does recall seeing tentacles coming out of her before everything went dark. He feels bad for not being able to help more. That's enough for our guy, and gets him up. The man asked, "Is he the one who saved him?" And Balak replies that he saved everyone in the place. Our guy thinks that was a bit extra though. The CEO suddenly remembers that the hero is from EU and looks like a younger student. Then he looks at our guy and asks if he's the one from the news lately, and our guy nods. When the CEO hears that, he bows and thanks him for rescuing everyone. He even offers to return the favor somehow. Our guy just smirks, tilting his head a bit, teasing if he really plans to repay him, giving off a bit of a menacing vibe. The next morning at the hotel, our guy's rocking a casual outfit. He pulls out a box and thinks it was totally worth all the trouble. What he got is nothing compared to what he did for them. The item from the auction is now on them. They even ask if he wants anything else and say they'll help however they can. Right now, he's just stoked to finally have it. The Ring of Transcendence, rank A. It can temporarily amp up mana and boost the power of his magic. With this, he should be able to step up his game in battle. The only issue left is the dragon's egg. He pulls it out but has no clue how to incubate it. He keeps thinking about how to make it hatch. Out of nowhere, a system notification pops up. The hatching condition is updated. It can now absorb mana stones. He saved up some cash, so he plans to grab a bunch. He then calls one of his buddies, letting him know it's him. The guy on the other end asks what's going on, wondering if Yujung got into trouble again. Our guy brings up the mana stones, and his buddy is all in for selling them. In the Germany conference room for the EU, our guy and his crew are facing a group of people. One of them asks if he's serious, and Balak chimes in, saying he's banning everyone from tracking our guy from now on. That really fires up the bearded guy, and he snaps at Balak, asking what he means by that and if he just wants to pretend nothing went down at the ruins. Balak explains it's the best call he can make as the rep. The old man wants some solid reasons for this. Then Jian jumps in, saying that even if they both went after him at the same time, they wouldn't stand a chance. That leaves the old man speechless. She adds that she doubts they could take him down, even if the whole EU tried. She warns them that if they don't want to end up in trouble, they should back off from chasing him. That evening, our guy ends up collecting a bunch of mana stones. He definitely didn't expect them to arrive the same day. Just then, Yujung and her crew show up. Her parents mentioned he bought some stones, so she decided to check it out. He fesses up and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit sudden. She says she came right over after hearing from her dad because she was curious about his latest move. Ina chimes in, saying they're curious too. Hoyan clarifies that it's just them since the sophomores are busy with special lessons. He mentions that engineers usually grab mana stones to develop artifacts, but our guy keeps it cool and reveals something else. He shows them an egg. Ina raises an eyebrow and wonders if it's really an egg. He then pulls out a mana stone and puts it on top of the egg like he's trying to merge the two. He mentions that feeding the egg some mana stones could speed up the hatching process. Hoyan and Yujung think it's pretty cool. The egg soaks up a bunch of A-rank mana stones, and its hatching rate starts to shoot up. Suddenly the egg starts to move. Cracks pop up all over, and a bright light bursts out, lighting up the room. Our guy is totally caught off guard, and everyone else looks just as shocked. A tiny hand from a baby dragon pushes through the shell as it starts breaking apart. In no time, a baby dragon fully hatches from the egg. Right there in front of them, this adorable little dragon shows up. Yujung can't help but think it's super cute. Turns out it's Fafnir, a dragon with the powers of Fafnir. It's ranked D and still just a hatchling, but it has the potential to become even stronger than S+ rank. That completely blows our guy's mind. He thinks about how only a handful of raiders actually have familiars. Those guys are the gamer class awakened ones, and having an adorable familiar makes them super popular, but getting one is pretty rare and tough to manage without special skills. So, he never even thought it was possible for him. Out of nowhere, the dragon hops onto him, bouncing around all excited. It can't get away from Yujung, who keeps it close, totally amazed by how cute it is. Ina checks it out too and asks when he learned how to tame anything. He just shrugs it off, saying he just picked it up from a dragon. Then she wants to know what his next move is. Meanwhile, Hoyan is not into reptiles at all, which gives our guy a chance to tease him for being a scaredy cat. Suddenly, Yujung declares she's naming the dragon Lizzie. She asks the little dragon if it likes the name, but our guy says it clearly hates it. He decides not to ruin her vibe and says it's cool. Then he adds that since it's Fafnir's kid, he's gonna call it Fafi. Ina can't help but think that's super cute. He wakes up the next day, all confused to find Yujung and the gang already there. Annoyed, he lets them in anyway. He playfully pinches her cheeks and asks why she's back when she was just there yesterday. Both girls look puzzled by the cute noises coming from the baby dragon. The little guy bounces around, and Yujung instantly scoops it up, hugging it tight and calling it Lizzie, but he insists on calling it Fafi. So, he starts digging into how to raise a dragon. He finds out they grow up fast and have a mental age similar to that of a 5-year-old. They need their wants taken care of, which he finds kind of tough. Meanwhile, Yujung keeps having fun with Fafi. The dragon levels up as its owner gets stronger. If the owner hunts monsters and gains XP, the dragon's rank goes up and it learns new skills. It's super important to have a lot of playtime while the dragon is still young. Otherwise, it could end up with some weird personality issues later on. Yoojung asks if she can take the dragon home and calls it Lizzie again, which annoys him. She insists on calling it Fafi instead. Yoojung tells Soil to give it a try and pet Fafi too. Soil is a bit hesitant but goes for it. Just as she's about to cuddle the dragon, Yoojung pulls it closer, and that really ticks Soil off. She can't help but wonder why Fafi seems to dislike her. The next day at Miles Academy, a senior spots the dragon and recognizes it as rare, which surprises her. She mentions that she'll get a permit so he can take it out with him. Then she gets serious and brings up something concerning. Students have been going missing. That catches his attention. She explains she's looking into it, but the school plans to announce that everyone needs to stick together in groups. He asks her about the missing students, and she mentions Ji-yoon and the Third Eye Circle, which gets him really curious because it seems way too coincidental. He asks if she noticed any patterns in the cases, and she points out two things. First, they found a syringe with red liquid at the spots where students disappeared. Second, there's a lot of damage to nearby buildings and the ground, almost like a wild party had gone down. He asks her if she figured out what that red liquid is. She says the association is looking into it, but they haven't identified it yet. She adds there's something else she needs to talk about. Meanwhile, Junsang is thinking about where his pride went. He tries to act embarrassed about what that guy did and wonders how he still has the nerve to show his face in public. He's mad and kicks over a trash can, fuming that his image got ruined by that dude. Suddenly, someone shows up behind him. It's Ji-yoon. She was reported missing, but she looks fine. She says she has her reasons for being gone, which freaks him out a bit. Then she asks him something, getting all serious about whether he hates that guy. He's confused and asks what she means, and then she hits him with, does he hate him enough to want to kill him? He grits his teeth and admits that if he could, he would have done it already. She says she feels the same way. He notices the syringe she's holding and asks what her plan is. She tells him she's giving him a shot at revenge. Then, just like that, she jabs the needle straight into his neck and tells him to make sure he gets the job done. On the flip side, our guy gets some urgent news about this extreme religious group that's been popping up, worshipping Odin from Northern European mythology. It makes him wonder if something bigger is going on. He remembers his chat with Gyeong-hoon when she brought up Asatru and asked if he'd ever heard of it. Now, this group is calling themselves Asatru, and they're getting into some serious trouble, targeting the awakened. The crime scenes are pretty grim, with details like signs of rotten skin. He starts to think that these recent missing person cases might be linked to this Asatru crew. The Raider Management HQ manages to catch a few members, but they're in rough shape mentally, just mumbling things about loyalty to Odin and the Aesir. It turns out these captured members are actually awakened too and used to be part of the Raider Management. Hearing this sets off alarm bells for him, and he realizes he has to dig into this, even though he's got a bad feeling about it. The biggest issue pointed out by the pros is the power that these awakened folks have. Apparently, after losing their reason, they can control mana that's 3 to 5 times stronger than before. He shuts off the TV and thinks about what to do for the Academy event coming up. Tomorrow kicks off the ranking tournament at Miles Academy, which leads into the big Miles Academy festival. If he doesn't do well, it could mess up their group's reputation. He tries to chill out since he knows he'll get his shot. He needs to stay focused on what's right in front of him. He also asks Fafi if he feels the same way. Inside the Miles Academy mock dungeon, the kobolds are fuming, and right in front of them is the adorable but fierce Fafi, crawling toward the chaos. He looks totally chill and confident as he unleashes a huge blast of flames on the orcs, wiping them all out. Our guy can't believe his eyes. He knew Fafi was special, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful as a baby. He figures it's time to make sure he raises Fafi right since his strength already beats what he had in his past life. Fafi keeps leveling up and gaining new skills. When they're both in the same field together, their damage and mana get a nice boost of 50%. Fafi also has this cool active skill called Tracking Breath, which lets him attack enemies, and it can level up too. Our guy gives him lots of pats, loving how awesome he is. Soon enough, it's time for the dungeon's boss monster, the Orc King, to make an entrance. The moment he steps out, the action kicks off. Fafi, still a young dragon, knows he's not ready to take on a boss just yet, so our guy will have to step up and break the record anyway. He pulls out a little knife, feeling his heart race as he prepares. Then just like that, blood goes everywhere. In a blink, he's standing over the fallen boss monster, taking it out like it's no big deal. The clock shows 22 minutes and 21 seconds. He just smashed the record at Miles Academy. Plus, he scores some bonus points. Outside, everyone's freaking out over the individual rankings, and our guy is sitting right at the top of the leaderboard. Hoyeon takes the 9th spot, Black Ina lands 14th, Kim Yoojung is in 16th, and Soyul is way down at 59th. Jonsang grabbed 2nd place, which makes our guy wonder why Yoon didn't snag that spot. Junsang calls out from behind, asking if he's surprised. He wants to know how our guy pulled it off, but Junsang acts all mysterious and says he doesn't have to spill the beans. So our guy tells him not to bother. That gets Junsang smirking like he's winning at life, but our guy thinks it's all good and whatever he says is cool. Jonsang boasts that he's going to drag him down, which just cracks him up. He can't help it and bursts out laughing, teasing John about being in his emo phase, wondering if it's too late for that already. Junsang grits his teeth and starts to walk away, saying he better remember what he said today. Suddenly, our guy recalls what the reporter had told him earlier, that after people lose their reason, they can use mana 3 to 5 times stronger than usual. He starts to think something weird is going on. Later that evening, at the scene of the incident, Kyung-hoon and a girl are standing next to each other. Our guy shows up and thanks them for having his back. He knows they've always supported him with stuff at the academy. Kyung-hoon greets him, saying it's been a while and that he's gotten pretty famous since they last met. That's when it hits him. He's actually Peter Parker from Beyond Corner, who heard Kyung-hoon wanted to check out the scene. They decide to visit where everything started, so the three of them head out together. Not long after, he spots a trail of blood. The girl tells him to hang on because the lab results are in. She explains that the red stuff in the syringes is a new type of substance made from blood and some other material. He looks a bit lost, so she adds that they've never encountered anything like it before. It's packed with strong mana. Normally, blood carries mana in the body, but just that alone can't hold mana that doesn't belong to you. The brain, heart, and energy core are the key organs that produce and distribute mana. So, blood alone can't really act as a vessel. They haven't fully figured out the substance yet, but they think it's connected to that fact. Kyung-hoon mentions that this stuff might be tied to the Asura cult. What really bugs him is how similar all the crime scenes are. Every time they find a syringe with the red liquid at the scene. The association thinks this new substance ramps up the user's mana. He describes it as a sort of drug, like an unlimited barrier or an amplification substance that's been studied a lot before. It's a drug designed to boost someone's rank and make them stronger. But the research got shut down because the testing methods were pretty inhumane. They didn't get very far, but investigations are still going on. Kyung-hoon says sorry for not having more info, but the guy thinks it's okay because he gets the gist now. He knows about limit breakers and had even written a big article about people who were creating them. Wondering if he should take some time off school, he asks if that's cool. At the same time, he thinks if these incidents are connected to limit breakers, it's probably those same folks involved, so it's definitely worth looking into. He confirms that he wants to get to the bottom of these incidents. Before he heads out, Kyung-hoon tells him to reach out if he ever needs help. Our guy isn't like the other raiders out there. He knows there are some that are stronger, but no one levels up as fast as he does. It's not just about strength for him. He's got this clear purpose, even if he's still figuring out what it is. Kyung-hoon thinks he might be the one who can crack this case. Later that night, as he's wandering through the city, Junsang's power starts going haywire, twisting him into something monstrous. Someone spots him and rushes in. It's our guy, finally tracking him down. Looking at Junsang now, he's not impressed. He looks like a total wreck. Junsang can't believe it. Our guy asks if he's been using a limit breaker and who hooked him up with it. Just when Junsang is about to blow up, he realizes it must have been Ji-yoon. It hits him hard. It's way too late to save him. The mutation has already taken over too much. He remembers feeling that something was off about him earlier too. He reminds Junsang that he should know better about the side effects that come with using limit breakers. But Junsang, totally losing it, screams that he doesn't care as long as he can get revenge. He says he wouldn't have ended up like this if it wasn't for our guy. After hearing that, our guy can't believe the nonsense coming out of his mouth. He tells him he's being ridiculous. He's basically saying it's not his fault, and no matter how much he thinks about it, nothing's going to change. He thinks he can use the sacrifice to heal his wrecked body, but fixing a mind that's totally consumed by revenge is out of reach. The only thing he really can do for him now is to end his suffering. So he starts tearing himself apart in a wild way and tells Junsang he's weak to fire. Junsang considers that he might have been able to take him out with his powers, but once he hears that, he realizes who they're talking about. He points out that even though his mana is stronger, Junsang is wrong if he thinks he's powerful enough to take him down. Considering the whole mess, our guy can't shake the feeling that everything's just twisted. Meanwhile, Ji-woon, who's with Ji-yoon, mentions they can always find another human, but she feels it's a real shame because finding someone like that is rare. It's tough to find someone with that much passion and energy directed at another person, especially someone who hates the big enemy. The key thing for a limit breaker is having extreme emotions. Without it, humans can't handle Junsang and usually end up dead. The higher the rank, the darker the emotions get, which boosts the chance of the limit breaker or king making an appearance. He seriously didn't think the big enemy would snag a victory again this time, and he's pretty impressed. But she's not into it at all. She had the same vibe with Fafnir, but he's way too strong for a human. She feels like he could end up causing them a lot of trouble, just like our guy warned. It seems like this could turn into a major issue since he'll probably come after them eventually. The scene flips over to Hell, who's chilling with the Einer jar. It's their first meetup since the Aesir bit the dust, and Hell thinks it's a good thing because the prophecy says the big bad is getting stronger. The catch is, the Aesir are leveling up just as fast. Hell didn't see that secret hiding in their system coming, not even on her radar. She asks the Einer jar if Odin's planning to rally the army of the dead again to take Midgard. The three-eyed guy wonders if Norn and Mimir were in the loop from the get-go. Hell confirms they were, but she figured they wouldn't spill the beans. She mentions that the restrictions on them are way tougher than what she's dealing with. The Einherjar catches on too. He realizes Odin never seemed worried about those who knew stuff he didn't, and figures that the prophecy folks were blocking him. The woman chimes in that there's not much they can do right now, so the best move is to help the big bad get stronger as quickly as possible. Hell's on board with that and points out that the great adversary has some divine power now, so he should be able to beef up soon. Hell says she trusts him a lot, which catches the woman off guard. Then Hell asks if she's heard about the first ever awakened one. The three-eyed guy looks puzzled at this. Hell explains there were a bunch of idiots, but she's never met the guy herself since he usually sees everyone who kicks the bucket. But here's the twist. The first ever awakened is someone she knows really well because he just stepped into her territory. Next, our guy is sprawled out on his bed, lost in thoughts about Ji-yoon, and it's pretty clear she's up to something shady. Even Faffy starts growling like he knows something's off. He starts recalling the human testing and research on the limit breaker before his regression, wondering if all those experiments were linked to Asura from the get-go. Out of nowhere, a cat-like figure pops up through a small portal. It's Yahello, and she calls out, saying she's figured something out. He asks what she discovered, and she spots the baby dragon, saying it's the first ever awakened one. He immediately brings up Ji-yoon, asking if this ties back to her, and Yahello confirms it. She's figured out who the guy people call the first awakened actually is, and it turns out he's one of Odin's last three. Meanwhile, in a room drenched in blood, a guy is being held hostage. Someone rips the bandage off his mouth, and he starts begging to be let go so he can return to his family. Ji-woon asks if he misses them, and then pulls off the bandage covering his eyes. Right in front of him is this terrifying figure, but Ji-woon is all cheerful, saying it's too bad since he doesn't have a family to miss. With a deep voice, he adds that he can't really relate. The guy keeps pleading for it to stop, and then Ji-woon whips out a syringe and injects some substance straight into his neck. The guy starts mutating right away, coughing up blood badly. His body contorts and warps before he finally passes out, leaving Ji-woon looking shocked. Ji-woon can't help but point out how weak humans are, and Ji-yoon tells him to be a bit nicer to the subjects since it takes a lot of effort to get new ones every time. He just smirks, saying that the guy was at least somewhat useful for their plan, and tells her not to be too upset about it. Meanwhile, at our guy's place, Yahello mentions that the first ever awakened being is one of Odin's last two crows. He's confused by this. Wait, the first awakened who fought for humanity is one of Odin's crows? He asks her to break it down more. She explains that the first awakened isn't human. Odin had 5 crows, and this guy was one of them, just like him. He wonders if those crows have anything to do with Asura. Yahello says they need to be dealt with now because if they build up their numbers, nobody will be able to stop them. He thinks for a moment and comes up with an idea, although he's not sure if it'll actually work. She asks if he knows how to get into Asura's base. He tells her to hang on for a second, pulls out his phone, and shows her something. Looks like he's searching for awakening data. He decides it's time to move, thinking he needs to hurry if he wants to dig up anything about them. The sudden spike in awakened people seems sketchy, especially if it's connected to the limit breakers. If he can track down the suspicious ones, he might learn more about Asura and the limit breaker. He has about 3 people in mind, which should be enough to snoop around and gather some intel. A few hours later, someone brings up a research lab in Korea. Another chimes in that it's near the Yellow Sea, but definitely not a place for humans. It's crawling with monsters. Our guy finds out that these 3 people were all low-ranked before, and then they just showed up one day. People say their personalities got more sensitive after they woke up, and they've been pretty proud of their newfound strength. After digging into their backgrounds, he heads to Baekneung Island and asks Yahello if that's where the South Rose base is located. He mentions that Baekneung Island is basically an Asura base and wonders why he thinks that way. He feels like it's too harsh for people to live there, which makes it seem like it's turning into a wasteland. There's only one island in Korea that he thinks fits that description, and that's this one. Then he asks how they're supposed to get there. She suggests there might be a portal that leads to some unlivable area, but she has no clue where it is, so she can't take him there. He reassures her that he can usually handle things with cash and the right contacts. He makes a call to Yisu and lets her know it's him. He's her disciple and usually calls her to ask for something. He apologizes for the inconvenience, but still asks if she can rush him an item. A few hours later at the Lotus Guild, he's totally blown away when he sees the warp pointer. If he charges it with mana, picks a spot, and then drops it, it'll teleport him right to that location. There are some serious restrictions on it since it can be abused, so they're pretty rare. True to form, Lotus manages to hook him up with 3 of these despite their high value. He feels a little guilty about it. Later on the island, he pulls out the warp pointers. Setting the destination to Baekneung Island, he watches as the spear starts glowing before dropping it on the ground. A portal pops up, and he instantly disappears from there, landing right on the island. From what he learned at school, the monsters guarding the island are about the same level as those in the quarantined cities. In no time, he finds himself surrounded by a bunch of them. They look wild and out of control, and it turns out they're mermen. He realizes this isn't going to be as simple as he thought. He kicks in his magical artifact skill and gears up, with the cute little dragon Fafnir by his side. Before long, a showdown kicks off. He finds himself cornered again as all the monsters charge at him. Without hesitating, he dives into the fray and unleashes his attacker rampage skill. In a flash, he slices through all the monsters like they're nothing. His swordsman skill, Garden of Swords, levels up big time. He clears the entire area effortlessly. Hela notices he's way stronger since their last fight, and she glances at Fafnir, asking where he found this little dragon. A few hours later, Fafnir looks pretty sleepy since he's still just a hatchling. Time goes by and our guy starts to wonder if he's even on the right island. Can't think of any other place that's been locked down because of monsters. Suddenly he gets jolted as his crow radar buzzes to life. A pop-up lets him know Odin's crow is nearby and the search is on. Hela notices something off about him and calls out. He heads to the edge and spots something below, a cave. He marks it for later. Hela picks up on the crow being close too, and they both get the feeling that they should check out the damp cave. He activates his flash skill, lighting up the cave like crazy. The air is thick with the smell of blood. Then he freezes, staring at a creepy sight on the wall. Something scrawled in blood saying, "Great adversary, this is a gift for you." Everywhere he looks, there are corpses and body parts scattered around. It's such a terrifying sight that even Fafnir is feeling uneasy now. She comes to the unsettling conclusion that this must be their base. Our guy exhales a breath of relief, but a nagging thought creeps in. Could this be some sort of bait? The horror all around is overwhelming. He plants his foot down hard, unleashing a wave of ice that quickly spreads across the massive cave. Just then, he gets a notification about Odin's crow being close by. Activating his absolute calculation skill, he watches as the wall in front of them vanishes in an instant, revealing an elevator that descends to a hidden lab. A pop-up pops up asking if he wants to go down. Being underground seems risky and a bit suspicious, but there's no turning back now. So he steps inside. The awful image of dead bodies keeps playing in his head. He can't help but think that maybe this could have been avoided if he had just acted faster. He's seriously considering ending it right there, not wanting to see any more innocent people suffer. When the elevator reaches B1, he wonders if there are more floors underneath. He knows he needs to find out what kind of drugs they were working on, and what that mysterious substance Chief Director Ji Young mentioned is all about. As they step inside, Hela points out that she sees something over there. On a dusty shelf, he finds a few books piled up. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he opens one, getting a shock when he reads that they built a secret lab and all 304 test subjects ended up dead. It mentions that humans can't handle divine power. Meanwhile, his minions are chatting. Yujung is wondering why he keeps disappearing without a word. The others chime in, hoping he isn't getting into trouble again. Soil reassures them that he'll be okay. One of them suggests they should have given him more potions, but Yujung points out that he's loaded and already has plenty. They're chatting about what he said earlier and wondering if he was serious. But they know they can't team up with him unless they hit S rank. Hoyan thinks he wasn't kidding, considering how he usually is. But getting to S rank is tough since only one person reaches it in the whole country each year. Soil thinks he was just talking BS and didn't really want them involved. On the other hand, Ina believes it could happen. Hoyan admits he wants to be on his level, and Yujung is on board with that. They all figure if they just train harder, they might catch up. But Soil doesn't seem too interested. Meanwhile, our guy is still reading the book. It says that the test subjects couldn't handle Odin's blood because humans can't handle divine stuff. They had to stop the research since it was too intense, and had to dilute the blood as much as they could. That's when he starts to get what the mysterious substance in the limit breaker really was. He keeps reading and finds out that if they don't lower the mana in it, the weaker test subjects will end up dying. He pieces it together. The liquid with mana used in the limit breakers was actually Odin's blood. He feels like he needs to chill out so he can keep reading. Back in December 2019, they thought they should start working on antibodies to inject into people first. Plus, they figured they should ramp up the number of sacrifices next time. By March 2020, they realized that creating antibodies was way too tricky, but they didn't think it was a big deal since things weren't that bad. They managed to figure out how much to dilute the blood so humans could actually handle it. It varies from person to person, but at least it's some kind of progress. Fast forward to November 2020, and they picked up a few things after more experiments. First off, younger test subjects seem to handle the drugs better. They're planning to ask for minors as sacrifices next time. If the subjects are weaker, the drugs work better for them. Interestingly, emotions like desire and hatred actually boost the drug's reaction, but the test subjects end up losing their minds. They don't think it's a big deal since they're looking for soldiers to sacrifice instead of people with stable minds. By February 2021, their search is finally wrapping up. They've nailed down the blood type, which is a huge step in cutting down on side effects. Plus, they're getting more test subjects on board. The research is going well, and they'll soon report back to Odin. Come May 2021, things are looking up. It's sort of a success, though they're still facing some limitations. But it's enough to prepare for the next war Odin is gearing up for. This limit breaker is going to be important. It hits our guy that the reason students are going missing from the academy is that the victims are young and weak. making them better suited to handle Odin's blood. The cycle of evil needs to stop here. He believes there shouldn't be any more victims and clenches his teeth in frustration. As he makes his way to the B2 floor, the door creaks open, revealing a single table. He walks up to it and notices there's just one book in the room. An eerie aura starts radiating from the book as it opens up on its own. That freaks him out a bit, and the creepy vibe starts wrapping around little Fafi. Even the pop-up notification starts acting weird, changing to show the theme dungeon smiling at him. He's been keeping his distance from the world of fable, where he once looked up to heroes. Before long, the book finishes up whatever it was doing, and our guy gets pulled in too. Then it shuts itself quietly. He suddenly finds himself in complete darkness, and that's when the notification appears, letting him know he's about to take on the body of the boy from the fable. He's got to keep the story going and clear the theme dungeon. The user's level is kind of resisting the forced sync, but it ends up happening anyway. Right now, the sync rate is sitting at 50%. Just as our boy opens his eyes, he looks pretty young. The story centers around a beloved hero, and it kicks off in an orphanage. He glances at his hands, which feel strange, and sees a pop-up notification saying he's got a special quest to figure out his identity. He's the main character of this story, and to clear this dungeon, he needs to reveal who the boy is. The reward? An S-rank cold blood. The better his synchronization, the more control over his thoughts he gets, but he won't see his own face. According to the stats, he's 12 years old and has some traits like being emotionless, having a cute appearance, and being cold-blooded. A bit confused by all this, he starts to process where he is and realizes that Hela and Fafi aren't around, leaving him all alone. He can't really move around because he's stuck in a forced cutscene at Flendir's mansion. Looking around, the place is pretty dusty. Then, a character pops up, trash-talking him and asking if he thinks food and clothes just fall from the sky. This guy is the orphanage manager, and his main job seems to be torturing and oppressing the kids. He abuses them every single day. The system updates to show the first character, Manager A, who turns out to be the main villain. He calls over character C, who looks hesitant and apologizes, but he slaps her hard, sending her to the ground. He tells her that if she wants to survive in this orphanage, she needs to get up on time. Meanwhile, character C keeps apologizing and swears she'll wake everyone up on time next time, begging for mercy, but he just brushes her off. He tells the kids that if they don't want to die, they better hustle to the training hall. All the kids scramble and our boy watches the scene unfold. He tries to check himself out in a mirror, but his face is hidden. Everyone gathers in the training hall, and the manager orders them to fight. If they don't start swinging, he'll kill them himself. Some kids jump in to pick fights, while our boy thinks to himself that this is just a messed up story. The manager is clearly annoyed and calls for Blondie. Our guy is taken aback and realizes he has blonde hair. He can't see himself at all, but figures out he's likely someone he knows. The manager tells character D to fight him, and D seems nervous. He raises his fist and lands a punch straight to character D's face. With the emotionless trait in play, along with cold-blooded, our boy doesn't hesitate, and his synchronization rate with the character in the story jumps to 65%. He attacks without thinking twice. It turns out that Extra D is just a little guy who hates him. The system updates to reveal character D's traits. He's cunning and manipulative. Before he knows it, our boy is getting bullied left and right, labeled a traitor and kicked out by his so-called friends, including Extra D. It's been a while since he's taken a beating bare-fisted, and his head starts pounding. He wonders what his synchronization rate is and learns an important lesson. In a fight, it's better to take out your opponent to avoid trouble. So the next day in training, he actually kills Extra D. After Extra D's death, a heavy silence filled the training hall. The children stood frozen, shaking their heads in disbelief. Their eyes soon turned toward Manager A, terrified that he might kill the boy for committing murder. They expected brutal punishment, but instead, Manager A smiled and began to clap as he looked at the boy with a cold expression of approval. He told the children not to be bound by useless morals or ethics, reminding them that they were nothing more than disposable tools to serve a purpose. That was the moment the boy truly accepted who he was. After that day, the orphanage began to change. Violence became common, both inside the training hall and outside it. The children turned on one another, killing to survive. No one tried to stop them. It was pure instinct. The boy who had started it all only laughed, indifferent to the chaos around him. His memories shook as he remembered the truth. He did not kill Extra D for any noble reason. It was simple kill or be killed. Now our hero's mind began to blur. Because of the synchronization, he could barely hold on to his own thoughts. If it continued, he would completely lose himself. The only way to stay sane was to uncover the boy's identity as quickly as possible. Months passed in that nightmare. In the end, only this boy remained. Everyone else was killed by his own hands, and to him, that outcome felt right. Then one day, a man appeared before him. The stranger introduced himself as a crow serving Odin and invited the boy to join Asatru, became a crow and his follower. The stranger called himself Hugin. The boy asked what he would gain by serving Odin. Hugin explained that Odin had given him a sword that would grant 3 wishes, but there was a price. After the final wish, the sword would take the wielder's life in return. The boy considered this and asked for what he had wanted for so long, a family. He could not feel emotion, and he knew that his numbness was part of what made him dangerous. Yet he also felt a strange curiosity about what a family might be. The sword granted the wish. He suddenly had a father and a mother. At first it was simple and faintly ordinary. They fed him beef stew. They gave him picture books. He accepted the smallest comforts with brittle satisfaction. These people had not birthed him, but their care felt undeniably real. He could not understand unconditional love. They fed him without asking for proof of worth, and in the orphanage, usefulness had meant survival. Everyone who failed to prove their value had been killed. That logic sat like a stone in his chest. If love did not demand payment, then perhaps it was a trap. If they did not need him, perhaps they would try to dispose of him as soon as it suited them. The memory of children turning into predators for survival replayed in his head. The suspicion grew into a plan that if they might kill him, he should kill them first. On a cold winter evening, when the fire warmed the small house, his parents noticed his silence and asked what was wrong. He raises his sword toward them. They stepped forward to soothe him. He gripped the sword tighter. There was no reason to obey them. Obedience had only ever meant vulnerability. The urge to strike felt inevitable. The sword glowed faintly in his hands as he gathered force. Someone cried for him to stop in a distant, useless voice, and then what was bound to happen unfolded. Inside the boy, something snaps and he is about to drop the sword. His emotions vanish and he kills both parents, leaving the observer stunned. A notification appears that the signalization rate has risen sharply for a limited time. Current signalization is 100%. The notification orders no intervention in the story. Our hero watches the boy's parents littered in blood, but just then his consciousness begins to fade away. He doesn't know what the novel is trying to show him, but then he finds himself in another place and realizes there is a void and thirst left within the boy. The system says this is a blank point in the current scene, and the user can move freely. The hero realizes that he is still in the know, and that this information is marked with Asatru's symbol, the magical sword, Tirfing. He realizes that this is the boy's room. He needs to use this opportunity well. There must be clues to the themed dungeon and the boy's identity in this room. Later, he checks under the bed and in every corner. This place is the only scene where he is not restricted. After realizing there must be some clues, he suddenly sees white gloves. He grabs them and realizes who the boy is, as well as why he is here. Suddenly, the system prompts that inventory of the original gloves is reacting, and the blank point in the scene starts to glitch and ends. Our hero explains that after the blank point, the scene continued. The boy still felt nothing. Years passed, and he became a man. To ease his boredom, he began searching for his lost emotions. He tried everything from pretending to love to begging to saving others, but nothing made him feel anything. Hugin saw the boy seeking his emotions and told him he would return one. One day the boy would know which it was. The boy noted that he could not feel joy nor sadness, but he was aware that he had received something from Hugin. He did not know which emotion he was given back. However, he gained a clue as to what it might be. The boy was ordered to kill someone, and the moment his sword went through the throat of his opponent, he realized that the emotion he had regained was pleasure. Ever since then, the boy went around committing murder. That was when he also began rereading the picture book his adoptive parents had given him. The book was about a weak boy living in a village who grew up to become a knight. He began admiring the hero in the book and wanted to be like him. Now he had a goal, not fear from them. He continually killed people and eventually grew bored of it. He feels everyone in this world is so weak and boring. He started to have wild ideas. He needed something new. The boy went to Hugin and asked for his other emotions, but Hugin said he could not return any emotion other than pleasure. With no other option, the boy drew the cursed sword once more and made his second wish. The sword could not restore his emotions, so his wish changed. He wished to face an enemy stronger than himself. The system told him to become a hero in Midgard, where he could find such foes. The sword granted his wish, and the boy descended to Midgard. Guided by both Odin's will and his own desire for battle, he soon became known as a hero, yet it held no special meaning for him. He was only copying the hero from the fairy tale who saved others. As his deeds grew, so did his fame, and before long he was called the hero of Midgard. A reporter asked him what his name was. As his memories faded, our hero felt his consciousness return. The system announced that the possession of the boy who admired heroes had ended and asked for the boy's name. After a brief silence, the hero answered Juwon. The system then reported that he had completed the special quest called Boy's Identity and gained a new skill named Cold-Blooded. Our hero grabbed the sword as he needed to get out of this place while it began to fall apart. The system prompted that the user was being sent to the third basement floor of the lab. The sword glowed brighter, and suddenly he heard someone calling him the Great Adversary. Our hero returned to his body and saw Juwon and Jiyun standing before him. Juwon smiled and said his wish had come true again. Juwon tells our boy that he has been waiting for him. Our hero immediately activates his magical artifact skill and summons the Dragon Slayer sword. He recalls Juwon, the first awakened hero of humanity, someone he once admired as a child for being strong and kind. But that admiration was misplaced, as Juwon was nothing more than an emotionless puppet controlled by Odin. With his sword raised, our hero declares that from this moment on, he will kill the man he once looked up to with his own 2 hands. Just then, a voice calls out to him. He turns and sees Hela and Fafi, both safe and unharmed. It seems that no time has passed outside while he was in the dungeon. He asks Hela for a favor to handle Ji-yoon while he takes on Ju-won himself. Ji-yoon refuses, saying she has no intention of fighting separately, but Ju-won orders her to follow the trade adversary's request. Shocked, she asks what he means, and he replies that he wants to fight properly, so she should just do as he says. Ji-yoon hesitates, muttering that if she obeys, Odin might lose interest in her. Ju-won's cold stare silences her as he warns her not to get in his way. Fear runs through her as she realizes that if she disobeys, he might kill her first. She may be strong, but not enough to stand against Odin's crow. Accepting the situation, she agrees, telling him to make sure he does a good job, then turns to Hela and says they should leave. He notices the mana coming from the two. It's far stronger than he expected. Hyun might have divinity, but these two are on another level. It'd be better if he only had to face one of them. She agrees, saying she wants no part in their fight anyway. Before leaving, he warns our hero that the crows have stolen the essence of the ocean from Yormung and tells him to stay alert. If he doesn't find a countermeasure soon, it could be deadly. They rush out of the room, and our hero simply says not to worry. Without waiting for a second, he leaps up and says, "I have a plan." Ju-won grins and says it's just the two of them now and starts talking crap. Our hero tells him to cut the nonsense and swings his Dragon Slayer sword, but Ju-won blocks it with ease. He swings again, yet Ju-won effortlessly parries and tells him not to rush. Ju-won then strikes back, sending our hero flying, but he lands on his feet and quickly realizes the weapon Ju-won used is Hugin's artifact, the mythical sword known as Tired Fang. Ju-won says he has a question before they start. Our hero steadies himself and asks what it is. Ju-won asks about the novel he saw on the second underground floor, if he found it interesting. The question catches our hero off guard. He clenches his teeth, thinking there's no way such a story could be interesting. Ju-won sighs, saying that's a shame since he hoped that boy's story would be worth something. Then he adds that he wants to become a main character, a hero in the kind of stories people love. Our hero frowns and asks why he's telling him this. Ju-won replies that he wants a favor. He wants our hero to kill him. Our hero snaps, asking what he's trying to pull, but Ju-won insists he's serious. He says if his story isn't interesting, then it shouldn't exist at all. Our hero calls him insane, but Ju-won only laughs, saying he hears that a lot. He adds that as Odin's puppet, he can't die on his own, so our hero must be the one to end him. Our hero charges again, shouting for him to stop talking nonsense, but Ju-won blocks the strike easily. Our hero glares and says he'll kill him, not because Ju-won asked, but because he truly hates him. Ju-won smiles faintly and says that's good enough, then asks if they should begin. Hyun slashes his Dragon Slayer and Ju-won blocks it without any effort. Before the next move, our hero realizes that he is slower than Ju-won. Our hero quickly activates the Chain of Lightning. Glowing mana chains shoot toward Ju-won as he leaps up. Our hero reinforces them with magic, and Ju-won compliments him, though he says the move isn't that interesting and points out that he's still holding back. In a blink, Ju-won slices through all the chains with his sword. Annoyed, our hero thinks that even after attaining divinity, he's still only at release stage 1. He can't maintain this form for long, so he needs to find an opening and end it fast. For now, he focuses on Ju-won's movements, rhythm, and fighting style. Ju-won charges, and our hero blocks the attack but feels the heavy pressure behind it. He mutters that Ju-won's sword is irritating. Ju-won laughs and says he's probably never fought against a rapier before, then adds that they should make it more fun. He drives our hero back with relentless slashes, and as if that wasn't enough, he releases his divinity and activates his field magic. Our hero freezes for a second, realizing the air around him has turned distorted and unreal. It feels like he's stepped into another dimension. He quickly recognizes it. The field magic known as Grim Fairy Tale as a freaking rabbit appears above Ju-won. Our hero asks if Ju-won can use field magic too. Ju-won replies that he's not great at it but can manage well enough. He then asks how it feels and whether our hero likes it. Blood gathers at our hero's feet as he realizes field magic is used only by top-ranked mages, and usually needs several S-class raiders to cast. Yet Ju-won, a swordsman, has done it alone. Our hero asks if he really plans to die here. Ju-won frowns and asks what he means. Our hero tells him not to play dumb, knowing he's forcing out his divinity. Ju-won smirks like a madman and says the end should always be entertaining. If he's going to die, he might as well go all out. Our hero asks if he's sure he can kill him. Ju-won replies calmly that he absolutely can. Without another word, our hero raises his sword and locks eyes with him. The ground ripples as Ju-won attacks. Our hero swings but misses, and Ju-won counters with rapid slashes that our hero narrowly dodges. Ju-won compliments him again and conjures a glowing orb of blue mana. Our hero senses the dense power and the blood in the air warning him of danger. Suddenly something strikes his shoulder and blood bursts out. He grits his teeth, clutching the wound, and asks if this is what Ju-won stole from Jormung's sea. Ju-won smirks, saying it seems he knows about it too. Our hero recalls the essence of the sea stone, an artifact that allows one to control water freely. He remembers hearing that Juon stole it from Jormung's domain. The essence, one of Loki's children and a relic of the anti-Aesir alliance, belonged to Jormung, but during a moment when Odin suppressed him, Juon took it and fled. Juon admits it, saying he thought this fight would be more interesting with it. But as our hero activates his sacrifice skill to heal his wound, Juon looks surprised, commenting on his healing ability. Then his expression shifts as he feels the energy in the air change. Cracks of divine power spark around our hero as he declares that he will now unleash his divinity, just as Juon wanted. He surges forward with blinding speed, leaping high and shouting that he'll kill Juon right here. The scene then cuts to Ji-yoon, who tells Hela that it looks like their side has already started. She asks whether Hela wants to go first or if she should. Hela calmly asks if this can even be avoided. In the next scene, the thug girl Ji-yoon notices that our hero Hyun's pet dragon is roaring at her. She remembers feeling the same thing the first time she saw it. The amount of mana and power coming from the dragon is far from ordinary. Even though it is still young, she realizes that its future potential is beyond imagination. While she is thinking about this, Goddess Hela suddenly notices a strange bracelet on Ji-yoon's wrist and asks who she is. The thug girl replies that she is only a servant of Aesir. However, the goddess questions whether ordinary servants of Aesir now carry such dangerous artifacts. Ji-yoon then reveals that the bracelet is an artifact personally given to her by Odin. Hearing this, Hela remembers seeing it long ago and realizes that it is Odin's legendary bracelet, Draupnir. The artifact has the power to create gates and transport beings across barriers. As she thinks about the bracelet, the thug girl points out that the goddess is much weaker now, because she loses most of her power during her battle against Heimdall. However, the goddess replies that Ji-yoon is underestimating her. She explains that she is a clone of Hel herself, so there is no reason she would lose a fight against someone like Ji-yoon. Saying this, the goddess Hela throws a powerful black magic attack at the thug girl. However, the thug girl dodges it, and by activating the power of her bracelet, she opens a portal to the outside world, summoning several powerful monsters onto the battlefield. The goddess then asks Ji-yoon if she truly believes that possessing such an artifact is enough to make her a god. At that moment, the goddess herself activates a power similar to Odin's bracelet. She opens her own gate and summons an army of skeleton warriors to fight against the monsters. Seeing this, the thug girl gets completely shocked, as she cannot understand how a mere clone is able to use Hel's mythic ranked ability to open a gate. The goddess then reveals the truth that she is not as weak as Ji-yoon believes. During her battle against Heimdall, she was supposed to die because too much divine power had been forced into an inferior body that was never meant to contain it. However, the hero Hyun later uses his divinity usurpation ability on her, causing her body to gradually become resistant to its power. Because of that, this clone body is now capable of holding far more divine power than before. Explaining this all, the goddess commands her skeleton warriors to charge at the summoned monsters and destroy them. Seeing the battle turn against her, Ji-yoon gets worried at first, but suddenly she gets a new plan. Since she has already opened a portal to another realm, she decides to escape through it first, and then close the gate from the other side. However, before she can make her escape, Hyun's pet dragon suddenly comes in front of her to block her path. Feeling angry, the thug girl throws a powerful magical attack at the dragon to kill it, which causes much destruction. But when the dust settles down, the thug girl notices that the dragon is completely unharmed. At that moment, Goddess Hela reveals the dragon's true identity, that this is no ordinary dragon, its name is Fafnir. Hearing the name, Ji-yoon gets completely stunned because she has thought that our hero Hyun had killed this dragon long ago. The goddess then decides to kill the thug girl on the spot. However, the thug girl says that even if the goddess kills her, this world is still destined to end because the army is already prepared. The goddess asks if she is talking about Einherjar, to which the thug girl gets shocked because that is something the goddess should not know. Goddess Hela says it looks like the hero is much smarter than the thugs expected. She then throws another magical attack at the thug girl, to which giant hands come out from beneath the ground and grab her. They drag her down to the coldest part of Helheimer, where her soul is torn apart forever, leaving her unable to be reincarnated. When the thug girl Ji-yoon disappears completely, leaving only her bracelet behind, the goddess picks up the bracelet for herself. She also praises the pet dragon for doing such a brave job. She then lies down on the ground to rest, explaining that neither of them can enter the magical barrier where the hero is fighting Juwon. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, our hero Hyun and the thug boy Juwon are still engaged in a sword fight. Realizing that the hero has awakened divinity, the thug activates another powerful skill. As a result, our hero suddenly starts drowning in the ocean of blood, but he immediately jumps into the air and uses an ice skill to freeze a part of the blood ocean beneath him. However, while he is focused on this, the thug suddenly appears behind him and inserts his magical sword, Turfing, into the hero's chest. Despite the surprise attack, the hero quickly grabs the sword and activates his mythic artifact skill. In an instant, he creates an exact copy of Turfing, allowing him to stay on equal ground with the thug. Seeing this, the thug jumps back and realizes that the hero has been waiting for him to attack first. Actually, our hero's real goal from the very beginning is to copy Juwon's magical sword. The hero thinks back to the moment when their swords first clashed. At that time, he realizes that the weapon he himself was using is not strong enough to fight Juwon on equal terms. He realizes that Turfing is a rapier, making it much faster than a greatsword. He also understands that he cannot rely on magic alone, because the thug has activated a field spell that greatly strengthens swordsmanship and weapon attacks while weakening all magic effects. Because of this, the hero comes up with a plan to copy the thug's magical sword so they can fight on equal terms. To make that happen, he intentionally takes the attack because his mythic artifact skill requires him to touch a weapon before he can create its copy. The system then reveals the details of Turfing, that this sword is one of the greatest legendary weapons. Once it is drawn, it cannot be sheathed again until it kills a living being. The hero also learns that Turfing can grant 3 wishes. However, after those 3 wishes are used, the sword brings down its owner as a penalty. At that moment, the thug boy Juwon asks the hero if he really copies Turfing without knowing about its curse. Hearing this, the hero realizes that Juwon has no emotions, so the sword's penalty has no effect on him. That is the reason why the god Odin gives such a dangerous weapon to Juwon. Even though the hero has just copied Turfing, he can already feel its incredible power flowing through his body. He then asks the thug if he truly believes that he would copy such a weapon without first thinking of a way to deal with its curse. The hero immediately activates another skill called Cold Blood, which improves his swordsmanship. Although he has never used a rapier before, he is still able to follow the thug's movements by combining the abilities of Garden of Swords and Mana Detection. Preparing himself, the hero tells the thug to stop holding back and fight with everything he has. Both of them leap at each other and launch powerful attacks with their incredible abilities. But the thug strikes first and inserts his sword into the hero's neck. Believing he has won this battle, he lets his guard down. However, the hero instantly activates an extension skill on his own sword, causing its blade to suddenly grow longer and insert in the thug's neck as well. Because of this surprise attack, the thug releases his sword and sits on the ground in pain. Our hero Hyun heals his own wound and remembers something from before his regression. He recalls that the formless sword art has 5 forms, but Balak can only use the first 2 at this point in time. That is the main reason why the hero copies the Garden of Swords while fighting Fafnir. He knows there are many stronger skills he could have chosen, but he selects this one for a simple reason. The Garden of Swords is the foundation of the formless sword art, and once all 5 forms are mastered, it becomes one of the strongest sword techniques. Hyun believes that if he masters all 5 forms before Balak unlocks the 5th one, he will gain a huge advantage. He also realizes that the 3rd form is called Extension Sword, a technique that concentrates mana into the blade and extends it with an invisible edge. That technique is what allows him to create an opening and land a successful attack despite the difference in skill between them. While he is thinking about this, the thug boy Juwon congratulates him and admits that the hero has won the battle. The hero then remembers that Juwon once read a picture book left behind by his parents and admired its main character. He believes that Juwon never truly forgets his parents, and if he had not been stripped of his emotions, he might have grown into a kind-hearted boy instead of becoming a ruthless murderer. The hero tells the thug that everything he has done is unforgivable, and that is why he must die. Just as the hero prepares to finish him, he suddenly notices a strange flow of mana coming from Turfing. The thug assures the hero that he has no intention of attacking him. Instead, he asks the magical sword to grant his final wish. The sword warns him that once his last wish is fulfilled, his life will come to an end. Even so, Juwon chooses to make the wish. Seeing this, the hero gets worried as he fears that the thug is about to wish for everyone's death. However, to his surprise, Juwon makes a completely different wish. He asks Turfing to give the hero Hyun the power to change the ending of this cruel story. The thug explains that he once believed he was the main character of this story, but in the end, he realizes he is nothing more than an evil supporting character. He says that villains always leave a gift for the true hero before making their exit, and this is his final gift to Hyun. As soon as Turfing grants Juwon's last wish, the magical sword suddenly transforms into a huge monster and devours Juwon on the spot. After the battle ends, the hero notices that the copied version of Turfing also begins to disappear. He realizes that because the sword is linked to the thug, it is destined to vanish once its original owner dies. At that moment, the system announces that the hero has obtained a new active skill called Eye of Insight. This detection skill allows him to see the true nature of people, creatures, and objects. The hero feels amazed as he realizes this is the gift Juwon wanted to leave behind. With Eye of Insight, he now gains a major advantage in future battles against the Aesir gods. While he is thinking about his new ability, the magical barrier surrounding the battlefield suddenly breaks down. The hero finally reunites with his companions, the goddess Hela and his pet dragon. The goddess asks how he manages to defeat the thug boy, especially since the boy also possesses a mythic artifact. The hero replies that Juwon is still only a crow, so defeating him is not as difficult as it seems. He then says that since the goddess is safe, she must have defeated Jiyun as well. The goddess confirms this and says that she has also obtained Draupnir. The hero mentions that he has acquired Jormungandr, the magical orb, and wonders if he should return it to the great serpent that guards the ocean. However, Hela stops him and explains that he should keep it because it will become very useful to him in the future. When the hero picks up the magical orb, the system explains that it grants control over water and strengthens all water-type skills. Feeling good about its abilities, the hero stores the orb inside his system. After that, he starts searching the area for the limit breaker injections because he cannot leave such dangerous items behind. With some effort, he finally finds several of them and decides to send one injection to Lady Director, Kim Ji-yeon, since it will help with her investigation. However, the remaining injections are for his own use, so he starts injecting each of the limit breakers into his body. Seeing this, the goddess gets shocked and asks why he is doing something so reckless as if these injections contain Odin's blood. The hero explains that the injections are filled with divinity, giving him a rare chance to obtain divine power without having to fight a god. After injecting all of them, the system displays several notifications. It confirms that his divinity has increased significantly and he has unlocked a new slot, allowing him to store one additional mythic rank skill. Meanwhile, at the god Odin's palace, an informer reports that the hero Hyun, the great adversary, has successfully killed Juwon, and also confirms that Lady Jiyun is dead as well. Hearing this, God Odin understands that the hero is becoming stronger much faster than expected. He realizes that if this continues, the hero will become an even greater threat, so he decides that it is time to take action himself. The informer then delivers another bad news that the hero has found the limit breaker injections and has used every one of them on himself. Hearing this, the god gets angry, but realizes that the hero knows the injections contain Odin's blood and has deliberately used them to increase his divinity. The god orders his informer to make sure the mission succeeds this time and declares that the hero Hyun must be captured and thrown into prison. Meanwhile, the hero returns home and checks his system after finally reaching the second level of divinity. He thinks that until now, he has barely managed to survive by relying on Thor's mythic skill. However, now that he has unlocked a second mythic skill slot, he can copy another mythic rank ability. He also remembers that he has a blank card obtained after defeating the crow, Juwon. The only problem is that finding another god to copy a skill from is much more difficult. Still, he decides not to worry about it because he knows the gods will eventually come after him again, as he himself is the prophesied great adversary. While he is thinking, the goddess Hela, who has transformed back into her cat form, says that this victory has likely ruined Odin's plans. She explains that the Limit Breaker project is one of Odin's most important experiments for Ragnarok. She also feels good that the hero's divinity has increased. She tells him that the Aesir gods, who can currently use only 30% of their true power, are no longer a serious threat to him. Hearing this, the hero recalls the moment he unlocked the second level of divinity. He realizes that his strength has increased so much that he is now confident he can defeat Heimdall. Hela then tells him that Odin and the other Aesir gods will not be able to make any major moves for a while. The hero agrees that things should stay peaceful for some time. However, he reveals that he has already received a new quest, and he wants to complete it as soon as possible so that his pet dragon, Fafnir, can become even stronger. Our hero's new quest requires him to defeat the sleeping boss monster beneath Japan's Lake Chuzenji and find a way to help his pet dragon continue its growth. The hero believes that his dragon already has the finest scales among all dragons, but he knows it can become even stronger. However, he tells the goddess Hela that there is one major problem with traveling to Japan. Even though director Kim Ji-yeon supports him, he has already missed too many days at the academy. If he stays away any longer, he risks repeating the same grade. At the same time, he cannot afford to ignore this important quest. As the hero struggles to decide what to do, he suddenly receives a message on his phone from the blonde girl, Yu Jung. She asks him what they need to bring for the upcoming field trip. Meanwhile, at the academy, a girl named Sion approaches the hero's classmate Ina. She asks whether the hero has a girlfriend. When Ina replies that she does not know, Sion hands her a love letter and asks her to deliver it to the hero. Doing this, as the girl leaves, Ina feels uncomfortable about completing this request. Even so, she decides that she should give the letter to the hero when she gets the chance. After some days, our hero Hyun sits with his friends at the academy as they discuss their upcoming field trip. The blonde girl Yujung says she is happy for this trip as they are getting a break after a long time from fighting monsters every day. Another girl, Soyul, wonders why the destination suddenly changes as the class is originally supposed to travel to the United States. Hearing this, our hero remembers his earlier meeting with director Kim Ji-yeon. During that meeting, He personally asks her to change the destination of the field trip. He does this because he no longer wants to miss classes at the academy, and also does not want to give up the quest to make his pet dragon stronger. The hero thinks that the original destination is Lake Chuzenji in Nikko, home to one of Japan's 3 greatest waterfalls. However, the area is now closed because dangerous monsters, including Daegu, have taken over the region. As a result, the academy has changed the field trip destination to Okinawa. The hero believes this change works in his favor. It gives him a chance to move without attracting too much attention, and he is already familiar with the monsters that live in that area. While he is thinking this, his friends ask why he has been absent from the academy for so long. The hero replies that he has been taking some time to rest. He then changes the subject, reminding everyone that they should focus on buying supplies for the trip instead of talking. His friends agree, and they decide to split into teams to shop more efficiently. After some time, Ina finishes making a list of everything they need and assigns everyone's tasks. She says that she herself and the hero Hyun will buy the groceries. Yujung and Soil will shop for equipment and other necessities, while Hoyeon and Jaesang will pick up games and entertainment items for the trip. Once the teams are set, the hero asks Ina to come with him so they can begin shopping right away. After a while, they arrive at the grocery store, where many other students from the academy have already gathered. As the hero reaches for a few boxed meals, the girl immediately stops him. She tells him that eating those meals regularly is not good for his health. Instead, she promises to cook something much better for him herself. The hero agrees and turns his attention to buying the rest of the supplies. While they are shopping, the hero notices that many people around the store are staring at them. Some students whisper that both Hyun and Ina are very popular at the academy, and some of them comment that they look adorable together and even assume that they are dating. Hearing these rumors, the hero thinks that he can easily ignore them. However, he worries that the comments might be much harder for Ina to deal with. At the same time, the girl remembers the love letter that Sion asked her to deliver to the hero, but for some reason, she no longer wants to give it to him. She then asks the hero why he has never dated anyone. The hero feels surprised by the sudden question and asks why she wants to know. The girl comments that she just wonders why someone as kind and dependable as the hero still does not have a girlfriend. The hero explains that he is a raider, a job filled with constant danger. He says that he could lose his life at any moment while fighting monsters. Because of that, he chooses not to have a girlfriend. He believes that if he dies during a mission, the person he loves would be left alone and forced to suffer. Hearing this, the girl thinks that the hero always puts others before himself and is willing to sacrifice everything for their sake. She then asks what he would do if someone confessed their feelings and wanted to be his girlfriend. The hero mentions that he does not know and says that even if someone that kind truly exists, he is not confident that he himself could return those feelings in the same way. After that, both of them continue shopping without talking, and the girl Ina has made up her mind not to give him Sion's love letter. The hero thinks back to the time before his regression, when he first meets Ina during a joint training session at Mills. Because of her outstanding skills and beautiful appearance, many rumors spread about her. At that time, she was a cold person who trusted no one except herself. She always seemed to be running away from something and kept moving forward without letting anyone get close. The hero believes that she was only making her own life more difficult. Later, whenever he saw her on television, his opinion did not change. She still appeared guarded and unable to trust the people around her. However, after learning about her family's past, he realized that she has good reasons for becoming that way. Now, in this life, the hero sees that Ina is completely different. She no longer carries the same fear or distrust that once controlled her. He believes that this change happens because of both Yujung and the hero himself. Together, they help Ina break down the emotional walls she has built around her heart. The hero also realizes that, at some point, Ina begins to develop feelings for him. However, he does not know how to answer the question she asks earlier because he understands the real reason behind it. He believes that she is just confused since he is the first person to truly reach out to her, so she mistakes those feelings for love. A few days later, all the preparations for the field trip are complete. The hero and his friends gather at the academy and get ready to travel to Okinawa by bus. As everyone boards the bus, the hero notices that the blonde girl Yujung is looking so excited for the trip. He also realizes that their group has grown much larger than before. The boy Hoyeon agrees and says that their group has become very popular around the academy. The hero understands that this is partly because director Kim Ji-yeon has been promoting them. The media is already calling the hero's group one of the strongest teams at Mills, especially after Lady Ji-yoon's disappearance. While the two boys are talking, the blonde girl reminds everyone to get on the bus because it is time to leave. When the hero steps inside, he sees that many seats are still empty, so he takes one for himself. But to his surprise, Ina walks over and sits beside him. Seeing this, the other members of the group get surprised and talk among themselves that the hero and Ina have been getting much closer lately. In the way, our hero Hyun feels awkward sitting beside her because of their conversation a few days earlier. At first, he hopes he has simply misunderstood her feelings, thinking that she is not very good at expressing her emotions. However, after seeing the look on her face, he realizes that she truly likes him. Even so, the hero reminds himself that he has a different mission. His priority is to protect the people who matter to him and become strong enough to stop Ragnarok. He also remembers that before his regression, he was already in his late 20s. Because of that, the idea of dating a high school student makes him feel that it would be completely wrong. Deciding not to let his emotions distract him, the hero puts on his earbuds and listens to music instead. However, Ina also asks if he can share one of the earbuds with her so they can listen to the music together. After some time, the hero and his classmates finally arrive in Okinawa, where everyone feels amazed by the beautiful scenery. Soon, one of the instructors gathers the students and gives them an important briefing. He explains that they will first go to the hotel to leave their luggage before visiting the planned destinations. All activities for the first day will be done in their assigned groups. The instructor then says that the second day is free for everyone to explore on their own. However, each student must stay in a group of at least 2 people. If they submit a list of their group members in advance, an instructor will not need to accompany them. He also asks the students to enjoy the trip and later write a report about what they see and learn during their visit. Hearing the instructions, the blonde girl Yujung plans to team up with the hero for the second day. But before she can say anything, Ina walks over to the hero and tells him that he has to spend the second day with her. However, the hero refuses the offer, explaining that he already has something important to do on the second day and has received permission from director Kim Ji-yeon to handle it. Hearing their conversation, Soyeol asks the blonde girl if something serious has happened between the hero and Ina, but the blonde girl comments that it does not seem like they have been fighting at all. After that, our hero thinks about the schedule for the field trip. It lasts for 5 days and 4 nights. On the first day, all the students spend time with their assigned circles. For the remaining 4 days, they are free to explore and do whatever they want. Although the trip is long, the hero knows it is a rare chance for the students to relax. Since they fight monsters almost every day, the academy gives them plenty of freedom during field trips so they can take a break from their usual routine. The hero plans to stay with his circle on the first day, and on the second day, he intends to begin the boss raid to help his pet dragon Fafnir continue growing stronger. However, one problem keeps bothering him. Ever since their shopping for the trip, Ina has been getting much closer to him. The hero realizes that he has spent all his time chasing his goal and becoming stronger. Because of that, he has never left any room in his life for romance. He decides that he has to settle the matter before it becomes more complicated. With that in mind, he tells Ina that he will spend time with her on the second day because there is something important he wants to tell her. Hearing this, the girl feels curious about what the hero wants to say. Even so, she decides not to worry about it as she has already made up her mind that she will no longer run away from her feelings. She decides that, including Sion, she does not want to see other girls talking about Hyun or standing by his side. Meanwhile, the blonde girl Yujung also notices that Ina's attitude toward the hero has changed recently because Ina almost seems to be acting like the hero's girlfriend. That night, the blonde girl is still thinking about this situation. However, she realizes that Ina's feelings appear to be one-sided. She then remembers how Ina once asked her whether she liked the hero. At the time, the blonde girl does not understand the reason behind that question, but now she realizes that Ina has asked because she has already fallen in love with him. As the blonde girl worries about her friend, Soyeol notices her expression and asks if she is bothered by the growing relationship between the hero and Ina. She also asks whether the blonde girl also has feelings for the hero. Hearing this, the blonde girl gets surprised, but Soyeol warns her that if she truly likes the hero but does nothing, she may regret it in the future. The blonde girl remembers the time she has spent with the hero. Recalling those moments, she comments that the hero Hyun is like an old friend to her and nothing more. She adds that she is only worried about Ina because she knows how emotionally sensitive she is. Saying that, Yujung ends the conversation and falls asleep. The next day, our hero Hyun apologizes to his pet dragon Fafnir. He tells the dragon that they will go out together in the evening instead. Before that, he wants to meet Ina and honestly explain his situation to her. The hero decides that he will not tell her about his regression or the gods because he does not want to drag his friends into the dangerous battles ahead. However, he also knows that he cannot stay silent. If he does not give her a proper explanation, Ina will never accept his rejection because of how determined she is. After some time, he arrives at the aquarium, where Ina is already waiting for him. The two of them enter together, but our hero notices that she is walking very close to him, even though he can even hear the sound of her heartbeat. The two of them look around the aquarium and enjoy spending time together. After some time, they sit at some spot to rest, where the girl thanks the hero for coming with her. The hero then tells her that there is something important he wants to say. Ina replies that he can tell her later, but Hyun insists that he needs to say it now. She finally agrees, but just as our hero is about to explain everything, a loud scream suddenly echoes through the aquarium. Hearing this, everyone in the aquarium panicked. Some people wonder if a monster has entered the building, but the others point out that they are in Okinawa, where monsters are not supposed to appear. Sensing the danger, the hero immediately grabs Ina and pulls her close to protect her. But when he realizes there is nothing a serious threat, he releases her. Ina tells him that the strongest monster she can sense nearby is only C rank. She says she knows the hero would never believe that such a weak monster could put her in danger. She then asks why he instinctively tried to protect her, but our hero just comments that it was a misunderstanding. Hearing his answer, Ina feels sad and reminds him that he said they would talk later. She adds that by the time that conversation happens, his answer will probably change. The two of them then head outside to find out what caused the commotion. When they finally locate the monster, they get surprised to see that it is already dead. The hero assumes that someone from the Japanese Hunter Association has already taken care of it. Just then, he notices that his pet dragon and the blonde girl Yujung have also arrived at the scene. The hero asks the blonde girl about why she is at the aquarium. She replies that she was alone, so she decided to come here by herself. The hero then says that he will inform the instructors about what has just happened. Since the area may still be dangerous, he suggests that everyone leave and go somewhere safer. About 20 minutes later, the instructors from Meals arrive at the scene. They learn that the monster appears because the Japanese Association accidentally lets a few monsters escape from the restricted danger zone. Director Kim Ji-yeon immediately demands that the Japanese Association take responsibility, pointing out that the Academy's students could have been seriously injured. After everything settles down, the hero tells the two girls that he has an important task to complete and needs to leave. Once he is gone, Ina asks the blonde girl if she comes to the aquarium because she wants to follow them. But the blonde girl clarifies that she simply chooses the aquarium because she does not know where else to go. Later, as the blonde girl returns to the hotel, Soyeol asks her if she has seen both Hyun and Ina during the day. The blonde girl confirms that she has and says that what she suspected is true because Ina has truly fallen in love with the hero. Meanwhile, near Lake Chuzenji in Nikko, two bodyguards are standing on duty to keep people away from the restricted area. One of the guards wonders why they have to stay here instead of simply gathering all the raiders and clearing the danger zone. But the other guard explains that the mission is not that simple. He says an S-rank monster is sleeping beneath the lake, making it the first known monster of its kind in the world. As they are talking, they suddenly notice some movement from the nearby bushes. Then suddenly our hero Hyun steps out wearing his armor. The guards immediately order him to leave, warning him that this area is restricted. Instead of fighting them, the hero uses his brainwashing skill on them, to which both guards instantly fall asleep. As the path is now clear, the hero enters the danger zone together with his pet dragon to complete the quest. Looking around, he realizes the place is exactly as he remembers it. 8 enormous whirlpools spin across the lake, each resembling a giant black hole. Hyun knows that the sleeping boss monster can only be awakened by approaching those whirlpools. Normally, anyone who gets close would be pulled into the water. However, because the hero himself possesses the essence of ocean, he can walk across the surface of the lake without being affected by the whirlpools. While walking on the water, he recalls that the monsters are divided into 3 different categories. The first are monsters that emerge from gates. The second are natural monsters created through genetic mutations. The third are unique monsters born from people's thoughts, beliefs, and ancient legends. This third type is the one the hero himself is about to face. Thinking that, he pours alcohol into the lake as part of the summoning ritual. He realizes that the legendary creature born from Japanese mythology is Yamata no Orochi, a giant serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Association headquarters, an assistant delivers an important letter to the S-rank association leader, Moria Renki. After reading it, the leader realizes that the letter comes from the European Union. It requests that the Japanese Association stop investigating the mysterious figure known as the Black Robe. The leader feels confused by this sudden request, and his assistant admits that he does not know the reason either. He explains that Camilla, Balak, and the other members of the European Union refuse to reveal any details as well. Hearing this, Moria thinks that he has always believed that the Black Robe is an enemy of the European Union. He remembers that during the Great Ruins robbery, both Camilla and Balak were beaten by the Black Robe and failed to protect the ruins. Because of that, the leader cannot understand why the European Union suddenly wants to stop tracking the Black Robe, and also why they are asking other nations to end their investigations as well. The leader suspects that the European Union and the Black Robe may be working together, as it seems like the most logical explanation. If that is true, he realizes that the Black Robe has likely become much stronger than before. Thinking about this, the leader decides to stop the investigation as requested. He then asks his assistant about the preparations for the raid on the boss monster at Lake Chuzenji. The assistant reports that everything is ready, as they have prepared a large amount of alcohol for Yamata no Orochi, more than enough to pour into all 8 whirlpools. As they are talking, the ground suddenly starts shaking like an earthquake. The assistant quickly contacts the workers near the lake to find out what is happening, and gets bad news that Yamata no Orochi has awakened. The leader gets stunned by the report, because this legendary boss monster has remained asleep for years, yet it suddenly awakens just 1 day before the planned raid. Meanwhile, our hero Hyun faces the boss monster alone, and remarks that it takes 400 bottles of alcohol to awaken the creature from its slumber. He remembers that, in the original timeline, the Japanese association tries to defeat the monster, but fails, and the monster survives for several more years before it is finally killed. The hero knows from mythology that the legendary divinity Susanoo defeats this monster. He recalls that Susanoo first weakens it with alcohol because the monster is born from that mythology and is influenced by its own legend. The hero realizes that understanding a monster's mythology makes it much easier to discover its weakness and defeat it. He also remembers seeing the exact method to kill this monster in the past. Since he already knows about it, all he has to do is repeat the same strategy. While he is thinking, the giant snake suddenly throws a powerful water strike at him. However, our hero possesses the essence of ocean stone, which instantly deflects the water attack. Realizing that its water-based attack has no effect on him, the snake monster activates another powerful ability to continue the battle. This time, the monster launches a deadly poison attack at our hero, but the hero quickly jumps back and easily dodges the strike. To keep his pet dragon safe, he puts it inside a bag and throws the bag away from the battlefield. As he prepares to fight, he realizes that the monster's greatest strengths are its ability to control water and its deadly poison. However, thanks to Hell's blessing, neither of those powers has any effect on the hero at all. Thinking that, our hero activates his skill and leaps into the air. Using the power of the essence of ocean stone along with his incredible speed, he gives multiple powerful strikes and also cuts off one of the monster's heads. Just then, the leader of the Japanese association arrives with his team. They immediately activate a buff skill that hides their presence so they can observe the battle without being noticed. The leader is completely stunned by what he sees. He cannot believe that a single human is fighting such a powerful S-rank monster alone. He remembers battling the same creature alongside several famous A-rank raiders, yet they still failed to defeat it. They were only fortunate that the monster never left the water, which is why they spent so much time preparing for tomorrow's operation. But now, our hero Hyun has reached the monster first and taken the opportunity to defeat it himself. Thinking about this, the leader still wonders who the mysterious fighter really is. Then suddenly, he realizes that seeing the fighting style and black outfit means this guy is none other than the Black Robe. The leader recalls Balak's interview and realizes that his words are not exaggerated at all. He can also sense that the hero's mana far surpasses even his own S-rank level. At the same time, our hero Hyun notices the presence of the leader and his team. Instead of being concerned, he feels good because he has been waiting for them to arrive at exactly this moment. He then summons his magical sword, Turfing, and decides that this is the perfect chance to remind the world of the name Black Robe. He remembers the plan he makes before leaving for this mission. To become stronger, he knows he must monopolize the hidden treasures and opportunities scattered across the world. However, to gain access to them, he needs to purchase raid rights, verify his identity, and meet other official requirements. That is why he chooses to operate under the alias Black Robe. This identity gives him the freedom to act without revealing who he truly is. To make that plan successful, he intends to increase the fame and value of the Black Robe's name. He thinks that his plan was to lure the Japanese association to the battlefield and defeat Yamada no Orochi in front of them. After witnessing the battle, the association will report everything to the media, allowing the name of Black Robe to spread across the world. Thinking this, Hyun suddenly leaps forward and pierces through the monster's body with his sword. Doing this, he activates the power of the lightning god and summons a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. The powerful attack crashes down on the monster and causes a huge destruction on the battlefield. The leader of the Japanese association gets totally stunned by Hyun's incredible strength and wonders whether the man before him is truly human or a monster. At that moment, the system announces that the hero has successfully defeated the boss monster and completed the first condition of the quest. As he is busy in this, the leader remembers what Balak once said about the Black Robe. Balak explains that the Black Robe fights with a sword and possesses mana comparable to Camilla's. He even admits that if he faces the Black Robe again, he would lose once more. Recalling those words, the leader realizes he was completely wrong. He once believes that Balak is exaggerating the Black Robe's strength, or has some secret agreement with him. Now, after witnessing the battle with his own eyes, he understands that every word Balak says is true, as the Black Robe is genuinely powerful. As he is thinking this, his teammates ask what just happened because the mysterious warrior has defeated the boss monster all by himself. But the leader orders everyone to stay silent if they want to survive. His teammates feel confused by the warning, but the leader tells them that the Black Robe is the same legendary figure who clears the great ruins of Iceland alone. Meanwhile, our hero Hyun feels much stronger after using the lightning god's power against the monster. He then puts on a mask to hide his true identity and asks the Japanese association if they really believe they can hide their presence from him. Hearing this, the members finally reveal themselves. The leader asks why the hero comes to Japan, wondering if clearing the great ruins of Iceland is not enough for him. He accuses Hyun of being a grave robber who steals Europe's treasures and says that this time he has also taken the boss monster that the Japanese Association has been preparing to defeat. Our hero activates his Eye of Insight skill and analyzes the leader. The result shows that the leader's threat level is far too low to be a danger to him. The hero then points out that he defeats the very monster the Japanese Association wants to eliminate. Since he solves their biggest problem, he says they should reward him for his efforts. The leader realizes that Hyun has a point. However, he also knows that defeating the monster does not provide any valuable item or treasure. This makes him believe that the hero must have another reason for coming here. He demands that the hero reveal his true purpose and asks if he plans to kill everyone here as well. But the hero clarifies that he has no interest in killing people. Instead, he says there is only one thing he wants from them. The leader thinks that someone as powerful as the Black Robe wouldn't ask for money, so he assumes the request must be something far more important. But to everyone's surprise, our hero asks them to publish an article about him and make sure it presents him as one of the good guys. After finishing his conversation with leader Moria, our hero returns to the hotel with his pet dragon. He opens the system screen again to check the objectives required to make his dragon stronger. A notification suddenly appears, asking if he wants to be teleported to the Valley of Dragons to complete the second condition of the quest. The hero accepts the offer, and in an instant, both he and his pet dragon get transported to the Valley of Dragons. As soon as they arrive, the hero sees countless dragons flying in the sky, and also notices a mysterious cave in front of him. Then suddenly, a strange voice echoes from inside the cave, saying that it has been a long time since an outsider has entered this place. When the hero asks who the presence is, the voice tells him to come inside, explaining that they have been waiting for his arrival. Hyun enters the cave and gets stunned to find that the being who is talking to him is a huge golden dragon. The dragon welcomes the hero by calling him the great adversary of prophecy. He then introduces himself as the Watcher, the guardian and ruler of the Valley of Dragons. Getting curious, our hero asks how the Watcher knows his true identity. The Watcher explains that he has learned about him from the Norn sisters. The Watcher then assures the hero that he will help him raise his pet dragon, Fafnir, and invites him to follow deeper into the valley. On the morning of the third day of the field trip, Hyun's friends gather for the day's activities. However, Soyeol feels disappointed when she notices that the hero is still missing. Hoyeon explains that the hero has returned to the hotel during the night, but by the time he goes to check on him, the hero has already left again. The girl says they have no choice but to continue without him, to which Hoyeon agrees, believing that the hero must have a good reason for being absent. Just then, Jae-sung asks Ina how she spends her second day with the hero when they visit the aquarium together. His question makes the others uncomfortable because they think it is too personal. Soyeol especially feels annoyed, noticing that Ina looks exhausted as if she has not slept all night. As everyone tries to avoid the topic, Ina admits that everyone already knows she has feelings for the hero. Hearing this, Jae-sung gets completely surprised because he genuinely has no idea about her feelings before. The blonde girl then asks Ina if she has confessed to Hyun. When Ina hesitates to answer, the blonde girl assumes that the hero might have rejected her. She tells Ina that she should consider moving on and finding someone else. However, Ina immediately clarifies that the hero has not rejected her, he simply has not given her an answer yet. Meanwhile, the Watcher leads our hero and his pet dragon to a special place known as the Altar of Evolution. He explains that this is where Fafnir will begin unlocking his true potential. The hero reassures Fafnir not to worry, telling him that everything will be fine. The Watcher then explains that a dragon's evolution is an extremely difficult process. Since Fafnir is still a low-ranking dragon, his evolution should not be too challenging. However, as he grows stronger and reaches higher ranks, each future evolution will become much more difficult. Explaining this, the Watcher hands the hero a magical scroll and says it will create a soul link between Hyun and Fafnir. Our hero points out that Fafnir is already registered in the system, so he does not understand why another bond is necessary. The Watcher explains that Fafnir's power is about to change completely. Once their souls are linked, both the hero and Fafnir will be able to share mana, greatly increasing the dragon's strength. The Watcher then instructs the hero to infuse the scroll with his mana so it can recognize him as his pet's true master. As soon as our hero follows the instructions, enormous mana starts flowing around them. Feeling the overwhelming energy, the hero realizes that it is very similar to the power he has experienced when he has obtained Odin's lost eye. Once the system successfully links the hero's soul with Fafnir's, our hero notices a mysterious symbol appear on his arm. The new mark is proof that the bond between them has been completed. The Watcher then releases white flames around Fafnir, beginning the dragon's evolution. Seeing the flames surrounding his pet, Hyun gets worried. However, the Watcher reassures him that the flames are completely harmless. Instead of causing pain, they are meant to help Fafnir grow stronger. As the hero watches closely, he sees his pet is playing with the white flames and is also absorbing the mana flowing from them. The Watcher then explains that the white flames enhance a dragon's life force and greatly increase its mana. He adds that these flames are an extremely precious power that he never shares with other races. However, because Hyun is the great adversary, he believes using them on Fafnir will be useful. At this moment, the system announces that the pet's rank has increased by 1 level, and it also has received several new skills. Seeing his pet's growth, the hero feels good and believes that changing the field trip destination to Japan is completely worth it. Although the system has granted new skills, he decides to check them later. First, he tells the Watcher that there is something he wants to ask. The Watcher assumes the hero wants to know about Fafnir's evolution and assures him that the process is a complete success. However, our hero explains that he is actually curious about the Valley of Dragons itself, as he wants to know what kind of place it truly is. He recalls that ever since he first obtained Fafnir, the system has told him that if Fafnir dies, it will be sent to the Valley of Dragons and will be resurrected there after some time. The Watcher finally reveals the truth that the Valley of Dragons is a graveyard for dragons. None of the dragons living here are truly alive anymore. Instead, they continue repeating their existence by relying on powerful magic. Hearing this, the hero feels surprised and realizes that his pet must have transformed into an egg at the moment of his previous death before being reborn. The Watcher then explains that among all the species of the 9 realms, dragons alone possess a unique form of magic. This magic allows them to preserve their memories through death and pass them on when they are reborn as eggs. Getting curious, the hero asks why his pet does not remember anything from its previous life. The Watcher explains that the hero's pet has lost his memories because of a penalty caused by Odin's curse. To be reborn, his pet has to sacrifice all of his previous memories. The hero then takes out the tail of Yamada no Orochi, which he obtains after defeating the monster, and asks the Watcher if he knows how the item can be used. The Watcher immediately recognizes the tail and tells the hero that he can teach him the proper recipe to cook it. He then leads him to the dragon's restaurant, where he decides to prepare the meal by himself. As our hero enters the restaurant, he gets amazed by its beauty, because everything inside is made entirely of gold. After a while, the Watcher serves a fully prepared dish and asks the hero to taste it. When our hero takes just 1 spoon, he gets stunned because the flavor reminds him of the cake that the blonde girl Yoo-jung once made for him. Later, on the final day of the field trip, Hyun returns from the Valley of Dragons after receiving valuable advice from the Watcher, the Golden Dragon. He then joins his friends at the beach to enjoy the rest of their trip. While everyone else is excited by the scenery, the hero still recalls his conversation with the Watcher. He remembers the Watcher explaining that working with materials dropped by a monster born from humanity's negative emotions is an extremely difficult task. The Watcher also has told the hero that it cannot cook the Yamada no Orochi tail properly at the moment. Instead, he advises him to take his time and search for a cook who can prepare more unique dishes. He also explains that humans and dragons have very different tastes, so food that humans enjoy may not satisfy Fafnir. Remembering this advice, our hero decides that he must find someone who can cook meals that his pet will truly enjoy. He realizes that the best way to do this is to let Fafnir taste dishes prepared by many different people. By comparing their cooking, he hopes to eventually find the right person who can properly prepare the monster's tail. Thinking this, our hero gets a new plan and decides to hold a cooking competition among his friends, including the blonde girl Yoo-jung, to discover the best chef. Meanwhile, back in the Valley of Dragons, the Watcher heads to a sacred place where a massive glowing stone is placed. He informs the being sealed within the stone that the great adversary has recently visited the realm. The presence inside the stone reveals itself as the Giant of Wisdom, Mimir. He says that he is already aware of Hyun's visit and tells the Watcher that it is time to return to his original form. Following the instruction, the Watcher activates a transformation skill, and in an instant, he transforms from the giant Golden into a man named Bryn. Later that night, our hero gathers all of his friends in the hotel's kitchen for the cooking competition. Looking around, the blonde girl Yoo-jung gets amazed by how large and well-equipped the kitchen is. The hero knows they are only allowed to use it because he asks director Ji-yeon to request permission from the hotel owner on their behalf. Meanwhile, Jae-sung looks worried because he has no interest in joining the competition. The hero tells him not to stress about it and suggests that Jae-sung just has to prepare pet food or some meat since he has already tried ordinary pet food before, but Fafnir refuses to eat it. The hero then explains the rules to everyone. The goal of the competition is to cook a dish that Fafnir enjoys the most. Everyone has 1 hour to prepare their own meal, and after all the dishes are finished, Fafnir will taste each one. Whoever cooks Fafnir's favorite dish will be declared the winner. The hero adds that this is the plan he has in mind from the beginning. However, the blonde girl has suggested that everyone should also enjoy the food together, so the completed dishes will serve as dinner for the entire group as well. To motivate everyone, our hero announces that the winner will receive a special prize that he personally prepares. He reveals that the reward will be just as valuable as the symbol of solidarity they received before. Hearing this, everyone agrees to take part in the competition, and Hyun finally begins the cooking contest. As everyone starts cooking, our hero notices how seriously they are taking the challenge. The blonde girl is busy boiling a mysterious red liquid, while Hoyeon simply heats a packet meal in the oven. Soil decides to make egg-fried rice, and Jae-sung prepares a meat dish, making his choice different from the others. Meanwhile, Ina cooks a delicious-looking stew. Seeing how amazing it looks, the hero becomes convinced that she will be today's winner. After an hour of hard work, everyone finishes their dishes. Hyun then calls over his pet Fafnir and tells it to taste the food and choose the dish it likes the most. The pet first walks toward Soil's and Jae-sang's meals, but he immediately rejects both of them. Seeing this, the guys feel disappointed because they put a lot of effort into their cooking. Next, the pet turns to Hoyeon's dish but rejects that as well. Hoyeon is not bothered by the result since he only prepares instant packet food with nothing much effort. Now only the blonde girl and Ina's dishes remain. Our hero still expects his pet to choose Ina's delicious stew. However, to everyone's surprise, Fafnir walks to the blonde girl's strange liquid and starts drinking it. With that unexpected choice, the blonde girl Yoo-jung becomes the winner of the cooking competition. The blonde girl is also amazed by the result and hugs the dragon to thank it for choosing her dish. However, things quickly take a turn when she asks everyone to taste her dish as well. Hearing this, the other gets completely stunned because they already know how dangerous her food is. Wanting to avoid eating it, the others say that since Hyun organized the cooking competition, he should be the one to eat the blonde girl's dish by himself. Our hero sits at the table but wonders about what will happen once he takes a bite. To prepare himself, he activates his cold-blooded skill, which temporarily removes his emotions. He believes this ability will help him eat the food without being affected by its terrible taste. However, when he takes just one spoonful, his system immediately displays a warning that Hell's Blessing is struggling to function because he has consumed poison. Our hero gets completely shocked, because even after obtaining divine power, the blonde girl's cooking is still powerful enough to put him through such a terrible experience. After all the chaos and unforgettable memories, the school trip finally comes to an end. Everyone boards the bus and starts the journey back to school. On the way, our hero checks his phone and sees several news posts claiming that Black Robe has defeated Yamato no Orochi and then disappeared. As he reads the articles, he notices that they all speak positively about Black Robe. He understands that leader Maria is keeping his promise, and Black Robe's name will soon become famous around the world. While the hero is lost in these thoughts, his friend Hoyeon calls him and asks if something has happened between him and Ina. Hearing this unexpected question, the hero gets stunned. Hoyeon then explains that Ina had already told everyone she confessed her feelings, and now she is simply waiting for the hero's answer. Hoyeon says that he normally does not interfere in other people's relationships, but he does not want their close friendship to fall apart because of this. Hearing that, our hero reassures him not to worry, commenting that their friendship will always remain strong, no matter what happens. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Dragons, the mysterious being Mimir asks the Watcher, Bryn, whether the hero has proven useful to their cause. The Watcher replies that the hero is truly worthy of becoming a key figure in the alliance against the Aesir. He explains that the hero has already unlocked the second level of his divine power. However, the Watcher also points out that they are running out of time because their enemies are advancing much faster and more carefully than they had expected. He adds that the Aesir possess overwhelming power, and he believes Mimir already knows what they are secretly preparing. Hearing this, Mimir agrees that the Aesir are trying to speed up their plans. Because of that, he says they must act quickly as well. He then asks the Watcher about how the preparations for the lady's third trial are progressing. The Watcher assures him that he has already contacted her in advance, so the third trial should begin very soon. Mimir then asks whether he believes the great adversary can successfully pass the trial. The Watcher admits that this trial will be much more difficult than the previous ones, because it is unlike anything the hero has faced before. Even so, he is confident that the great adversary will handle this challenge as well, just like he has overcome every trial before. Meanwhile, our hero Hyun and his friends return to the academy after their school trip. Some of the students feel sad because the fun trip has finally come to an end. As everyone is talking, the hero suddenly notices goddess Hela arriving in her cat form. His friends feel strange and wonder why a summoned creature is wandering around the academy. The hero realizes that Hela has never appeared while he is with his friends before. He assumes that she must have something urgent to tell him, which is why she has come to meet him now. As the cat walks straight toward the hero, his friends become even more confused about why the cat chooses only him. The hero explains that the cat is Fafnir's friend. He then excuses himself, saying that he has something important to take care of, and leaves the area. After arriving home, Hela returns to her original form and tells the hero to get ready because his third trial is now waiting for him. Hyun feels good to hear the news, but the goddess warns him that this trial will be completely different from the previous two. She explains that the goddess overseeing this trial is not in her right state of mind, making the challenge far more dangerous. Our hero does not fully understand what she means, but Hila tells him that he will soon find out the truth by himself. The hero wonders what kind of trial awaits him, and what its theme will be. As he thinks about it, he realizes that defeating Heimdall and Juon has weakened the enemy's forces, but those are only 2 victories. Ragnarok is still moving forward, and the enemy's plan is far from over. He understands that he must achieve many more victories to stop Ragnarok completely. If he does not act quickly, he will never be able to stop the Aesir and Odin. With that in mind, Hyun decides to begin preparing for the 3rd trial immediately. He asks Goddess Hela where he needs to go. She tells him that his destination is the Fog Garden and explains that a mysterious girl, known as the Escapee of Aesir, lives there. However, she refuses to reveal anything more, saying that the hero must discover the truth on his own during the trial. Our hero accepts her decision and says that he will leave for the Fog Garden the next day. But before he can make any more plans, Hela comments that there is one more important thing he needs to know. She explains that reaching the Fog Garden takes a very long time, almost an entire year. Hearing this, Hyun gets completely shocked and asks where the Fog Garden is if it takes almost a year to reach. The goddess replies that she cannot reveal its exact location. She only tells him that it exists somewhere within Niflheimer. She also explains that once they arrive there, the trial itself will not take much time. Hearing this, the hero wonders about what kind of place the Fog Garden really is. Seeing his expression, the goddess realizes that he is worried about the friends he will leave behind. She knows that he always cares about the people around him. Our hero is especially concerned because he would have to be away from the academy for an entire year. During his 2nd trial, he learned that he cannot know what is happening in the outside world while he is inside a trial. If Odin and the Aesir launch their attack during that time, he could lose everyone without being able to do anything to stop them. However, Hyun also knows that he must complete the trial if he wants to gain the power needed to defeat Odin. As he struggles to find a way to reach the destination more quickly, he suddenly remembers Draupnir, the magical bracelet left behind by the thug girl, which has an ability to open gates to other worlds. Thinking about this, he asks the goddess if it is really true that the trial itself will not take long once they reach Niflheimer. When she confirms it, the hero says that he has found a way to reach the destination in the shortest time possible. Without wasting another moment, he takes both Hela and his pet dragon outside to begin preparing for the journey. The goddess asks if he truly intends to use Draupnir, warning him that the plan is extremely dangerous and that he could lose his life if something goes wrong. However, our hero doesn't care about this, and says that they need to begin immediately as they have no time to waste. Meanwhile, in another realm, a beautiful goddess gathers golden apples from a tree. Thinking about Hyun, she says that he is truly a worthy gift. She knows it will take some time for him to arrive, but she is certain that he is on his way. She realizes that Hela has already started guiding him toward this place. Knowing that, she decides it is time for her to prepare for Hyun's 3rd trial as well. At the same time, at the European Union headquarters, Balak receives a phone call from Moria, the leader of the Japanese Association. But Balak understands one thing that the leader wants to discuss about Black Robe. He says that Black Robe is a monster beyond anyone's control and that no one can predict his actions. Hearing this, the leader asks if that means even Balak has no idea why Black Robe is doing all of this. Balak then starts recalling the events at the auction house. He remembers how everyone fell into a coma because of the mysterious woman, while Black Robe did everything he could to save the people there. Even though Camilla and Balak tried to kill him, Black Robe spared both of their lives. Thinking those moments, he realizes that he still does not know Black Robe's true objective. However, he has understood one thing, that Black Robe is neither their enemy nor someone who wants to harm humanity. Even if that assumption is wrong, Balak knows that none of them possess the power to stop Black Robe anyway. Remembering all of this, he tells the leader not to worry about Black Robe, because there is simply nothing they can do against him. Leader Maria then explains the real reason for his call. He says that he wants to speak with Black Robe again, and believes Balak might be able to help arrange a meeting. Feeling surprised, Balak asks whether the leader thinks he has some connection with Black Robe. The leader confirms this, and explains that the European Union was originally extremely angry about Black Robe because he took the ancient ruins from them. However, after some time, they suddenly stopped investigating him, and even instructed the other associations to stop searching for him as well. He says that the situation almost makes it seem as if the European Union is following Black Robe's orders. Hearing this, Balak says that it is an interesting theory. However, he makes it clear that he cannot help because he is unable to say anything about Black Robe. Ending the call, Balak thinks to himself about the subordination skill that was used on both him and Camilla. He realizes that the skill acts as a powerful restraint, preventing them from revealing any information about Black Robe. Even so, he is certain that no matter how hard Leader Moria investigates, he will never discover Black Robe's true identity with the abilities he currently possesses. Meanwhile, Goddess Hela tells the hero that Draupnir is a mythic artifact that requires an enormous amount of mana to activate. To use it, he must first double the amount of mana he currently possesses. Hearing this, the hero knows how dangerous it is to forcefully activate a mythic artifact, but he realizes he has no other choice. He understands that an artifact is a tool that allows its user to activate a skill stored within it by supplying mana. However, doing so requires extremely complex calculations. Unlike mages, artifact users cannot freely modify or adjust the skill because the magic has already been embedded into the artifact. The hero knows there is a huge difference between simply supplying mana to activate a preloaded skill and understanding the magical formula well enough to change it. What he is trying to do now is rewrite the formula inside Draupnir so it opens a portal to Niflheimer instead. After discussing the plan with Goddess Hela, he has received the exact location and coordinates of Niflheimer from her. With that information in hand, everything now depends on whether he has the ability to make it work. To succeed in his mission, the hero activates the power of Draupnir. A brilliant light immediately begins shining from the bracelet. However, the system warns him that Draupnir is using his mana as its medium, and he does not have enough mana to sustain it. As a result, the overwhelming strain causes him to cough up blood, showing just how dangerous this attempt truly is. Seeing this, Goddess Hela becomes worried for the hero. However, he refuses to give up. Instead, he calms himself and focuses on finding a way to complete his task. He remembers that, on the way here, the goddess has told him that mana alone is not enough to activate Draupnir. Unless it is fed with greed, the artifact can only be used once every month. That means if he fails now, he will lose an entire month before he can try again. The hero starts thinking of a way to overcome the mana backlash and increase his mana. Suddenly, he remembers the great golden ocean and realizes that the power he needs has been inside him all along. He recalls his battle against Heimdall, where after unlocking his divinity, he witnessed a vast golden ocean. At that time, he ignored it because all of his attention was on defeating Heimdall. But he finally understands that the golden ocean represents his true potential, and now he will draw that golden mana from within himself and channel it into Draupnir to open the portal. Following the same method, he activates the artifact once again, and this time, a massive portal to Niflheimer truly opens up before him. Goddess Hela gets completely stunned because the hero not only has understood the artifact's magical formula, but also has rewritten it successfully. She knows this is the method that even the gods cannot accomplish in just one attempt. The hero tells her that the portal is finally open and that they must enter it without wasting any time. Hearing this, the goddess feels good and realizes that choosing him as the prophesied great adversary was never a mistake because he remains calm and finds a solution no matter how difficult the situation becomes. Meanwhile, another goddess named Freya sits in her palace and feels angry about Odin because he has assigned her a very cruel task to complete. She remembers the meeting when she met Odin, where he had ordered her to eliminate the prophesied great adversary. He also commanded her to prepare the Valkyries and lead them in an ambush against humanity. Recalling these orders, she thinks about how many Valkyries and Einherjar she has already lost during the First War. She knows that Odin is still searching for more people to sacrifice for his own goals. She knows everything about his plan, but she has no other choice except to follow his orders, because Odin possesses something that is more precious to her than anything else. And if she disobeys him, she fears she will lose it forever. Thinking this, she calls for her trusted assistant, Sigrun, and orders her to find the prophesied great adversary and kill him at any cost. Meanwhile, the hero arrives in the coldest realm, Niflheimer, through the portal alongside Goddess Hela and his pet dragon Fafnir. He remembers that Niflheimer is the complete opposite of Muspelheimer. According to the ancient myths, both realms exist long before the world is created, and Niflheimer lies close to Helheimer, the domain ruled by Hela. The three of them begin their journey through the frozen land. As they travel, the hero notices that Fafnir is feeling cold. To keep it warm, he creates a fire spell in his hand and throws it on the dragon's body. Then suddenly, the hero senses several giant goblin monsters approaching them. He quickly checks their abilities and realizes that their threat level is far too low to be a challenge. Although he can defeat every goblin in an instant, he decides not to interfere. Instead, he tells Fafnir to fight them alone, believing the battle will help the dragon stay warm. To motivate Fafnir, the hero promises a reward, saying that if the dragon defeats all the goblins, it will receive a sandwich prepared by the blonde girl, Yujang. The hero remembers that before leaving the school trip, the blonde girl also cooked the tale of Yamata no Orochi for Fafnir. The dragon enjoyed the meal so much that the hero decided to make her Fafnir's personal chef. At that moment, Fafnir activates its giantification skill, causing its body to grow much larger. It then unleashes a powerful dragon breath at one of the giant goblins, burning the monster to ashes in an instant. Seeing this, the hero feels surprised as he has never expected Fafnir, who is still only a C-rank dragon, to use such a powerful dragon breath attack. He immediately checks its status through the system and discovers that its skills have temporarily increased to B rank. Because of this boost, its attacks deal far more damage than before. The hero is pleased to see how much stronger his companion has become. However, Goddess Hela tells him to call Fafnir back because it is still an adolescent dragon and should not overexert itself. The hero agrees with her advice and rewards Fafnir with the promised sandwich. He then asks Hela how much farther they need to travel. She replies that they are already very close to their destination and that they can continue once Fafnir is done eating. After a short break, the three continue their journey. As they travel, the hero realizes that Niflheimer is not as vast as he had imagined. However, many parts of the realm are hidden behind powerful magical barriers. Using her divine abilities, Hela breaks through those barriers one by one, allowing the group to pass into areas that are normally sealed off. With some effort, they finally reach the center of Niflheimer after fighting through the freezing cold and many powerful monsters. There, the hero notices another powerful barrier and realizes that someone has used magic to hide the escapee of a seer. The goddess tells him that if he accepts the quest at this location and destroys the barrier, he will be able to enter the Frost Garden. However, to her surprise, the hero destroys the barrier with a single strike. The goddess says that if he has such an ability, then he should also break all the other barriers that she has been dealing with herself. But the hero explains that he has been saving this ability specifically for this barrier. Afterward, the three of them enter the area beyond the barrier. The hero feels surprised to find that the place is a beautiful green garden instead of the frozen landscape he expected. At that moment, another goddess named Idun suddenly appears. She is the one responsible for the third trial, and she is also confused to see them reach the Frost Garden so quickly. Seeing her, the hero immediately recognizes her as the goddess of youth from Norse mythology, the one who grows the legendary golden apples. He knows that these apples not only prevent aging but also greatly increase a person's magic affinity. He recalls that after clearing the first Turning Point quest in the Mock Dungeon, he received one of Idun's golden apples as a reward. However, despite its legendary reputation, he remembers that it tasted much worse than he had expected. While the hero is thinking this, Hela asks Lady Idun whether the third trial is ready. The lady replies that it is not, to which the hero feels strange because this is the first time he has encountered such a delay, but he finally understands why Hela previously called Idun annoying. The hero says that they can wait until the third trial is ready, but he asks how long the preparation will take. Lady Idun answers that she will need about 3 days to prepare it. Hearing this, the hero feels disappointed because 3 days is a long time, and time passes even more slowly in Niflheimer. He realizes that the delay is entirely Idun's fault, so he decides to use the situation as an excuse to ask her for compensation. With some fake disappointed expression, the hero complains that this is the first time his precious time is being wasted. When the lady apologizes for the delay, the hero tells her that if she truly feels sorry for her mistake, she should offer him something valuable as compensation. The lady then asks if it is true that he uses a dragon's fang as his weapon. The hero immediately realizes that she is talking about the legendary dragon, Nidhogg. She explains that while the third trial is being prepared over the next 3 days, she will give him a special quest so he can strengthen his weapon. The hero thinks that Nidhogg's fang is already an S-rank weapon. If he can enhance it one more time, it will evolve into a mythic rank weapon. As soon as Idun gives him the quest, a system message appears and tells the hero that he must earn the recognition of the dragon Nidhogg, who resides in Nastrand, a region within Niflheimer. Our hero accepts the quest and sets off with Hela and his pet to complete it. From behind, Idun comments that the hero is far more rude than she expected. She feels disappointed because she finally meets a human after such a long time, yet this is the kind of experience she has. But still, she reassures herself that she handled the situation well by thinking quickly. She also knows that Nidhogg has wanted to meet the hero, so everything works out in the end. But she realizes that she must prepare the third trial quickly. Otherwise, if she fails to finish it on time, the hero will surely demand even more compensation from her. Meanwhile, our hero Hyun arrives at another freezing region, where he finds a massive gate in front of him. He notices that the name Nastrand is unfamiliar and asks Hela to explain what kind of place it is. Now in her cat form, she explains that Nastrand is a type of hell, but it is completely different from Helheimer. She says that only the worst of the dead are sent there. It serves as a prison for those who commit terrible crimes, keeping them confined while they receive the punishment they deserve. Hearing the explanation, the hero decides to enter through the giant gate. However, suddenly a strange voice echoes from inside, which declares that it has recognized him as the prophesied great adversary. Hearing this voice, Goddess Hela immediately realizes that it belongs to none other than the legendary dragon, Nidhogg. The hero tells the dragon that Idun has given him a quest to strengthen his weapon by earning Nidhogg's recognition. He then asks what he must do to complete the quest. The dragon explains that the hero must first reach his current location, Vergelmir, the deepest part of Nastrand. Hearing the name, the hero remembers that Vergelmir is known as the Bubbling Spring, the source of all water in the world and the place where Nidhogg resides. The hero asks if his task is simply to reach him. However, the dragon explains that the journey will not be easy. Before reaching Vergelmir, the hero must pass through 3 gates. Giving the explanation, Nidhogg opens the massive gate and tells the hero that his quest begins now. The hero still feels confused about what the dragon truly means, but the goddess reassures him that she will explain everything along the way. Once inside, the hero sees many dead souls are tied with chains. They cry out for help, but the goddess immediately warns him not to make eye contact with them because they are sinners. She then transforms back into her human form and casts a spell on the prisoners, to which all the prisoners stop making noise. The hero feels confused and asks how she is able to do that. She reminds him that she is the clone of Hell, the ruler of the dead, so controlling the souls in this place is well within her power. She then explains that Nastrand is the greatest prison in Niflheimer. It is where those who commit the 3 worst sins are imprisoned and punished. According to her, the first area is the Hell of Poison, where those guilty of adultery are punished, and it also serves as the first gateway. The hero recalls that Nidhogg told him he must pass through 3 gates, so he asks what the conditions are for crossing them. The goddess explains that at each gate, a person must confess their sins. However, they only need to confess if they have actually committed the specific sin judged at that gate. After some time, they finally arrive at the first gate, where the first gatekeeper is waiting. Hela tells the hero that this gatekeeper is one of the 3 twins of Nastrand, a being who is known for coveting the possessions of others. At that moment, the gatekeeper looks at the hero and declares that he has never committed the sin of adultery, which means he is allowed to pass through the first gate. When they enter, the goddess says she is relieved that the hero has neither a wife nor a girlfriend, allowing him to pass the first gate without any difficulty. As they move forward, the hero notices countless faces of sinners displayed along the walls. After walking for a while, they arrive at the second gate, where he sees numerous serpents are biting the sinners. The goddess explains that this is the place where those who break their oaths are punished by being bitten by serpents for eternity. Hearing this, the hero recalls his own life. He realizes that he has never been perfect, either in his previous life or his current one. He knows he has made mistakes and wonders if he has ever broken an oath or lost faith. The hero then asks the goddess what will happen if the gatekeeper declares that he has sinned. The goddess explains that he will be forced to face the sin he committed and truly acknowledge what he has done. If he sincerely accepts it, the gatekeeper will allow him to pass. As she is saying this, the gatekeeper scans the hero and confirms that he has indeed committed such a sin in the past. However, the gatekeeper also tells him that he still has the right to pass, meaning his sins can be forgiven. He then explains that the hero must witness a fragment of his past and overcome it before he can enter the second gate. Then suddenly, several serpents crawl onto the hero's body and begin biting him as well. Because of the pain, our hero gets pulled into an illusion that forces him to recall the sins of his past. The first scene places him inside a dungeon with his former companions. He immediately realizes that this is a moment before his regression, during the mock dungeon test where 2 of his teammates are sacrificed. The monsters sent by God Jane trap the group inside the mock dungeon. Believing there is no hope for themselves, the 2 companions push the hero to escape and survive. The hero remembers leaving them behind and running away. At that moment, he is too focused on surviving to even thank them for their sacrifice. But only a few days after the incident, he finally realized how foolish his decision was. As he recalls this painful memory, the scene suddenly changes, and another illusion appears before him. This time, he sees a man named Myung-ho, a martial arts raider who always takes care of him. The hero remembers that when he is struggling to find a job, he betrays Myung-ho. In his final moments, he begs the man who kills Myung-ho to spare his own life. He knows that his actions are a clear betrayal because, at that time, his only desire is to survive. Now in the present, the gatekeeper asks the hero to confess his sin. The hero finally admits that his greatest sin is running away and abandoning his friends. He also promises that he will never repeat the same mistake again. As he says those words, the gatekeeper casts a spell. The serpents disappear, and all of the hero's wounds get healed completely. Satisfied with his answer, the gatekeeper opens the gate and tells him that he may pass because he has answered truthfully. When they enter, the goddess says she knows the hero is not in a good state of mind, but she has something important to tell him about the third gateway. The hero puts his painful memories aside and focuses on his mission. The goddess then warns him that the third gateway may be the most difficult one for him, to which the hero feels worried. When they finally arrive at the third gateway, the hero sees several wolves tearing apart the sinners. The goddess explains that this is the Hell of Wolves, where those guilty of murder receive their punishment. The hero then notices that the gatekeeper of this place is also a massive wolf standing before the gate. The goddess explains that the final gatekeeper is the eldest of the 3 brothers, and the one who has taken many lives. The hero then asks the gatekeeper what he must do to pass through the last gateway. The gatekeeper scans him and says that the hero has indeed killed many people. However, he can see that the hero's reasons are very different from those of the sinners in this place. Every person the hero has killed is either truly evil or beyond redemption. Even so, the gatekeeper says the hero's sin cannot be erased here. He explains that the hero is still guilty because he never considered whether some of them could have been spared. The hero replies that his only priority is protecting the people around him. In those moments, he never has the time or the ability to think about who deserves another chance. Hearing this, the gatekeeper says he understands as he himself has also lost countless people during a long war, a conflict that is even more horrifying than the prison of Nastrand. The hero then asks once again what he must do to pass the final gate. The gatekeeper explains that the hero only needs to agree with everything he says, no matter what. However, he gives a warning that if the hero disagrees or fails to answer his question, the gatekeeper will kill him on the spot. The gatekeeper then asks the hero whether he can swear to never kill another person again. He also asks if, given the chance to return to the moment before his first kill, he would choose not to take that life. The hero answers without any fear that he would make the same decision again, as he has no regrets about what he did. Hearing this, the gatekeeper gets angry and orders his wolves to kill the hero. One of the wolves immediately leaps toward the hero, but before it can reach him, Goddess Hela unleashes her magic and destroys the beast instantly. She says she expected the hero to give that answer because she knows he would never lie just to save his own life. She decides that she will help him fight the wolves, as this trial does not prevent her from interfering in the battle. Our hero Hyun also joins the fight and cuts down several wolves with his sword. Seeing him, Goddess Hela thinks to herself that he always follows what he believes is right, and that is what makes him truly remarkable. She knows that many sinners who face this trial lie just to escape punishment. However, once those liars pass the final trial, they are devoured by the dragon Nidhogg. The dragon despises those who pretend to repent without truly regretting their actions. His duty is to tear apart such souls so they can never be reincarnated. She knows that people who deceive others and seek only their own gain will eventually bring disaster upon themselves. As she is thinking this, the hero tells the gatekeeper that he will never kill anyone without reason, but if someone stands in his way, he will eliminate them no matter who they are. Hearing this, the gatekeeper realizes that the hero chooses to fight him instead of telling a lie. He finds the hero to be a very interesting person and accepts his challenge. The gatekeeper then prepares to battle him and stop him from passing through the third gate. Meanwhile, inside the third gate, the dragon Nidhogg watches everything through a magical sphere. He feels impressed by the hero's courage and believes that although the gatekeeper is powerful, he is no match for the hero, who has already awakened the second level of his divine power. He knows that the hero has reached his current strength by constantly overcoming his limits. In his eyes, the hero has already surpassed the level of an ordinary gatekeeper. He also realizes that the hero is expected to reach the third gate by evening, so he decides to prepare for their meeting. However, to his surprise, the third gate suddenly explodes, and the hero walks inside after easily defeating the gatekeeper. The hero asks the dragon to reinforce his weapon, explaining that this is the very reason he has come all the way here. The dragon admits that the hero is truly powerful. Then he releases his own aura and prepares for battle, saying that he has been waiting for the hero's arrival. At that moment, the system sends an urgent warning to the hero, stating that the dragon is far stronger than him and advises him not to fight. Even after receiving the warning, the hero remains calm and fearlessly prepares for battle. The dragon tells him that he will not fight with his full strength. The hero replies that he knows it would only be the dragon's loss if he kills him here. But the dragon then sets one condition. Since the hero has come to strengthen the weapon that contains the dragon's power, he must use that very weapon to fight him. Hearing this, the hero realizes that fighting without his own sword is a risky decision. Even so, as he has no fear, he stores his sword back into the system and pulls out the dragon fang instead. Getting ready for the battle, the hero believes the dragon has no intention of killing him. He understands that the dragon is only testing his limits and wants to know whether he truly deserves the title of the great adversary. Thinking this, both of them leap at each other to attack. Their weapons collide with much force, but each of them easily blocks the other's attacks. During the battle, our hero thinks to himself that Lady Iden has planned this trial from the very beginning. Seeing that the hero is handling the battle very easily, the dragon decides to become more serious and unleashes the second level of his power. Because of this, a brilliant light bursts from the dragon, making its overwhelming power spread across the battlefield. The hero realizes that if an ordinary raider were standing here, they would have already lost consciousness from the dragon's terrifying aura. As the battle becomes more dangerous, the hero decides that he must use everything he has to win. He immediately unlocks his divinity power, and when the dragon throws a deadly poison attack, the poison has no effect on him at all. However, the hero understands that only his divinity protects him from the attack. Without it, such a powerful strike would have killed him instantly. Even so, he knows that wasting too much mana now will put him at a disadvantage later in the battle. Instead of attacking recklessly, he decides to carefully study the dragon's movements first. With that plan, the hero leaps forward and launches a water-based attack. Seeing this, Goddess Hela becomes worried and warns him to stay alert because the dragon is an incredibly powerful creature. But the hero assures her that he already has a strategy, which is why he activates the water-based skill. As the dragon fires another poisonous attack, a massive water tornado suddenly forms around the hero and completely deflects the poison. The dragon feels impressed and admits that the hero is certainly strong. However, he questions whether the hero truly believes he can defeat such a powerful dragon with his current abilities. Our hero charges at him once again, and by activating his formless sword skill, he gives multiple slashes on the dragon's body. He then activates the title Dragon Hunter, which increases his divinity by 30%. At the same moment, the dragon uses his own healing power and instantly recovers all of his wounds. The dragon wonders whether releasing its full divine power to match the hero would even be suitable, especially when the hero awakened his divine power only a few months ago. Meanwhile, the hero realizes that the longer he fights the dragon, the better he understands his own abilities. With every exchange, he learns more about his skill level and improves his combat techniques. Because of this, he charges at the dragon again and starts fighting with swift movements. With some effort, he finally gives a powerful strike, causing the dragon to crash back. However, the dragon stands up again and tells the hero that reaching this place means he has already passed Nostrandir's 3 trials and witnessed hell. He says that the hero has also faced his own weaknesses and accepted the sins of his past. The dragon explains that, in the final trial, he himself devours those who tell lies, because such souls corrupt everyone around them. By doing so, he breaks the chain of corruption. He then says that the hero never lied during the trial, which is why he has respected him. Even so, the dragon makes it clear that he will not hold back just because he admires the hero's courage. From this point onward, he declares that he will fight the hero with his full strength. Our hero Hyun then activates his Eye of Insight skill to examine the dragon, and the system warns him that the dragon's threat level is extremely high. Goddess Hela also comments that the fight is unfair because the hero has only reached the 2nd level of divinity, while the dragon possesses the far greater 3rd level. However, the dragon tells her to stay out of the battle because this is a fight between him and the hero. The dragon then offers the hero one final chance, saying that if the hero gives up the quest now, the battle will end immediately. However, the hero refuses and charges forward once again with incredible speed. At first, the hero easily avoids the dragon's attacks, but eventually, the dragon lands a powerful blow that sends the hero crashing into a nearby wall. Despite the impact, the hero realizes he suffers no serious injuries because the armor of Abyss absorbs most of the damage. The dragon then reminds the hero that he accepted a wager with Smear during the 2nd trial. He declares that the hero must now make a similar wager with the dragon. This time, the challenge is to block the dragon's attacks 3 times without dodging. If the hero successfully endures all 3 attacks, the dragon will acknowledge him as worthy and strengthen his weapon. Explaining the challenge, the dragon throws the first poisonous attack at Hyun. Seeing the situation getting worse, the hero activates his absolute calculation skill and easily deflects the dragon's attack. However, he realizes that he can no longer use the skill because it consumes too much of his remaining mana. The hero thinks that he wanted to avoid relying on this ability, but the situation has changed. The dragon's poison has become far more powerful than before, leaving him with no other choice. The dragon then warns the hero not to depend too much on absolute calculation. It explains that the skill is a spell that forcibly disperses magic, but its greatest weakness is its enormous mana consumption. The dragon tells the hero to remember that the skill may work well against weaker enemies, but it is far less effective against divine beings. Explaining this all, the dragon throws the 2nd poisonous attack, but to his surprise, our hero summons golden water with his ability. The poisonous attack crashes into the golden water, but it gets instantly deflected without causing the hero even the slightest injury. Seeing this, the dragon wonders if the hero has known from the beginning that his poison cannot affect water. He realizes that analyzing the battlefield in such a short time and choosing the right magic is an extremely difficult task. Yet the hero accomplishes it perfectly, making the dragon even more interested in him. He also notices that the hero shows no fear of the dragon's 3rd level divinity breath. With only 1 attack remaining, the dragon decides to give the hero one final trial. He believes the hero has cleared every quest so far, and may have started to think of himself as truly powerful. The dragon wants to teach him the meaning of failure and make him understand what it feels like to face an opponent far beyond his strength. Because of this, the dragon prepares its final poisonous breath attack with even greater power. He also tells the hero that he has restricted and scattered his mana, making it impossible for the hero to use his water abilities anymore. Saying this, the dragon unleashes his own final and most powerful poisonous attack, determined to test the hero's true limits. Seeing the overwhelming attack, Goddess Hela becomes worried. At the same time, the system repeatedly warns the hero that the dragon's magic far surpasses his own power. Even so, the hero refuses to give up and believes there must be a way to stop the attack. He thinks that every problem has a solution, and he simply has not discovered it yet. He then analyzes the nature of magic, realizing that the magic is built upon a system of words, and its power exists only while that flow remains complete. If the flow of language is broken, the spell itself can be disrupted. The hero remains calm and concentrates with all his strength. As he senses the magical energy rushing toward him, he studies its movement. Seeing the hero standing still, the dragon also gets concerned as he had unleashed such a powerful attack because he expected the hero to dodge. At that moment, our hero Hyun finally discovers the answer. He realizes that every rune is like a single thread, while the completed spell is a woven fabric. Each rune connects with the others to create the final form of the magic, and understanding that structure reveals how the spell truly works. The hero remembers something from the past. During the mock dungeon exam, while fighting the Kobold Lord, he saw the flow of mana and cut it to stop the monster's regeneration. He then realizes that he has been mistaken all this time. He always believed that magic could never be cut apart. But now he understands the truth that the magic is a continuous flow, like a woven thread, and it can be severed if he strikes it correctly with his weapon. Realizing this, the hero gives a single strike, to which the dragon's poisonous attack gets sliced apart and disappears in an instant. The dragon gets stunned to see this, and asks the hero if he has just seen the flow of mana. The hero feels confused by the question, and the system notifies him that a new effect has been added to his absolute calculation skill. When he checks the new effect, he gets surprised to learn that he no longer needs to consume mana when using absolute calculation against magical structures he already understands. The dragon asks once more if the hero truly has cut through the attack without even knowing what the flow of mana is. The hero admits that he does not know and asks the dragon to explain what it means. At that moment, the system notifies the hero that he has earned the acknowledgement of the dragon Nidhogg and has successfully completed the quest. The dragon then starts explaining the concept of the flow of mana, mentioning that the hero already understands runes and magic. Runes are like individual characters, while magic is like a completed book made from those characters. He then asks the hero what he saw when he cut through its poisonous breath. The hero replies that he saw countless threads of mana woven together, and he just cut through them with his weapon. The dragon explains that those tangled threads are exactly known as the flow of mana. Hearing this, Hyun finally understands why he was able to completely neutralize the dragon's magic. However, the dragon adds something surprising, that what the hero has just accomplished is extremely difficult, even for gods, and most beings are unable to naturally see the flow of mana. He also explains that only 2 beings have ever been able to see the flow of mana at such an early stage, and those are Odin and Loki. This means the hero has accomplished something that only they achieved in the past, despite being only a human. Hearing this, Goddess Hela confirms that the dragon is telling the truth, commenting that the hero's talent is on the same level as the gods. However, the hero is not impressed by their praise. He believes that talent alone can make people overconfident. In his eyes, talent is meaningless without constant effort and hard work. Instead of getting amazed by these compliments, the hero stays focused on his true objective. He asks the dragon to reinforce his weapon, mentioning that this is the very reason he came all the way here. The dragon agrees and tells the hero to place his weapon on the ground before stepping back. When the hero follows the instructions, the dragon casts a powerful spell on the weapon, causing it to radiate an enormous amount of mana. Then suddenly, the system notifies the hero that his weapon has been upgraded to the mythic grade. The hero picks up the weapon and notices that its length and grip remain almost the same, but its attack power has increased by 1.5 times. Even so, the hero is not satisfied with this reward after overcoming such a difficult trial. This is why he activates his blank card and successfully copies the dragon's powerful skill, Poison Dragon's Sadism. The system immediately informs him that this new skill also maximizes the power of all his poison-type abilities. The dragon feels disappointed by this, and asks Goddess Hela whether the hero always steals other people's skills with his strange technique. The goddess confirms that he is, and the dragon congratulates the hero, saying that he has successfully defended against all of its attacks and completed the trial. The hero asks if it is now time for him to leave. However, the dragon stops him and says that he still has something important to tell him. He mentions that he knows the hero is planning to travel to Yggdrasil soon. This means the hero must have already received a quest from Mimir. The hero confirms this but explains that he still has one final trial to complete, so reaching Yggdrasil will take some time. However, the dragon disagrees and tells the hero that, with his exceptional talent, he will reach the 3rd trial much sooner than he expects. Getting curious, the hero asks what the dragon is really trying to say. The dragon then reveals its true request and asks the hero to kill the bird living at the top of Yggdrasil. The hero immediately realizes that the dragon is referring to the giant, nameless eagle. He remembers reading about it in the library and recalls that the eagle and the dragon have always been enemies. Thinking about this, the hero accepts the dragon's request and leaves the area to move on his journey. From behind, Dragon Nidhogg believes the hero is destined to bring down Odin and Asgard, proving that the title of the great adversary is well deserved. He also hopes that, by the time that day arrives, the hero will have grown strong enough to surpass even the dragon himself. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the hero's friends wonder where he has been for the past several days. They feel confused because he has been absent from the academy and has not replied to any of their messages. Ina becomes especially worried and fears that something may have happened to him. However, Hoyeon reassures her, reminding that the hero would have informed them in advance if anything serious had occurred. At the same time, our hero Hyun finally returns to Lady Idun's garden and asks whether the preparations for the third trial are complete. Lady Idun tells him that everything is ready and that he can begin the trial whenever he wants. Knowing he cannot afford to waste any time, the hero decides to start the trial immediately. But to his surprise, Lady Idun hands him a few seeds and explains that the third trial is about growing a tree. The hero gets surprised to hear this, and can't even understand why he is being asked to grow a tree when a war against the Aesir gods is coming closer. Seeing the hero's serious reaction, Lady Idun feels embarrassed because she did not expect him to respond this way. The hero then calms himself and asks her to explain the purpose of the trial in detail. The lady explains that the trial is simple. The hero only has to plant the seed she gives him, water it carefully every day, and harvest a golden apple once the tree grows. At the same time, the system displays Idun's Quest 1. It informs him that this is a linked quest, meaning Idun's Quest 2 will begin automatically after he completes the first one. The system also states that he has 30 days to finish the quest. If he fails, he must restart the entire trial from the beginning. Seeing the time limit, the hero says that he cannot afford to spend 30 days because he has no idea when Odin and the Aesir gods will make their move. But Lady Idun reassures him, explaining that in this garden, time flows 30 times slower than in Midgard. She then asks him to follow her because she is going to show him the field where he must grow the tree. After walking for some time, they finally reach the field. However, the hero gets shocked by what he sees. Although the rest of the garden is covered in green plants, this particular part of land is completely dry, as there is not even a single blade of grass growing on it. Lady Idun says that this is the third trial, so it is naturally not meant to be easy. That is exactly why she chooses this difficult patch of land for the challenge. The hero realizes that he has no other option but to accept the trial and do his best. The hero recalls that the previous two trials forced him to risk his life. Because of that, he unknowingly assumes that this third trial is much easier. However, he soon realizes that it is not simple at all. He knows that growing a tree requires fertile soil filled with earth energy. At the very least, it needs fertilizer to support its growth. However, this land has neither because it is completely dry. He asks Lady Idun how this area becomes like this. She explains that she once fought the dragon Nidhogg, and during the battle, the dragon covered this land with his poisonous breath. Explaining this, the lady wishes the hero good luck for the next 30 days, and decides to leave because she wants to get some rest. To the hero's surprise, she also takes goddess Hela and his pet dragon Fafnir with her. The hero asks her to at least tell him how he is supposed to grow the tree. However, Lady Idun does not stop and walks away. From behind, the hero thinks that she is the goddess overseeing the third trial, so she would never give him an impossible challenge. He knows that if this trial exists, then there must also be a way to overcome it. With no other choice, he plants the seed in the dry ground and starts waiting. However, an entire week passes, and the seed still does not sprout. Seeing this, our hero feels embarrassed and wonders why the seed is not growing when he believes he is following the correct method. Meanwhile, Lady Idun and Goddess Hela are sitting some distance away and watching everything the hero is doing. Hela asks the lady why she has given the hero such a difficult trial. She also asks whether the lady thinks she cannot recognize what kind of seed it is. Hearing this, Lady Idun gets surprised about how Hela has discovered the secret. She says that, like Nidhogg, she simply wants to see whether the hero has what it takes to move forward. Even so, she admits that giving him a small hint for this task is fine. While the hero is still trying to figure out what to do next, Lady Idun walks over to check on his progress. The hero says that it would have been helpful if she had given him at least a few tips on how to grow the seed. He then asks her one serious question, that the seed she has given him is actually alive. Hearing this, the lady gets surprised, but assures him that the seed is indeed alive. She explains that it is simply waiting for the right time before it finally begins to bloom. She then offers to exchange the seed for another one if he wishes. However, she makes it clear that changing the seed will not reduce the difficulty of the trial in any way. However, the hero refuses her offer, commenting that if the seed is still alive, then it is too early to give up on the trial. Instead, he requests her to lend him a notebook because he wants to keep a daily journal while raising the tree. Lady Idun agrees and returns to Goddess Hela. Seeing this all, Hela comments that the lady seems to have taken a liking to the hero because of his determination. After that, the lady brings him a notebook, and the hero begins recording everything he observes each day. It reminds him of the biology observation journals he had to write in middle school, bringing back unpleasant memories. Even so, he knows he has no choice, because if he does not carefully observe the seed every day, he might miss an important change. He starts writing the journal on the 10th day of the trial. Every day, he waters the seed and makes sure it receives enough sunlight. As he focuses on this routine without giving up, the days pass quickly. Finally, On the last day of the 30-day trial promised to Lady Idun, the hero suddenly starts cheering because the golden apple tree finally sprouts from the barren ground. The hero thinks that although time flows differently inside the garden than it does in the outside world, he still spends 30 long days completing this part of the trial. He is happy that the seed finally sprouts, but he calms himself as he knows this is only the first step because the trial is far from over. During these 30 days, he only manages to make the seed sprout. He reminds himself that if he fails the trial now, he will have to start everything from the beginning. However, he also realizes that if that happens, he will be able to reach this stage much faster because of the experience he has gained. At that moment, Lady Idun walks over and congratulates him for successfully making the seed sprout. The hero feels that he has not accomplished much yet. He says that he has only managed to sprout the seed and has not fully grown the golden apple tree, but the lady tells him that he has done more than enough. She explains that if this had been an ordinary tree, he would have already failed the trial. Just then, the hero gets shocked to see the tiny sprout begin growing on its own, and in only a few moments, it rapidly grows into a large golden apple tree. The lady then reveals the truth that the seed she has given him is the seed of a diseased golden apple tree. It is extremely difficult to sprout, requires a great amount of water, and possesses a unique characteristic. It will never grow unless the person who plants it has unwavering willpower and conviction. She explains that this is exactly how the trial is designed from the beginning. The golden apple tree is a mysterious plant. Although it grows and bears fruit within 30 days, it does not even sprout during the first 29 days after being planted. The hero then asks why she has offered to exchange the seed for another one during the first week of the trial. She mentions that it is simply a test to see whether the hero would give up. She reveals that if he had thrown away a living seed just because it showed no signs of growth after a few days, he would have failed the trial. Doing so would have meant losing faith in both the seed and himself. Hearing this all, the hero remembers his own past. Back then, he was weak, and no matter how hard he tries, he cannot climb any higher, and he also does not have the strength to protect anyone. However, in his new life, he discovers his true talent and begins to understand his own potential. He realizes that the growth of the golden apple tree reflects his own journey. Just like the seed, his true potential remains hidden for a long time before finally blooming. As the hero is thinking this, Lady Idun tells him that because he never gives up on the trial, he proves that he has the determination to keep moving forward. The hero then asks if the third trial is finally over, but the lady clarifies that one final linked quest still remains. At that moment, the system informs the hero that he has accepted a linked quest. His mission is to protect the golden apple tree from the demons seeking its fruit for the next 12 hours and then harvest the golden apples. Lady Idun explains that whenever the golden apple tree bears fruit, it releases an overwhelming magical fragrance. That scent spreads throughout Niflheimer, attracting countless demons from every direction. She warns him that by now, at least hundreds of demons are already heading toward this garden. Explaining everything, the lady leaves the area, as she wants to watch from afar and see how the hero handles the trial on his own. Sometime later, powerful monsters begin arriving at the garden exactly as she predicted. The hero immediately draws his dagger, which has been directly enhanced by the dragon Nidhogg. At that moment, the hero's pet dragon Fafnir also joins the battle to support him, because Lady Idun has already given it permission to help the hero. The hero then activates his poison-based magic, causing the sky to suddenly turn dark. He thinks that he has never had a reason to use poison magic directly before. Normally, poison magic is mainly used to inflict the poison status effect, while the spells themselves do not have much destructive power. However, the current battle is different, making it the perfect time to use the skill. Then suddenly, poisonous rain starts pouring on the approaching monsters. Thanks to the effect of poison dragon sadism, the poisonous rain is strengthened into a lethal poison, and the monsters are screaming in pain. Taking advantage of this, the hero leaps at the monsters and starts fighting them with his powerful dagger. With swift slashes, the hero easily cuts down several monsters in an instant. As he fights, he notices that the poison effect of his dagger increases its damage by 50%. However, he also sees that many enemies are still left. Even the weakest among them is at least B rank, and each one is as strong as an instructor from Miles Academy. The hero notices that Fafnir has already started fighting the monsters. Wanting to finish the battle quickly, he also charges into the fight. Using his swift movements, he defeats the remaining monsters very easily. The system then informs him that he has stopped the first wave. When the hero checks the wave information, the system explains that the tree defense game is now starting. The objective is to protect the golden apple tree from the monsters and defeat as many of them as possible to complete the quest conditions. The system further explains that all monsters are divided into 3 types: invasion type, defense type, and mage type. Each type has a different counter, so the hero must keep that in mind to win the game. It also states that he will receive 1 point for each monster he defeats, and 30 points for every elite monster defeated during a wave. It also explains that guardians will help the hero protect the tree. It states that he can use his points to summon monsters to fight alongside the Guardians. It mentions that one elite monster will appear in every wave, and the wave will end after the elite monster is defeated. The system gives another tip, saying that the monsters will become stronger with each wave. It informs the hero that the second wave will begin in 1 hour, giving him time to prepare. After reading the instructions, the hero realizes that it is similar to a defense strategy game he used to play as a child. Soon the Guardians of the Tree are summoned to assist him and wait for his commands. The hero orders them to help Fafnir protect the tree, and he himself spends 100 points to create a defense barrier around the tree. Next, he summons all 3 types of monsters to fight on his side. He knows that each type has a counter. Defense type is weak against mage type is weak against invasion type, and invasion type is weak against defense type. After that, the hero activates one of his old skills and wraps powerful chains around the barrier, making it harder for the monsters to break through. As soon as he finishes his preparations, the second wave of monsters appears. The system informs the hero that he must defend against the enemies for the next 2 hours. At that moment, Fafnir activates its Dragon Fear skill, reducing all of the enemy's stats by 20%. The hero then orders everyone to attack. The Guardians, summoned monsters, and Fafnir charge at the enemies and begin fighting with all their strength. Our hero Hyun also does not stop here. He activates Commander's Shout and increases all of his allies' stats by 30%. He uses this skill because he has no intention of repeating the same trial again. Instead, he plans to end this battle by using all the power. Doing this, the hero also joins the battle and begins leading his companions. He first orders the trolls to surround the golden apple tree and stop the enemy's advance. He then commands the wolves to eliminate the enemy mages, while telling his own mage companions to stay on standby until he gives them further instructions. As the hero is about to give orders to the Guardians, he suddenly notices that one of them has already started attacking the enemies on its own. After some time, the system informs the hero that he has earned a total of 304 points after defeating the monsters of the second wave. At that moment, the elite monster, Destroyer, finally appears on the battlefield. The hero immediately realizes that its purpose is to destroy the protective barrier surrounding the golden apple tree. Without wasting any time, the hero rushes toward the monster. Using his mana chains and ice chain skills together, he binds the elite monster in place before it can reach the barrier. Meanwhile, Goddess Hela tells Lady Idun that she wants to ask her something about this trial and the first elite monster. At the same time, the hero gives his first slash on Destroyer, but he notices that the attack has no effect because of the monster's extremely tough skin. Because of this, he throws a fire strike and a poison shock, just to weaken the monster's outer shell. Doing this, the hero delivers a single powerful strike and cuts the elite monster into 2 pieces in an instant. The system then informs him that he has earned 30 points for defeating the second elite monster. It also announces that the second wave has been successfully cleared. At night, the Guardians gather around the golden apple tree, while the hero and his pet Fafnir rest inside a small shelter they have set up on top of the tree. Our hero thinks that the third wave will be the final stage of this trial. He also realizes that he has already used most of his strongest abilities during the second wave, so he needs a way to deal with any unexpected situation that may arise in the next battle. As he is thinking about this, he suddenly gets stunned to see that one of the tree's branches has been torn off by someone. The hero thinks that one of his companions may have accidentally left an enemy alive, allowing it to damage the tree. He then suddenly remembers that the system has called Destroyer the second elite monster, which is quite confusing. When he first read the rules of the trial, the system clearly stated that an elite monster would appear in every wave. However, he knows that he has never defeated the first elite monster during the first wave. He realizes that the first elite monster must have appeared but has been hiding among his own companions the entire time. To find it, the hero climbs down the tree and orders all of his companions to line up for an inspection. At that moment, the system informs him that he has discovered the existence of the hidden first elite monster. It then gives him a new quest to find and defeat the elite monster that is hiding among his allies. Seeing this, the hero feels bad and decides that he will complain to Lady Idun later. But for now, his priority is to uncover the traitor. He activates the Eye of Insight skill and starts checking the threat level of each of his companions. After examining them one by one, the system reports that all of their threat levels are low. However, when the hero looks at one of the Guardians, the system immediately informs him that this target's threat level is a bit higher. Seeing this, the hero leaps toward the Guardian and gives a powerful punch, to which the Guardian crashes back. He then remembers that when he was assigning positions to everyone earlier, this Guardian was the only one who acted on its own. At that moment, he realizes that this Guardian has been the first elite monster from the very beginning and has been hiding among his companions to get close to the golden apple tree. The Guardian then reveals its true form and gets ready to attack the hero as well. Our hero comments that he could easily defeat it with his magic or weapons, but he chooses to fight with only his fists so the monster can fully suffer the pain. Saying this, he charges at the monster once again and starts beating it, which even causes much destruction around the area. Meanwhile, Lady Iden watches the battle and comments that the hero is truly a talented person. Seeing her reaction, Goddess Hela thinks that any god would reach the same conclusion. However, since Lady Eden has never had the chance to observe other humans before, she can only guess how powerful the hero Hyun truly is. Hela then says that she knows Lady Eden is hiding something. She explains that the third trial was originally designed with only 2 waves, and the third wave the hero is about to face was never part of the original plan. Meanwhile, the hero Hyun easily defeats the hidden elite monster. The system informs him that he earns 30 points for defeating it, and will receive an additional reward after completing the entire trial. The hero then uses his points to upgrade the protective barrier and strengthen its defensive power. At that moment, the system announces that the third and final wave has begun. However, the hero notices that this wave is different from the previous ones, because the third elite monsters, the executioners, have appeared on the battlefield this time. Meanwhile, the goddess asks Lady Iden why the hero has to face this extra wave. The lady finally admits that Hela is correct, because the third wave was truly not part of the trial when it was originally created. However, while the hero was fighting the dragon Nidhogg, she secretly added it. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the hero decides to defeat both elite monsters with a single attack and leaps toward them with his dagger. With some effort, he successfully cuts off the head of one of the monsters. However, he gets surprised to see that the attack has no effect, and the monster remains unharmed. Meanwhile, Goddess Hela asks Lady Iden why she has done this with the hero. The lady replies that there is no special reason. She says that, just like Hela, she has started liking the hero and wants to give him a better reward. The goddess tells her that if she wants to give the hero a gift, she can simply give it to him. However, Lady Iden says that her pride would not allow her to hand over such a reward without properly testing the hero first. The goddess points out that increasing the difficulty of the trial without approval could anger Loki and the members of the Anti-Aesir Union. But Lady Eden replies that everything will be fine as long as the hero successfully clears the trial. Hearing this, Hela thinks to herself that, regardless of the situation, she has no right to interfere. She knows that the authority to decide the great adversary's trials belongs to the one who oversees them. For now, all she can do is hope that the hero completes the trial safely. Meanwhile, the hero is still engaged in fighting the 2 monsters and is dodging their attacks with swift movements. As he sees their combined attack, he notices that both axes strike in a cross pattern. He realizes that if he takes a direct hit, he will not be able to clear the trial in a single attempt. He then thinks that the reason his upgraded weapon has no effect on the monsters is probably because there is a special condition required to damage them. At that moment, the system displays a new message, informing the hero that he has received another quest to stop the monsters and protect the golden apple tree. The system also gives him a hint, explaining that the 2 monsters are actually a pair of demons merged into one. After reading the message, the hero realizes that he now has to figure out the hidden condition to complete the quest. He remembers that the quest never tells him to kill the monsters. Its objective is only to stop the wave and protect the tree. Since the system has now revealed that there is a hidden clear condition, he realizes that defeating the monsters may not be the only way to complete the quest. The hero then recalls clearing another quest through a hidden clear condition in the past. At that time, after the base was destroyed and a normal quest clear became impossible, he completed the hidden objective by defeating Surtur. The hero finally realizes that if the quest does not require him to kill a monster, yet that monster appears as the final boss, then the hidden clear condition is most likely related to defeating both of these monsters. With that in mind, he activates his divine power and charges toward them. As the monsters swing their axes at him, the hero easily dodges the attack by moving to the side. At that moment, he notices the mana threads of both monsters and realizes that they exist through a single soul. He decides that if physical attacks cannot defeat them, he will cut their mana threads instead. However, when he tries to do so, the monsters remain completely unaffected. Then the hero notices something surprising. The mana threads of both monsters are stitched together. He immediately understands that the 2 monsters are sharing the same mana. If one of them is cut down, the other transfers its mana to restore it, allowing both of them to regenerate. Realizing this, the hero gets another plan that if he cannot defeat them because of their mana-sharing ability, then he will have to cut down both monsters at the same time. To do that, the hero activates several speed-enhancing skills and charges toward the monsters for the final attack. He intentionally overextends his arm to lure the monsters into attacking him. As the monsters rush forward with their axes, their posture breaks for a moment, exposing their mana threads completely. Taking advantage of that opening, the hero activates his extension sword skill, and by delivering multiple slashes, he cuts through both of their mana threads at the same time. As a result, both monsters burst into pieces and get defeated instantly, and also the system congratulates our hero Hyun for his victory. Meanwhile, Lady Iden is completely stunned by the way he has defeated the monsters. She thinks that he handled both the first and second quests brilliantly, and she had expected him to use his intelligence to overcome the challenges. However, she never expected him to actually defeat both monsters. The hidden clear conditions were only something she created to motivate the hero, not something she believed he would truly accomplish. As she is thinking about this, Goddess Yahello comments that she is now looking forward to seeing what kind of reward Lady Idun will give the hero. Lady Idun agrees that the hero has performed exceptionally well and says that it is only right for him to become even stronger. She then summons the hero back from the battlefield, and the system informs him that he has successfully cleared the trial and will now receive the rewards for completing all of his tasks. Lady Idun then begins explaining the reward she is giving to the hero. She tells him that she will give him a piece of land, a small garden where he can grow different plants. She adds that it is a mystical garden where he can cultivate various medicinal herbs, including golden apples. Hearing this, the hero asks if a piece of land can really be separated and given away so easily. At that moment, Goddess Yahello lightly slaps Lady Idun and tells her to explain the reward properly. The lady then clarifies that she is not literally giving him a piece of land. Instead, she will give him a key that allows him to enter the fog garden whenever he wants. She also says that she will open a gate that lets him travel directly from Midgard to Niflheimer. Hearing this, the hero feels good and says that he no longer has to risk his life using the bracelet Draupnir to reach Niflheimer. However, the lady explains that the key can only be used to travel to places the hero has already visited. She also reminds him that Asgard is still watching, so he cannot freely travel wherever he wants. She also assures the hero that she will personally open a return portal for him whenever he wants to leave this realm. The hero then asks her to give him the remaining reward, as there is still one reward left. The lady agrees and tells him that his next reward is the right to have tea with her. Hearing this, the hero gets angry and asks if she is joking. Seeing his reaction, Lady Idun feels embarrassed, as the members of the anti-Asir forces would do anything for the chance to have tea with her, yet the hero shows no interest at all. She then explains that she is not joking, because she has something important to discuss with him during the tea, which is why she is offering him this reward. After that, they sit down at the table for tea and enjoy some peaceful time together. However, the hero soon turns the conversation to a serious matter and asks Lady Idun what she truly wants to discuss. She explains that she wants to talk about the hero's fate. She asks whether he still remembers the prophecy that is known throughout the 9 realms. According to the prophecy, the prophesied great adversary, the weakest being, is destined to destroy Asgard and bring down Odin. However, she reveals that there is another part of the prophecy that the hero has never heard, because it is never fully disclosed. She tells him that she is now going to reveal the remaining part of the prophecy that was spoken 10,000 years ago, although it is a long story. The hero agrees to listen, but before that, he asks an important question. He wants to know why Goddess Hela always refers to Lady Idun as the escapee of the Aesir. The lady finally agrees to explain the origin of that title. She says that in the beginning, she is the goddess of youth and one of the Aesir. Odin gives her land, golden apple seeds, and many people to help her. Together with the humans, she grows different kinds of crops and successfully cultivates the golden apples in Asgard. She explains that the golden apple has the power to stop aging, which is why countless people desire it. However, Odin is greedy and refuses to share the golden apples with anyone except the Aesir gods. Because of his overwhelming strength, he suppresses everyone who stands beneath him. At that time, everyone except Loki believed that Odin's actions were truly right. She explains that she only learns the truth later. By then, Odin has already begun the first Ragnarok and abandons every race except the Aesir. He keeps all of the golden apples she grows for himself and uses them as a weapon during the war. At the beginning of the conflict, the Aesir and the anti-Aesir are evenly matched. However, as the war continues, Odin gains more and more advantages because of the golden apples. In the end, Loki gets defeated, and the first Ragnarok comes to an end, bringing about the destruction of the world. Lady Idun says that the war has destroyed many races, including the dragons, dwarves, and giants. Only about 1/5 of their populations survive, and even they struggle just to stay alive. After the war ended, she felt guilty because she knew the golden apples she grew up with contributed to the cruelty of the war. This is why she decided to share the apples of immortality with the races that suffer the greatest losses during the war. However, she has no idea that this decision will eventually lead to the deaths of many more people. Lady Idun explains that, after some time, Odin discovers that she has been giving the golden apples to other races. This is why he started threatening her and ordered her to stop. Despite his warnings, she refuses to obey and continues sharing the apples with those suffering in the war. She says that this marked the beginning of the tragedy, because Odin hunted down and killed everyone who had eaten the golden apples she gave them. Hearing this, our hero Hyun wonders why Odin does not kill Lady Idun instead, since she was the one distributing the apples. Thinking about it, he realizes that Odin wants to warn her without taking her life. By killing the people she tries to save, Odin punishes her in the cruelest way possible and destroys everything she believes in. The hero also realizes that Odin keeps her alive because she is the only one capable of growing the golden apples. Odin still needs her for his own benefit, which is why he spares her life. Our hero also realizes that Odin has committed countless sins, and he has never hesitated to sacrifice innocent lives if it helps him achieve his goals. For our hero, Odin is a god who only wants to control everyone for his own benefit. Even so, the hero feels confused about what this god truly hopes to gain by starting the war known as Ragnarok. Lady Idun further explains her story that Loki is the one who reaches out to her during her bad time. He offers to help her escape from Odin's control and run away with him. Unable to bear watching more innocent people die because of her, she accepts his offer and leaves Asgard. After her escape, Odin orders many Aesir gods to search for her. To keep her safe, Loki and Hela choose this place to hide her. Hearing this, the hero finally understands why such a beautiful garden exists in the middle of the frozen land. He realizes that no Aesir god would ever expect Lady Idun to hide in a place surrounded by ice and filled with prisons. The hero also realizes that Loki is someone he must meet one day. He knows that Loki is the leader of the anti-Aesir, and the only person whom Nidhogg believes is capable of defeating him. Our hero understands that the time to meet Loki is coming closer, because the Aesir have already begun making their move. At present, god Loki remains imprisoned beneath Asgard. However, once Ragnarok begins, every restraint in the world will disappear, and this god will finally regain his freedom. Lady Idun finishes explaining how she came to be known as the escapee of the Aesir. Our hero thanks her for sharing her story, and realizes that her life is far from ordinary. Although she appears cheerful on the outside, she has endured countless hardships and painful memories. He also understands that Odin and the other Aesir gods are the ones who start the war, while the innocent races are the ones who suffer its terrible consequences. Looking at Lady Idun, the hero feels that despite her smile, her heart must have been wounded by everything she has experienced. As he is thinking this, Lady Idun comes closer and asks him to smile instead of looking so troubled after hearing her story. Our hero agrees, and she tells him that it is time to explain the second part of the prophecy spoken 10,000 years ago. She explains that after the first Ragnarok comes to an end, the three Norn sisters deliver a new prophecy. The moment its contents become known, the entire world falls into chaos. Hearing this, Hyun recalls the first prophecy, which foretells that the weakest existence, the prophesied great adversary, will bring about Odin's death and the fall of Asgard. That prophecy terrifies even Odin and the Aesir gods. Because of this, Odin decides to keep the hero under constant watch by placing one of his ravens, Hugin, beside him as a member of his family. He realizes that this thug Hugin originally intended to kill the hero once the power of the prophecy was exhausted, and also succeeded in doing so. However, the hero is given a second life because of an unexpected variable that even Odin cannot foresee, the power of the Nornir system. While our hero is thinking about this, Lady Idun tells him that, before discussing the second part of the prophecy, he must understand that this knowledge is known only to a select few among the gods. She explains that the hero previously did not have the authority to hear it. However, after clearing the third trial and reaching the required level of synergy, he has finally earned that right. She then reveals the second part of the prophecy, which states that the great adversary of the prophecy, through the blood of those who stand beside him, shall open the destined path. Hearing these words, the hero gets angry and asks if the prophecy is referring to his comrades. The lady confirms that it is, and explains that the hero can never defeat Odin unless those sacrifices take place, because the prophecy has already destined his comrades to die. Our hero realizes that the prophecy is referring to everyone precious to him, the members of Circle 9, the Lotus Guild, and all the people with whom he has formed strong bonds since his regression. He cannot accept such a fate, and feels confused about how any prophecy can demand that the people he treasures must be thrown away for the sake of the greater good. The hero asks what the point of fighting is if he is destined to lose his comrades in the end. He says there is no reason for him to protect the world if doing so means sacrificing the people he cares about most. Even so, he calms himself and realizes that none of this is Lady Idun's fault. She is only revealing the truth, and she must have a good reason for telling him about the prophecy. Because of that, he chooses not to show anger toward her. 2 days later, Lady Idun finally prepares the return portal for Hyun to leave the garden. She also asks whether the room she provides has been comfortable during the 2 days he spends resting there. Our hero tells her that it is very comfortable and that he has gotten all the rest he needs. He then apologizes for losing his temper during their conversation. However, Lady Idun tells him not to worry about it. Instead, she asks him to visit the Frost Garden whenever he can, because she spends her days here completely alone. Our hero then gets prepared to enter this portal with goddess Hela and his pet dragon Fafnir. But Lady Idun stops him and tells him another important thing, that a prophecy that has already been ordained can't be changed. Even the gods can't do anything about this. She comments that defying it is impossible, which will just bring more pain. She requests him to not even try to change it because she doesn't want to see him in pain. But our hero comments that it doesn't mean there is no way to change it at all, and reveals that he is just waiting for Ragnarok. Saying this, Hyun steps into the portal and disappears. But Lady Idun feels confused about why he was talking about the War of Ragnarok. Then suddenly, she remembers that Ragnarok is the war in which every chain and seal in the world is broken. If Hyun intends to change fate, then he must be planning to trigger that very war. However, she also knows that such a path is impossible without risking his own life. Even so, she decides to support him, and believes that Hyun has the power to correct what has gone wrong. But she hopes that he will not repeat the same mistakes she once made. Meanwhile, our hero Hyun finally returns to his own world, and goddess Hela congratulates him on successfully completing the third trial. Afterward, the hero changes his clothes and notices that he has been teleported directly into his hotel room. He realizes that Lady Idun has set this room as the return point when she records the portal's coordinates. He feels good with this arrangement because it means he no longer has to travel back through the lockdown city whenever he wants to return to the Frost Garden. He decides that he will use the key again in the future. However, before doing that, he needs to take care of his academy matters. He also plans to find something good to eat, since he has been living mostly on grass and plants while staying in the garden. As he is making his strategy, he suddenly notices all of his academy friends arriving outside his hotel room. Seeing the hero back, his friends get completely stunned because it has been a long time since they last saw him. They ask where he has been and tell him that he should have at least informed them before disappearing, as they have been worried about him the entire time. Just then, Soil steps forward and complains that she has to handle all of Circle 9's work while Hyun is away. Feeling angry, she tries to hit him, but the others stop her from doing so. Our hero is happy to see all of his friends again. However, he again remembers the prophecy that says all of his comrades will die during Ragnarok. He recalls that less than a month remains before the day the blonde girl Yujung is destined to die in his place. Later, Hyun takes everyone to a restaurant for a meal. As they eat together, his friends feel surprised to see the hero is eating too much. It looks as though he has not eaten a proper meal for an entire week. The blonde girl then asks him to explain where he has been this time. Our hero realizes that their confusion is completely understandable because he has disappeared without telling anyone and suddenly returned a week later. He knows that his friends even go to the academy's director to ask about his whereabouts. Even so, he decides not to tell them where he has been, because he knows that no one would believe he travels to Niflheim to complete the third trial. Soil then warns him that from now on, he must always let everyone know before disappearing. While they are talking, a news report suddenly appears on the television. The broadcast explains that dungeon outbreaks are becoming more frequent, and the raider community is facing a serious shortage of manpower. It also reports that the average rank of dungeon gates appearing around the world continues to rise. If people do not begin preparing now, the situation could become much worse. Hearing the report, Hyun's friends mention that they have been seeing news like this ever since he disappeared. The blonde girl asks whether something terrible is about to happen. However, Soil tells everyone to stay calm and not think negatively at all. She reminds them that the Academy has not yet issued an emergency mobilization order, so there is no need to panic just yet. Hearing about the emergency mobilization, our hero Hyun recalls that in situations where the safety of civilians is at risk, the Academy's cadets are required to enter combat. It is essentially a military draft order issued during times of crisis by the National Raiders Association. Before his regression, the hero witnesses this order being activated several times. However, something feels different this time. In his previous life, he never heard any reports about demons appearing in large numbers during this period. Thinking about this, he realizes that he has a more important matter to prepare for first, so he decides not to focus too much on the alarming news. He then tells his friends that the time for this year's Academy mission execution period is almost here. After leaving the restaurant, everyone goes their separate ways. As Hyun walks home, he thinks about the Academy mission execution period. It is the second major step for cadets as they enter the real world. During this period, the students of Mills Academy accept commissions from local governments, allowing them to gain valuable practical experience. However, the hero has something more important to do first. He returns home and starts checking the rewards he receives from completing the trials in the Fog Garden and Nastrand. The system first informs him that he has obtained a new skill called Idun's Compassion. This skill helps increase the stats of his party members. Hyun is pleased with the reward because making his companion stronger also allows him to gain additional stat points. Next, he checks his remaining rewards and discovers that he has received an item called the Key to the Fog Garden. The system explains that the key allows him to travel freely to Lady Idun's world. It also informs him that he now owns a piece of land there and is free to use it however he wishes. Without wasting any time, he activates the key, and in an instant, he gets teleported to the Fog Garden. As he looks around, he finds it strange that the system does not display any instructions this time. Just then, Lady Idun sneaks up behind him and suddenly makes a loud noise, just to scare the hero. Because of this, our hero thinks that a monster is attacking. He immediately pulls out his sword and is about to strike at Lady Idun's neck. However, he stops at the last moment when he realizes that she is not an enemy. He then asks about where she is here, to which the lady clarifies that she is now serving as the tutorial guide for the fog garden. She explains that she will teach him everything he needs to know about managing the garden, and asks him to follow her instructions carefully. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung is resting at home, but she still thinks about Hyun and Ina, wondering if the two of them are really dating. She remembers hearing that Hyun rejected Ina's confession in the past, but now she has noticed that his feelings have changed. Thinking about this, she feels sad, but she cannot understand why their relationship bothers her so much. She tells herself that she only sees the hero as a close friend and nothing more. In the end, she convinces herself that if Hyun and Ina truly have feelings for each other, then she should simply support their relationship. Meanwhile, Lady Eden leads our hero to the piece of land that now belongs to him. When they arrive, the hero notices that the area is already fully prepared. Gardening tools, flower pots, and fertilizers are arranged perfectly, which will help him to start working. He thanks the lady for preparing everything and feels that the land is perfect, but all he needs to do now is grow useful plants and make good use of them. Lady Idun then announces that the plant cultivation tutorial is about to begin. She explains that there is a lot for him to learn, so he must pay attention to her instructions. As the lesson begins, the hero understands everything she teaches him and performs each task perfectly. Watching him learn so fast, the lady jokingly says that she is almost annoyed by how he masters everything on his very first attempt. Getting curious, Hyun asks what kinds of plants he can grow in the fog garden. In response, the system displays a message explaining that he is able to cultivate all kinds of plants. The next day, the hero visits a convenience store to buy a few things. He also recalls how difficult it is to grow plants, and thanks his pet for helping him so much in the garden. He remembers spending the entire previous day taking care of the fog garden and successfully mastering Lady Idun's gardening tutorial. While thinking about this, the hero suddenly notices the blonde girl Yoo-jung nearby. But when she sees him, she lowers her cap to cover her face as she doesn't want to make eye contact with him. When she starts playing with Hyun's pet, our hero asks if she is okay. However, she lies that everything is fine. Since she does not want to talk about it, the hero returns home without asking any more questions. Even so, he realizes that she has been crying. That is why she hides her face from him. It is the first time he has ever seen Yoo-jung looking so heartbroken, and he knows that something serious must have happened. After some time, all the cadets gather at the academy. Their instructor begins explaining the academy mission period, which starts the next day. He tells the students that the program is designed to help the cadets of Mills Academy build their reputations while gaining real-world experience and developing the qualities expected of true raiders. He explains that during the academy mission period, every cadet must complete one individual mission and one joint mission alongside a guild. He says that their final grades will depend on how successfully they complete these missions. He also mentions that all the detailed information, along with the mission application process, is available on the Academy's official website. The students can review everything and submit their applications later through their computers. Just then, the instructor receives a phone call and gets busy with it. While he is away, some of the students wonder why they are being asked to clear dungeons when they are still only first-year cadets. When the instructor ends the call, he tells everyone to split into their respective circle units and discuss their strategies and apply for suitable missions. Afterward, our hero Hyun gathers with his teammates to decide which dungeon they should choose. Soil suggests accepting a white rank mission that requires them to eliminate 20 Busan goblins. However, the hero does not agree with her choice, as he believes the mission's rank is too low to be worthwhile. He knows that higher-ranked missions reward far more points. More importantly, completing difficult missions during the Academy mission period is the best way to build Circle 9's reputation. Although those missions carry greater risks because of their higher difficulty, the hero believes they are necessary if the Circle wants to expand its influence and take on bigger challenges in the future. He knows that mission difficulty is divided into 5 ranks: white, green, blue, red, and black. Among them, black rank missions are reserved for the Academy's top students, and they can only accept such missions with the chairman's approval. He realizes that if Circle 9 wants to earn a large number of points and make a name for itself, it must take on one of the most difficult missions available. After discussing the options, his teammates decide to choose a red rank mission. Hyun agrees with their decision and excuses himself for a moment, saying that he is going to bring an apple for everyone. After some time, he returns with some of the apple slices, but the pieces are cut unevenly. His friends tell him that he should have asked for help if he wanted to prepare apples, as they would have sliced them for him. But Hyun suddenly becomes serious and tells everyone that each person must eat exactly one slice, otherwise he won't let them leave this room. His friends agree and start eating the apples. However, they immediately notice that the taste is far from pleasant. Seeing their reactions, the hero explains that these are no ordinary apples. They are golden apples that he personally grows in Lady Idun's garden. He then recalls Lady Eden's words, who has told him that the golden apples will no longer increase his own abilities because he has already consumed one in the past. Recalling this, the hero realizes that he has given the golden apple to his friends because he wants to find a new way to use them. After learning the second part of the prophecy, he has decided to protect the people around him while ultimately defeating Odin. To achieve that goal, he knows his comrades must become much stronger. Odin and the Aesir gods are ruthless, and there is a high chance they will target Hyun's companions to exploit his weaknesses. He understands that if his friends fail to reach at least A rank or S rank strength, they may not even be able to protect themselves during the coming battles. Our hero has no intention of allowing that to happen. This is why he decides to use Idun's compassion on his comrades from now on to help them grow stronger. He also knows that this skill benefits him as well. Every time his companions work hard, complete missions, and become stronger, his own stats will increase as well. After that, the group selects a red rank mission to eliminate the corrupted spirits that appear from a newly opened B rank gate in Pohang. The mission offers a reward of 1.5 million Academy points for each person, along with a small amount of arc metal. After choosing the mission, the hero believes that it will not be a difficult challenge for his friends. He remembers that even during their outdoor training, every member of his group is already much stronger than the other cadets. However, what interests him the most is the arc metal reward. His friends also agree, as they know how valuable the material is. Jae-sung mentions that he has only seen arc metal appear at auctions a few times. Even then, he is told that obtaining it takes a very long time after purchasing it. Hearing this, the hero understands why Jae-sung is so excited. In fact, that is the exact reason he chooses this mission. He remembers teaching Jae-sung about the medicinal herbs and various plants that grow inside the fog garden. At that time, Jae-sung tells him that he needs stronger and more durable equipment to work with those new medicinal herbs. The hero knows that arc metal is the ideal material for creating that new set of alchemy equipment. Thinking about it, the hero explains that arc metal is the same material used to build the Lotus Guild's training grounds. Soil agrees but admits that she is worried about whether they can handle a red rank mission. The hero then teases her, and Soil replies that they simply need to make a proper plan before starting the mission. However, the hero assures everyone that there is nothing to worry about. He thinks to himself that although a red rank mission sounds dangerous, the gate is still only B rank. In fact, even his pet dragon Fafnir can clear it alone. After that, the hero and his friends travel to the International Portal Center. Before leaving, the hero asks if everyone has packed everything they need for the mission. His friends explain that most of the necessary supplies will be provided once they arrive at their destination. Hearing this, the group steps through the portal and heads to Pohang. After arriving, they greet a man named Jong Chan, a raider from the Raider Management Headquarters. This man will be their guide during the mission. When the hero hears his name, he realizes that he has never heard of Jong Chan in his previous life. This means the raider is not someone who becomes particularly famous or highly skilled in the future. Meanwhile, Jong Chan notices the hero's attitude and assumes that the group is acting confidently just because they are cadets from Mills Academy. He also remembers hearing about Circle 9's exceptional abilities. He knows that the team has already accomplished achievements that most ordinary cadets can only dream of. Even so, he cannot understand why the higher-ups assign such a difficult B-rank dungeon to a group that is still so young. After that, he takes the team to meet the mayor, who thanks them for accepting the mission. He says that he has heard many impressive things about Circle 9's performance during the outdoor training. However, he also points out that they may still lack the experience and mission history needed for a B-rank operation. Because of this, the mayor says that he plans to assign several additional raiders to support the hero's team during the mission. Hearing this, the hero realizes that the mayor does not fully trust his team. In response, he proposes a bet that Circle 9 will complete the mission in half the estimated time. He adds that if his team succeeds, the mayor must reward each member with double the academy points. However, if they fail, they will not accept a single point as payment. He also tells the mayor that his team does not need any extra personnel. Still, if the mayor insists on sending someone, he can send only Jong Chan to accompany them. Seeing the hero's confidence, the mayor feels embarrassed and thinks that the young man may be overestimating his abilities. However, he also feels greedy by the chance to save the 1.5 million academy points promised to each team member if they fail. Because of that, he accepts the hero's bet and tells the team that the mission will begin the next day. After the meeting, the group returns to their resting quarters. There, Hoyun tells the hero that making a bet with the mayor was unnecessary. The hero replies that he has a reason for doing it, because he has found those people to be annoying. Hearing this, Hoyun says that the hero sounds just like the blonde girl, Yu Jung. He then asks if the hero knows that the blonde girl has been crying a few days earlier. The hero says that he is aware of it, but he admits that he does not know why she is upset. But the hero comments that he will probably learn the truth soon. He points out that whenever something happens in the past, the blonde girl always ends up telling the hero about it. The next day, the hero and his friends gather at the portal site where they are scheduled to enter the dungeon. Following Raider Jong Chan's instructions, everyone, including the raider himself, steps through the portal. However, the raider secretly decides that he will make the mission more difficult for the hero once they are inside the dungeon. After entering, the group discovers that the dungeon is a forest-type area. The hero immediately begins assigning roles to his teammates. He tells Soil to handle the mapping while Jae-sung stays behind with Ina and Hoyeon to remain on standby. He then says that the blonde girl Yoo-jung will accompany him to search for the monsters. The raider gets shocked by the plan as, in his opinion, this is a high-difficulty B-rank dungeon, so splitting up is far too dangerous. He tries to stop the hero from leaving with only the blonde girl, but the hero assures him that everything will be fine. Seeing this, Jung-chan assumes that the hero is acting out of greed and is abandoning his teammates to earn the rewards for himself. However, the hero surprises him by telling his friends to contact him immediately if anything goes wrong. After the hero and the blonde girl leave, the rest of the team sets up a tent and begins preparing their equipment and alchemical materials. Seeing them, the raider feels even more confused. He knows that demons are naturally drawn to people with strong magical energy, so setting up a tent in the middle of an open area seems completely reckless to him. He recalls his meeting with the mayor before the mission. During that meeting, the mayor orders him to manage the operation in a way that gives the hero's team the highest chance of failure. He also tells the raider to make sure the team defeats plenty of demons, so the city can still benefit from the mission. The mayor also explains his plan that once the hero's team has eliminated most of the demons, he will send another group of raiders to defeat the dungeon boss separately. That way, the gate can be closed without paying the hero's team the full reward. The raider confidently assures the mayor that the plan will succeed. He believes it will be an easy task because he is an A-rank raider, while Hyun is only a student. Remembering that conversation, Jung-chan also thinks about how Mila's academy once failed to recognize his own talent. Because of that, he believes the academy has simply turned Hyun into a symbol for publicity, and he assumes the hero's real abilities are nothing special. While he is thinking this, the hero and the blonde girl suddenly return after defeating several monsters. Seeing this, the raider gets completely stunned about how he has done this. Our hero then tells his teammates that there are not many monsters in the current area, so they should move deeper into the forest. He then turns to Soil and asks how her mapping work is progressing. She confirms that she is following his instructions, and then asks an important question about the apple he gave them the other day. She says that ever since eating it, she has been feeling a strange change in her body. However, the hero hides the truth and tells her that it was just an expensive apple. Hearing this, she comments that he always takes good care of his friends. The hero thinks to himself that everything is going according to plan. While exploring the dungeon with the blonde girl, he has discovered an area filled with B-rank demons. Since defeating those demons himself would barely help him level up, he plans to let his friends kill them instead. This will greatly increase their levels, while also benefiting him at the same time. As he is thinking about this, he notices that Raider Jong seems to be preparing something cruel for them. At night, the raider stands alone and uses a strange purple spell in the air, which will awaken the greedy monsters living nearby. He is doing this because he wants those monsters to attack the hero and his team. He believes that if the situation becomes dangerous, he can simply use a warp stone to escape the dungeon alone and save himself. While making his plan, some roots suddenly burst out of the ground and wrap around his feet. The raider gets completely shocked and assumes that there must be a powerful monster in the area that has never been reported to the society. At that moment, our hero Hyun arrives and tells him that it is only a simple plant monster. However, the hero asks whether the raider is simply on night patrol or if he is secretly planning to harm him and his friends.